The realms of gaming have transcended into reality, with countless bizarre worlds invading, dungeons sprawling across the land, and monstrous beings rampant. Thus, Blue Star has entered an era of universal class advancement. Having traversed through dimensions, Tian has become a summoner. Yet he soon discovers that his skill panel possesses an extraordinary uniqueness. Supreme Sovereign, immunity to silence, stun, curse, instant death, and all other negative effects, permanently gaining 100-fold attributes and all skills for summoned entities with the ability to stack indefinitely. Heavenly bestowal of summoning. Summon powerful bosses and forge a soul contract with them. Gradually, while other summoners are limited to conjuring low-tier goblins, Tian effortlessly summons an army of Forbidden Zone bosses. Furthermore, when beings from other realms cross dimensions and confront Tian, they find themselves overwhelmed. Eldritch deity. The opposition is filled with formidable figures. We cannot prevail. Retreat. Otherworldly warrior. What does it matter to rely on sheer numbers? Let's see if you dare to face me one-on-one, hands in pockets. Yes, let's duel. Tian, huh? You wish to fight me? Otherworldly warrior. Enough chatter. Draw your sword. If you dare to reveal your health bar, I shall show you what I'm capable of. Wait, where's your health bar? What the hell? Chapter 1. Awakening begins. Unrivaled skills. Plot alliance. The eternal divine nation of Huaxia, Tianyan City. In the awakening square of Tianyan No. 1 High School. In the expansive center of the square, a 10-meter-tall, diamond-shaped black stone monument hovers in the air. At this moment, before the monument, numerous young individuals stand in orderly lines, their youthful faces etched with both trepidation and yearning. At the forefront of the line, guided by the professionals of the vocational temple, several students clad in grayish-white uniforms place their palms against the surface of the stone. As ripples dance across the monument, it begins to radiate a dazzling brilliance. One after another, the declarations resonate throughout the square, amplified by low-tier sound enhancement magic. Zhang Dali, awakening complete, class, warrior. Lu Qi, awakening complete, class, mage. Luo Xiaofeng, awakening complete, class, knight. The temple personnel meticulously records each awakening individual's information on a tablet, promptly uploading it to Huaxia's vocational database. Perhaps accustomed to the annual awakening ceremony, the temple staff remains unfazed by the various scenes unfolding before them. Yet upon the rare occurrence of numerous combat-oriented classes emerging, her tone remains steadfast and composed. Over a century ago, mysterious powers merged with Blue Star, bringing games into reality, shattering dimensional boundaries, and birthing countless strange races, dungeons, and underground caverns around the globe. Simultaneously, the old continent's tectonic plates fractured and migrated under the influence of these mysterious forces, amalgamating countless islands from other worlds into 3 new supercontinents. Consequently, the global order underwent a cataclysmic transformation. The once intricate international relations dominated by the 5 great benevolent beings crumbled instantaneously. And instead arose a burgeoning human coalition composed of the Hua Alliance, the Holy Lighthouse Empire, and the Free Federation. 3 colossal entities. Each faction occupies one of the new continents, separated by boundless seas. The seas are shrouded in ominous fog, within which lie the unpredictable rifts in space-time, intertwining and connecting to innumerable unknown realms. During the initial years of Blue Star's transformation, unfathomable void demons emerged from these rifts, bearing the destructive might of nuclear explosions, inching ever closer to human territories under the despairing gaze of all that. In the face of this crisis, a divine stone descended. Upon reaching the age of 18, individuals could awaken their classes through communion with the stone, unlocking their attribute panels, and subsequently slaying wild monsters to enhance their strength. Countless formidable practitioners were born across the 3 continents, ultimately uniting to banish the void demons back into the rifts of time and space. Thus, Blue Star entered a new epoch of universal class advancement. Xiao Churan, awakening complete, class, summoner. Gu Lingling, awakening complete, class, light mage. The awakening ceremony continues. However, when the temple staff announces Gu Lingling's awakening result, a flicker of surprise and intrigue crosses her previously impassive face. With raised brows, her voice rises a notch in pitch. Light Mage is a rare class with a success rate of less than 0.01. Although Huaxia is vast and teeming with talent, and every year sees the emergence of numerous rare classes, Tianyan City is merely a small city in southern Huaxia with a population of less than 5 million, where it could take years for a single rare class to manifest. As the crowd, particularly those yet to awaken their classes, hears this result, envy glimmers in their eyes. Rare class practitioners possess immense potential for growth and are highly coveted by major guilds, offering limitless opportunities for advancement. In due time, they are bound to become influential figures. Yet, despite their envy, the crowd remains silent. In such a solemn and sacred occasion as the awakening ceremony, maintaining decorum and silence is deeply ingrained in the very essence of every Huasien. The awakening ceremony proceeds swiftly. Within half an hour, the once seemingly endless line has dwindled to about 1/10. Next student, please step forward, placing your hands firmly on the divine stone and attempt to communicate with it, undistracted. Another batch of students completes their awakening, and the temple staff, with delicate fingers gliding across the tablet, mechanically resumes her announcements. However, when her gaze falls upon the individual before her, a glimmer of astonishment and curiosity flashes in her eyes. Before her stands a tall, strikingly handsome youth. Though his looks are noteworthy, what truly captivates is the utter lack of any emotional expression on his face. That it is known that during such a moment, one of paramount importance, even more so than the college entrance examinations of the old world, few can maintain their composure. Yet this individual before her is a remarkable exception. Tian. The temple staff cannot help but scrutinize him further, glancing at the identity information displayed on the tablet, and softly intones, "Let us begin." "All right, that." Tian responds lightly, taking 2 steps forward to press his palms against the obsidian monument. "I wonder what class I shall awaken." A flicker of anticipation stirs within him. Regardless of the class he awakens, it falls well within his expectations. With 2 lives worth of experience, Tian's composure far surpasses that of the other students who have just reached adulthood. Indeed, Tian is a traveler. He has crossed over from Earth into this parallel world due to an unforeseen accident, born into an ordinary 3-person household in Tianyin City. Tian pondered. The stone tablet suddenly rippled, and soon after, a rune marked with intricate patterns gradually emerged from within the stone. Tian, awakening complete. Profession, summoner. The temple staff glanced at the runes displayed on the stone tablet, then at the identity information on the tablet, their voice tinged with disbelief as they proclaimed the results. The identity information clearly recorded all of Tian's academic achievements from elementary school through high school. Within Tianyin City, he had consistently ranked first in every theoretical subject without exception. His talent was indisputable. Yet at this moment, he had awakened to a rather lackluster profession: summoner. Across the thousands of cities in the entirety of Huaxia, it seemed that no powerful summoner had emerged in over a century. Although this profession belonged to the combat category, it was held in low regard among the various combat professions, especially when it came to group dungeon raids, where summoners were often ostracized. Summoners inherently lacked offensive capabilities and had no means of self-protection. Their strength was entirely dependent upon their summoned entities. Furthermore, the quality of these summons was restricted by the skills and level of the summoner themselves, resulting in an average combat power that was nearly the lowest among all combat professions. In fact, they were often overshadowed by certain support roles. While summoners may not be considered a mainstream profession, they still belong to the combat category. If one were to acquire formidable summoning skills in the future, they may not necessarily be weaker than others. After uploading the data, the temple staff cast a sympathetic glance at the seemingly dazed Tian and offered a gentle word of consolation. Such is the brutal reality of profession awakening. Years of hard work could vanish in an instant. The chasm between triumph and despair often lies in a fleeting moment. She had witnessed numerous instances of this nature. "Thank you." Tian came to his senses, nodding slightly at the temple staff before stepping toward the square outside, where many awakened students had gathered. The staff's words were veiled in subtlety, and Tian understood they were meant to comfort him, hence his expression of gratitude. However, his momentary daze was not caused by the awakening of his profession. It was due to the fact that the attribute panel, visible only to him, seemed to differ, albeit slightly, from the detailed descriptions of summoners he had encountered in books. With a flicker of thought, Tian reopened the attribute panel that he had just closed. Name, Tian. Level, LV1. Strength, 9. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 8. Stamina, 100. Mana, 50. Physical resistance, 5. Magical resistance, 0. Strength, intelligence, and agility are collectively referred to as the 3-dimensional attributes. Stamina and mana correspond to what is commonly known as health and magical energy, while physical and magical resistance pertain to the mitigation of physical and magical damage. Beneath the basic attributes, there was an additional skill bar. Supreme Sovereign. Passive skill grants immunity to silence, stun, curse, instant death, and all negative effects. Permanently gains 100-fold attributes and all skills from summon entities, with unlimited stacking. Heavenly Summoning. Active skill summons a powerful boss and signs a soul contract with it. The number and range of summons increase with the summoner's level. Current summonable boss count. 1. Crown of the Demon God. Active skill unleashes a demon god domain, amplifying oneself and summon entities by 10,000 times, with the amplification range increasing alongside one's level. Soul Resonance. Passive skill. All summon entities can ignore spatial rules to respond to summons. When chosen to respond, the summoner transforms into an ultimate boss, enhancing all attributes by 100 million times, and gains the ability to transform through 10 stages. Chapter 2. Level 90 Dungeon. Roaring Ruins. Logically, the initial skill of a summoner should merely consist of summoning a goblin minion. However, Tian gazed at the skill description on his panel, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, he could only summon one companion at this moment. Yet the crux of the matter was that he had summoned a boss. Moreover, a formidable one at that. Tian was uncertain about the parameters defining formidable. Nevertheless, with the presence of the extraordinarily powerful growth-type passive skill, Supreme Sovereign, the strength of his summons became less critical. They appeared more as instruments for augmenting his own attributes. Apart from Supreme Sovereign, the other three skills, each potent in their own right, were undeniably extraordinary. A boss is still a boss, the higher the attributes. The broader the horizons he could explore, enabling him to tackle higher-level dungeons. In his previous life, Tian was an experienced gamer, and upon traversing into this realm, he delved into countless texts, astonishingly discovering that this world was not merely a fusion of Blue Star and a singular game. Although the character panel bore resemblance to traditional RPGs, the myriad dungeons and the misty lands beyond encompassed an array of game genres. Tian brimmed with fantasies about the outside world. For even the most advanced VR games of his former life paled in comparison to the exhilarating nature of this reality, which amalgamated numerous games. Naturally, he relished the prospect of possessing greater strength. Isn't that our class's genius? Always ranking first, but now awakened to a pathetic class? As Tian approached the square, a few sneering individuals emerged from the gathering crowd ahead. The speaker, named Lu Qi, was the only awakened mage in the vicinity. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, he stood with arms crossed, his chin almost touching the sky, exuding an air of arrogance. What does a mere summoner amount to? The true genius is our mage, Lu Ge. Of course, unlike certain individuals who rely on underhanded tactics to score a few extra points, acting all high and mighty, only to reveal their true colors upon awakening. Several sycophants immediately chimed in with flattery. Hearing this, Lu Qi's grin stretched from ear to ear, yet he feigned a cough. Attempting to regain composure. Ahem, summoners might be deemed useless, but in terms of genius, Ling Ling is slightly superior to me. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he felt a twinge of regret. From the crowd, a tall, stunning beauty with an air of aloofness approached, her high ponytail swaying gracefully. It was none other than Xiao Churin, often compared to Gu Lingling as the twin blossoms of Tianyan #1 high. Gu Lingling radiated warmth like the early spring sun, having awakened the rare class of light mage. In contrast, Xiao Churin, who preferred solitude and exuded a cold pride, had awakened as a summoner. Though both were school beauties, their temperaments diverged significantly. Nevertheless, they were equally breathtaking, with Xiao Churin's figure being particularly striking. Even clad in oversized school attire, her alluring S-shaped silhouette was undeniable, rivaling that of a model. Both girls held immense popularity at Tianyan #1 high, revered as goddesses by countless admirers. However, prior to this moment, they had remained indifferent to everyone else, except for Tian. This was precisely why Lu Qi and his companions had come to mock Tian upon learning of his awakening as a summoner. Churin, don't misunderstand. I wasn't implying that summoners are worthless, Lu Qi stammered awkwardly as Xiao Churin approached. He swiftly changed his tune. Yet, what rendered him even more embarrassed was that Xiao Churin walked past the group without acknowledging him. With a light step, she gracefully approached Tian. Tian. Xiao Churin's lips curled into a smile, her icy demeanor evaporating as if she had transformed into a different person. Her rosy cheeks revealed two charming dimples. Shall we team up and level together? Wait, Churin, what did you just call him? Before Tian could respond, Lu Qi erupted in disbelief. Xiao Churin's demeanor, now strikingly different, along with her affectionate address, was utterly unacceptable to him. Churin, don't be deceived by this guy's flattery. I can accompany you to level up. I'm a mage, and I can clear dungeons quickly. All he received in response was a disdainful roll of the eyes. Tian, seemingly oblivious to Lu Qi and his companions, glanced at Xiao Churin, who stood before him with her hands clasped behind her back, biting her lip in an adorable manner. Sure, but I have something to attend to right now. Let us level up tomorrow. All right, I'll come to your house tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students, who regarded Xiao Churin as a goddess, felt their hearts shatter. Meanwhile, Lu Qi resembled a jester, his face turning a shade darker than liver. Ignoring the crowd, Tian exited the school and boarded a bus. He held no interest in the trivial vanity and competition among those petty youths. His foremost priority was to test what kind of boss he could summon, for he had long yearned for the grand adventures that lay ahead. However, he was aware that powerful bosses typically came with their own domains and auras. Summoning one within the city could potentially cause a stir, leading to unnecessary complications. Thus, he resolved to venture outside the city, the farther the better. Before long, The bus halted before the colossal open-air teleportation array at the city center. Lu Tian inhaled deeply, disembarking and approaching the payment booth, producing the bank card his parents had prepared for him. To Roaring Ruins. The mention of Roaring Ruins elicited a gasp from the payment window, causing quite a stir. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in hushed tones, casting incredulous glances toward Lu Tian. After all, Roaring Ruins was a level 90 dungeon, a domain only the most elite guilds dared to enter in Tianyan City. In that instant, a meticulously made-up staff member at the booth leaned out, scrutinizing Lu Tian before shaking her head, cautioning him, "Young man, you must have just awakened today, right? Allow me to advise you. Roaring Ruins is not a place for novices to level up. It's extremely dangerous for a LV1 to venture there alone. Unless intentionally concealed, practitioners could generally perceive one another's brief information, including level, title, and team status." Lu Tian refrained from hiding his details, allowing the staff member to easily spot the conspicuous LV1 indicator above his head. "I'm merely attending to some matters, not leveling up." "Well then, Sister has said all that needs to be said. Once you have completed your tasks, promptly use the scroll to teleport back to the city. Otherwise, you will squander a precious opportunity for resurrection." The young lady is merely an ordinary employee, and seeing Lu Tian's determination to proceed, she can only assist him with the teleportation procedures. "Here, take your card. The cost to the Roaring Ruins is 5,000 huaxia coins, and as a bonus, I am providing you with a return scroll. Remember to use it immediately after your business is concluded." Lu Tian nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further dialogue as he accepted the bank card and the return scroll to Tianyan City. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, he stepped onto the teleportation array, adorned with intricate and elaborate patterns. The array facilitated a one-way transport. To return to the city, one must utilize the return scroll. As Lu Tian prepared himself, the circle of runes beneath his feet began to emanate an endless white glow, engulfing the immediate vicinity and creating ripples of enigmatic spatial fluctuations in an instant. In the next moment, a blinding beam of white light surged toward him, accompanied by a disorienting sense of weightlessness that made him feel as though he were floating. He squinted, and in a dazed state, it seemed he glimpsed stars swirling in the night sky, transforming into luminous trails that raced behind him. He became a mere wisp of light, advancing fearlessly through the void. The indescribable sensation was 100 times more exhilarating than a vertical roller coaster. However, this sensation was fleeting. Crack, snap, roar. The dazzling spectacle vanished in an instant, and the blinding light dissipated. Lu Tian opened his eyes to behold towering ancient trees reaching toward the heavens, their mottled shadows dancing ominously in the forest, swaying with the chilling. Sinister winds like monstrous creatures poised to devour. Beneath his feet lay a thick carpet of dried branches and fallen leaves, which, having weathered the elements, crunched crisply underfoot. In the distance, deafening roars echoed, interspersed with ominous undertones that sent chills down his spine. Here, indeed, was the level 90 dungeon, the Roaring Ruins. Chapter 3, Panic Spreads. Attributes that crush all. The sensation of spatial teleportation was truly extraordinary. However, it was imperative to summon the boss swiftly. Lu Tian steadied himself, casting aside the myriad distractions in his mind. With one hand firmly gripping the return scroll, he surveyed his surroundings. Should any situation appear amiss, he would teleport away without hesitation. Fortunately, he found himself on the outskirts of the Roaring Ruins, where, despite the pervasive darkness, no wild monsters roamed, at least for the moment. It was relatively safe. Uncertain of how long it would take to summon the boss, caution was prudent. After all, he was only at level 1, and even a small creature could spell his doom. Although upon awakening his profession, he would not die outright from fatal injuries, a severe death penalty mechanism would activate. Regardless of level, death resulted in the random dropping of equipment and a deduction of 10 from his total experience points. When experience points reached 0, akin to Lu Tian's current state of being newly awakened, he would not face final demise, but would have one chance for resurrection. However, such opportunities were exceedingly rare, granted only once in a lifetime to each professional. Lu Tian had no desire to squander this life-saving measure. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tian's thoughts coalesced, and he directly invoked Heavenly Bestowal Summon. While most individuals might shout when using skills, Lu Tian scoffed at such theatrics. Wasn't that merely asking for trouble? It would only alert the opponent, a counterproductive endeavor that was entirely unnecessary. Just as Lu Tian cast his skill, the roars that had previously echoed through the forest abruptly ceased, and the drifting leaves hung suspended in midair. Time seemed to stand still. The only sound was the distinct plop of a water droplet hitting a lake, resonating clearly in Lu Tian's mind. In the next moment, the vibrant world around him dimmed abruptly, a gray-white hue enveloping the landscape, as interwoven lines of glowing grids unfurled from beneath his feet, spreading outward in all directions. The entire world appeared to shrink drastically at that instant, transforming into a visualized flat map. On this map, various light points flickered, representing the boss in different regions. Lu Tian stood atop the map, gazing down at the responding light points, feeling an indescribable sensation in his heart. Those bosses seemed to be paying homage to him. The larger and more luminous the light point, the stronger the boss was likely to be. Without further contemplation, he scanned the map and noted that the area it covered coincided precisely with the territory of the eternal Huaxia Divine Kingdom. He selected the brightest light point, deducing that the boss was located in the far northern part of Huaxia, within a dungeon known as the Frost Abyss. Yes, you shall do, Tian declared, focusing on that light point. In a moment of conscious transmission, the miniature map reflected in his eyes rapidly converged. With a flash of light, everything that had just transpired dissolved like a fleeting dream, and the familiar primeval forest re-emerged before him. However, just a few meters in front of Tian, an unmistakable spatial rift suddenly appeared. Accompanied by a gust of void wind that sliced at his face, the rift appeared to be torn open by some terrifying unknown entity. Suddenly, a pair of slender hands, encased in pitch-black armor, thrust through the rift, grasping the edges of space and pulling forcefully. With a sharp crack, the sound of tearing gold leaf echoed, as the rippling space seemed to unveil a vertical eye. Then, heavy footsteps resonated from the other side of the rift. Plop! A graceful figure clad in ebony armor stepped forth. The design of the armor bore a resemblance to the demonic armor Tian had glimpsed in an ancient tome, reminiscent of the Wolf Knight armor from a game he had played in a past life. Yet, this armor exuded an even more imposing aura, with a crimson plume cascading to the waist and an ethereal cloak shimmering in the dim light. The skirt armor on either thigh was adorned with scales taken from a young dragon. Inwardly, Tian could not help but exclaim, "Truly magnificent." As that figure crossed into this realm, the void crackled with tendrils of dark red lightning, a manifestation of the overwhelming domain aura emanating from the formidable boss. Furthermore, the entire sky darkened in an instant. An unparalleled pressure surged skyward, summoning ominous clouds that blotted out the sun, with thunderous roars echoing from within the cloud layers. At that moment, the roaring ruins fell into an eerie silence. In truth, it was not merely the roaring ruins that felt the impact. The surrounding area stretched for hundreds of miles. In Tianyan City, dark clouds gathered ominously above, and emotions of oppression, despair, and death spread among the populace like a plague. Everyone was engulfed in boundless terror. The horrendous pressure rendered them nearly breathless. As the city's protective barrier activated, 3 figures, cloaked in countless buffs, appeared at the southern city gate. Merely their presence evoked a celestial phenomenon. What manner of beast could this be? Could it be that an abyssal dungeon had emerged near Tianyan City? In the city of Tianyan, the Lord, Lorco, suppressed the tumult within his heart as he gazed toward the southern expanse beyond the city walls, his tone imbued with an indescribable gravity. He was a level 99, 4th transition greatsword berserker, yet before such overwhelming pressure, he lacked even the courage to unsheath his sword. As he understood, only formidable wild monsters lurking in high-level instance dungeons could emanate such an aura. No matter how powerful a human class might be, they were devoid of this capacity. The implications were staggering. To influence such a vast distance left him in awe of the opponent's strength. Beside him stood an elderly man with gray hair, emanating a dozen layers of buff auras at his feet, who seized the opportunity to speak. However, the corners of his mouth twitched noticeably as he did so. This man, known as Elder Feng, was the president of the foremost guild in Tianyan City, Hurricane, a level 107, 5th transition paladin. The series of enhancement buffs enveloping the trio were all cast by him. Fortunately, this aura did not seem to target Tianyan City, for the time being. They were likely safe. He had already relayed the situation to the headquarters of the Divine Temple, and he believed assistance for investigation would arrive shortly. At last, a woman named Yu Luiying, the only female class present, spoke slowly. Appearing to be in her 30s, she possessed an alluring figure and a captivating charm, embodying the essence of a stunning young matron. Yu Luiying was the chief representative of the Divine Temple in Tianyan City, a level 90, 4th transition light priestess, colloquially known as a healer, whose remarkable healing capabilities were well matched to her role. As her voice fell, a profound silence enveloped the area. The 3 stood erect, gazing apprehensively toward the direction of the roaring ruins, resembling statues in their stillness. Under the influence of such overwhelming might, the teleportation arrays within the city had ceased to function, leaving them with no recourse but to wait anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side, a figure emerged from the rift in space, strolling toward Tian. Then, she knelt on one knee. A sultry, melodious voice resonated, "Noble and formidable supreme being. The Frost Lord Sophia extends her most sincere greetings to you." As her armor dissipated, it revealed a voluptuous form enveloped in liquid-like black attire. Tian's mind was abruptly filled with the word enchantress, for such an exaggerated physique was unlike anything he had ever seen among human women. On her exquisitely elevated visage, a pair of golden vertical pupils, akin to unparalleled treasures, now shimmered with an intoxicating allure. Boss name, Sophia Eliron Frost. Level, LV 299. Rank, demigod. Monster ranks are categorized as common, strong, elite, Rare, Legendary, Epic, Demigod, God, and Demon God. Race, Succubus. Supreme trigger activated. Tian's attribute panel unfurled automatically, displaying a prompt. His fundamental attributes had undergone a transformation. Name, Tian. Level, LV1. Strength, 300,009. Intelligence, 300,010. Agility, 300,008. Stamina, 1 billion. Mana, 100 million. Physical resistance, 50,005. Magical resistance, 50,000. Tian. His attention shifted from the enchanting Sophia to his attribute panel, scanning it briefly. Even with Tian's typically composed demeanor, he found it difficult to maintain his calm at this moment, for he realized that his base attributes had seemingly exploded. A class character gains 10 points of free attributes per level. When recalibrating his attributes to level, it was equivalent to level 90,000. Remember, that is in tens of thousands. What kind of monstrous existence could this be? Tian had previously learned from literature that in the last 20 years, the highest publicly known level within Huaxia was around level 300. Goodness, he was off by a staggering 300 times. Moreover, he was merely at level 1. Furthermore, even if a human class were to reach level 90,000, it was inconceivable that they could possess such vast health. Tian glanced at the health bar displayed above him, which was rendered in black, and felt a chill run down his spine. Chapter 4, a single strike to clear the screen. Yet, that was not all. His skill bar had also been augmented with 3 new skills. Absolute Freeze, Active Skill LV Max. Mana cost 100000, cooldown 30s. Bestowed with the blessing of the Snow Goddess, the Frost Lord Sophia can unleash an absolute zero chill to freeze all hostile targets, inflicting 10,000 intelligence-based area magic damage and immobilizing the targets for 10 seconds. When released upon oneself or allies, it restores 50,000 intelligence points of stamina during the immobilization, with any excess stamina converting into an equivalent shield. Wave of Killing Intent, Aura Skill, LV Max, mana cost 1000s, no cooldown. Expanding a field of aura centered on oneself, all enemy targets within the area suffer a 50 reduction in all attributes, a 30 decrease in movement speed, and an increase of 100 in all damage taken. Sophia's Fury, Active Skill, LV Max, Stamina cost 50, usable once per battle. Unleashes the fury hidden within, granting mastery over all weapons, immunity to all damage for 30 minutes, a strength increase of 200, a movement speed increase of 100, and conjuring 10 epic weapons of blood to orbit around oneself. Each of these 3 max-level skills was nothing short of extraordinary, particularly the last one. While the enhancement effects of the skill were impressive, the ability to conjure 10 epic weapons was quite remarkable. The hierarchy of equipment and items, from lowest to highest, is as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, legendary, epic, heroic, and divine. In Tianyan City, only a few leaders of top-tier guilds possessed platinum-level equipment. Anything beyond that had yet to surface. Of course, for Tian, the last 2 skills were inconsequential, with his exceedingly high base attributes. Merely using Absolute Freeze could clear all instances in Huaxia. The 299-level Sophia boasted a mere 10 million health points, and with a single skill, he could deal 30 million in area damage. Exhaling softly, Tian sought to calm himself, diverting his gaze from the attribute panel to the skies above. Beneath the gradually darkening clouds, endless thunder rumbled ominously. The sound of the reverberations grew increasingly pronounced in his ears. Lightning snakes writhed, drawing ever closer to the earth, their presence formidable. Should this continue, it could very well spell disaster for Tianyan City, located 100 miles away. Return, Tian said, directing his gaze back to Sophia, who knelt before him, her eyes aflame with fervor, and waved his hand dismissively. Monsters of elite rank and above possess self-awareness, a notion corroborated by the emotional currents swirling in her eyes. Understood, my lord. Sophia's body trembled slightly as she managed to utter these words, her excitement palpable. Through the faint soul bond, she could sense the unfathomable power contained within this tall, handsome human before her. The rumored world-destroying demon god might be nothing in comparison. Another rift in the void opened, and Sophia's form flickered before vanishing. The celestial phenomena and oppressive atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Truly, such a powerful boss provided a terrifying enhancement to attributes. Once everything returned to normalcy, Tian clenched his fists, acutely aware of the explosive power surging between his palms, still feeling a tinge of incredulity. He had forgotten to request a set of armor from Sophia. It could wait for another opportunity. However, one must admit, the succubus's figure was truly breathtaking, even more exaggerated than the illustrations in books. Recalling her extraordinarily developed physique, Tian could not help but feel a strange sensation arise within him. The fervor of adolescence had begun to cloud his mind. With the successful summoning of the boss behind him, Tian's spirits soared. Yet, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned towards the depths of the roaring ruins. His fists itching with anticipation, a fierce determination shimmering in his eyes. His father had ventured to the southern main city a few days prior, presumably to form a party to tackle the blade of the mad swordsman. With daylight still abundant, he figured it would be prudent to seize the opportunity and test his skills. The blade of the mad swordsman was a special material required for certain warrior class third job change quests, which could only drop from elite monsters in dungeons of level 60 and above. His father, a level 60 phantom swordsman, had mentioned it to him before embarking on his third job change quest. The so-called job change quests were an indispensable part of every practitioner's journey to strength. Through these transformations, one could not only acquire a plethora of additional skills and attributes, but also lift the restrictions on subsequent levels. Every 20 levels, a practitioner must undergo a job change to continue their progression, although one could still gain experience by clearing dungeons at this stage. Any overflow experience would be diminished by 50% and could only be stored up to 10 levels above their current level. After a brief moment, Tian traversed the periphery of the roaring ruins for a good 10 minutes before finally encountering a multitude of wild monsters, all huddled together in the corner of the first checkpoint, trembling in fear. It seemed they had been intimidated by Sophia's overwhelming presence. Although the lower-tier monsters lacked intelligence, their instinct to avoid danger was ever present. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the trouble of searching extensively. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian observed the wave of wild monsters before him, slowly raising his right hand, palm skyward, in a gesture of preparation. He intended to unleash his skill discreetly. Yet the casting motion for Frozen Wasteland was inherently conspicuous. Suddenly, a flurry of feather-like snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, and an enormous pale nebula gradually coalesced above. In the next instant, as Tian forcefully thrust his right hand downward, a massive ice crystal meteorite plummeted from the nebula. The meteorite, in its rapid descent, created a fierce friction with the air, trailing a fiery tail reminiscent of a shooting star. The wild monsters, sensing the imminent threat, quickly turned their attention to Tian. Their previous timidity vanished as they bared their teeth and prepared to attack. However, their assault was abruptly halted. Boom! With a blinding flash of white light sweeping over the area, a deafening roar echoed through the air, and thousands of wild monsters were obliterated in a cascade of damage numbers, each registering a staggering 999. The very space of the first checkpoint in the roaring ruins was instantaneously encased in several meters of solid ice. Ancient trees transformed into towering ice sculptures, devoid of any semblance of life. The drifting shards of ice filled every corner, and the sunlight refracted upon them, casting a chilling brilliance. Yet, this state of affairs would not endure for long, as all dungeons possessed a respawn mechanism. In high-level dungeons like the Roaring Ruins, as long as they had not been completely cleared, the environment and wild monsters would be restored within a day. If fully cleared, the entire dungeon would reset after a fortnight. This skill's power is astonishing, Tian mused, momentarily dazed as he surveyed the devastation surrounding the checkpoint. It was only when a series of notifications popped up on his interface that he snapped back to reality. Defeated 85 level steelback porcupine. Experience gained, 0. Obtained wild boar tusks, 10. Defeated 90 level flame goblin. Experience gained, 0. Obtained bone fragments, 300. Defeated 90 level minotaur warrior. Experience gained, 0. Obtained refined leather, 50. Defeated 90 level elite celestial warrior. Experience gained, 0. Obtained blade of the mad swordsman, 1. Chapter 5. The power of forbidden spells. Who is this formidable individual? In the city of Tianyan, the clouds gradually dispersed, and the inexplicable pressure that had enveloped the city dissipated alongside it. The once fearful populace collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. At the southern city gate, 3 figures, previously tense and vigilant, relaxed their stances. The magnificent buff auras surrounding them began to retract, and the nearly depleted Hurricane Guild leader, Feng Lao, collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, seemingly indifferent to his appearance. The clattering of his holy knight armor echoed against the tiled ground. Perhaps previously captivated by the mysterious aura, he now felt the damp chill of his sweat-soaked back. Ugh, this sensation of facing death is truly unbearable. Indeed, it was distressing. The city lord, Roko, wholeheartedly agreed, stretching his limbs in a bid to regain some strength. His face etched with trepidation. However, observing the current situation, it appeared that the unknown entity had likely departed. Thankfully, all was well. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. An unseen, chilling wave surged forth. Crack. Bang. The colossal defensive barrier above Tianyan City, capable of withstanding a small nuclear explosion, shattered in an instant. The shrill alarm echoed through the streets and alleyways of Tianyan City. What? Roko gasped, his teeth chattering. The scene before him had far exceeded his comprehension. Look over there. Suddenly, the previously silent Yuluiying pointed towards the distant sky as if she had discovered something significant. The other two followed her gaze, and in the next moment, their pupils dilated in disbelief. They beheld the distant firmament, which had inexplicably transformed into a visible white nebula under the influence of an unfathomable power. It was clearly the residual phenomenon following the release of some skill. Can someone explain what is happening? Roko murmured, uncertain if he was speaking to himself or inquiring of the others. He felt utterly numb. The imposing figure that had just vanished was now overshadowed by this even more extraordinary spectacle. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, the defensive barrier above Tianyan City had most likely been shattered by the residual force of this very skill. Could it be that a certain powerful individual is currently engaged in a high-level dungeon? That previous aura, could it have belonged to a top-tier boss? This line of thought seemed entirely plausible. Yet, was there truly such a monstrous entity among human practitioners? Such terrifying destructive power? Could this possibly be a skill of dimensional caliber? At this moment, Feng Lao was thoroughly bewildered. Though well-versed in many matters, he was utterly astounded by the current situation. No. Such methods can only be likened to the legendary forbidden spells. I have spent nearly 2 decades within the temple, acquiring a measure of knowledge regarding the various forbidden spells of each faction. This time, it seems that a prominent figure from the Hua Alliance has indeed made their move. The moonlit glow in Lu Ying's eyes reflected the mushroom cloud billowing on the distant horizon, and her astonishment was no less than that of the other two. Far away, 100 miles distant, Lu Tian remained oblivious to the tremendous uproar his casual strike had incited. He was currently inundated with a series of kill notifications. Although each notification varied in the type of defeated monsters and the rewards obtained, the experience granted was uniformly 0. This was due to the fact that a practitioner's experience points diminish when slaying monsters below or above their own level, with each 10-level difference resulting in a 30% reduction. As Lu Tian was currently at level 1, he could not reap the vast experience yielded by a horde of level 80 and 90 monsters. Nevertheless, he did not allow this to dampen his spirits. While experience points eluded him, he was fortunate enough to acquire several rare items, including the blade of the frenzied swordsman. His initial 30 backpack slots had already been filled to capacity. Lu Tian accessed his personal panel. The first page displayed his foundational attributes and skills. With a swipe to the left, he found the second page, which contained information on his equipment and titles, all of which were currently empty. Another swipe revealed the third page, his backpack. All items, aside from living creatures, could be stored within these slots. Although each slot could hold only one type of item, identical items could be stacked, with the stacking limit closely tied to their value. For instance, the most common black iron level item he had just acquired, Bone Shard, displayed a count of 9,999, indicating that he possessed that many of the item. In contrast, the special job transfer item, Blade of the Frenzied Swordsman, was shown as 1. This limited space was rather inadequate, and it seemed he needed to focus on leveling up. Lu Tian exhaled a cloud of breath, gazing at the plethora of items strewn about, feeling a twinge of regret. Should a solitary challenger in a dungeon choose to depart, all dropped items would vanish. The only way to increase the number of backpack slots was through leveling up. At this juncture, Lu Tian had already devised a plan for his return. Just as he prepared to utilize a return scroll, several new notifications suddenly appeared in the information bar. Level 1. Team status. Not in a team. Triggered a hidden unique dungeon. Would you like to enter? Enter leave. Before Lu Tian, an oval-shaped dimensional portal coalesced, shimmering with a gentle ethereal light. Within it, an ancient and desolate aura seemed to swirl. Lu Tian's eyes narrowed in excitement. He recalled a book he had read, dedicated to various dungeons. On Blue Star, in addition to the known secret realms and dungeons, there existed a category of randomly appearing hidden dungeons. Upon fulfilling the completion conditions of any hidden dungeon, one could be guaranteed to receive exceedingly rare equipment. However, the triggering conditions for such dungeons were typically quite stringent. For example, the one before him had a level restriction of 1 and prohibited teaming. Aside from Lu Tian, it was unlikely that any newly awakened novice could venture so deep into this perilous location. Furthermore, this was not merely an ordinary hidden dungeon, it was a unique one, existing solely within Blue Star and capable of being triggered only once. The equipment obtained therein would undoubtedly be remarkably rare. Opportunity must not be squandered. Lu Tian opted to enter. As he stepped through, the scenery around him shifted dramatically. The original icy landscape vanished without a trace, replaced by the dim flicker of torches casting shadows across the dilapidated iron bars of a prison. The prison was constructed upon a steep cliff, with a towering structure visible beyond the precipice. To be precise, this was a tower built underground. The entirety of the dungeon space was, in fact, subterranean. At this moment, Lu Tian found himself confined within the prison, entering the special dungeon, Demon Ruins. As the information bar displayed the notification, an enthusiastic voice echoed in Lu Tian's ear. Brave warrior, have you also been captured by the Demon King? Follow me. I know how to escape. In the corner of the prison, a figure wearing a hood, identified as Thief, beckoned to Lu Tian. Subsequently, he produced a pickaxe from seemingly nowhere and began to carve a large hole in the wall, promptly squeezing through it. Chapter 6, Demon God Tina. NPC, could this be an independent gaming space? Witnessing the figure break through the wall, a thought surged within Lu Tian's mind. However, He did not dwell on it for long and quickly followed suit. The interior of the wall was hollow, revealing a narrow, winding tunnel that twisted and turned, leading to an unknown destination. Upon emerging from the tunnel, Tian found himself in an expansive palace. The thief leading the way suddenly halted, lowering his voice to speak. "Brave warrior, I can only lead you this far. This is the first layer of the demon ruins. The princess is imprisoned at the highest level. To rescue her, you must first defeat the demon king. You may find these 3 items useful. Take them." The thief produced an iron sword, a small wooden shield, and a golden key from seemingly thin air. After handing them to Tian, he vanished from sight as if propelled by the winds. This must be an early guiding mechanism. The completion condition is to rescue the princess and vanquish the demon king. How cliched. Tian muttered softly to himself before setting his plan into motion. After walking a few paces, he encountered his first monster. It was a sticky, verdant green slime. Appearing innocuous and even somewhat adorable, but upon approach, it opened its large mouth and emitted a guttural roar. Tian swiftly crushed it beneath his foot, resulting in a small red vial dropping. Small red vial restores 10 health points upon use. At that moment, Tian suddenly noticed a debuff icon had appeared above his health bar. Curse of the Demon Ruins. All items and recovery spells are forbidden within the Demon Ruins dungeon. So that was it. At this point, he finally comprehended why the dungeon imposed level restrictions. This dungeon was likely far from simple. He could only utilize items dropped by the minor monsters within the Demon Ruins. For now, it seemed that every step taken by challengers was devoid of room for error. A misstep could lead to failure. This mechanism resembled a classic numerical game Tian had played in his previous life, the Magic Tower. The foundational attributes of level 1 practitioners were largely similar. To reach the pinnacle, one must meticulously plan their monster hunting route, or they would almost certainly fall somewhere along the way. However, Tian harbored no such concerns. Although he too was level 1, his attributes had already skyrocketed. Upon realizing this, Tian discarded the sword and shield carelessly and unleashed Frozen Expanse, instantly annihilating all monsters on the first layer. He then teleported to the second layer and repeated the process without hesitation. Tian's progress was astonishingly swift, advancing through the 3rd, 4th layers, all the way to the 50th layer. Unlike the previous 49 layers, the final layer was devoid of monsters. Tian stepped forward, entering the chamber. The final layer lay desolate and silent, an eerie decay permeating the atmosphere, save for the imposing iron throne at its center, forged from countless obsidian blades. Upon this throne sat a figure resembling a mere skeleton. The moment Tian approached, the brittle bones creaked and stirred. "At last, you have arrived." In the hollow eye sockets, 2 vibrant green flames ignited, embodying the essence of life. The once crumbling skeletal form began to pulsate, as if veins were reconstituting themselves, sprouting fresh flesh and donning armor anew. In a mere instant, a true demon lord had descended. In this vast emptiness, a haunting battle theme reverberated through the air. "Defeat me, or become my solitary sword." With a resounding crash, Tian, uninterested in the lengthy monologue, hurled an ice crystal meteor toward the foe. Yet this time, it appeared to have no effect. "Despicable human, how dare you ambush me?" A furious roar erupted from the swirling ice mist, the opponent's health bar remaining intact and unscathed. Observing the demon lord raise a frosty blade, Tian deduced that the adversary was likely immune to ice damage. Perfect. It was the ideal opportunity to test his 3rd skill. With a fierce roar, Tian felt his black health bar pulse, its hue fading slightly, yet still intact. Only he knew that in that fleeting moment, 500 million health points had evaporated into thin air. This substantial loss was not in vain. 10 colossal epic weapons coalesced around him. He casually grasped a massive sword, discovering that the instant he lifted it, a skill associated with the greatsword, Mountain Splitter, materialized in his mind. Could it be that each weapon possessed a corresponding skill? It must be, for a boss of over 200 levels would surely have more than just 3 skills. Taking a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination, Tian wielded the great sword and leapt into the air, bringing the blade crashing down upon the demon lord. With a thunderous roar, the edge of the sword unleashed a torrent of molten magma, cleaving the demon lord's form in twain. The 51st layer of space was utterly obliterated in that singular blow. "Brave one, save me." At that moment, a ripple disturbed the void, and amidst the swirling dust, a cage materialized, imprisoning a young girl whose faint pleas for help echoed through the air. Tian retrieved the golden key, previously acquired from a thief, and tossed it toward her. The girl picked up the key and, with a creak, unlocked her cage, weakly stepping forward to Tian. "Thank you, brave one. This is Tina's most treasured possession. Please accept it." The girl, named Tina, spoke as she removed a pendant from her chest, offering it with both hands. Tian finally caught a glimpse of her features, a delicate, doll-like visage framed by golden pigtails, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, clad in a white dress, exuding an undeniable charm, though her spirit seemed wan. As Tian accepted the pendant, he felt its lingering warmth, accompanied by a subtle, pleasant fragrance. Tina's Heartguard necklace, evil, increases the wearer's maximum health by 30. The effect of the equipment was remarkable, offering a rare percentage boost. However, it was unfortunate that it bore the designation of evil. Such equipment had been tainted and could not be worn for extended periods, often possessing a beguiling nature. This deepened Lu Tian's suspicions. Everything here bore an uncanny resemblance to the magic tower he had once played, where defeating the demon lord did not signify the end of the game. For the ultimate demon was, in fact, the princess whom the hero had rescued. If that were the case, Lu Tian tossed the pendant back to Tina, remaining silent as he grasped the greatsword once more. Tina, initially taken aback, soon comprehended his intentions and burst into laughter. Ha ha! You truly are amusing. Her fatigue vanished, her eyes brightening as if transformed. A thick smoke enveloped her, her white dress morphing into black silk. And a pair of demonic wings sprouted from her smooth back. To see through me, human boy, I find you quite admirable. Would you care to join me in conquering the world? Tina's voice had shifted, though still somewhat endearing. It now carried an undeniable commanding tone. Above her head, a health bar appeared, equally dark. Demon Realm Sovereign, Wise Demon God, Tina. 2 prestigious titles adorned her name. The Demon Realm, among the most formidable of worlds connected to the Blue Star through a rift in time and space. To obtain the title of Demon Realm Sovereign was no trivial feat, especially for a being of her caliber. Lu Tian had not anticipated that this hidden dungeon he had casually activated would lead him to such a formidable existence. Chapter 7, Mother's Monologue. In response to her seemingly casual remarks, Lu Tian said nothing, merely swinging his sword in reply. Whoosh! After unleashing his rage skill, his speed surged, causing the greatsword to whistle through the air. As the massive blade descended toward her, Tina hastily activated her 10-layer energy shield and attempted to evade. Yet, she was a fraction too slow, and Lu Tian's sword struck true. Swish! The blade pierced through the energy barrier, slicing through Tina's black skirt with precision. Stop! You! I do not wish to fight right now. Tina's legs crossed awkwardly, her hands covering the breached hem of her skirt, biting her lip as her cheeks flushed crimson. Old thing, prepare to drop gold. Lu Tian paid no mind to her pleas. After all, she was a monster, albeit a rather unique one, charming and of an exceedingly high tier. Thus, the spoil she might yield would undoubtedly be precious. I cannot defeat you. You wretched human. Will you not relent? I concede. Here, take this. After being pursued relentlessly by Lu Tian, Tina genuinely despaired, hastily begging for mercy. In truth, even before the confrontation commenced, she had utilized her powers as a demon god to foresee the outcome, shockingly realizing that she, a dignified demon god, could not best a mere human. Initially, she had contemplated tricking him, but to her astonishment, he had attacked without hesitation. With no other recourse, Tina produced her most treasured artifact. Lu Tian accepted it and scanned it with his interface. Demon God Tina's Blessing, Necklace, Divine, reduces all damage taken by the wearer by 30 and restores 20 maximum health points per second. A divine artifact. Lu Tian's heart raced. A piece of divine jewelry had never before manifested within the realms of Huaxia. Moreover, its effects were astoundingly potent, perfectly compatible with his abilities. He realized he needed to acquire more such treasures. Yet, as he pondered further, he suddenly noticed that the little Tina had vanished from sight. You little rascal. You shall await my return. I will seek vengeance. In the air, dozens of meters away, an unexpected teleportation portal materialized, and Tina's figure had already vanished within it, leaving only the soft, gritted sounds of her retreat. After the unique instance was conquered, the binding force of the instant space over the boss dissipated, allowing it the autonomy to depart at will. Lu Tian gazed at the portal's entrance as it gradually contracted until it vanished entirely, realizing that pursuing her was no longer an option. However, he remained undeterred. After all, this expedition had proven immensely fruitful. Successfully cleared the demon ruins. Would you like to depart immediately? Leave. Wait a moment. At that moment, a prompt appeared in the information panel. Lu Tian opted to leave, returning to the roaring ruins, and then utilized a city return scroll to teleport back to Tianyan City. By this time, the city had lifted its full-scale alarm. Yet, Lu Tian perceived an anomaly. On the outskirts of the city, countless individuals were busily reinforcing the defensive barrier. Lu Tian calculated that, considering the annual beast tide outbreak, there should still be a few months left. Could something momentous be unfolding? Had he only been away for half a day, and the timing seemed too coincidental? Thus, Lu Tian approached several young people transporting materials for inquiries. It was reported that a top-tier figure from the Huaming had made an appearance, and with a mere ripple of their skill, they had shattered the defensive barrier of Tianyan City. At that moment, the sky had been torn asunder, leaving a colossal gash. One of the fellows spoke animatedly, his words flowing as if he had witnessed the event firsthand. Little did they know, this was merely because the esteemed individual had not targeted Tianyan City. Otherwise, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Could it be that he was somehow implicated in this? Listening to the descriptions, Lu Tian's expression grew increasingly peculiar. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. He hurriedly concocted an excuse to slip away. If the Grand Barrier of Tianyan City had indeed been affected by him, he could not afford such repercussions. An hour later, after spending an entire day outside, Lu Tian finally returned home at 5 in the afternoon. On the street stood a quaint 2-story wooden villa. As he pushed the door open, he found his mother bustling about in the kitchen. "Starving, are we? Go watch some television. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes." Mu Xinxian called out without turning her head, as if every mother possessed the innate ability to discern who had returned home just by the sound of footsteps. She was a life profession worker, a level 50 senior chef, who loved to experiment with culinary delights in her spare time. "Oh," Lu Tian lazily replied. Reclining on the sofa, he turned on the television, which was broadcasting news about the attack that had shattered Tianyan City's barrier. And the incident had already stirred considerable commotion in the southern main city of Huaxia. Although the number of signal towers across Blue Star had dwindled, and communication conditions were far from what they once were, it did not imply that news between cities was completely cut off. "Son, how was your awakening today? Hurry, tell your mom. Did any young lady invite you to team up?" Not long after, Lu Tian's mother entered with several steaming dishes, her face adorned with a curious expression. "A summoner awakened today invited me to team up," Lu Tian candidly disclosed to his mother. Upon hearing this, Mu Xuanxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately began to chatter. She was less interested in what profession Lu Tian had awakened to and more intrigued by the fact that someone had invited him to team up. "Really? What's her name? Is she tall? Slim? Does she have a nice figure? When are you bringing her home for me to vet?" "Mom, what on earth are you talking about?" Lu Tian nearly spat out his food. "I'm just looking out for you. Look at you, not a child anymore. It's time to find a partner. Just don't pressure me into setting you up on blind dates." Sighing, Lu Tian acquiesced, feeling a headache at the mere mention of blind dates. "She's been to our house many times. You know her." "Many times? You mean Churn? Oh, right. That girl has always liked to cling to you since childhood, huh? How could I forget that?" Mu Xinxian laughed heartily, her face radiating joy. However, Lu Tian felt somewhat unnerved under his mother's scrutinizing gaze. Hastily shoveling food into his mouth before making an excuse to leave. "I'm tired. I'm going to rest." For Lu Tian, the events of the day had been overwhelmingly abundant, and he needed a moment to recuperate. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Lu Tian suddenly felt a chill enveloping him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he was greeted by a charming face adorned with a smile. "You're awake. Why, what are you doing here? Where are my clothes?" To his astonishment, Xiao Churn had entered his room and stripped him bare. Chapter 8. Teaming up for leveling in the Moonlight Marsh. Lu Tian hastily pulled the blanket from the corner of the bed, covering his exposed body, his eyes warily fixed on Xiao Churn. She had her hair tied in 2 low ponytails and donned a refreshing outfit. The slightly cool gray and white checkered long shirt, paired with short shorts, accentuated her perfect figure, previously concealed by loose school uniforms. Her long, beautiful legs were adorned with knee-high white sheer stockings, exuding an alluring charm. At that moment, noticing Lu Tian's gaze roving over her, Xiao Churn smiled playfully with crescent-shaped eyes, twirling lightly to display her every feature. "Do I look good?" Yes, you look good. But what on earth are you doing?" Lu Tian was practically seething with indignation, wishing he could deliver a couple of light taps to her head. If he recalled correctly, he had just felt a pair of hands vigorously exploring his body. Lu Tian felt utterly humiliated. Giggling, "Ah Tian, must you react so strongly? It's just a glance and a little touch. If it's that bad, you can look back, I don't mind." "You may not mind, but I certainly do." Lu Tian face-bombed, signaling for her to exit. He had no desire to engage in further debate with this rascal. "See, can I just wait here?" Xiao Churn tilted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. "What do you want exactly?" "I want, get out, get out." Lu Tian felt utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in her head. Reflecting on the past decade and more, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He and Xiao Churn had not merely met in high school. They had known each other since before elementary school, when she had been like a little shadow, always following him around. Of course, that had not changed. If anything, it had intensified, to the point where she seemed ready to crawl under the covers with him. Once dressed and ready, Lu Tian made his way to the living room. Xiao Churn and his mother had been waiting for some time, and the dining table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast, steaming with heat. "Ah Tian, come here." Xiao Churn waved excitedly at Lu Tian as he approached. However, Lu Tian ignored her and sat down beside his mother. But the next moment, bang, a playful tap on his head left him feeling exasperated. "Mom, what are you doing? You little rascal, what do you mean by that? Didn't you hear Churn calling you over? Go on." Her authoritative tone made Lu Tian shrink his neck, sighing as he reluctantly shifted over. "Come, Churn, eat more lean meat to supplement your protein." "Thank you, Aunt. Don't forget the deboned chicken feet. Collagen is essential for beauty." Thank you, Aunt. And the sweet and sour ribs. That little rascal loves this dish the most. Make sure to take a few extra pieces, or they'll be gone in no time." Observing the exchanged glances between the two, Lu Tian couldn't help but feel a pang of realization. Compared to Xiao Churn, He hardly felt like a biological child. If only he could awaken the chef profession as well, he could learn to cook from Ant. Every dish Ant prepares is simply delectable. If only I had such culinary skills, I could wake up smiling from dreams. Xiao Charan's flattery flowed endlessly, keeping a radiant smile on Mu Xinshin's face. Ambitions of little significance, Lu Tian remarked, slightly exasperated. He muttered under his breath. The word soft yet still caught Xiao Charan's attention. Her cheeks flushed crimson. Just as she was about to pick up some food, her right hand abruptly withdrew, dropping her chopsticks as she clasped her chest. Tian, you're being a rogue. You haven't even looked yet. How would you know if there are any moles? Uffed. Lu Tian found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Charan could not possibly misunderstand his intent. She was being deliberately playful. After breakfast, Lu Tian was promptly ushered out of the house by his mother, who boldly declared that he was not to return until nightfall. The summer sun had just begun to peek over the eastern horizon, heralding the bustling day ahead in the city. Walking along the sparsely populated street, Lu Tian tightened his collar and exhaled a breath of mist. The outdoor temperature was still a bit chilly. Is it cold? He inquired softly, glancing at Xiao Charan who walked beside him. She merely shook her head. It's quite warm next to you. Don't be silly. I'm being serious. All right then, where to now? Anne asked you to take me to level up. Didn't she? Xiao Charan replied with a mischievous smile, her two dimples dancing playfully. She then mysteriously retrieved 3 summoning skill books from her backpack. Here, I had my dad find these for you. Don't you need them? After years of familiarity, Lu Tian understood her character well. Her producing 3 skill books likely indicated that these were all she possessed. I don't need them. You can use them to level up with me. Realizing he would not win this debate, Lu Tian accepted the books. Though with his current strength, he might not require these low-tier skills. The covers of the 3 skill books bore their titles in Chinese characters, while the contents were filled with incomprehensible symbols. Using the skill books was quite straightforward. One merely needed to scan them with their personal panel. Skill books for combat professions were exceedingly precious, not only due to their low drop rates, but also because they were single-use items. Once used, they were gone. Lu Tian promptly used all 3 skill books, and immediately 3 skills appeared on his panel. Skeleton Archer. Summon 3 powerful skeleton archers for ranged attacks. Skeleton Swordsman. Summon 3 powerful skeleton swordsmen for melee attacks. Elite Skeleton Warrior. Summon 1 powerful elite skeleton warrior to crush all enemies. Lu Tian furrowed his brow as he read the skill descriptions. His surprise did not stem from the strength or weakness of the skills, but rather the fact that all 3 were from the necromancy summoning category. Lu Tian contemplated his class transition. Given his destructive capabilities, transitioning should be a breeze. Forget it, I'll see when the time comes. Lazily pushing his thoughts aside, he called out to Xiao Charan and headed towards the large teleportation array in the center of the city. Tian, can I come find you every morning from now on? Xiao Charan trotted along, her face brimming with anticipation. In their world, awakening a profession in the 3rd year of high school was akin to graduation. Unlike Earth, high school graduates on Blue Star did not transition seamlessly into university. Instead, they took an entire year off. Of course, this year could also be spent leveling up, grinding monsters, or joining guilds. Could I possibly say no? Hee. No, you can't. Then why ask? Before long, the duo arrived at the teleportation area. Using the teleportation array, they were instantly transported to the novice leveling zone outside the city, the Moonlight Marsh. Accepting party invitation. As soon as they entered the Moonlight Marsh, Lu Tian sent a party invitation to Xiao Charan. Forming parties was a common practice among professionals, allowing for shared experience and increased drop rates. Quite the comfortable arrangement. Oh. Xiao Charan opened her message panel and confirmed the party request. In the next moment, she noticed an exaggerated dark health bar appear next to her slender health bar, creating a stark contrast. Tian, your health bar is black. Don't make a fuss. Just lie back and let me take you to the skies. Huh? What? Xiao Charan wondered if she had misheard. After glancing around, she shyly bit her red lip and said, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? It's broad daylight. What if someone sees us? Chapter 9. Did Lu Tian just instantly kill the boss? With a swift motion, Lu Tian poked her forehead. He was certain that she had just let her imagination run wild. I'm an ID take you to level up. What on earth are you thinking? Lu Tian replied, slightly annoyed. However, he soon noticed something amiss. They had traveled quite a distance, and logically, they should have encountered some low-level monsters by now. Yet they hadn't seen a single one. This was highly unusual. The only plausible explanation was that the creatures in the Moonlight Marsh had been cleared out by others, and the respawn had yet to reset, leaving them without any monsters to grind. Sure enough, after walking a bit further, they finally spotted some wild monsters, but they were already surrounded by a large group of professionals. Among them were students who had awakened alongside Lu Tian yesterday, including several familiar faces. Hey, isn't that Lu Tian? Here to level up in the Moonlight Marsh too? A mocking voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to Lu Qi, who had caused trouble for Lu Tian the day before. His gaze swept over Lu Tian and Xiao Charan, laced with disdain. TSK, still level 1, huh? I guess there are no monsters left for you. Sorry, but the Moonlight Marsh is fully booked by us. You'll need to take your girl to another place to level up. Having been thoroughly disheartened by Xiao Charan's earlier performance, Lu Qi turned his attention to another school beauty, Gu Lingling, who was also present in the large party. At that moment, Gu Lingling was chatting and laughing with a boy from Tianyin No. 2, another rare profession, seemingly oblivious to Lu Tian, whom she had once admired. Fully booked, Lu Tian had no intention of approaching them. Their attitude had already made everything clear. Seeing the encircling professionals closing in, he led Xiao Charan deeper into the marsh. These individuals were merely hunting ordinary wild monsters. His target was the boss of the Moonlight Marsh. Fully booked, huh? After all the effort we put into drawing the monsters, do you really think you can share in the spoils? As Lucy observed the two individuals advancing further, a flicker of impatience crossed his features. The aura of a level 6 mage enveloped him, and a faint hexagram materialized behind him, a testament to his incantation. Clearly, Lucy intended to assert dominance over Lu Tian. However, just as he prepared to intervene, he noticed that Lu Tian and his companions subtly altered their course, brushing past him without a hint of acknowledgement. TCH, coward, he thought, assuming Lu Tian had momentarily faltered. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized they were heading towards the boss room. Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the crowd as they caught sight of Lu Tian's retreating figures, speculating on their destination. What? The boss room? Impossible. Although the Moonlight Marsh was merely a level 5 novice zone, the dungeon's boss, the marsh giant rhinoceros, was a formidable elite creature. Comparable to a level 15 or 20 human warrior. None among the gathered dared provoke it. So how could these two presume to do so? Ha ha, two level 1 novices. Daring to barge into the boss room. Are they seeking a death wish? Witnessing Lu Tian and his companion vanish into the boss area, the onlookers were left utterly convinced that they had lost their minds. To challenge the marsh giant rhinoceros was akin to an ill-fated venture. Hey, that girl who just passed by, is she from your school? At that moment, amidst the crowd, a young man from class 2, surrounded by admirers, rubbed his hands together eagerly, casting a lecherous glance at Gu Lingling. He bore a haggard appearance, with dark circles under his eyes, exuding a rather pathetic charm. Yes, they were both my former classmates, she replied with a hint of disdain. Lingling, since you're classmates, why not invite her to join us? With the two of us, rare class holders guiding her, she could easily level up to 5 within a day. He chuckled foolishly, nearly drooling at the prospect. His intentions were far from altruistic. Had he truly wished to help a newcomer, he would not have remained silent about Lu Tian. His motives were purely driven by lust. Gu Lingling's expression reflected utter contempt, a deep-seated disgust flickering in her eyes. She had long since discerned his true nature. Were it not for the scarcity of rare class holders in this year's Tianyin city, she would never deign to associate with him. Sighing softly, Gu Lingling turned her gaze towards the direction Lu Tian and his companion had vanished. If only you weren't so useless, she mused. The once remarkable genius who had captured her heart had now awakened only a menial class, a cruel twist of fate indeed. A ripple of emotion surged within her, but it quickly subsided. She was a woman with lofty ambitions, her life's goal firmly set, to grow ever stronger. Any presence that hindered her progress would be summarily cast aside. As they approached the boss room, the sight of the towering marsh giant rhinoceros, standing over 3 meters tall, was bound to shock them. Perhaps they will rush into my arms seeking solace, she chuckled darkly to herself. Oh, by the way, Lingling, what is that girl's name? The young man continued to prattle on, but suddenly his mouth fell agape, his expression one of utter astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. His previously incessant chatter was abruptly stifled. Beside him, Gu Lingling's expression mirrored his shock, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she glanced at her status panel. At that moment, every adventurer in the Moonlight Marsh received a notification. The boss of Moonlight Marsh, the marsh giant rhinoceros, has been defeated. The dungeon will reset shortly. Countdown, 0959. What the hell? No way. The marsh boss has been slain? Impossible. We arrived here before dawn, and there were no high-level players entering in between. Suddenly, the crowd collectively recalled a significant detail. While no high-level players had ventured into the boss room today, 2 level 1 summoners had just passed through. Could it really be that fortuitous? As they pondered this unlikely connection, the absurdity of the situation began to dawn on them. From the direction of the boss room, a strikingly handsome young man with a chiseled jaw and an impressive stature approached, hands casually tucked in his pockets. His figure radiated brilliance in the morning light. Who else could it be but Lu Tian? Level 7. He reached level 7. An astute observer exclaimed, their voice a mixture of exhilaration and disbelief. Could it be true that the boss had indeed fallen at their hands? Even those with the dullest wits began to grasp the gravity of the revelation. The gazes directed at Lu Tian transformed, filled with complexity, especially from Gu Lingling. Just yesterday, after learning of his awakening to a menial class, she had not exchanged a single word with him. Now, that individual she had deemed devoid of potential had single-handedly vanquished a boss. What did this signify? Gu Lingling couldn't help but recall a humorous video she had seen, featuring a foreign reporter speaking in Chinese. Fools, they are all fools. Perhaps she had been short-sighted. A self-deprecating smile crept across her face, and as laughter turned into tears, a swell of resentment and hysteria surged within her. For she had spotted the enchanting figure of Xiaocharan following closely behind Lu Tian. Why is it that we are both the school beauties of Tianyin #1, yet you always overshadow me with your brilliance? Her heart seethed with envy. Regardless of how Lu Tian had defeated the boss, it was a testament to his true prowess, equating him at least to a first transformation warrior, if not more. Chapter 10. The beginning of class transition, shocking everyone. Although Gu Lingling found this scenario somewhat implausible, the evidence lay before her. Lu Tian and his companion had indeed emerged from the boss area, and astonishingly, they had jumped 6 levels. Ah, Tian. As Lu Tian passed by her group, Gu Lingling's internal struggle raged on, ultimately leading her to lower her pride and softly call out. She longed to apologize for her silence the day before. Yet, at that moment, Lu Tian and his companion had already vanished from sight. Lingling, what did you just say? Were you calling for me? The young man from Tianyin Class 2 chimed in excitedly, coincidentally sharing a name with Lu Tian. Forgive me, but you must have misheard. Gu Lingling replied curtly, her demeanor turning frosty as she cast a disdainful glance at the swarm of sycophants buzzing around her. A wave of revulsion washed over her as she recalled Lu Tian's carefree disposition. No longer caring for the crowd, she resolutely set off in pursuit of the direction Lu Tian had taken. Hey, Lingling, where are you going? The spoils are just about to be distributed. Lucy finally snapped back to reality, noticing Gu Lingling's abrupt departure and querying her with confusion. Enjoy your spoils. I have no need for them. Human nature is often drawn to the allure of the unattainable. There exists a saying that echoes this sentiment. What is lost is eternally the most precious. Lu Tian remains oblivious to the unfolding events around him, as well as the thoughts of those nearby. At this moment, he has exited the Moonlight Marsh and is making his way toward a high-level grinding zone, accompanied by the utterly bewildered Xiaocharan. She is genuinely perplexed. The two had previously ventured into the territory of the marsh giant rhinoceros, where she bore witness to Lu Tian's extraordinary prowess. With a single punch, merely one punch, the towering marsh giant rhinoceros, standing over 3 meters tall and comparable to a heavy tank, was effortlessly reduced to rubble by Lu Tian. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, Xiaocharan might have doubted her own perception, wondering if she was merely caught in a youthful daydream fueled by an excess of hormones. The most astonishing aspect is that throughout the entire encounter, Lu Tian did not employ any skills nor summon companions for assistance. It was simply that one decisive punch, unadorned yet imbued with immense force. What does this signify? Is it akin to dealing a critical blow to a boss with a basic attack? Though Xiaocharan often takes a laid-back approach, she is not foolish. She swiftly recognizes Lu Tian's exceptional capabilities. His combat prowess far surpasses that of the so-called geniuses and rare class holders within Tianyin City, placing him in an entirely different realm. Yet, she refrains from making a fuss or incessantly questioning Lu Tian. This is a testament to Xiaocharan's wisdom. Regardless of Lu Tian's transformation, she would steadfastly stand by his side, indifferent to the rest. After a while, the duo emerges from the boss area of the LV-25 Goblin Tree Fortress. Simultaneously, all adventurers present within the Goblin Tree Fortress receive a notification. Goblin Tree Fortress boss. Goblin King has been slain. The instance will soon reset. Countdown 015959. This marks Lu Tian's 7th consecutive instance completion. The level displayed above his head has reached a remarkable 20. The overflow experience is sufficient to elevate him directly to level 27 upon class advancement. This is solely due to Lu Tian's focus on defeating bosses. Had he cleared the entire instance, the overflow experience might have propelled both of them to level 30. Oh, Tian, shall we take a break? How many bosses have you defeated? Xiaocharan, in a daze, trails behind Lu Tian, having grown somewhat accustomed to the extraordinary. However, as she observes the continuous prompts for class advancement in her interface, she still feels as though she is ensnared in a dream. It would be prudent to pause. Continuing would yield little experience, and her inventory is full. It is wiser to head back to town to accept the class advancement quest. Lu Tian promptly makes a decision, signaling to Xiaocharan, and then uses a return scroll to teleport back to Tianyin City. He had organized his inventory the previous night, yet mere moments later, combined with the newly unlocked 20 slots, his total of 50 inventory slots was once again brimming with items. Wait, what I meant was, how about we call it a day and spend the remaining time exploring the streets? Xiaocharan gazes at the faint remnants of the azure teleportation ripple, her lips curling slightly in irritation. Would. She then uses her return scroll, and in an instant, she vanishes from her spot. Tianyin City. Profession Shrine. The sun blazes high in the sky, marking the zenith of midday. The scorching sunlight of late June warps the air above the ground, creating a stifling heat wave that sweeps through, as if every pore in one's body were desperately exuding sweat. Such weather is hardly conducive for venturing outside. Yet, at this moment, a considerable gathering of individuals convenes in the open square before the Profession Shrine. Among them are not only the high school seniors from the city who completed their class awakenings yesterday, but also the heads of various guilds, who have come seeking fresh talent. Each year, during the month following the class awakenings, these individuals typically visit the profession shrine in hopes of striking lucky. Choosing a guild is, in essence, a reciprocal selection process. Guilds seek promising newcomers, while those in search of guilds are also scouting for better resources. Among those who had crossed paths with Lu Tian earlier that morning, Lu Qi, Long Out Yin, Gu Lingling, and others are now gathered in this very spot. Gu Lingling had followed the direction taken by Lu Tian and Xiao Churan, searching diligently for them, but ultimately saw nothing and had to abandon her quest. As some of the most illustrious figures among this year's class awakeners, they now find themselves encircled by a large crowd of representatives from various guilds, all keenly extending olive branches towards them. Among the throng are even B-level super guilds. Guild levels are categorized from lowest to highest as follows: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. While B-level guilds may seem mediocre, it is worth noting that within Tianyan City, there are only two A-level guilds, Hurricane and Dragon War. Due to their competitive nature, these two guilds typically only recruit high-level adventurers, making B-level guilds the strongest option available to newcomers. Numerous smaller guilds are also gradually approaching. However, at that moment, a stir arises from the periphery of the square. The cause is none other than Lu Tian, who, having just finished lunch and taken a shower, arrives at the profession shrine with Xiao Churan to accept their class advancement quests. He does not conceal his level, and as some guild representatives take a moment to assess, they quickly spot the dazzling display of LV20 above his head. As a result, they rush forward eagerly. A newcomer achieving level 20 within a single day suggests either an impressive background or extraordinary talent. Regardless of the circumstances, this is advantageous for any guild. Wow, hey, young brother, how about joining our guild? Our guild leader is an 80-level Dark Ranger. If you join us, we'll ensure you soar to greatness. Oh dear, little brother, come to my guild. We have everything you could want, except for girls. But if you join, I promise you'll be warmly welcomed. Don't listen to that flirt, my friends. Come to our Machin guild. We're all one big family, teaming up to conquer dungeons and defeat bosses. News of this situation rapidly spreads throughout the square. Many begin to murmur excitedly, including Lu Qi and his companions, who have also heard the commotion. Lu Gu, I heard a newcomer has reached level 20, causing quite a stir. Heh, I'm only level 8. Both Lingling and Outyin are rare class holders. Yet they haven't even hit 10. Do you really think a newcomer could level up to 20 on their own? It's probably just hype. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the previously dense crowd parted, as if making way for someone of great significance. Then, through the parted throng, two unmistakably familiar figures strode forth with confidence. Lu Tian, level 20. How is that even possible? Chapter 11, 5-star class advancement quest. At this moment, both Lu Tian and Xiao Churan have astonishingly reached level 20. Lu Qi rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the level indicators above their heads indeed flaunted LV20. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could two underwhelming classes level up so rapidly? Lu Qi wore an expression of utter disbelief, murmuring to himself, seemingly oblivious to the fact that just moments earlier, he had witnessed Lu Tian and his companion leap through 6 levels in rapid succession. No. Xiao Churan hails from a prestigious family, her parents managing several shops and having strong ties with an auction house, thus possessing considerable connections in Tianyan City. Perhaps this was precisely why these two individuals advanced so swiftly. Yes, that must be it. As Lu Qi watched them stride past him and his companions, heading straight towards the professional temple without so much as a moment's pause or a glance in their direction, an indescribable discomfort surged within him. It felt akin to having swallowed a multitude of flies. During yesterday's awakening ceremony, Lu Qi had basked in the limelight, even teasing the once revered genius of Tianyan No, one high school afterward. At that moment, he had envisioned a future replete with ostentation and indulgence. Yet, before he could fully relish it, was he truly destined for a swift reversal of fortune? He could tolerate Lu Tian's rapid ascension aided by external forces, but he could not fathom the notion that a profession inferior to his own, a mere mage, could surpass him in advancement solely through personal effort. What did that imply? It implied he was a failure. If a profession as humble as a sewer diver could achieve such prowess, then what did it say about him? A distinguished mage. With such a splendid start, if he could not even keep pace, was he not a failure in that case? Relying on his connection with the affluent Xiao Churan was hardly an accomplishment. A failure is a failure, indeed. Lu Qi believed he had uncovered the truth. Gazing toward the direction in which Lu Tian and his companion had departed, his previously panicked expression transformed into one of renewed confidence. Such scenarios were not without precedent. In past awakening ceremonies, there had always been newcomers who, bolstered by family or guild support, advanced rapidly. The most astonishing cases involved individuals skyrocketing to the second tier within a single day. The experience required to reach level 60 was not exorbitant. If one truly wished to level up, a bit of financial investment could secure guidance, facilitating swift progression. However, few chose to pursue this route. Why? Because rapid advancement carries both advantages and disadvantages, often leaning toward the latter for newcomers. In comparison to the new skills and enhanced base attributes that come with leveling up, what newcomers truly need is ample practical experience, seamless skill integration, and harmonious cooperation with teammates. These elements are indispensable for a novice aspiring to become a top-tier professional. Of course, Tian did not require such things. At his current level, skill and experience have become largely irrelevant, no matter how elaborate the maneuvers. Nothing surpassed the efficacy of a single, frozen vastness. Tian, naturally, noticed Lu Qi and Gu Lingling among others, especially Lu Qi, whose pig liver-like visage was far too conspicuous to ignore. The group was in search of a suitable guild, and upon catching sight of Tian, they seemed to shrink inwardly, including Gu Lingling, who lowered her head, unable to maintain eye contact. After their gazes met, Tian promptly averted his eyes, for he had never regarded these individuals as worthy of his attention. To condescend to the level of a mere clown would only signify a lack of elevation on his part. Navigating through the throngs of people, Tian, accompanied by Xiao Churen, made their way to the reception area within the professional temple. The representatives from various guilds were exceedingly enthusiastic. However, Tian had no immediate plans to join any guild, thus politely declined their overtures. As they arrived at the temple's reception, a well-dressed lady in professional attire approached them. Her face bore a warm, professional smile that offered a refreshing reprieve from the sweltering summer heat. Greetings. How may I assist you today? If you are looking to select a guild, please proceed to the square area in front of the temple, where all the guild recruitment activities are taking place. We are not here to select a guild, Tian replied, shaking his head. Oh. Upon hearing Tian's words, the temple attendant scrutinized the two of them. You must be the newcomers who awakened just yesterday. Do you have any questions regarding your profession panel or skill usage? Feel free to ask. I, too, have traversed the path of a novice and will assist as best I can. Her smile became even warmer, radiating genuine sincerity. She had joined the professional temple as a receptionist with the intent of helping others, dedicating herself year-round to assist as many individuals as possible. Upon gazing at Tian's handsome face that seemed to yearn for assistance, she felt an extraordinary sense of purpose in her life. However, Tian's subsequent words left her momentarily flabbergasted. I would like to undertake the job transfer quest. What did you just say? I wish to accept the job transfer quest. The receptionist, now noticing Tian's level, was taken aback at the sight of his LV-20 status, prompting her to question the current generation's vigor. Have the youth of today truly become so formidable, achieving a job transfer in just one day? However, I must inform you of a few important details beforehand, she continued, regaining her composure. The job transfer quest must be undertaken individually. Any form of team collaboration during the quest will be deemed cheating and will render the quest uncompletable. Additionally, once you accept the job transfer quest, regardless of success or failure, you cannot undertake another quest of the same type for a month. This is essential to know. Her underlying message was for them to consider their decision carefully. After all, achieving a 20-level rise in a single day suggested the involvement of higher-level professionals. Yet the transfer quest forbade teamwork, necessitating individual effort, which posed a substantial risk of failure for inexperienced newcomers. Thank you for the reminder. Can I accept the job transfer quest now? Yes, please follow me. The receptionist, somewhat exasperated, led Tian and Xiao Churen to a special room designated for accepting job transfer quests. Ordinary professional tasks are typically self-claimed in the task hall on the first floor of the professional temple. However, because job transfers pertain to personal privacy, such quests are conducted in a specific room. Within this room, there were dedicated personnel to verify the progress of the tasks, whose status was significantly higher than that of the previous receptionist, as evidenced by their striking appearance. After all, regardless of the continent, country, or city, high-level professionals are crucial to a city's development and its defense against external monster invasions. Are you two here together? The temple attendant, radiating a subtle divine glow, greeted them warmly. Yes, we are together, Xiao Churen preempted, speaking before Tian could respond. Very well, since you are together, there's no need to issue the tasks one by one. The temple attendant smiled and continued. The first-tier tasks are categorized based on their difficulty into 3 types: 3-star tasks, 4-star tasks, and the most challenging 5-star tasks. Which would you like to choose? Given the professions of the two summoners, I recommend opting for the 3-star quest. Although the success rate hovers around a mere 30%, with repeated attempts, one is bound to succeed in transitioning within 3 months. Chapter 12, Abyssal Dungeon. The first summoning reversal. Is it truly the case that even the simplest of tasks boasts such a dismally low success rate? Tian listened to the words of his companion, his heart filled with astonishment. Yet, data does not lie. Tian had previously gleaned insights from literature regarding the transition successes of every generation of professionals in Tianyan City. Within its confines, the last recorded successful completion of a 5-star transition task occurred over 2 decades ago. In recent years, those who manage to accomplish a 4-star transition task are exceedingly rare. May I peruse the specific requirements for the tasks? Tian was not daunted. He needed to examine the particulars of the tasks before making any decisions. The Temple Maiden promptly synchronized the tasks to the interface of their information panel for ease of access and acceptance. Here are the tasks for 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star. Please deliberate carefully before deciding whether to accept. Transitioning is not an endeavor to be rushed. Laying a solid foundation and strategizing before taking action is also a wise approach. Thank you. Tian nodded, refraining from further conversation as he focused on the newly appeared 3 transition tasks in the information bar. 3-star transition task. The Glory of Antiquity. Explore the Goblin Castle, LV20, alone, without forming a party. Defeat Goblin Demolishers, 010. Precision Clockwork Warriors, 015. And collect Ancient Goblin Nuts, 020. Task Reward. First Transition Skill 1. Unlock subsequent level restrictions. 4-star transition task. Rise of the Dark Elves. Explore the Wailing Dungeon, LV30, alone, without forming a party. Defeat Elite Cat Demons, 030. Minotaur Berserkers, 030. And the Night Cat Demon Leader, 01. Collect Weathered Fangs, 050. Task Reward. First Transition Skill 3. Base Attribute Enhancement. Unlock subsequent level restrictions. 5-star transition task. Eternal Legends. Explore the Dragon's Roar border, LV50, alone, without forming a party. Defeat Flame Wyverns, 0100, Ice Wyverns, 0100, and Young Dragons, 01. Collect the Young Dragon's Crimson Flame, 01. Task Reward. Special First Transition Skill 3. Substantial Base Attribute Enhancement. Unlock subsequent level restrictions. No wonder Tianyan City has not witnessed a successful completion of a 5-star transition task in over 20 years. Tian reviewed the 3 tasks multiple times, noting that the difficulty of the 4-star and 5-star tasks escalated exponentially, particularly the 5-star task, where dragonkind creatures inherently possess formidable resistances, far surpassing that of ordinary monsters. This task requires a professional to independently slay dragons, overcoming a significant level disparity. A common professional at level 20, facing a young dragon above level 50, would be akin to offering oneself as prey. Tian, are you considering the 5-star task? Noticing Tian seemingly at a crossroads, Xiao Chuan, who had remained silent beside him, finally spoke, her tone tinged with resignation. She sensed strongly that Tian would choose the most arduous option. However, if that were indeed the case, she, too, would need to undertake a high-difficulty transition task to avoid falling too far behind. Yet, she felt that even the simplest task would be insurmountable for her on her own, let alone the 4-star or 5-star tasks. For the foreseeable future, she would remain stuck at level 20 for an extended period. Just half a day prior, she might have regarded it with indifference, but now, everything had changed. She recognized Tian's exceptional nature and understood that a mere city like Tianyan could hardly accommodate someone of his caliber. She did not wish for the chasm between them to widen, leaving her only able to gaze longingly at his departing figure. I have decided to select the 5-star transition task. Tian did not conceal his choice, articulating it not only for Xiao Chuan's benefit, but also to convey his intent to the Temple Maiden. Once a transition task is selected, it cannot be abandoned midway. Failure to complete it within 3 days will also result in a failure. Are you certain about accepting the 5-star transition task? Confirmed. With Tian's repeated affirmations, the Temple Maiden executed a series of operations, directly synchronizing the task progress. Eternal Legends, Special First Transition Task Progress, 0. The transition task has been issued. Mr. Lu, best of luck. This young lady, do you have your own choice in mind? The Temple Maiden then turned her gaze toward the somewhat bewildered Xiao Chuan. Tian, I believe in yourself. If it doesn't work out, we can always try again. I will stand by you until you succeed. Taking a deep breath, I too will select the 5-star task. If I fail, I shall perish. Excellent. I wish both of you great success. The Temple Maiden offered a polite, yet slightly awkward smile. After arranging the tasks for the two, she gestured for them to proceed. She was tempted to caution against overestimating their capabilities, but the words caught in her throat. As a task guide of the professional temple, she believed she had encountered far too many such self-assured youths. For individuals of this nature, gentle persuasion would only be perceived as jealousy. Only when they truly collided with adversity would they awaken to their own vulnerabilities and ignorance. Deep down, the Temple Maiden harbored no belief that Tian and his companion could complete the tasks. After all, it was a 5-star difficulty task, if it were truly so simple. The hundreds of thousands in Tianyan City would not have gone without a single success for over 20 years. Unbeknownst to Tian, the Temple Maiden's thoughts were far removed from his own. Upon exiting the professional temple, he and Xiao Chuan disbanded their party and parted ways. Xiao Chuan, aware of her own limitations, understood that embarking on a task haphazardly would lead to certain failure. She needed to seek assistance from home to fortify herself as much as possible. Tian, however, was unburdened by such concerns. He exited the professional temple and made a beeline for the central teleportation area of the city. Utilizing the teleportation array, he was swiftly transported to the Dragon's Roar border in the western desert region of Tian City. In the Dragon's Roar border, LV50 area, swirling sands ravaged the skies, mingling with the scorching summer winds, setting the scattered sand dunes alight with a haunting wail. The landscape was a vast expanse of gray and yellow, stretching endlessly. Occasionally, a few swift desert lizards would leap over the scorched sand, their long tails tracing a parabolic arc that defied the laws of physics. The heat was oppressive here, and the scarcity of water rendered the area devoid of life. Compared to other dungeons surrounding Tianyan City, the Dragon's Roar border was undeniably an obscure locale. This was not only due to its exceedingly harsh natural environment, but primarily because the Dragon's Roar border was a veritable F-level abyssal dungeon. In the Blue Star realm, dungeons are categorized by their difficulty into simple, ordinary, hard, nightmare, hell, and abyss. Among these, abyssal dungeons are further subdivided into 9 tiers: F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Even the lowest tier F-level abyss is incomparable to ordinary hell-level dungeons, despite the apparent tranquility of the Dragon's Roar border, devoid of any major threats. A moment's carelessness could result in being devoured whole by the high-ranking earth dragons lurking beneath the sands. A flash of light illuminated the scene. As Lu Tian departed from Tianyan City, his figure gradually materialized amidst the swirling sands. Entered F-level abyssal dungeon, Dragon's Roar border. Lu Tian dismissed the panel notification and surveyed his surroundings. As he was on the verge of commencing his class change quest, an almost imperceptible voice of plea suddenly reached his ears. Esteemed Supreme Being, Sophia beseeches you to bestow your power. Received a support request from Sophia. Will you respond? Respond. Ignore. At first, Lu Tian suspected he was merely hearing things. However, a striking prompt appeared on the information panel. Respond. Without hesitation, Lu Tian resolutely declared in his heart. Chapter 13. The Convergence of Top Guilds. Shadows of conspiracy begin to emerge. Could something have gone awry? An inexplicable sense of worry gnawed at Lu Tian's mind. Sophia, a level 299 demigod tier boss, was not only formidable in strength, but also possessed the tenacity and pride characteristic of top-tier warriors. Had she not encountered an insurmountable dilemma, she would never have sought external assistance so readily. Of course, Lu Tian was hardly an outsider, setting aside the soul contract they had long established. The moment he summoned Sophia, he had already regarded her as one of his own. He could be merciless to adversaries, yet he would spare no effort in aiding those he considered allies. Whoever dared to raise a hand against Sophia would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Lu Tian's expression remained calm, but the flicker in his eyes betrayed an undercurrent of unrestrained murderous intent. The space around him twisted, and in the blink of an eye, his figure vanished into the swirling sands, leaving behind 2 gradually fading footprints that silently testified to his presence. As the wind swept through, the last remnants of evidence were swiftly erased, and the dragon's edge returned to its former silence, while the lurking earth dragons stirred listlessly, conjuring whirlwinds of dust, awaiting unwary prey. Half an hour earlier, far across tens of thousands of miles in the northern border of Huaxia, at an altitude exceeding 4,000 meters, a vast expanse of snowy peaks loomed. Amidst the towering cliffs, 3 magnificently colossal teleportation portals simultaneously unfolded, their pale blue radiance flooding the surroundings as overwhelming energy surged forth, allowing a procession of powerful high-level practitioners to emerge in an orderly manner from within the portals. Clad in diverse guild uniforms, these individuals belonged to 3 distinct factions. Upon closer inspection, one would notice considerable racial diversity among their faces and physiques, and the languages they conversed in varied as well. This was because the 3 factions hailed from the top forces of 3 different nations: the Burning Sky Guild of Curry Nation, the Assassin Guild of Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Vodka Guild of Bear Nation. Each of these guilds was an SSS-grade entity, capable of causing tremors in their homeland merely by stamping their feet. Yet now, such formidable entities had converged in one location, a fact that would undoubtedly leave many in utter disbelief if it were to reach the outside world. The biting cold wind intensified, and snowflakes began to descend between the peaks. The temperature continued to plummet, with even breath crystallizing into mist. The 3 open portals began to collapse, signaling that the assembly of personnel was nearing its conclusion. Moments later, as the pale blue ripples of space fully dissipated, a flurry of white snow obscured the view, and a formidable strike team composed of over 500 super high-level practitioners had swiftly assembled. The average level of the team reached an astonishing 200, with the highest among them reaching an alarming 300. Not just one, but a total of 3 individuals. The Curry Nation's Mod Lao Xian, the Cherry Blossom Nation's Yamamoto Isoroku, and the Bear Nation's Yumi Xiaofu. These 3 were not only the leaders of their respective top guilds, but also the masterminds behind this operation. The Curry Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and Bear Nation were all members of the Huaming Alliance. Although these 3 nations were regional powers, they paled in comparison to Huaxia, the akin to fireflies beside the bright moon. Utterly incomparable. The collective influence of these three factions within the Huaming was less significant than that of a regional city leader in Huaxia. The Huaming Alliance, as the name implies, is clearly Huaxia's domain. The covert maneuvers of these three factions at the Huaxia border were unmistakably conducted without Huaxia's knowledge. The implications were clear. All right, the assassins are ready. Mo-Dikuin, Yumikuin, when shall we commence our task? Following the assembly, the assassin guild leader, Yamamoto Isoroku, flexed his slightly stiff joints and spoke with impatience. The three factions intended to jointly conquer Huaxia's forbidden dungeon, seizing the opportunity to break through the 300-level barrier and ascend to a higher echelon. While covertly stirring the situation at the Huaxia border, this plan had long been established by the three individuals, or rather, the forces behind them. Although this operation had been meticulously planned over the past 6 months, the longer it dragged on, the more susceptible it was to unforeseen circumstances. Should they inadvertently attract the attention of Huaxia's officials, the consequences could be dire. While forming teams for dungeon exploration was the right of every guild, enshrined in the written terms of the Huaming's covenant, the fact remained that they were intruding into Huaxia's territory, inevitably breeding resentment. Let us proceed immediately. Mod Lao Xian enthusiastically exclaimed in his broken Huaxia dialect, nodding his head in agreement. The Huaxia language served as the universal tongue across the continent, facilitating communication among individuals from different nations. Beside him, Yumi Xiaofu also nodded in affirmation. All right, let us directly initiate the dungeon. Once the battle commences, Mo-Dikuin and your Kuri compatriots will take the lead, for the pure and pristine waters of the Ganges have endowed you with unparalleled magical resistance, making you the ideal front line. As for you, Yumikuin, your bear nation is known for its valor. You shall engage head-on, while our assassins will employ guerrilla tactics, flanking from the sides. Let us execute the plan flawlessly. The two others exchanged glances, evidently in agreement. Soon, the 100-strong team traversed a snow-covered mountain peak, navigating through twists and turns until they finally arrived at the entrance of the D-grade Abyss dungeon, Frosty Abyss. It was a narrow and secluded valley entrance, where the fierce winds whipped up biting frost, and unstable spatial energies surged above and below. All regions of the Frosty Abyss were concealed within another dimensional plane. To enter, one had to pass through the entrance before them. Onward, Mod Lao Xian commanded, charging in first. The others, without hesitation, followed suit in a rush. As the world spun around them, they steadied themselves and entered the outermost area of Frosty Abyss, which revealed a lake of ice, its surface as smooth as a mirror. Chapter 14, The Despairing Existence. Consistent with the information on the dungeon strategy, the outermost area consisted merely of level 200 minions, ripe for a swift resolution as they advanced toward the central region. Upon entering the dungeon, the three guild leaders promptly issued combat orders. Thanks to the impeccable synergy among the team members and their formidable levels, the strike team advanced at an exceptional pace. The outer dungeon was nearly obliterated as they surged forward. The level 200 frost giants and ice dragons, among other monsters, fell in mere moments to the concentrated fire of the 200-level practitioner battalion. Brilliant and various 9th-tier destruction skills cascaded down like an unrestrained torrent, illuminating the dim, otherworldly sky with a riot of colors, reminiscent of a grand fireworks display. As the combat profession possessing the highest area damage, the assembled mage battalion exquisitely embodied the concept of violent aesthetics in this moment. Waves of breathtaking explosions threatened to overturn the entire Frosty Abyss. Crossing the icy lake, they navigated the serpentine path, known as the Starry Road. This was the central segment of the dungeon, commencing at the foothills and leading to the towering Frost Fortress in the heart of the realm, an inevitable passage to confront the boss, the Frost Lord. At this juncture, elite monsters began to emerge from the surroundings, with level 250 skeletal champions and necromancers materializing, alongside the fully concealed demon assassins hidden within the snowstorm, each exhibiting formidable combat prowess. Despite a slight deceleration, the party continued to advance steadily. Within 10 minutes, they ascended the Starry Road, closing in on the central fortress area. Everyone halt. Adjust your formation and prepare for the boss. Although no one had yet successfully cleared Frosty Abyss, there was no shortage of dungeon guides available both online and offline. Rumors circulated that the boss here was so overwhelmingly powerful that its single target combat strength was said to surpass that of certain 500+ level dungeon bosses across the continent. However, the group remained undaunted. As this was a mechanics-based dungeon, overcoming it did not necessitate a direct confrontation with the boss. According to the dungeon guide, upon reaching the far end of the Starry Road in front of the central fortress, they would encounter the Frost Lord's first proactive assault. During this onslaught, the opponent would unleash an ice-based area damage skill, the sheer power of which was staggering. Even with maximum ice resistance, there was a risk of being instantly eliminated. As anticipated, just as the party assumed their defensive stances, a chilling wind howled through the air, gathering ominously. The atmosphere was laden with an apocalyptic dread. A tangible, White vortex of frost raged wildly, crackling with bolts of lightning that struck down with terrifying ferocity, instilling a sense of dread within them. The storm was insidious, and from within the swirling vortex descended a figure of exquisite allure, clad in heavy armor that enveloped her form seamlessly. Yet, the astute observer, Tian, immediately discerned her uniqueness. Her naturally voluptuous figure stirred something deep within him. The individuals from Curry Nation, known for their peculiarities, could hardly resist the allure of such an extraordinary beauty. Almost every practitioner hailing from Curry Nation momentarily lost their focus. However, this brief distraction nearly led to the annihilation of the entire party. Upon her appearance, Sophia raised her hand, casting Icebound for Miles, which instantaneously depleted the health of all present and inflicted a 10-second control effect. Everyone, including Yamamoto Isoroku, Tian, and Korn Xiaofu, experienced the stark taste of fear in that instant. It was only when one brushes against death that they truly grasped their own insignificance. Fortunately, after her initial strike, Sophia chose not to pursue further attacks, opting instead to depart. Her eyes reflected profound disappointment. Such a feeble adversary had extinguished her interest in combat. Until the Frost Lord, Sophia, withdrew, the strategy team finally exhaled in relief, collapsing to the ground. The immense psychological pressure had nearly shattered Yamamoto Isoroku. Damn it, Imodikuin. Your folly almost led to our demise. Tian could only offer an awkward chuckle in response. He longed to retort that it was merely a result of their Curry Nation genes, blaming only the deity Shiva, but the words died on his lips, too embarrassed to voice them. After Yamamoto and Korn vented their frustrations, they ceased their complaints and instead succumbed to a profound sense of dread. Reflecting on the overwhelming helplessness they felt in the presence of the Frost Lord Sophia, despair washed over them. This was a stark disparity in strength. Although their levels were comparable, with some even a notch higher, the difference in power was insurmountable. Nevertheless, they did not dwell excessively in self-pity. After all, they knew that since the emergence of practitioners from Blue Star, there had never been a case where a practitioner possessed attributes superior to those of a boss of the same level. For humanity, individual strength was undoubtedly significant, but teamwork and synergy were the paramount reasons for conquering dungeons. Having weathered this onslaught, they believed the worst was behind them. They would first retrieve the Ice Goddess's amulet from the castle's depths before confronting the Frost Lord, with a victory probability nearing 90. This was the unique essence of mechanics-based dungeons. Within Frosty Abyss lay a special artifact for combat, the Ice Goddess's amulet. This item could not be taken out of the dungeon and was deemed overwhelmingly powerful. Wielding the Ice Goddess's amulet would conjure a domain within 100 meters of the bearer, reducing frost damage to all allied units by 80 and rendering them immune to freezing effects. Simultaneously, all damage dealt to the Frost Lord would be doubled. With an 80 reduction in frost damage, the risk of substantial casualties in a short period would be mitigated, and with no fewer than 20 healers among them, they could wear down the boss. The glimmer of victory appeared before them. They meticulously followed their plan, retrieving the amulet, dispatching the various minor monsters along the way, and ultimately storming the castle's center. They prepared for a final showdown with the Frost Lord Sophia. Armed with the Ice Goddess's amulet, this encounter would be far more manageable. After nearly half an hour of arduous battle, Sophia's health finally dwindled to its last breath. Success was within reach. All mages intensified their assault, while the tanks braced to absorb the boss's attacks and draw aggro, as the priests and healers strained to maintain the health lines. Yamamoto and his companions were on the brink of ecstatic jubilation. The abyssal dungeon, never before cleared at level 299, was about to be overcome. But just then, an unexpected twist unfolded. Warning, warning. The Abyss Dungeon, Frosty Abyss, has undergone changes due to irresistible forces. Dungeon difficulty has escalated from D-Rank Abyss to SSS Ultimate Abyss. The ultimate boss, the Supreme One, has descended into the dungeon. Under the influence of ultimate power, all practitioners experience a 99 reduction in maximum health, a 99 decrease in all attribute attacks, and a 99 reduction in all defenses. Due to the influence of the demon god, the recovery rate of health and mana for all practitioners is forcibly set to 1 HPS. Under the influence of the evil god, all equipment worn by practitioners becomes ineffective, and the ability to use items is sealed. Under the influence of the god of death, all practitioners are afflicted with layers of bleeding, poisoning, darkness, chaos, freezing, and flame damage, each dealing continuous damage that cannot be dispelled. A barrage of panel pop-ups left everyone in a state of bewilderment. They had yet to comprehend what had transpired, until, in the next instant, a blurred figure shrouded in a veil of death flickered into view above the fortress in the distance. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Puff, puff, puff. A terrifying pressure, akin to a tidal wave, emanated from that figure, sweeping across the entire dungeon realm. Aside from the three formidable beings at level 300, including the venerable Tian, the remaining hundreds of high-ranking professionals were shockingly obliterated in an instant, reduced to mere pools of blood. Not a trace remained of them. They were dead beyond any hope of revival. This catastrophic demise was merely a consequence of the overwhelming aura radiating from that shadowy figure. Baka Baka, what manner of monstrosity is this? Yamamoto Isoroku shouted hoarsely. Upon gazing at the fortress above, he was horrified to discover that the entity before him, vaguely resembling a human, yet evoking a sense of utter despair, revealed not just a single health bar, but a staggering 100. Each segment of health reached an unfathomable limit. 1 trillion. Chapter 15, Annihilation, a Great Gain. What is this? The 100 ebony health bars were densely compressed into a labyrinth of barcodes. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Yamamoto would never have believed such an abnormally powerful existence could exist. The adversary merely stood there, yet before making a move, his elite squad, composed of hundreds of high-ranking professionals, had already suffered catastrophic casualties, nearing total annihilation. What on earth could they possibly fight against now? Even the void demons that invaded Blue Star a century ago, the most formidable foes that once plunged humanity into despair, would pale in comparison to this being, who was a mere millionth of that threat. Damn it, Lao Xian, I can't move. Yamamoto exclaimed in disbelief. What just transpired? Who can possibly enlighten me? Yamamoto, you wretched scoundrel, I curse your very name. Did you not say this operation was foolproof? What the hell is happening? If you don't provide an explanation, I swear I will make you pay. Both MOD Lao Xian and Yumi Xiaofu were equally shaken, their mental states fraying. Particularly Yumi Xiaofu, who had brought all the core members of his guild along for this venture. With this catastrophic loss, his vodka guild would surely suffer irreparable damage. A conservative estimate indicated a total experience loss of 10, and losing 20 levels would be considered a light penalty. Yet losing levels was not the most painful aspect. For with time, one could always regain them. The real agony lay in losing equipment to wild monsters. Any gear dropped upon death in battle would be directly reclaimed by the dungeon, leaving no room for reprieve. Once lost, it would never return. As he gazed upon the ground littered with unclaimed equipment sparkling in an array of colors, Yumi Xiaofu's heart bled. That gear was the very foundation upon which vodka had established itself as a leading SSS tier guild. Years of dedication, all evaporated in an instant. Who could endure such a fate? He glared fiercely at Yamamoto Isoroku, his gaze seething with a hunger for vengeance. Yumi-kun, I truly do not fathom why this occurred. The shinobi faction has also suffered immensely. Debating this now serves no purpose. Perhaps we should devise a means of escape, Yamamoto suggested. Escape? What nonsense. All items have been rendered unusable. We can't even use teleportation scrolls. You wretched fool, tell me how we are to escape. Yamamoto was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing that they were indeed in dire straits, without even the chance to flee. As the terrifying presence had yet to unleash a fatal strike, he glanced at MOD Lao Xian and Yumi Xiaofu, acutely aware of the difficulty in explaining this failure to them. After much contemplation, and with no other options available, he reluctantly produced his last resort. In light of this operation's failure, I bear the responsibility. Here are 3 equipment protection scrolls. MOD-kun, Yumi-kun, let us each take one. Shining Equipment Protection Scroll, a one-time use item that requires no active engagement. It can be enchanted onto a piece of equipment of no higher than epic quality, providing a singular opportunity for loss protection. The 2 men accepted the protective scrolls without hesitation, immediately enchanting them onto their epic weapons. The priority was evidently to minimize losses as much as possible. Among epic-level gear, the rarity of different types varied, with weapons being the most coveted, followed by accessories. And lastly, body armor. As presidents of an SSS tier guild, their equipment was formidable, yet they unhesitatingly chose to use the protection scrolls on their gear, illustrating just how rare epic-level equipment truly was. Just as the 3 completed their enchantments, the shadowy figure enveloped in death stirred. Slowly, it extended its right hand, grasping at the void, and a pitch-black wand of indeterminate material coalesced in its grip. Then, with a decisive motion, the wand struck the air, producing ripples of visible spatial distortion that resonated throughout the entire dungeon space. Boom. Simultaneously, a resounding clang of metal reverberated through the void, a sound that seemed to emanate from nowhere yet echoed in the depths of every being's soul. In the next instant, the vast expanse of the dungeon was swept by waves of annihilating white light, obliterating everything but Sophia and that shadowy figure in a blinding flash. All invaders in the Frosty Abyss dungeon have been eliminated. The dungeon is commencing reset. Acquired epic equipment, Scarred Bear King's chestplate. Acquired epic equipment, Scarred Bear King's leggings. Acquired epic equipment, Windrider's dragon-slaying greatsword. Acquired legendary equipment, Northeastern Lich's heart-eating pendant. Acquired platinum equipment, Tauren Warlord's great axe. Acquired platinum equipment, Lava Slayer's short dagger. As the dungeon began its reset, an overwhelming flood of equipment acquisition notifications filled Lu Tian's message bar. Indeed, the figure that had suddenly appeared was none other than Lu Tian, responding to Sophia's summons. He gazed upon the towering pile of high-tier equipment in the temporary space, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Dozens of epic pieces of equipment, including a great sword, along with over 100 legendary items and several hundred diamond tier platinum items. The lowest tier among them was platinum. What an extraordinary windfall. Calming his exhilaration, Tian looked at his body, now shrouded in darkness. Is this my ultimate form? Tian could distinctly sense the immense power contained within this form. Every movement felt as though it could easily reshape the very fabric of reality, akin to a supernova compressed to its utmost potential, freely mobile. Terrifying light and heat radiated outward in every direction. No, to be precise, it was the first phase of his boss form. Although Tian retained his human shape, he had sprouted a pair of semi-transparent horns upon his head, and beneath the dark cloak lay a pair of wings forged from the essence of destruction itself. His equipment bar temporarily adorned a complete set of divine artifacts. Crown of the Supreme Being, Helmet, artifact, restores 10,000 health. Chestplate of the Supreme Being, Armor, artifact, reduces all damage taken by 99. Gauntlets of the Supreme Being, Gloves, artifact, increases damage dealt by 10,000. Belt of the Supreme Being, Waist, artifact, reduces cooldown of all skills by 100. Cloak of the Supreme Being, Cloak, artifact, all damage inflicts a 100 splash effect. Skirt of the Supreme Being, Pants, artifact, reflects all negative effects. Leggings of the Supreme Being, Battle Boots, artifact, increase speed by 10,000, allowing for levitation and instantaneous movement. The skill bar now brims with hundreds of minor abilities alongside 5 formidable ultimates. The spell he previously conjured, annihilating the entire dungeon in an instant with a magical staff, is indeed one of those 5 ultimate skills. Death Ray Obliteration. Temporary skill phase 1 summons a beam of death to obliterate all visible units, with a 9,999 probability of instantaneously slaying all hostile targets with health lower than his own. How overwhelmingly powerful. As the entire dungeon reset itself, Tian felt as if the world had been turned upside down at his mere thought. His blood surged with fervor. The exquisite sensation of having dominion over everything, of effortlessly determining the fate of life and death, was simply sublime. Chapter 16. The Eerie Completion Record. Honorable Supreme Being, Frostlord Sophia extends her most sincere greetings. Witnessing Tian descend from the heavens, Sophia hastily approached and knelt on one knee, her chest, constrained by armor, heaving violently, mirroring her tumultuous emotions at this moment. Sophia could distinctly sense that the hands of the figure before her, who stood in such majestic repose, were far mightier than when they last met. So powerful it left her dizzy, so potent it rendered her breathless. That unapproachable, ineffable, transcendent strength seemed capable of effortlessly crushing a demon god. Thank you for deigning to arrive and alleviate my plight. Sophia's heart fluttered, her gaze lowered, unable to meet Tian's eyes. Her pink, heart-shaped tail waved joyfully beneath her, revealing the elation she currently felt. The Demonis clan harbors an intense admiration for strength. It is an innate trait coursing through their very souls, impossible to suppress. At this moment, Tian appeared to her as a blazing sun, radiating warmth and light, irresistibly drawing her in like a moth to a flame. A female Demonis is destined to devote her heart to one. Evidently, Sophia was utterly flustered. Master, my lord. Tian, slightly bewildered, glanced at Sophia, whose demeanor had taken on an unusual quality. He thought little of it, for his primary focus resided on the array of equipment within the temporary space. Can you retract that imposing aura? After surveying the spoils of victory, Tian withdrew his gaze, finally noticing that Sophia no longer exuded the overwhelming presence she had possessed on that day. Her aura was subdued, no longer affecting the surrounding environment. If this were the case, he would no longer need to worry about the potential dangers posed to nearby cities upon summoning her. Tian mused that as a summoner, he ought not to engage personally in every dungeon run. After all, what was the purpose of summoning entities? When the master refers to retracting the domain, Sophia could indeed comply. Excellent. Henceforth, when I summon you, maintain this form. Tian, oblivious to Sophia's peculiar behavior, carelessly issued his command. Yes, Sophia memorized this. Oh, by the way, after Tian had arranged everything and was preparing to depart, he suddenly recalled something. Could you give me the armor you are wearing? Tian referred, of course, to her set of armor. However, Sophia evidently misinterpreted his meaning. Sophia's cheeks flushed crimson, her pearly teeth pressing against her blood-red lower lip, staining it with a deep hue. In her gradually moistening eyes, a haze of irrational fervor began to rise. Then, with a flick of her wrist, the armor vanished instantly. Yet her hand did not cease its motion. Delicate fingers pressed against slightly contorted areas before pulling. Rip. The form-fitting bodysuit was unexpectedly torn asunder with such directness. This scene was visually striking, truly spectacular. Sophia's long demon tail, having nowhere to rest, writhed and trembled, coiling around her body. Master, it is still warm. You do not mind, do you? Cough, cough, cough. Tian's pupils dilated as he averted his gaze to the side. By all that is sacred, he had never felt this embarrassed. For heaven's sake, I did not mean that. Never mind, I have matters to attend to. You should quickly don your clothes. Be cautious of catching a chill. The demoness constitution far exceeds that of a human, and as a top-tier boss, Sophia, being no ordinary demoness, would naturally not suffer from the cold. Lu Tian's words were mere babble, a desperate attempt to fill the silence. As soon as he finished speaking, without awaiting a response from Sophia, his figure flickered and vanished from sight, instantaneously teleporting back to the Dragon's Roar boundary. In the Dragon's Roar boundary region, amidst swirling sands, a rather ungraceful silhouette materialized. It was none other than Lu Tian. Huff, huff. The surging hormones of adolescence made him feel uneasy whenever excitement struck. Lu Tian hunched over, gasping for breath. The oppressive waves of heat inundated him, exacerbating the already intense temperature of his body, which continued to rise. After a considerable time, he gradually regained his composure. However, the earlier scene still lingered in his mind. Gulp, my throat is parched. Lu Tian felt a dry sensation in his mouth. The desert's unpredictable climate undoubtedly exacerbated this discomfort. He cast his gaze toward the depths of the dungeon, attempting to shift his focus. At this point, the entire Dragon's Roar boundary suffered the consequences. This area, rarely trodden by human feet, found Lu Tian in a state of mental haze, unleashing his full power without restraint. With a single cast of Icebound Expanse, he transformed miles of yellow sands into a realm of ice and snow, annihilating all monsters in an instant, including the subterranean earth dragons, which also met their doom, becoming mere ice sculptures. Defeated level 45 Lava Lizard, experience points 10,000, acquired 10 Fine Leather. Defeated level 50 Fire Wyvern, experience points 30,000, acquired 1 Lower Dragon Scale. Defeated level 50 Ice Wyvern, experience points 30,000, acquired 1 Lower Dragon Scale. Defeated level 50 Young Dragon, experience points 100,000, acquired Job Change Item, Young Dragon's Crimson Flame 1. Defeated level 50 Mutated Earth Dragon, experience points 500,000, acquired Rare Summoning Skill Book, Earth Dragon Burial Legion 1. Notice, current overflow experience has reached its maximum limit, unable to acquire further experience. Eternal Legend, Special First Rank Task Progress, 100. Please return to the temple promptly to submit the task. A cascade of notifications on the panel revealed that Lu Tian had completed a 5-star job change mission. Furthermore, the haul was bountiful. Aside from a plethora of assorted materials, he had unexpectedly acquired a skill book, and even more surprisingly, it was tailored for summoning. This item would be perfect for Charon. After venting his frustrations, Lu Tian felt significantly more composed. Now that the mission was complete, he had no intention of lingering. Casting one last glance at the ravaged, soon-to-be-reset Dragon's Roar boundary, Lu Tian withdrew a return scroll and vanished from sight. Meanwhile, in the city of Tianyan, within the task hall of the professional temple, a screen displaying completion records for dungeons surrounding Tianyan City suddenly flickered. Completion records exist for dungeons above level 30, typically dominated by the top-tier guilds. Yet now, beneath the completion records for the Dragon's Roar dungeon, a record showing a completion time of merely 0.01 seconds skyrocketed to the top. However, this record existed for less than a second before vanishing into thin air, as if it had never appeared. In the bustling hall, no one noticed this anomaly. Chapter 17, Mission Accomplished. The ranking of the dungeon clearance records is not a creation of the vocational temples, but is instead automatically generated by a mysterious force that descended upon Blue Star. The leaderboard is not only publicly displayed in various city vocational temples, but is also synchronized globally across the internet of all nations on Blue Star, refreshing in real time every hour. The clearance ranking is divided into individual records and team records. As the name suggests, team records refer to multiple players teaming up to conquer a dungeon, while individual records prohibit team formation and impose a restriction on the challenger's level, which must not exceed 10 levels above the corresponding dungeon. Otherwise, the record is rendered void. Conversely, there are no such limitations on team records. To have one's name etched on the leaderboard is a coveted aspiration for every vocational practitioner, as it symbolizes personal prowess, and if one remains on the leaderboard for a certain duration, they are rewarded with substantial prizes. Every 3 months, or quarterly, the vocational temples of each district distribute rewards based on the rankings of major dungeons within their jurisdictions. Each dungeon's ranking rewards are unique, yet all are exceedingly generous, particularly for team rankings. The vocational temples often set enticing ranking rewards to motivate guilds to explore and conquer dungeons and develop effective strategies. In some of the more challenging dungeons, those ranked at the top even have the opportunity to obtain high-tier equipment and rare skill books. Within Tianyan City, the Dragon's Roar boundary belongs to this category of dungeons. Originally, Lu Tian's clearance time of 0.001 seconds would have placed him at the absolute pinnacle of the individual rankings. However, because he utilized a boss skill that cleared the screen in one strike, it was predictably deemed a non-vocational achievement, resulting in his record being immediately revoked after reaching the top of the leaderboard. No one took notice. At this moment, in the temple's mission hall, two female vocational practitioners clad in identical uniforms approached the self-service point to issue a bounty mission. 6-star bounty mission. Assist the president of the Yulaw Guild in conquering the special abyss dungeon, the Dusky Forest, and ensure the clearance time ranks within the top 10 of the team records until the end of the season. Bounty reward, 200,000 Huaxia coins. A bounty mission is a special type of task that anyone can issue, with difficulty ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, determined by the system based on the task requirements. A 6-star bounty mission is already considered quite challenging. Sister, do you think anyone will take this task? Is the reward we set a bit too meager? In the hall, the sweet and demure Jiang Yushi, vice president of the Yulaw Guild, glanced anxiously at the voluptuous beauty beside her as she spoke slowly, laced with uncertainty. Yushi, it's not that I don't want to set a higher reward, but our guild is on the brink of starvation. Jiang Yulaw, the sexy beauty with a pink bun, sighed in response. Last month, 2 more sisters left the guild, and we haven't had any fresh blood joining for 2 consecutive years. If we can't secure the team ranking reward for the Dusky Forest this time, the guild is likely to be downgraded. The Yulaw Guild is a D-level guild in Tianyan City, although its overall strength is lacking. All its members are young and beautiful female practitioners. Moreover, with both the president and vice president being a pair of stunning sisters, the guild enjoys a certain level of recognition within the city. This quarter's ranking rewards have been announced. The top 10 individuals in the personal clearance ranking for the Dusky Forest will each receive a level 70 golden grade weapon. And the team rewards are even more generous, including 5 upgrade vouchers, 3 million Huaxia coins, and a complete set of level 80 golden grade equipment. Jiang Yulaw spoke to herself, her pretty face revealing a look of yearning. That is an 80-level golden set. Wearing it would significantly enhance combat power. The determination of a guild's level is not only based on its membership and activity, but also heavily relies on the combat strength of its higher-ups, especially the president. This is why Jiang Yulaw is so fixated on the ranking rewards. However, as she gazed at the bounty mission she had personally issued, a sense of uncertainty washed over her. Compared to the bountiful ranking rewards, 200,000 Huaxia coins lacks considerable allure. Yet, the troubling fact remains that this money is all she can currently muster. Let's leave it as is for now. After all, there are still over 10 days left this month. We'll see if anyone takes up this task in the next couple of days. If not, I'll have to consider mortgaging the guild to raise more funds. Having issued the task, the two did not linger, declining the advances of numerous practitioners seeking to form a team, and left the hall with heavy hearts. Just as they stepped out of the vocational temple, a dashing young man with his hands in his pockets caught their attention. Wow, sister, look quickly. That handsome guy who just walked by is so good-looking. Jiang Yushi whispered excitedly into Jiang Yulaw's ear, her face alight with infatuation. Oh you. Jiang Yulaw shook her head in exasperation. He looks like a newly awakened high school senior. Do you really think you can catch a young bull with an old cow? Besides, what's the use of just being good-looking? Can you level up by relying on your looks? There is some truth to her words. This is no longer the old world. Being attractive is merely a bonus. Only with formidable strength can one earn respect and obtain everything they desire. After the two departed, many male practitioners, whose desires had been stirred, immediately fell silent. The dashing young man who had just brushed past the sisters had now entered the hall. This young man was none other than Tian, who had hurried to the temple to submit a task. He was unaware of the discussions about him behind his back. Had he known, he might have chuckled, for Tian could indeed rely on his looks to deal with monsters. After transforming into the ultimate boss, one of his skills in the first phase would petrify all units facing him, a formidable power indeed. Of course, that is a story for another time. Following the direction of his memory, Tian directly found the room for submitting the job transfer task. Upon entering, the priestess he had seen at noon was seated inside, resting with her eyes closed. Hearing the noise, she immediately opened her eyes and approached him. Good afternoon, Mr. Liu. Did you encounter any difficulties with your task? The priestess greeted him with a standard professional smile, her voice warm and friendly, like a gentle breeze. During this period, few had come to take the job transfer task, and Tian's striking looks had left a deep impression on her. She recognized him at first glance. No, I'm here to submit my task. Task? What task? The priestess looked a bit puzzled, as submitting a task should typically be done in the mission hall. But suddenly, she seemed to recall something, her expression frozen in surprise. Wait, are you saying the job transfer task? It was no wonder she didn't react immediately. After all, it had been less than 3 hours since Tian accepted the job transfer task. This included the time spent traveling back and forth. Even for a simple task, it typically takes longer than 3 hours, let alone a 5-star difficulty job transfer task. The priestess looked at Tian, her mind utterly bewildered. Chapter 18, New Skills. A Bountiful Harvest. The progress of the Eternal Legend Quest, 100. Is it truly complete? After the priestess repeatedly confirmed the quest status, the astonishment in her eyes gradually morphed into sheer shock. This was soon followed by heartfelt admiration. culminating in genuine reverence. It had been nearly 2 decades since anyone had accomplished a 5-star class change in Tian City, making the mere notion of another 5-star class changer emerging within the city seem like an extravagant fantasy. Yet, at this very moment, a living miracle stood before her. Indeed, a miracle. The temple's quest system, derived from an unknown mystical power, was infallible. The priestess, overwhelmed with excitement, eagerly pulled Lu Tian towards the quest submission area. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest, her face flushed with exhilaration. Mr. Lu, no, esteemed brave warrior. In light of your extraordinary performance in the class change quest, the Tianyan City Professional Temple shall bestow upon you the title of Fearless Hero. Additionally, all your expenses within the temple will henceforth be waived, and dedicated personnel will be assigned to assist you until your next successful class change. Now, please submit your quest and claim your reward. The submission process is quite simple. Just face this virtual screen, which will scan your identity information, and the relevant quest will appear shortly, allowing you to select the ones you wish to submit. Taking a deep breath, Lu Tian followed the priestess's guidance and approached the virtual screen, methodically submitting his class change quest. The instant he successfully completed the submission, a beam of soft light, seemingly from nowhere, enveloped him completely. At that moment, Lu Tian's personal panel automatically unfolded, revealing a series of notifications. Successfully changed class to Summoner. Acquired new title, Fearless Warrior, all damage increased by 1, and an additional 30 slots in inventory. Level restrictions lifted, current level, LV 30. Acquired special new skills, Bionic Slime, Earth Dog Legion, Gate of the Underworld. Received a substantial boost to base attributes, 3-dimensional attributes increased by 30. Name, Lu Tian, Summoner. Level, LV 30. Strength, 390,011. Intelligence, 390,013. Agility, 390,010. Vitality, 1 billion. Magic power, 100 million. Physical resistance, 50,005. Magic resistance, 50,000. Current assignable points, 290. Upon the successful class change, the accumulated experience propelled Lu Tian up by 10 levels, directly reaching level 30, along with a staggering increase of 30 to his 3-dimensional attributes. His power had indeed ascended to a new tier. However, this enhancement held little significance for Lu Tian, as few could withstand a strike from him. Save for that formidable demoness named Tina he had encountered previously. The most significant gain from this class change, however, lay in the special skills. Lu Tian's gaze shifted towards the skill descriptions, his eyes gradually brightening. Bionic Slime. Summons a slime capable of altering its form, possessing 100 of the summoner's attributes and skills. Earth Dog Legion. Summons 99 ferocious Earth Dogs and 1 Earth Dog King to besiege enemies, each Earth Dog possessing 10 of the summoner's attributes, while the Earth Dog King possesses 30. Gate of the Underworld. Summons a portal connecting to the underworld, unleashing endless spectral beings to attack foes, with the level of these spectral beings matching that of the summoner. The percentage-based attributes of the summoned creatures sent a thrill through Lu Tian. He promptly dismissed the third skill, Gate of the Underworld, as the fixed-value summons held no value for him. In contrast, the first 2 skills were like treasures to Lu Tian. Given his extraordinarily high base attributes, even a mere Earth Dog could rival a top-tier boss. In terms of stats alone, they would far surpass the Frost Lord Sophia, which was utterly astounding. No, these could no longer be referred to as mere dogs. They were more akin to wolf kings. Lu Tian couldn't help but recall a playful saying from a game. Taoists with 5 dogs roam the map with impunity. Just imagine leading a pack of creatures stronger than bosses into battle. What a thrill, what an exhilarating sight. Furthermore, he had also acquired his first title. However, Lu Tian chose to conceal the title, as the phrase Fearless Warrior felt rather juvenile and embarrassing. Having completed the class change and politely declined the priestess's enthusiastic invitation, Lu Tian leisurely made his way home, humming a tune along the way. Today had yielded bountiful rewards. His temporary inventory still brimmed with hundreds of pieces of equipment yet to be processed. Due to the requirements surrounding class and attribute levels, this batch of equipment could not be utilized in the near term. Lu Tian planned to visit the auction house the next day to sell off this unexpected fortune. However, he wondered if the auction house in Tianyan City could accommodate such a significant quantity. Time passed swiftly, and an hour later, Lu Tian returned home. His father was still away on business in the southern main city, and the television was broadcasting the 10th season of A Taste of China, while the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, courtesy of his mother busily preparing dinner in the kitchen. Hey, you little rascal, why are you home alone? Lu Tian had just settled comfortably onto the sofa when his mother rushed over, spatula in hand, and upon seeing him alone, her expression shifted to one of mild reproach. Where's Wan? Has she come back? Lu Tian was momentarily taken aback by his mother's fierce demeanor, thinking, am I not your son? Didn't you bring her back with you? Wait, Mom, when did you ever say that? What on earth are you thinking? Have you lost your mind from studying too much? Do I need to spell it out for you? When you two left this morning, Didn't I say not to come back until dinner time? Ugh, you little rascal, you're driving your mother crazy. Mu Xinshin huffed, quickly continuing. Since your parents are on a business trip, it's inconvenient for her to be home alone. Quickly, send her a video call and invite her over for dinner. No, just go and pick her up yourself. Take my little electric scooter. Business trip? I had no idea about that. Ruan didn't he mention anything? Lu Tian scratched his head, genuinely unaware of the situation. She said it early this morning. You were still lazing in bed. What do you know? Hurry up, go now. Dinner will be ready in half an hour. A round trip will take just the right amount of time. Fine, Lu Tian conceded, reluctantly rising from the sofa, donning a helmet, and setting off on his electric scooter. Xiao Churan lived in the bustling city center, not too far from Lu Tian's home, roughly a 10-minute ride. Before long, Lu Tian arrived at his destination, the most upscale residential complex in Tianyan City. He parked his scooter at the entrance, and just as he was about to pull out his phone to contact Xiao Churan, he heard a cheerful voice calling out from nearby. Tian, over here, right here. At the complex entrance, Xiao Churan, already waiting, waved her hands excitedly while standing on her tiptoes to catch his attention. A faint smile involuntarily graced her lips, her crescent-like eyes sparkling with a delicate charm that fluttered gently with each wave of her hand, captivatingly beautiful. After receiving a video message from Lu Tian, Xiao Churan meticulously adorned herself before hastily descending the stairs, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Upon catching sight of him, her heart brimmed with happiness, her smile blooming like a flower. The gentle breeze playfully tousled her hair, brushing against her blushing cheeks, while her freshly donned pleated skirt seemed to dance joyfully in the wind. Chapter 19. A shocking auction item. Put this on. Lu Tian executed a swift drift with his electric scooter, retrieving a safety helmet and extending it toward her. Driving without proper safety measures can lead to tears for loved ones. It's not just a legal requirement. It is a responsibility towards oneself and others. Oh, it's so heavy, she exclaimed, slightly taken aback. But it does make me feel secure. The Xiao Group, renowned throughout the southern cities of Huaxia, had provided Xiao Churan with a life of privilege, and she had seldom encountered such modes of transport as electric scooters. As she placed the cumbersome helmet atop her head, she found it a tad challenging to adjust. Nevertheless, she obediently donned it, settling onto the back seat and wrapping her arms around Lu Tian. Her body snugly pressed against his back, a soft presence unreservedly leaning into him. Whoa, Lu Tian gasped. A surge of sensation coursing through him as he felt the delightful contours of her form, slightly compressed by her clothing. We're off. Xiao Churan remained blissfully unaware of his reaction, and as the electric scooter roared to life, she cheered, pressing herself even closer to him. The setting sun cast a blood-red hue across the sky, half of it dipping below the horizon, while the last rays of sunlight cascaded down, transforming the returning clouds into a vivid crimson. On the ring road, a small motorcycle glided smoothly alongside the breeze, keeping pace with the setting sun. Tianyan City, nestled in a flat region, boasted an expanse of rice fields and farms just beyond the city limits. In June's southern warmth, even before darkness descended, the fields were alive with the songs of frogs and cicadas, their harmonious cacophony providing a soothing balm for weary souls. The motorcycle's speed was leisurely, and after a while, the two would pause to soak in the distant beauty. After a brief interlude, the electric scooter finally came to a stop outside Lu Tian's residence. The two disembarked and entered the house, where his mother, waiting with a warm smile, took Xiao Churan's hand and led her into the living room. The dining table was laden with steaming, delectable dishes, and after washing their hands, the trio settled down to eat amidst a chorus of laughter. Lu Tian's mother seemed to have an endless stream of conversation for Xiao Churan, while Lu Tian found himself almost entirely overlooked. By the way, Andy, this is a set of skincare products I specially selected for you. It's said to have whitening and anti-aging properties, Xiao Churan remembered suddenly after dinner, retrieving a beautifully packaged gift box from her bag and presenting it with both hands. I forgot to bring it this morning. I hope you won't mind. Why? Look at you. You and that rascal have grown up together. Consider this your home. You needn't bring gifts, dear. Ha ha ha. Mu Xinshin chuckled, though her smile betrayed her delight as she accepted the gift. The value of the present mattered little. It was the sentiment that truly counted. And this skill book is for Uncle, Xiao Churan added, producing a level 60 warrior skill book and handing it over. She then turned to Lu Tian, shyly presenting a freshly laundered black autumn shirt. Tian, I know you like black. I bought this for you. It's clean and, well, it's for you. Her cheeks flushed. She was uncertain whether it was due to the drink or another reason. What are you standing there for, you blockhead? Hurry up and thank her. His mother, noticing Lu Tian's dazed expression, felt a pang of urgency. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it, he managed to reply, the atmosphere in the room taking on a subtly intimate tone. At that moment, Mu Xuanxuan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she stood up, smiling at Xiao Churan. You two take your time. Annie will go wash the dishes. By the way, Churan, if you don't mind, you can stay here for the next few days. The room across from the rascals has always been vacant, and the bedding is all new. I'll tidy it up for you shortly. A fleeting shadow of melancholy flickered in Mu Xuanxuan's eyes at the mention of the empty room, but she concealed it well, leaving Lu Tian and Xiao Chern oblivious to any unease. Really? Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Chern exclaimed with joy, clearly eager to stay at Lu Tian's home. For being alone in the vast, empty villa was somewhat daunting. There's no need to thank me. Just make yourself at home. Rascal, go wash some fruit and treat Chern well. His mother departed with the dishes, leaving Lu Tian and Xiao Chern alone in the living room. The television displayed the evening's primetime drama, and despite the years that had passed, the same old melodramatic soap operas continued to dominate the screens. Eliciting a chuckle of disbelief from Lu Tian, he prepared a plate of fruit and set it on the coffee table. Xiao Chern picked up an orange, her cheeks reddening as she peeled it, and offered a segment to Lu Tian, her gesture unembarrassed, for their bond was strong after years of friendship. As time flew by, the clock struck 10, signaling it was time to wash up and retire for the night. Lu Tian pondered quietly, wondering what had kept his mother in the kitchen for over 3 hours. A night of silence passed. The next morning, after breakfast, the two set off towards the bustling commercial street of Tianyan City, home to the only auction house in the area. Nestled in the heart of the bustling thoroughfare, the auction house was a charming old building with lavish interiors, spanning 3 floors above ground and 1 subterranean level. The upper levels catered to customers wishing to purchase or bid on items, while the lower level was reserved for appraising the value of items brought in by sellers. Accompanied by the staff, Lu Tian and Xiao Chern arrived in the underground section, where a poised auctioneer warmly welcomed them and escorted them to a special appraisal room. Sir, please place the items you wish to auction on this platform. The system will automatically assess their value and set a minimum bid. Rest assured, your personal information will remain completely confidential throughout the auction process. The auction house, with branches in various cities across Huaxia, placed great emphasis on customer privacy. Lu Tian felt reassured by this, as the items in his bag were extraordinary and he preferred to keep his potential windfall discreet. I have quite a few items to auction. I wonder if they will all fit here. Do not worry, sir. This platform is akin to a professional storage space. It possesses a special area connected to the auction house's main storage room. It can accommodate an unlimited number of items, the auctioneer explained with a smile, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Well then, that's good, Lu Tian replied, feeling a sense of relief. Lu Tian took a deep breath and gazed into the temporary backpack space. He extracted all his equipment, save for the epic-grade great sword, and placed them on the platform before him. Epic weapons were exceedingly rare, and Lu Tian wished to reserve it for the time being. As he moved, a screen unfurled on the walls of the room, displaying a plethora of preview images and detailed descriptions of each piece of equipment, along with their minimum auction prices. Short dagger of the Lava Hunter, level 200 platinum weapon, exclusive to assassin class, grants 200 agility, 20 backstab damage, 30 critical damage, estimated auction price, 8 million Huaxia coins. Necromancer's Heart-Eating Pendant, level 300 legendary jewelry, applicable to all classes, grants 300 intelligence, 5,000 health, 20 ice damage, 50 mana recovery rate, estimated auction price, 100 million Huaxia coins. Chest Armor of the Scarred Bear King, level 300 epic chest piece, applicable to all classes, grants 500 strength, 300 agility, 30,000 health, 600 physical resistance, 300 magical resistance, 20 physical damage reduction, 30 resistance to abnormal states, 1,000 health recovery, estimated auction price, 2 billion Huaxia coins. Epic grade equipment. Gulping audibly, the well-trained etiquette attendant's pupils constricted at the sight of the dazzling array of high-grade equipment, prompting her to involuntarily exclaim. Struggling to steady her trembling legs, she swallowed hard, her entire body quivering slightly. Sir, please hold for a moment. The items you have presented are exceedingly valuable, and I must consult with the manager. The etiquette attendant inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure. After serving Lu Tian and his companion some tea, she tiptoed out of the room. Before long, she returned, ushering in a middle-aged man clad in a suit and glasses. The moment he entered, his gaze was drawn to the overwhelming display of equipment information on the screen. His eyes widened as he beheld a level 200 platinum piece. As the manager of the Tianyan City auction house, he had encountered his fair share of platinum equipment. Yet a level 200 piece was unheard of in this territory. His eyes bulged in disbelief, and he instinctively exclaimed, "What the heck?" The exaggerated manner of his reaction caused him to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, the attentive etiquette attendant swiftly caught him. Once he regained his composure, the middle-aged man dashed to the screen, his gaze racing over the information. The more he scrutinized, the more astonished he became, particularly upon reading the descriptions of the last dozen level 300 epic items, rendering him utterly speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally emerged from his stupor, his jaw quivering as he turned to Lu Tian. Ahem, my apologies, sir. My ignorance has embarrassed me. You may call me Manager Zhou. May I inquire how you and the lady prefer to be addressed? Manager Zhou, please do not mention it. I am Lu Tian, and this is Chern. Lu Tian offered a slight smile, welcoming the polite demeanor of the other party, and he did not wish to maintain a stern expression. Ah, indeed. By the way, Manager Zhou, is there any issue with auctioning these items? None at all, none at all. However, our auction house currently lacks sufficient cash on hand. Might I inquire if Mr. Liu would accept our black gold card? Rest assured, the black gold card functions similarly to a bank card and is accepted throughout the continent. Furthermore, you will receive varying discounts at any shop where you make a purchase. Manager Zhou solemnly produced a card made of an unknown material. The front embossed with gilded characters spelling out Huaxiao Auction House, while the back featured a lifelike dragon design. That is acceptable. Tian nodded, aware that the man was attempting to curry favor while forcibly binding him to the so-called Huaxiao Auction House. But what of it? Tian was indifferent to such matters. After all, it would be foolish to refuse benefits. Very well, Mr. Liu, please hold on while I arrange for the funds to be transferred to this black gold card. Manager Zhou's efficiency was commendable. Within 2 minutes, he returned, holding the black gold card. Besides the temporary engraving of Tian's name, it now contained a staggering sum of 80 billion Huaxia coins. This amount left Churin, who stood nearby, utterly astonished. After all, the vast Xiao group had a market value of barely under 10 billion, and the liquid assets they could muster were likely less than 500 million. The comparison was indeed staggering. Moreover, this 80 billion was merely a conservative advance based on the estimated auction price. The final selling price would undoubtedly exceed that, potentially even surpassing 100 billion. Typically, consigning items at an auction house incurs a 5 commission fee, but as a distinguished holder of the black gold card, Tian was exempt from this charge. One should not underestimate this 5. It effectively saved him half of the Xiao group's worth. After concluding his business, Tian purchased several skill books from the auction house. One was specifically for summoning, which, along with the one he had obtained yesterday titled Earth Dragon Burial Legion, he gifted to Churin. The remaining books were intended for his father. While their quality was lacking, they were the best available in Tianyan City. As for his mother, Tian found only a single cookbook. Professions related to everyday life could only garner experience through work, leaving Tian with no alternatives. He had initially intended to select a set of level 60 warrior equipment for his father, but alas, such items were in high demand. After scouring the auction house, he discovered that no sets above level 60 of the golden tier could be found. The scattered individual pieces available were also of lamentable quality. Reluctantly, he decided to forego this pursuit. Upon exiting the auction house, Churin hesitated repeatedly before ultimately deciding to part ways with Tian. The class transition task was time-sensitive, and she needed to attempt it promptly. Having learned a few new skills, she felt a renewed sense of confidence. The primary confidence booster stemmed from the high caliber of the skill book Earth Dragon Burial Legion that Tian had gifted her, even with her low attributes. This extraordinary skill should enable her to solo the transition task without difficulty. Perhaps she might even secure a spot on the personal leaderboard. Tian had no objections to Churin's proposal. He too wished to take advantage of this time to see if he could procure a set of equipment for his father. Parting ways, Tian boarded a bus headed straight for the Divine Temple of Professions. There were limited level 60 dungeons surrounding Tianyan City. Due to varying difficulties, the drop rates for equipment of different tiers also differed. For greater efficiency in farming equipment, Tian needed to first investigate the item drop rates for various dungeons at the Divine Temple. Before long, Tian arrived at his destination. As he stepped through the grand entrance of the temple, a familiar figure approached him. "Brave hero, you have finally arrived." It was the priestess who had attended to Tian the previous day. With a mysterious air, she pulled Tian to a quiet corner of the hall, where the crowd was relatively sparse. "I anticipated your return today, so I have been waiting here in the hall. Did I not mention yesterday that the temple would arrange for a dedicated service for you?" The priestess glanced around, lowering her voice significantly. As she recalled the arrangements made above, she was still in a state of shock, for the identity of the designated service was anything but ordinary. Following high-level discussions, it has been decided that henceforth, all matters pertaining to the temple will be solely managed by the esteemed Lady Yu. Who is this Lady Yu? Tian pondered, sensing from the expressions around him that this individual held a position of great distinction. Lady Yu Luiying, she is the chief overseer of our Tianyan City's professional temple. In the upcoming Chapter 21, regarding the citywide league, individuals from the southern main city have arrived. Not only is Lady Yu exceptionally powerful, being the highest-ranked healer in Tianyan City, but she is also renowned far and wide for her beauty. The priestess spoke softly. Her gaze lifted toward the central office on the highest floor of the temple, her face briefly betraying a genuine sense of admiration and envy, almost like a starry-eyed fan. Lady Yu Luiying is remarkably accomplished, possesses an enviable figure, and, crucially, is breathtakingly beautiful. She epitomizes the ultimate aspiration of every young girl. Lady Yu's reputation extends impressively across several neighboring cities. If her suitors were to line up, they would likely stretch all the way to the capital. Oh, so it is she. While Tian was unfamiliar with the title of Lady Yu, he was certainly aware of the name Yu Luiying, as it was one he recognized well. After all, she is a figure immortalized in the vocational textbooks of Tianyan City's middle schools. Having assumed leadership of the professional temple before turning 20, she has deftly guided Tianyan City to prominence amidst the surrounding urban competition. clinching the championship title in the practitioner competitions for 3 consecutive years in the southern 10th district of Huaxia. Even in the higher-level Southern Huaxia citywide league, she has made it into the top 50. The expanse of Huaxia is divided into 5 major regions: East, South, West, North, and Central, each further subdivided into 20 smaller areas. As a peripheral city in Southern Huaxia's 10th district, Tian City's achievement of breaking into the top 50 among over 200 large and medium-sized cities in the citywide league is nothing short of remarkable. The capability of Yu Luiying is evident, a mere glimpse revealing much. These insights are all knowledge Lu Tian has gleaned from his readings. Undoubtedly, her rise to such heights at a young age not only necessitates exceptional skill and a steely resolve, but also a formidable background. According to Lu Tian's understanding, Yu Luiying was transferred from the southern main city. Behind her, there may well be a colossal family supporting her. Ah, by the way, Lady Yu instructed me yesterday that if you, brave sir, have the time, you must meet her. The priestess, snapping back to reality, smiled at Lu Tian. Brave sir, do you think now is an appropriate time? Now, Lu Tian had come to investigate the item drop conditions in the surrounding dungeons, but he felt no urgency. After a moment's reflection, he looked at the priestess and nodded, saying, "Then please lead the way." "Certainly, this way please. Take your time, and be cautious on the steps." The temple's architecture differs significantly from conventional buildings. The center is hollow, adorned with towering statues of primordial professions, with spiral staircases connecting each floor. It bears some resemblance to a medieval religious tower, yet also reminds one of the internal structure of a modern large hospital. A few minutes later, Lu Tian followed the priestess step by step to the central office on the top floor. Truth be told, without an elevator, the ascent proved somewhat strenuous. Knock, knock, knock. The priestess cleared her throat and raised her hand to tap on the office door. "Lady Yu, the brave sir has arrived." Upon hearing this, a gentle, melodious female voice responded from within, "Come in." As the door creaked open, Lu Tian was greeted by a spacious and bright office. Directly opposite the door was a floor-to-ceiling window occupying an entire wall. In front of the window stood a pristine desk, neatly stacked with files and a computer, behind which sat a serene, silver-haired, middle-aged woman, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The rhythmic sound of her typing resonated at a measured pace, soothing the spirit. Radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting a divine glow upon the silver-haired beauty, suggesting an aura not to be trifled with. "Lady Yu, I shall take my leave now." The priestess's voice chimed in, somewhat out of place. Yu Luiying acknowledged without lifting her head, only pausing her movements after the priestess departed and closed the office door. She then raised her gaze to the young man before her. "Young brother, you must be Lu Tian, correct? I am the head of the professional temple in Tianyan City. You may call me Sister Yu. I was a bit preoccupied earlier, so I apologize for the lack of hospitality." Yu Luiying exhibited none of the airs of authority, standing and guiding Lu Tian to a nearby sofa. She then personally poured him a glass of water. "Here, drink up. Feel free to treat this place as your home. No need to be overly formal." What a jest! Would Lu Tian feel constrained? That would be quite the surprise. He accepted the paper cup and drank deeply. The water, cooled mineral spring water, had a subtly sweet taste. After consuming it, he felt a warm comfort enveloping him, likely due to some enhancement magic employed by her. Setting down the cup, Lu Tian took a moment to appreciate Yu Luiying. It was no wonder she was the top healer in Tianyan City. Seeing her in person was indeed far more impressive than mere hearsay. Her curvaceous figure was even more exaggerated than that of Xiao Charan and nearly rivaled the succubus Sophia. Her rare silver hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and her gentle, intelligent visage was perpetually adorned with an unyielding smile, akin to the warm sun of winter. Soothing to the soul, dressed in the temple's distinctive high-grade professional attire, which bore resemblances to both a nun's habit and a maid's uniform, she surprisingly exuded a certain allure. The black stockings hugging her long, elegant legs extended up to her thighs, appearing quite snug, with lace trim hinting at her flawless skin, accentuating her already stunning figure, rendering it even more enticing. Mature women possess an unparalleled and unique charm, a quality that Yu Luiying embodied to perfection. She was unlike any other beauty Lu Tian had encountered. There was an indescribable subtlety in her allure. "What are you staring at, young brother Lu Tian?" "Oh, nothing." Lu Tian nonchalantly shifted his gaze to the floor-to-ceiling window, but inadvertently caught sight of the information displayed on the computer screen on her desk, causing his brows to furrow momentarily before he turned his attention elsewhere. It seemed that the urgent matter Yu Luiying had mentioned was indeed related to the commotion he had caused last time. However, some prominent figures from the southern main city are merely coming to investigate. It's not classified, so there's no need for concern, as the entire city will be informed in a few days anyway. Seeing this, Yu Luiying chuckled softly, explaining as she returned to her computer. Oddly enough, that previous terrifying surge of power, who might it have been from the Huaming? Such formidable destructive capacity, could it be one of the legendary 4 horsemen of the apocalypse? Logically, that shouldn't be possible. This is Huaxia territory. Could it be some ancient deity from Huaxia's sacred temple? Sigh, never mind those irrelevant thoughts. Yu Luiying shook her head, resting her hands on her thighs, her gaze warm and inviting as she fixed her attention on Lu Tian. By the way, young brother Lu Tian, should you encounter any troubles in the future or require assistance from your sister, feel free to come to the temple. After all, you are the only 5-star first transformation practitioner in Tianyan City in over 2 decades. Perhaps in a year or two, dear Lu Tian, you may yet achieve renown in the Southern City League. Alas, it is a pity that you will not be able to participate in this upcoming session of the League in just over 3 months. Chapter 22, 6-Star Bounty Mission. A big shot. This sister speaks in veiled terms. Lu Tian maintained his composure, yet a subtle undertone echoed in his mind. Indeed, the so-called special treatment is not as delightful as it seems. However, upon closer reflection, one can readily comprehend the reality. If all the benefits are bestowed upon you while the responsibilities are entirely absent, such fortuitous occurrences are simply non-existent in this world. Lu Tian was not particularly averse to this, for such is the nature of society, aside from one's nearest and dearest. No one will shower you with kindness without a reason. If they do, be wary. The other party is undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. Lu Tian was somewhat familiar with the Southern City League. Each year, on the day of the founding of Huaxia, specifically on the 11th, thousands of cities across 5 major districts unite to host a grand month-long tournament for professionals, a tribute to the motherland. This event ranks among the most magnificent in Huaxia. However, the best achievement for Tianyan City has merely been a placement within the top 50 of the southern region, failing to qualify for the next level of competition. For a woman as ambitious as Yu Luiying, it is certain that she would not be content to stop here. Thus, her demeanor towards Lu Tian, a newcomer of prodigious talent, is marked by such amiability. Otherwise, how could she possibly afford the time and energy to personally attend to every newcomer? The myriad affairs of the temple are already overwhelming enough for her. Having contemplated all this, Lu Tian looked at Yu Luiying and offered a slight smile. Perhaps, 3 months from now, I may have surpassed level 100. Haha, dear Lu Tian, you certainly have a way with humor, Yu Luiying replied, her laughter vibrant and full of life, one hand delicately covering her mouth as she crossed her legs. The form-fitting dress suddenly tightened, revealing the delicate pink hem beneath. She seemed entirely oblivious to this, continuing with her discourse. Although you ascended to level 30 only days after your awakening, such rapid advancement in the early stages is not particularly rare in cities across Huaxia, even in Tianyan City. Levels below 40 are merely considered the novice phase, requiring little experience to progress. However, once one undergoes the second-class transition, the experience needed for each subsequent level will increase exponentially. For you, reaching level 50 in 3 months would be quite commendable. Perhaps, Lu Tian replied, feeling somewhat awkward. After a soft response, he stood to take his leave. He could easily check the drop rates of various dungeons on the self-service machines in the lobby, sparing her any inconvenience. Sister Yu, I have matters to attend to. I shall trouble you again another time. Take care, dear brother. As Lu Tian stepped through the door, Yu Luiying happened to lower her head, and she caught sight of the glaringly white thighs before her. Instantly, she realized her sitting posture was rather unbecoming, and recalling Lu Tian's peculiar gaze, her cheeks, which had never flushed in 30 years, suddenly felt inexplicably warm. Should anyone from the temple witness Yu Luiying in such an embarrassed state, they would undoubtedly exclaim in astonishment. Having just indulged in a visual feast, Lu Tian harbored no lewd thoughts. Descending to the first floor, he utilized the self-service machine in the lobby to check for dungeons around Tianyan City suitable for level 60 players. To his disappointment, he discovered that of the 20 dungeons ranging from levels 60 to 80, more than half were of simple or normal difficulty, with the highest tier of equipment obtainable only reaching the gold level, and the drop rate was abysmally low, less than 1 in 10,000. As for the remaining dungeons that met the criteria, they were either time-restricted or required entry tickets. In summary, Lu Tian found himself unable to enter any of them. Could it be that he needed to travel to other cities just to farm for equipment? Lu Tian felt somewhat exasperated. If that were the case, he might as well peruse the auction houses in the main cities, although that would consume considerable time. He decided to check the mission hall for any relevant dungeon-related tasks. Typically, tasks that required dungeon exploration would provide corresponding entry tickets, albeit with significantly higher difficulty. After a cursory glance around the hall, he indeed found a suitable bounty. 6-star bounty mission. Assist the president of Yulua Guild in conquering the special abyss dungeon, the Dark Forest. An abyss dungeon. Lu Tian's heart leapt with joy. The greater the difficulty of an abyss dungeon, the higher the chances of obtaining high-tier equipment. This special abyss dungeon might yield some exceptional treasures. Without a second thought, he accepted the mission. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! A notification appeared in the chat box, indicating a message from an unfamiliar contact. The personal panel not only displayed attributes, skills, and equipment, but also featured a communication function, allowing interaction with friends, guild members, and strangers through text, voice, or even video. As Lu Tian had yet to join a guild, he did not have access to the guild page. Opening the chat box, a voice message played. It was a somewhat squeaky voice, soft and endearing, distinctly unique. Adorable girl. Friend, did you accept our guild's mission? Are you free now? Shall we meet? To protect personal privacy, individuals typically adopt nicknames for chatting. Tian had not previously utilized this feature and hastily created a name, responding with a text message. Tian. Yes, that was me. Where shall we meet? Adorable girl. Wow, that name is so cool. You seem quite aloof. Are you perhaps a big shot? Oh no, big shot. Can we just meet outside the dungeon? Tian. Adorable girl. Hee, big shot. You've agreed. See you shortly, big shot. Bye. Closing the chat box, Tian rubbed his temples, pondering whether he was dealing with a mere child. But wait, one must be over 18 to awaken a profession. It seemed he had encountered a lively character. Half an hour later, in a forest to the north of Tianyin City, a ripple of energy coursed through the air, and a faint blue transport light appeared, revealing a slender figure, Tian. The dimensional entrance to the dark forest lay before him. However, as Tian looked around, he found the area eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Opening the chat box, he scrolled through past messages and clicked on the other party's avatar, promptly sending a message. Tian, I've arrived. Where are you? Ding. Adorable girl. Big shot. We've already entered the dungeon and are strategizing. Just come in. Tian felt an urge to shout. If I could enter by myself, would I have been bored enough to seek you out for a quest? Tian, I don't have an entry ticket. Adorable girl. Oh no, my apologies, big shot. I completely forgot about that. Just wait a moment. I'll come and get you right away. Tian ended the chat and stood still, waiting. The other party was quite swift. In less than half a minute, they materialized from the dungeon entrance and appeared before Tian. Chapter 23. You call this a dog? With a cascade of pink hair styled into two playful buns, the president of the Rain Luo Guild, Jiang Yuluo, made quite the impression. Today, she eschewed her guild uniform in favor of an ethereal pink and white hanfu. A long flowing gown adorned with delicate tassels around her waist and hem. As she twirled gracefully, her vibrant presence was met with a sudden realization. It was Tian, the charming young man she had encountered the previous day at the professional temple. Could he possibly be the illustrious figure she had imagined? Yet, doubt crept in. Surely, there must be another. This charming lad could merely be passing through. Do you know me? Tian inquired, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. No, not really. I merely caught a glimpse of you yesterday, Jiang Yuluo replied hastily, her gaze flitting past him as she scanned the surroundings. By the way, have you seen anyone else here? You know, someone who exudes an air of aloofness, possesses a muscular physique, and perhaps bears a massive sword, standing over 2 meters tall. At her words, Tian's expression darkened. It was evident that she was alluding to him, yet he couldn't fathom how he could appear so exaggeratedly imposing. The quirky girl before him might indeed be the person he had been waiting for. Are you a cute little beauty? How did you know? Jiang Yuluo's long eyelashes fluttered. Her captivating eyes filled with confusion. It took her but a moment to react with a gasp. Wait a moment, you must be the great Tian, right? She clamped her mouth in disbelief and, upon a quick inspection, nearly fainted at the sight before her. The cool young man stood at merely level 30. Hold on. Little handsome, while you may be strikingly attractive, you're only at level 30. This is an 80-level abyss dungeon, incredibly perilous. What brings you here? Oh my goodness. I was so excited, thinking a powerful figure had taken on the quest. Never mind, just cancel the task, and I'll return your penalty fee directly. This is not a place for you. Perhaps you should practice in the novice zone for now. We can collaborate another time. As she spoke, Jiang Yuluo rummaged through her pockets. She knew that if a bounty task was abandoned after acceptance, a penalty fee would be required. Although Tian had taken on the task himself, she felt a pang of guilt, considering he was a newly awakened student likely devoid of funds. So what if I'm lower in level? Tian mused, observing her frantic search until she finally produced 2 coins from her belt, which elicited a chuckle from him. This girl, though quirky, had a good heart and was quite amusing. Low level means low attributes, and you can't don higher tier gear. You're not even 40. And the combat power system hasn't even activated for you. Jiang Yuluo glanced at the 2 coins in her palm before silently putting them away. Surely, 2 coins would not suffice for the penalty fee. She resolved to accompany Tian to an ATM in town later. However, for now, her priority was to dissuade him from proceeding with the task. To put it plainly, the monsters in this dungeon are all at least level 60. One slap could send you flying. With your level, you would face utter devastation. Do you understand? Really? I don't believe you. How about you take me in a try? You. With such striking looks, how can your common sense be so lacking? You wouldn't survive even a minute in this dungeon. A mere ripple from a battle could send you back to the spring. Listen to my advice. Just cancel the task. I'll give you double the penalty fee. Jiang Yuluo was genuinely growing anxious. If he did not voluntarily abandon the task, she was at a complete loss. The crux of the matter was that this bounty task could not be accepted by multiple individuals simultaneously. In other words, if Tian's task remained incomplete, unfailed, or unabandoned, no one else would have the opportunity to undertake it. With only 10 days left in the season, Jiang Yuluo had no time to waste. Tian discerned her thoughts. The task description mentioned assisting the Rain Luo Guild in breaking into the top 10 of the Dungeon S team leaderboard, likely for seasonal rewards. After careful consideration, he spoke leisurely. Since I've accepted the task, I intend to enter. Your guild seeks leaderboard rewards, and I can lead you. Huh, you'll take me? You're not particularly strong, yet your words are bold. Jiang Yulua felt a surge of irritation, but found herself at an impasse. Let us do it this way. You come with me into the dungeon, but we must agree that if you lose equipment to the monsters, don't blame me. Also, you must promise to abandon the task if you die even once. Don't interfere again. Deal. Lu Tian replied with a straightforwardness that amused him. The thought of being defeated by monsters had never crossed his mind. All right, join the party. Jiang Yulua retrieved an entrance ticket for the Dark Forest from her inventory, invited Lu Tian into the party, and opened the dungeon entrance, stepping through with determination. The Dark Forest was an entire dungeon realm existing in a dimension of its own. It was a uniquely perilous abyss dungeon, featuring an immensely vast primeval forest where towering trees rose majestically, their trunks adorned with various thorny huts. Countless fearsome two-headed ogres lurked within. The ground was littered with a mountain of bones, and the chilling blood flowed through valleys like a river, carrying with it countless mangled corpses, some human, others of creatures never before seen on Blue Star. The forest floor, covered in decaying leaves and fungal growth, occasionally bore witness to ghastly ghouls dragging freshly unearthed corpses, their putrid flesh and maggots strewn about in grotesque disarray. The sky was a dreary gray, swarmed by vultures and crows, as the scent of decay and death silently spread. Suddenly, ripples of space undulated across the open area at the dungeon's edge, and two figures appeared as if traversing through layers of alternate worlds. The guild members of Rain Luo, who had been waiting in anticipation, rushed forward. Sister, you're back. The vice president, Jiang Yushi, dashed to Jiang Yulua's side, linking arms with her and casting a surprised glance at Lu Tian. Isn't this the charming guy we saw yesterday? Is he the great figure you mentioned? Jiang Yulua felt a twinge of embarrassment. She couldn't very well say. Yes, this is the level 30 great figure who accepted our task. At that moment, all the guild members turned their attention towards Lu Tian. Someone quickly noticed his conspicuously unhidden level and exclaimed in astonishment. Wait a minute, President, I just scanned him. This little guy is only level 30. Level 30? Is that even possible? Oh my, this is absurd. At such a low level, isn't he just a snack for those ogres? Oh no, the strategy we devised is definitely not applicable today. Should we retreat? I can feel the goosebumps all over just being in this dreadful place. The Rain Luo Guild had mobilized all its forces, with 12 members gathered, including the president and vice president. At this moment, everyone began to chatter, their voices overlapping in a cacophony. The focal point of their discussion, naturally, was Lu Tian. A level 30 novice ventured into an abyss dungeon meant for level 80 players, accompanied by a cadre of seasoned adventurers in their 70s and 80s, a scenario that seemed rather absurd. No one would deem this undertaking plausible. Lu Tian stood with his hands in his pockets, uninterested in offering any explanations. A sharp whistle cut through the air, and in an instant, countless summoning pentagrams ignited in the void, unleashing a terrifying aura that sent shivers down the spines of all present. A low, guttural roar resonated as a massive, 3-meter-tall, silver-furred hound descended with a thunderous crash. And this was merely the beginning. Following it were fierce Tibetan mastiffs, resolute golden retrievers, imposing wolfhounds, and menacing black bears. One after another, the colossal local dogs materialized. 1, 2, a total of 100. These local dogs, an alternate title for the revered Chinese canine, embodied the essence of the native breed. This delightful assembly was summoned forth by Lu Tian's local dog legion. Each dog possessed tenfold attributes, not only boasting impressive size, but also exuding an oppressive force that was astonishingly formidable, rivaling the might of top-tier bosses. The previously boisterous crowd fell into stunned silence, their mouths agape as they beheld the spectacle before them. The entire space was nearly filled with these dashing local dogs, baring their teeth, their fur bristling, their enormous eyes glinting with a primal urge for battle. Surrounded by these creatures, even those who were not their adversaries felt an overwhelming discomfort. Some individuals, overwhelmed by fear, collapsed to the ground in a faint. Hey, good looking. No, wait, esteemed leader, what kind of terrifying monsters have you summoned? Jiang Yulua, the president of the Yulua Guild, struggled to suppress her shock and dread, mustering all her strength to inch closer to Lu Tian, her voice barely above a whisper. At that moment, she comprehended that Lu Tian's prior assertions had not been mere boasts. He truly possessed the strength to carry them. After all, the level of someone capable of summoning such a formidable horde rendered the question of their own levels utterly irrelevant. Lu Tian did not acknowledge Jiang Yulua, but instead snapped his fingers, issuing an attack command. Can't you see? They're just dogs. Dogs? You dare to refer to these as dogs? Jiang Yulua gasped as she watched the 100 ferocious hounds charge forth, nearly uprooting the very soil of the dim forest, leaving her in disbelief. Chapter 24, the top 10 rankings, all secured by one guild? Ding. Team member successfully defeated an 80-level ogre mage, earning 10,000 universal currency. Ding. Team member successfully defeated an 80-level ghoul, earning 1 set of steel gauntlets. Ding. Team member successfully defeated a 60-level ogre berserker, earning 1 shattered magical battle axe. Ding. Team member successfully defeated an 80-level hidden boss, blood dragon, earning 1 dragon heart. The dim forest has been completely conquered. Team records have been refreshed. 50 seconds. Number 1. The dungeon is about to reset. Countdown. 2,959 seconds. In less than a minute, the entire dungeon's monsters had been vanquished by the local dog legion. Messages flooded the team information panel, and the experience bars of the guild members surged dramatically, leaving everyone in Jiang Yuluo's guild utterly bewildered. A record time of 50 seconds for completion, they had boldly claimed the top spot on the team leaderboard. Nearly 10 minutes faster than the second place. The dim forest spanned a vast area, even with their utmost efforts. It was unlikely they would encounter the boss within a minute. This meant that the formidable creatures summoned by the esteemed leader had obliterated everything in their path in mere seconds. Realizing this truth, those who had previously fainted and were just revived began to feel faint once more. All eyes, including those of Jiang Yuluo and her sisters, turned toward Lu Tian, each gaze filled with admiration. "Oh dear, esteemed leader, do you need any leg accessories? I wish to cling to you." Jiang Yuluo was on the verge of tears. First place. She had never even dared to dream of such an achievement. Simply breaking into the top 10 seemed a monumental aspiration. Yet today, at this very moment, under the guidance of this esteemed leader, that dream had not only been realized but had soared to unprecedented heights. The euphoric sensation was simply exhilarating. However, Lu Tian did not share in her elation. His brow furrowed slightly. The entire dungeon's monsters had only yielded a single piece of 60-level golden tier armor. His luck felt rather unfortunate. Fortunately, this dungeon reset every half hour, and with a few more runs, he was sure to acquire some valuable items. With that thought, Lu Tian turned to the starry-eyed Jiang Yuluo. "Do you have any more entry tickets? Hey, esteemed leader, do you wish to go again?" Jiang Yuluo was overjoyed at the prospect. The current dungeon had been cleared, and the bounty quest had also been completed. She had assumed Lu Tian would suggest claiming the bounty and disbanding. To her surprise, he wanted to continue. Upon hearing this, her heart soared with happiness. Each record on the leaderboard was independent. No matter how many times the same team cleared the dungeon, subsequent records would not overwrite the previous ones. This meant that if they went again, the first and second rankings would firmly belong to the Yuluo Guild. The generous seasonal rewards could potentially lead the Yuluo Guild to a complete rebirth. Securing a D rank would be merely a stepping stone, and a leap to C rank was not out of the question. Lu Tian stated, "One run is insufficient. Let us do several. How many do you have left?" "Plenty. Esteemed leader, I lack nothing except entry tickets to the dim forest. I grinded for over half a month just to collect these," Jiang Yuluo exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with excitement. It seemed fortune truly favored those who exerted their utmost efforts, and happiness was waiting right here. If the esteemed leader wished to continue, she could easily arrange for consecutive runs. "All right, once the dungeon resets, we shall continue," Lu Tian replied nonchalantly. "Understood." Jiang Yuluo responded eagerly, then eagerly approached Lu Tian. Opening her personal panel, "Esteemed leader, look. All the items and equipment that just dropped are in the Team's inventory. I will transfer the captain role to you, and you can move these items to your personal bag." As she began the transfer process, Lu Tian halted her. "No need. Just ensure I receive a full set of 60-level high-tier gear at the end. You keep everything else, including the bounty rewards." "Wow, really? Oh my esteemed leader. You're too kind." The others were incredulous upon hearing this. They wondered if their president might have some special arrangement with this esteemed leader. A bounty of 200,000 Huaxia coins, along with so many items and equipment, and he was willingly letting go? How extravagant. A half hour swiftly passed. Under the expectant gazes of all the Yuluo Guild members, Lu Tian once again summoned the local dog legion to sweep through the dim forest. This time, their completion time was even a second faster than before, setting a new record. Jiang Yuluo, brimming with excitement, flailed her arms in delight. Her lips curled into an exuberant smile that showed no signs of waning. In a burst of enthusiasm, she even leapt onto Lu Tian, wrapping her arms around his thigh, fervently pleading for companionship and support. This unexpected display caught him completely off guard. Meanwhile, in the bustling hub of Tianyin City, within the hallowed halls of the professional temple, a colossal screen showcasing the leaderboard for various dungeon completions drew countless onlookers, each one anxiously fixated on the display. In an instant, the leaderboard for the Dark Forest dungeon refreshed, displacing the previous record held by the 10th place, while a brand new entry topped the list. What a shock. The record had been shattered yet again. Astonishingly, it was a whole second faster than the previous outrageous record. Which guild could possibly achieve such a feat? Oh, it was Yuluo once more. Then all was well. "Brothers, pray tell, who exactly is this Yuluo guild? Could they be a newly minted A-rank guild? Can they truly tackle the level 80 Abyss dungeon with such ease?" "Surely not, my friend. You have no idea who Yulua is? Should I know? The legendary Yulua sisters. Capable of rivaling the Moon Palace Master, and you remain oblivious? Cough, cough. Why the sudden coughing, brother? Cough, cough, cough. The Moon Palace Master, well. The clamor and chatter within the hall drew the attention of Yulioshing, who was working upstairs. With graceful steps, she parted the crowd, who nodded in acknowledgement, and approached the screen. Observing the discordant completion records, her brows furrowed slightly. The first place time was 49 seconds, the second 50 seconds, while the third place plummeted to a baseline of 10 minutes. Something was amiss, very amiss. As the head of the professional temple in Tianyan City, Yu Liuxing possessed an intricate understanding of the Dark Forest dungeon. According to her intelligence, even if the core members of the city's 2 A-rank guilds, Hurricane and Dragon Battle, personally undertook the dungeon, it should not have been so effortlessly conquered. The best time should have hovered around the 2-minute mark. Unless some of the old-timers from the southern main city had intervened. Was there an anomaly with the dungeon? Or had a formidable figure unexpectedly emerged from this small guild? Pondering this, Yu Liuxing found herself without answers. She paced upstairs to her office and promptly arranged for an investigation. Of course, this was merely to ascertain whether the dungeon was functioning normally. She dared not probe into the presence of any powerful individuals, as those with great strength often had unpredictable temperaments. The investigators returned shortly, reporting that the dungeon was indeed operating normally, but unexpectedly, it had been flooded with fearsome beasts. In their eyes, the large dog was merely a monster. Yu Liuxing realized that indeed, a formidable player had intervened. She decided to let it be. As time passed, 4 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this period, the leaderboard for the Dark Forest had been entirely monopolized by the Yulua Guild. What a revelation. The latest record was 45 seconds. My goodness, every slot in the top 10 had been claimed by a single guild. The onlookers, who had been vigilantly monitoring the screen throughout the morning, were now left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 25, An Ominous Shadow Looms. Whispers filled the air as everyone began to speculate amongst themselves. With the top 10 positions entirely occupied, one could not help but wonder if the A-rank guilds Hurricane and Dragon Battle could possibly break this astonishing record. It should be feasible, after all. The Dark Forest was merely an 80-level abyss dungeon, and those guilds boasted top-tier players at level 5 transformation. They might not even regard such meager rewards. What do you mean meager rewards? That equates to a complete set of level 80 gear, along with nearly 50 million huaxia coins. The Yulua Guild had struck it rich this time. With such assets, they were undoubtedly poised to ascend to C rank. Alas, one could only wonder if joining the Yulua Guild now would yield any scraps. Join. Brother, no offense, but with your bulky frame, perhaps it's best to wash up and catch some sleep. Besides, their guild only accepts female members. You might need to undergo a gender reassignment surgery in Siam to have a chance. As everyone witnessed the absurd records occupying the leaderboard, the topic of discussion shifted away from the completion times and towards the alluring Yulua Guild. Many were filled with longing. Yet the stipulation of only recruiting female adventurers was enough to deter 99 of those wishing to join. However, this long-standing restriction of the Yulua Guild might soon be reconsidered. Meanwhile, in a tranquil clearing of a forest several dozen miles north of Tianyan City, a ripple of energy surged through the air. In the next moment, 13 figures appeared, elegantly materializing onto solid ground. It was none other than Lu Tian and his companions, having effortlessly cleared the Dark Forest for the 10th time. Yet Lu Tian wore an expression of exasperation, feeling utterly awkward, his hands unsure of where to rest. For clinging to his thigh was a chatterbox. Big brother Tian, please accept me. I can do everything. Laundry, cooking, massages, you name it. I promise to take excellent care of you. Do not misunderstand. Jiang Yulua merely sought a mentor to cling to. Let go. No way, I want to let go. Big brother Tian, from now on, you are my dear mentor. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Then why won't you let go? Big brother Tian, do you acknowledge me? Is it true? Yay. I am so thrilled. Cough cough, in theatrical tone. Today, I am fortunate to perform a dance solely for you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yulua leapt with joy, even breaking into an impromptu classical dance. Yet her infectious laughter and unrestrained movements were in stark contrast to the original essence of the art. Nevertheless, one must admit, despite her wildness, there was an undeniable charm in her carefree demeanor. As her performance came to an end, Jiang Yulua spun in place, gradually coming to a halt. Her body slightly bowed, hands crossed before her chest in a gesture reminiscent of prayer, completing her act with grace. With a gentle smile, she dashed to Lu Tian's side, eager for praise. Big brother Tian, how did I do? Wasn't he beautiful? By the way, is your real name really Tian? What a commanding name. I was genuinely startled the first time I saw it. Big brother Tian, now that you are my mentor, shall we become friends? Mentor, you must be a newly awakened player this year, right? Have you joined a guild yet? Would you be interested in becoming our vice president? Being bombarded with incessant questions from a chatterbox left Lu Tian feeling as though his head might explode. Are you perhaps a bit too enthusiastic? Really? Mentor, you finally sensed my fiery passion. Tian found himself at a loss for how to respond to her. Had it not been for the missing piece of his 60-level golden tier armor, he might have turned and walked away. Yet, despite Jiang Yuluo's seemingly carefree and jovial demeanor, she possessed an acute awareness, her heart as clear as a mirror, a sentiment that could hardly be overstated. The hardships she and her sister faced growing up together had forged within her an exceptionally resilient spirit. Though she is merely 22 years of age, in terms of sagacity, she surpasses even those who have lived for decades. Jiang Yuluo prides herself on her keen insight into human nature. It is precisely for this reason that she feels unguarded in her familiarity with Tian, daring to reveal her truest self before him. Half an hour swiftly passes. The dungeon refreshes once more. Without uttering a word, Tian lifts Jiang Yuluo beside him and steps inside. Although the other guild members find themselves unable to contribute, they follow suit, for merely being present within the dungeon guarantees them ample experience. By the end of this morning alone, several members of the team, all above level 70, have ascended by 2 or 3 levels. Such efficiency is nothing short of astonishing. Had they undertaken the same endeavor alone, even with relentless effort over the span of half a month, they might not have achieved comparable results. Returning to Tian's perspective, as he steps into the dark forest, for the 11th time, his previously relaxed brows suddenly furrow into a tight knot. The atmosphere here is peculiar, eerie, and foreboding, evoking a sense of discomfort. The light within the dungeon is considerably dimmer than before, and the accumulation of white bones seems to have increased. So much so that the paths leading to the boss's lair have been completely obscured, vanishing without a trace. Moreover, the once sporadic streams of crimson blood now converge into a vast, ominous sea of blood, enveloping the ground in a ghastly crimson tide that surges several meters high, releasing a nauseating stench. Even beneath the overcast sky, an observable crimson mist gradually rises. Above, in the boundless heavens, a dark hue subtly unfurls, resembling a sinister eye. Beneath this inky orb, countless inverted blood-colored tornadoes fervently spiral inward, reminiscent of a dragon siphoning water, a sight that is truly disconcerting. The once swarming vultures and crows have long since vanished, and the rows of two-headed ogre huts now stand desolate. It appears that all creatures that should inhabit this place have been utterly eradicated by some illicit force. Jiang Yuluo and her companions also take note of the alterations in their surroundings, their faces reflecting a flicker of bewilderment. What has transpired? Could the dungeon not have reset properly? But the refresh time has indeed elapsed. Has something gone awry? President, should we proceed? It feels as though the very air here chills my spine. Do not act impulsively, Jiang Yuluo cautions, casting a glance towards the roiling sea of blood. Then seeking assistance from Tian. Boss, what should we do next? Chapter 26. This arrow pierces the sun and moon. Something immense approaches. Tian squints, gazing toward the distant firmament. The strange and ominous aura within the dungeon emanates from that dark orb. Additionally, there exists a subtle, nearly imperceptible pulse of life, quietly siphoning nutrients from the blood mist. In the heavens above, an extraordinarily colossal creature is taking shape. If danger arises, you must retreat first. Tian's expression grows somber. He has perused countless texts regarding the cataclysmic changes to Blue Star, yet none have ever depicted a scene akin to this one. He recalls the first time he entered the dark forest, witnessing the hellish accumulation of corpses and blood, a shiver of apprehension coursing through him. In that moment, he felt that whether it be human remains or the carcasses of unknown creatures, they were all once vibrant lives. Such a thought is profoundly terrifying. To fill the vast expanse of the dark forest with corpses, one could conservatively estimate the count to be in the millions. But from whence did these corpses originate? Blue Star? Impossible. An alternate world, perhaps, or a rift in time and space. The game has encroached upon reality, and reality encompasses more than merely Blue Star. The dungeon exists within another dimension, which makes such a theory quite plausible. Boss, have you uncovered something? With you here, can there truly be danger? Jiang Yuluo and the others follow Tian's gaze skyward, yet all they perceive is a shroud of blood-red mist. There may be peril, I can't be certain. What could it be? It could be a formidable hidden boss, or perhaps an invader from beyond Blue Star. Tian's words are devoid of exaggeration or alarmism. The presence in the sky feels akin to a rocket, rapidly escalating in power. In mere moments, it has eclipsed even the Frost Lord Sophia. Moreover, it seems to show no signs of abating. Boss, I timidly inquire, do you possess confidence in achieving victory? Jiang Yuluo, now serious, draws closer to Tian. In her estimation, the probability of his triumph is exceedingly high. Each of the formidable beasts they face is stronger than any boss she has encountered. Yet against a foe that appeared in an 80-level dungeon, it remains 100 to 1. Surely, the advantage lies with them, right? However, she overlooks a critical detail. While the attributes of the Canine Legion are astonishing, they lack wings and cannot fly. Tian cannot employ levitation either, and that colossal entity above is unlikely to descend to engage 1 against 100. Victory or defeat will only be revealed in battle. Lu Tian refrains from making definitive statements regarding probabilistic events. If you are afraid, then retreat. Hee, I am not afraid. I wish to stay here with the boss. Jiang Yulua scans the guild members, yet none choose to depart. Observing this, Lu Tian shrugs off further concern for them. After all, they can teleport out of the dungeon at any time. Even if they were to fall here, the worst that could happen would be the loss of some equipment and a few levels. And the excruciating pain of death. Though practitioners do not lose experience and can respawn in the city, the pain endured upon dying is inescapable. Time drips away slowly. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour has passed. Just as the group begins to lose patience, a thunderous clap reverberates from the heavens. A rumble. A bolt of pitch-black lightning slices through the sky, piercing the increasingly thick blood mist and crashing into the heart of the dark forest. The sea of blood beneath the forest instantly erupts in a frenzy, lightning dancing as if it awakens the entire expanse of crimson. Countless scarlet tendrils surge forth, entwining with the lightning, while in the void, a massive, bizarre hexagram of black and red rapidly coalesces. The tumultuous sea of blood is consumed in an instant. Its depths revealed, as the tendrils swell larger, and the eerie hexagram expands at an unimaginable speed, enveloping the entire sky. Darkness suddenly descends. Only two beams of ghostly light pierce the gloom, illuminating the scene below. A grand, resonant voice, seemingly emanating from nowhere, echoes through the firmament, the convergence of stars. The rift in turmoil, a century past, ashes rekindled. When the stars shine, the outer gods reappear. Warning! Warning! The world boss has emerged in the vicinity of the eternal Huaxia Divine Kingdom's Tianyan City dungeon space. All practitioners are requested to proceed to eliminate it. At that moment, an urgent message popped up on the panels of all practitioners across Blue Star. The world boss has appeared. The last world boss was the void demon that emerged over a century ago, during the cataclysmic upheaval of Blue Star. What is a world boss? An immensely powerful entity, possessing an absurdly thick health bar, lacking a fixed respawn point, and requiring the combined efforts of countless formidable practitioners to have any chance of being conquered. This is the singularity of a world boss. The announcement sent shockwaves around the globe. Countless individuals fell into a state of panic, while many self-proclaimed powerful practitioners eagerly prepared to set out. The Huameng, the Holy Lighthouse Empire, and the Free Federation. These three top human powers dominating 3 continents convened urgent internal meetings to devise strategies in response to this impending crisis. Simultaneously, at the first sight of the world boss's descent, within the gloomy forest dungeon, Lu Tian gazed up at the colossal creature that seemed to threaten to rupture the entire dungeon space. For the first time, he felt a sliver of pressure. It was a grotesque humanoid monster, its flesh undulating, with elongated limbs and a triangular head, surrounded by a miniature starry sky. The 2 beams of ghostly light piercing the sky emanated from the twin celestial bodies above. The creature's height was roughly estimated to exceed 100,000 meters. Most crucially, its health bar was also pitch black. The thickness of its health bar was even more exaggerated than that of the demon god Tina that Lu Tian had encountered previously. Boss, could this possibly be the world boss? Jiang Yulua, standing beside Lu Tian, felt her lips go dry as she glanced at the behemoth above. Her panel also displayed the urgent message, and with a moment's thought, she could connect the dots. At that moment, all other guild members had collapsed in a faint. Of course, this was not from fear, but rather from the overwhelming pressure that had stunned their souls. Jiang Yulua, being next to Lu Tian, was the only one unaffected. It must be the world boss, Lu Tian stated matter-of-factly, stretching his limbs. Boss, what are you doing? Aren't we retreating? Retreat? We'll withdraw if we can't handle it. Huh. Jiang Yulua doubted her hearing. She looked at Lu Tian, whose eyes blazed with fighting spirit, and swallowed hard. But it's the world boss. We can't possibly. Suddenly, her voice faltered. For up until this point, Lu Tian had not revealed his health bar, but now, he displayed it. The intensely compressed black health bar matched the world boss in the sky, equally formidable. Jiang Yulua stared in astonishment, her mouth agape, her mind momentarily blank. Lu Tian paid her no heed. In an explosive surge of fury, he sacrificed half his health to conjure 10 colossal epic weapons around him. Grasping a gigantic bow, a new skill, star-piercing strike, materialized in his mind. The bow and arrow were his only means of attacking the world boss at present. To be safe, Lu Tian also activated the crown of the demon god, amplifying his power 10,000 times, making every cell in his body feel as if it had transformed into a searing star. Power surged. The giant bow towered over Lu Tian. He planted it into the ground, bracing himself against its body, stringing the bow with resolute determination. He drew the bow, knocking an arrow. The string was taut like a full moon, the arrowhead brimming with the sharpness capable of rending space itself. Thud! Lu Tian released the arrow, which shot forth like a meteor, piercing the heavens. Whoosh! The world was enveloped in a blinding white light. The entire dungeon space was cleaved apart. The gargantuan world boss had yet to make a move when it was pierced by the arrow, its health bar plummeting to 0. The celestial phenomena above its head disintegrated into ash under the onslaught. This arrow pierced the sun and moon. A rift in time and space emerged, unleashing chaotic winds of the void. However, the world boss did not perish completely. From its ravaged flesh, a spine worm composed of its spine and brain emerged. Yet, the moment the spine worm appeared, it cast a glance towards Tian's direction before vanishing into the rift without a backward glance. The first phase of the world boss has been completed. The primary spine worm has emerged. The world boss has fled. This raid has been successful, and all participating practitioners will receive generous rewards. What is happening? The world boss has escaped. The leaders of the 3 continental powers, engrossed in discussions on how to respond to this crisis, were left utterly dumbfounded upon receiving this news. Chapter 27. The Undercurrents Surge. Huaxiao Magic City. At the Huaming headquarters. In the 9th floor's confidential conference room. In the vast central hall, there was a massive round conference table. The individuals who had been participating in the urgent meeting via holographic projection suddenly fell silent in unison. The Huaming comprises a total of 94 member nations, all represented by high-level practitioners, each of whom received the urgent message. Just a moment ago, everyone had been concerned about the developments. Now, they all exchanged strange glances towards the figure seated at the head of the table, the current chairman of the Huaming, Cheng Ren. Chairman Cheng, I presume you received those 2 urgent messages as well. Now that the world boss has inexplicably fled, what shall we? One person ventured to speak. I believe we should first reassure the frightened populace. Moreover, it seems that the proposals we previously discussed are now rendered obsolete. Chairman Cheng, is there still a need to continue this emergency meeting? Another chimed in. Since the world boss has retreated, I feel we can disperse for now. Oh, by the way, a group of high-level cult members has recently resurfaced in Camel Country. Chairman, I would like to request that the Huaming dispatch reinforcements to assist my country. Others chimed in, each speaking over one another, leading to a rising tide of discord. Silence. A booming male voice suddenly resounded, quelling all noise within the room. It was Chairman Chengren speaking. Although the crisis has temporarily abated, we must not let our guard down. This situation is highly peculiar. The world boss has fled Blue Star for reasons unknown, but it could return at any moment. To prevent future calamities, I propose that all continents implement Plan 7. Placing all member nations on a level 3 combat readiness status. Who is in favor? Who is against? Hands for opposition were raised. Good, since there are no objections. It appears everyone is in agreement. As for this meeting, we are adjourned. As soon as Chengren finished speaking, a holographic projection from a representative of the northern capital of Huaxia leaned in to whisper something to him. Upon hearing, Chengren's square face, adorned with thick eyebrows, furrowed deeply. Wait a moment, colleagues from Bear Country, Curry Country, and Cherry Blossom Country, please do not disconnect your signals yet. I have some matters to discuss privately with a few of you. The rest may adjourn. As each participating holographic projection began to disconnect in succession. In the vast, empty hall, only 5 figures remained. To be precise, there were 4 holographic projections, while Cheng Ren was physically present at the headquarters of the Huaming Alliance. The 3 representatives from the Bear Country, Curry Country, and Sakura Country were at a loss, unable to comprehend why they had been retained. Yet, each of them felt a palpable unease, for Cheng Ren's expression was far from amiable. His demeanor was as dark as storm clouds, seemingly ready to unleash a deluge. With a rhythmic tapping of his fingers against the rosewood round table, the sharp sound echoed through the silence. His weathered gaze bore down on the 3, instilling an unsettling chill within them. Chairman, do you have something to convey? Inquired the representative from Sakura Country, a young man barely in his 30s, who felt as though a colossal stone had lodged in his chest, suffocating him with anxiety. Beads of sweat began to form on his brow. Old Zhao, why don't you speak? Chengren prompted. Yes, Chairman, replied the man known as Old Zhao, the head of the northern capital of Huaxia, who stood up, cleared his throat, and cast a wry smile towards the 3 holograms. Yesterday, the Frost Abyss instance in Longjiang City was besieged by hundreds of high-tier professionals. According to reliable sources, these individuals hail from the top guilds of Curry Country, Bear Country, and Sakura Country. You do understand what a restricted instance entails, do you not? The Huaming Alliance has explicitly prohibited such actions. Have you not enforced this in your respective nations? What? The 3 exclaimed in unison, their faces etched with shock as they exchanged glances, a flicker of disbelief and dread passing through their eyes. Clearly, they were unaware of this development. Director Zhao, Chairman, this matter is of utmost importance. Could you grant us some time to investigate? We assure you that if it indeed pertains to our domestic guilds, we will provide you with a satisfactory explanation, they pleaded. Chengren ceased his rhythmic tapping, resting his chin on his crossed hands, adopting the demeanor of a sage in meditation, silent and contemplative. Meanwhile, Old Zhao coldly chuckled, an explanation will certainly be provided. But whether it is satisfactory will depend on the discrepancies we uncover in our respective investigations. His words carried an unmistakable undertone of admonition. Though Old Zhao was only in his 50s, his life experiences were vast, justifying his position as the head of the northern capital of Huaxia. He harbored doubts that this incident occurred without the tacit encouragement of the high-ranking officials from the three nations. After all, it was implausible that a few guild leaders would dare to instigate trouble at the borders of Huaxia without substantial backing. Rest assured, Director Zhao, we will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter, they assured him. Very well, we shall await your findings, old Zhao replied with a dismissive snort, signaling Cheng Ren before abruptly severing the communication. The representatives from Curry Country, Bear Country, and Sakura Country stood awkwardly, unsure of how to proceed, until Cheng Ren gestured for them to leave. Simultaneously, at the northern border of Huaxia, at the entrance of the instance known as Frost Abyss, a dozen figures clad in matching attire began to materialize. Their levels were not particularly high, especially when compared to the members of the three prominent SSS-level guilds who had attempted to conquer the instance the previous day. However, their presence here was not to undertake the instance. They had traveled from Longjiang City to investigate the series of unusual events from the previous day and to ascertain whether the instance's boss, the Frost Lord, had exhibited any violent outbursts. The reason the Frost Abyss instance had never been cleared was not solely due to its extreme difficulty, but also because it had been designated as a restricted zone by Huaxia. The formidable guilds and individuals within the country could freely enter the instance to gather materials and complete quests, yet attacking the boss, the Frost Lord, was strictly forbidden. This was due to the Frost Lord's unique nature. She was not only self-aware, but could also enter a frenzied state of rage, breaking through the boundaries of the instance and tearing through dimensions to invade the blue planet, posing a threat comparable to a regional major boss. Captain, do we need to go in? One of the younger team members asked the leader, his voice barely above a whisper. No, our levels are too low. Entering would be tantamount to seeking our demise. We will remain here at the entrance and pray that the boss does not break free, the captain replied. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of the world boss has dissipated, and those dispatched from the northern capital should be redirecting back here. We shall wait. All right, the first speaker said, scratching his head in a seemingly innocent manner, though the boredom of waiting led him to ponder aloud. Captain, I heard that the group that was annihilated here yesterday was exceptionally powerful. If they dared to sneak in, they must have been well prepared. How could they have failed so completely? How would I know? Had it not been for someone noticing something amiss at the resurrection point in Longjiang City, this incident might have gone unnoticed even now. However, according to some insiders, they encountered a formidable monster, an unimaginable humanoid beast adorned with tentacles. A humanoid monster so powerful? What might that entail? Tentacles. Could it be from the Dragonkin tribe? Is it a new instance boss? How should I know? As for its strength, perhaps we will have an answer once the prominent figures from the northern capital arrive. No matter how strong that monster is, it cannot possibly surpass the might of the city's elite. Achoo! Thousands of miles away, Tian, who was retracting his skill effects, suddenly sneezed. Who is speaking ill of me behind my back? He mused, rubbing his itchy nose. His gaze then shifted to his backpack space, and his eyes lit up. After repelling the world boss, an item had appeared in his inventory, an award for conquering the world boss. Corrupted Ring of the Crimson Sovereign. Ring, artifact, when equipped, every 100,000 health points grants a damage bonus of 10. Another straightforward yet formidable piece of divine jewelry. Moreover, this item was exceptionally compatible with Tian. For other professionals, in their base state, they might not even activate the ring's attributes. Even if they don high-level epic gear that maximized health points, they would only trigger a mere 30 damage increase. But Tian was different. His health points were unparalleled, exceeding even that of a boss. With a staggering total of 1 billion health points, he could achieve a terrifying 100,000 damage increase, even in a base state. A 1,000-fold increase in damage with a permanent effect. This was utterly ludicrous. While it might not compare to the 10,000-fold amplification of the crown of the demon god, one must not forget that Tian's health had limitless potential for growth. Thus far, he had only summoned one boss. Boss, are you even human? After the world boss vanished into the rift of time and space, the dark forest, pierced and shattered by an arrow, was gradually mending. As the blood-soaked dance of chaos dissipated and a gentle radiance descended upon the woods, Jiang Yulua, still reeling from the astonishing display of prowess exhibited by Tian, found herself gazing dreamily at the handsome young man before her, murmuring softly. The response she received was a playful flick to her forehead. Tian was careful in his approach. Knowing she was just a young girl, he merely tapped her lightly, feigning force. Ouch, Jiang Yulua pouted, covering her forehead in mock pain, only to quickly sidle up to Tian with a beaming smile. Boss, I wasn't cursing you. What I meant was, are you truly human? How is your health bar so extraordinarily long, akin to that of the world boss? She spread her arms wide to illustrate her point. And boss, did you really take down that world boss with a single arrow? It didn't die, it fled. Wasn't it already defeated before it ran away? I mean, its first life was gone. Boss, you are simply incredible. That was a world boss. Anyone with a combat power under 100,000 would likely just be tickling it. As the sole witness to the entire event, Jiang Yulua's admiration for Tian was boundless, flowing like an unending river. Every word she uttered was sincere. devoid of any flattery. By the way, boss, how much combat power do you possess? Could you share just a hint? Jiang Yuluo was like an inquisitive child, sensing that Lu Tian was shrouded in various secrets waiting to be uncovered. Having traversed the dark forest 10 times, Lu Tian had amassed experience points. Even though the level 60 and 70 monsters only granted a meager 10 points, the sheer volume of beasts had allowed his experience to overflow, propelling his level past the 40 mark. Upon reaching level 40, every class unlocked the combat power system. The combat power value serves as a comprehensive evaluation of an individual's strength, intricately linked to their class, level, attributes, skills, and equipment. As the name implies, a higher combat power value signifies greater strength. Despite Jiang Yuluo being an 80-level 3rd transformation sharpshooter, adorned in a full set of 70-level golden gear and various guild buffs, her combat power barely exceeded 20,000. Lu Tian, in truth, had never checked his own combat power. However, Jiang Yuluo's inquiry piqued his interest. Thus, he glanced at his personal panel, where he discovered the combat power evaluation at the bottom of the attributes section. Combat power. Lu Tian was taken aback. What is this? Combat power displayed as 3 question marks. Jiang Yuluo, noticing the change in Lu Tian's expression, couldn't he help but feel curious. What's wrong, boss? Is your combat power over 1 million? No. Could it be over 10 million? No. It's 3 question marks. Lu Tian did not conceal his situation. There was no need, for he was not the type to shrink away in fear. Moreover, he found this young girl quite likable, someone with whom he could forge a deeper connection. 3 question marks? Could it be that the value is too high to display? Yes, it must be that way. Truly, you are remarkable, boss, to achieve a combat power value that appears as question marks. Surely you are the only one in the entire realm capable of such an accomplishment. Chapter 29, A Single Strike? Am I dreaming? It is indeed plausible for combat power to exceed the display limit. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Tian found this explanation to be quite reasonable. After all, his full-strength strike had indeed obliterated the world boss. Furthermore, following the acquisition of the artifact ring, his strength had undergone a significant enhancement. In the entirety of Blue Star, there should be no one capable of withstanding even a single blow from him. Ah, well, if it doesn't display, so be it, Lu Tian thought, shifting his gaze from the personal panel to the rapidly transforming dark forest. After the world boss's escape, under the influence of mysterious forces, the entire dungeon space reset, with countless level 60 and 80 monsters once again populating the area. However, this time, no gruesome phenomena such as rivers of blood or piles of bones manifested upon the land. The unpleasant stench of decay that had previously lingered in the air had vanished entirely. The gray sky cast a gentle light, illuminating the winding paths leading to the boss's lair. The lush greenery adorned the earth, as vegetation eagerly released oxygen, mingling with the vapor rising from the evaporating dew, creating a hazy mist that gradually enveloped the ancient tree branches. It resembled a vibrant forest rejuvenated after a rainfall. This place appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary dungeon. Everything that had transpired felt like a distant dream. Perhaps this was the dark forest in its original form. As Lu Tian beheld the scene before him, he couldn't help but recall the words that had echoed in his ears earlier. The convergence of stars, the gods beyond the veil. Was the world boss that had appeared in this dungeon a deity from some alternate realm? Lu Tian did not understand the meaning of those words, but he harbored a vague sense that Blue Star must possess some unique significance. Within the rift of time and space, countless beings akin to the world boss may be lurking, eyeing this place with covetous intent towards this planet. Yet, Lu Tian felt little concern regarding this. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water rises, we shall build a dam. When the time comes, a battle would simply ensue. Besides, even when the first adventurers began awakening over a century ago, humanity had successfully united to drive the void demons back into the rift. Now, after such extensive development, even if he did not intervene, countless hidden powerful adventurers would likely be able to carve a path straight to the rift. Shaking his head, Lu Tian cast aside his bewildering thoughts. He then raised his right hand and grasped at the void. Above the heavens, a colossal nebula vortex swiftly took shape. At its center, a transparent ice crystal meteor trailing a long tail of flame, hurtling towards the heart of the dungeon at great speed. Boom! The meteor struck the forest, unleashing a frigid wave that radiated a powerful shockwave, instantly reverberating throughout the entire dungeon, forming a thick layer of solid ice. All monsters, including the boss, were annihilated in an instant. The dark forest has been completely cleared. Data anomaly. Completion time will not be recorded. Dungeon resetting. Countdown, 7 days. Due to Lu Tian's utilization of the boss skill, the record of this completion was rendered void. The reset duration for the dungeon had now extended to a full 7 days, which seemed to be normal under the circumstances. However, still no drop for the leg guards. Glancing at the pop-up notifications in the team message bar, Lu Tian felt a sense of dismay. After a whole morning of grinding, he had yet to gather a complete set of equipment. He was not planning to continue grinding today. The clock had already ticked past 2 in the afternoon, well past mealtime, and his stomach was practically pressed against his back. Moreover, having been separated from Xiao Charan for such a long time, Tian was quite concerned about her class transition. Let us wake these folks up. I'll be leaving soon. No more grinding for today. He surveyed the members of the Yulaw Guild, neatly sprawled on the ground, pondering if such a commotion hadn't roused them. Surely they weren't dead? No. If they had died, they would have respawned at the city's revival point. Since they remained here, they must be fine. What is wrong with you? Tian called out to Jiang Yulaw, only to find her frozen in place, her gaze unfocused as she stared at the remnants of the destroyed instance in the center. After a brief moment, she regained her senses and pointed at the dissipating swirl of nebulae in the sky, swallowing hard, her voice trembling as she asked, "Boss, could it be that the protective barrier outside the city was destroyed by you?" Jiang Yulaw remembered vividly that at the moment the barrier was obliterated, a faint nebula had been visible high in the sky, though it had been too distant to see clearly. The resemblance was undeniable. They both originated from the same type of skill. Furthermore, aren't you a summoner, boss? Why do you possess so many peculiar skills? That one-shot clearing in 0.1 second seems excessively powerful. Although this clearing time wasn't recorded on the leaderboard, the team's notification panel displayed a corresponding pop-up. 0.1 seconds. How absurd. Jiang Yulaw felt her mind was nearly overwhelmed. First, a single arrow eliminated a world boss, and then a skill cleared the screen entirely. Was this truly the summoner she had come to know? Faced with a barrage of questions, Tian chose not to elaborate but instead walked toward the exit. "Wait for me, boss," Jiang Yulaw exclaimed, promptly disbanding the team. She then revived the unconscious guild members one by one before hurriedly taking her sister's hand and rushing out of the instance to catch up with Tian, who had already begun to distance himself. Moments later, in the teleportation area of Tianyan City, the three figures emerged together. "Boss, are you really not considering my sister's previous suggestion? Our guild is currently in a phase of growth, with ample potential for future advancement. If you find the position of vice president lacking, how about I simply offer you the president's position?" Throughout their journey, Jiang Yulaw had persistently drawn information from Tian, including his name. She also formally introduced herself and her sister. The three had grown quite familiar with one another. "If you give me the president's position, I might as well create a new guild from scratch and build a perfect one myself," Tian replied, shaking his head. He held little interest in joining Yulaw's guild at present. The buffs provided by a D-class guild were rather mundane and inconsequential to him. Moreover, Tian was aware that Yulaw's guild started at a low tier, which limited its growth potential and the various attributes it could acquire. The cap for growth would barely reach an A-class guild. Like professions, guilds were also ranked not only by strength, but also by quality. The better the guild's quality, the higher its growth potential, consequently providing superior buffs, attribute enhancements, and benefits to its members. This is why all professionals aspired to join higher-tier guilds. Who wouldn't want to grow stronger? Joining a high-level guild not only allowed access to prominent figures, but also offered a plethora of benefits that made dungeon runs and monster farming significantly easier. However, Tian merely voiced his thoughts. He had no intention of joining a guild at this time. Chapter 30, A Genius. The various factions of Tianyan City were all abuzz. The three strolled through the bustling streets, heading toward the vocational temple situated at the city's heart. The world boss had appeared swiftly and vanished even quicker. For the professionals within Tianyan City, the initial news had stirred restlessness, but for the residents, the impact was negligible. Most were utterly unaware that anything had transpired. Life continued as usual, with the city maintaining its orderly flow of people. Not long ago, Tian had sent a video to Xiao Charan, learning that she had successfully completed her job transition task and was currently en route to the temple to submit it. Thus, he intended to meet her there before they went out for a meal together. Jiang Yulaw and her sister insisted on accompanying him, leaving him with no choice. The vocational temple was not far, and within 10 minutes, the three arrived outside the temple square. Yet, they were met with an unexpected scene. The temple was bustling with people, both inside and out. The main entrance was completely blocked. After much effort to navigate around the crowd, they reached the entrance, only to discover they could not squeeze inside. At that moment, whispers and discussions erupted from the temple's hall. "Brothers, I've just received insider information confirming that a 5-star job transition, which hasn't occurred in over 20 years in the city, has finally happened. Is that for real, man? This news is sensational. How could it be false? The presidents of both Hurricane and Dragon Battle have come in person. They should be upstairs negotiating with the Moon Hall Master for her. Isn't she the stunning lady who broke the record for the Dragon's Roar boundary? Solo clear? I think her last name is Xiao. What was it again? Xiao Charan. Yes, that's right. 20 levels breaking a level 50 dungeon record. What kind of monster is she? We have a newcomer in our guild who is her classmate. He mentioned she was the campus belle of Tianyan No. 1 High School. Not just that. Do you know about the Xiao Corporation in the city? That's her family's business." The hall buzzed with excitement, and in just a short span, Xiao Charan's basic background information was being revealed. What on earth is happening today? First, that Yulaw guild breaks 10 records in a row. And now we have someone even more impressive breaking the record and completing a 5-star transition. Don't forget about that world boss. Today is truly bizarre. Ugh, don't even mention that world boss. It's even more ridiculous. According to some big shots, when the world boss descended, it just so happened to be confronted by a group of exceptionally strong players. It appeared, and in the blink of an eye, its first phase was obliterated, and it fled in disgrace. After listening for a while, Tian finally grasped what was happening. Xiao Churan not only successfully completed her job transition task, but also shattered the solo clear record for Dragon's Roar boundary. Breaking records wouldn't usually cause such a commotion. But the issue lay in the fact that she was currently at level 20, right in the midst of her transition phase. The transition tasks were universal across all professions, and Dragon's Roar boundary just happened to be a 5-star task. Being able to break the solo record implied that she possessed the strength to complete a 5-star job transition task. With a bit of deduction, one could piece together the truth behind the matter. This was why so many people had gathered outside the temple, including many from top-tier guilds. Even the presidents of Hurricane and Dragon Battle had made their way over. Everyone was eager to recruit Xiao Churan into their guild. But I heard that Xiao Churan, the stunning beauty, is just a summoner. How can she be so formidable? As Tian pondered, the discussions continued around him. Isn't that obvious? Aside from those rare hidden professions, among the common combat professions, only summoners and necromancers have such high level-up potential. If the skills are good, they are extraordinarily powerful. If not, they're utterly pitiful. The key is that good summoning skills are exceedingly rare. Thus, it is the extreme characteristics of this profession that have given rise to such a lowly vocation. In my opinion, disregarding other places, here in Tianyan City, apart from the exceptional beauty Xiao, all other summoners are utterly worthless. Cough. Boss, shall I go over and teach that fellow a lesson? Jiang Yuluo, who had been standing quietly to the side, nearly burst into laughter upon hearing this. Are all the other summoners truly worthless? This is to say that my esteemed Tian Shu is not worth a glance. Never mind. Tian waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in such individuals. He then turned and walked towards the square. There are far too many people here. It feels rather suffocating. Let us wait in the square instead. Indeed, Jiang Yuluo wholeheartedly agreed with Tian's suggestion. The crowd here was not merely large. It was a veritable sea of humanity. With a cacophony of discussions buzzing incessantly around her, akin to a swarm of mosquitoes incessantly droning in her ears, giving her a headache. However, after taking just a few steps, she suddenly seemed to recollect something. Previously, Tian had mentioned coming to the Temple of Professions to await someone. And that individual bore the name Xiao Churan. Boss, the person we are waiting for, could it be her? Indeed. Listening to Tian's nonchalant reply, Jiang Yuluo mused that it was just as she had suspected. With such an impressive figure as Tian, it seemed only natural for those around him to be somewhat extraordinary. Yet, upon further reflection, something felt amiss. With Tian's capabilities, completing a 5-star job transition should be a trivial matter. Yet why had his name never appeared on the personal leaderboard of the Dragon's Roar border? Was it not a 5-star job transition he undertook? This was even more perplexing. Oh dear. Lost in thought, Jiang Yuluo, who had been diligently following Tian, suddenly bumped her head against a broad back. Wincing in pain, she raised her head only to discover that Tian had inexplicably come to a halt. She leaned closer, gripping the hem of Tian's clothing tightly, and peeked out from beside his shoulder, just in time to see a young lady in a high-ranking profession uniform approaching them with an air of mystery. Leaning in, she spoke softly to Tian, "Brave one. Lady Yu has been waiting for you upstairs for quite some time." Chapter 31. This fellow, could he possibly be a master? The newcomer was none other than the priestess responsible for the newcomer job transitions, whom Tian had met just that morning. She explained that Yu Luiying had learned of his arrival from Xiao Churan and had thus arranged for her to wait outside the temple. Upon spotting him in the crowd, she had hurried over. After Tian exchanged a few words with Jiang Yuluo, he followed the priestess through a special employee passage into the temple hall. Sister, that person seems to hold Lu Da's presence in great esteem. Surely, Lu Da's identity is not merely that of an ordinary high school graduate as he claims. Jiang Yushi murmured softly, linking her arm with Jiang Yuluo's as they watched the two figures fade into the throng. Her address for Tian mirrored that of her sister. Of course, you are well aware of Lu Da's strength. How could he possibly be an ordinary person? I would even believe him if he claimed to be a top genius from Central City. Jiang Yuluo exclaimed. No, even those prodigies from Central City cannot compare to Lu Da's little finger. You have no idea what transpired after you fainted, Lu Da. Jiang Yuluo, filled with excitement, nearly let slip the astonishing tale of how Tian single-handedly defeated a world boss. Thankfully, she managed to clamp her mouth shut just in time. Such a sensational feat would undoubtedly create an uproar. Even with her sister, it was best to keep it under wraps. Sister, what were you about to say? What happened to Lu Da? And why did you disband the team right after we fainted, leaving us without any historical records to refer to? How should I put it? After you fainted, a level 100 hidden boss appeared in the instance. and Lu Da engaged in a fierce battle for quite some time before ultimately defeating the boss. As for disbanding the team, I accidentally clicked the button out of sheer excitement. Yes, that is precisely what happened. Really? Jiang Yushi regarded her sister's words with some skepticism, but chose not to press further. The two of them maneuvered around the crowd and arrived at the edge of the square, quietly awaiting Lu Tian's return. As the Jiang Yulua Guild's reputation soared, many had recognized the sisters but hesitated to approach them. Despite their youthful appearances, their long-standing positions of power and their relatively high levels in Tianyan City lent them an undeniable aura, deterring most from daring to intrude upon their space. Returning to Lu Tian, he had ascended the stairs with the priestess and stood outside Yu Luiying's office. Just as he was about to push the door open, he encountered two figures emerging from the office. One was an elderly man with graying hair who appeared frail, and the other was a robust middle-aged man sporting a shaved head. As soon as they stepped out, they began to jostle each other, and after a few paces, their energies clashed violently in the corridor, stirring a tempestuous wind. Old foe, President Wei, I kindly ask you not to engage in combat within the temple. Your auras are too overwhelming. I can barely withstand it, the priestess exclaimed, barely able to maintain her composure as she and Lu Tian approached. Directly facing the combined force of the two, Lu Tian remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. However, the priestess turned red, her body swaying as if she were a solitary boat amidst a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing. Humph. The two men exchanged a glance, retracting their energies with a disdainful snort, uttering not a word, as if neither would yield to the other. Subsequently, one descended to the left and the other to the right, each engrossed in their own affairs as they departed down the stairs. Brave one, are you all right? Old Feng and President Wei are the heads of the Hurricane and Dragon War guilds, respectively. They always engage in competition whenever they meet. Once the two had left, the priestess turned to Lu Tian, and upon confirming he was unscathed, she heaved a sigh of relief. Historically, the literary arts have never been superior to martial prowess. Although the Dragon War Guild had been slightly overshadowed by the Hurricane Guild in recent years, as the leader of Dragon War, Wei Jiao had never submitted to Old Feng. Their rivalry had persisted over the years, with each claiming victories over the other, neither able to prevail. Shall we proceed inside? The priestess steadied her somewhat disordered breathing and knocked on the office door, leading Lu Tian inside. Little did they notice that the two men, having descended halfway down the staircase, simultaneously glanced back, their gazes landing upon Lu Tian's tall figure. How peculiar. This young man appeared unaffected by their overwhelming presence. It was inconceivable for even an 80-level tank profession to exhibit such ease. Could he be a master? This was unfathomable. Such an extraordinary individual could not possibly exist in Tianyan City. An astonishing thought arose simultaneously within both their minds. However, they swiftly dismissed the unrealistic notion that lingered in their minds, shaking their heads as they chose not to dwell further on it, and walked downstairs with their hands clasped behind their backs. Meanwhile, with a creak, the office door was slowly pushed open. The priestess led Lu Tian into the room. Inside, Xiao Chuan, who had successfully transitioned to her new class, sat languidly on the sofa, her chin resting on her hands as she gazed vacantly at the entrance. The moment she spotted Lu Tian, a smile graced her lips, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully stuck out her tongue at him. Yu Luqing, seated behind the desk, was engrossed in a document. Sister Yu, the brave one has arrived, she announced. Ah, you've come at the perfect time, Yu Luqing replied, organizing the papers before her. She smiled at Lu Tian and then turned her attention to the priestess, instructing, the prominent figures from the southern main city will be arriving in Tianyan City tonight. Please arrange the welcoming details. Oh, and prepare this material as well. Rubbing her temples, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. It seemed that momentous events had been unfolding in Tianyan City daily, with bizarre occurrences surfacing one after another, events that had not transpired in over a decade. All right, Sister Yu, I'll take my leave now. As the office door closed once more, only Lu Tian and the two women remained inside. Lu Tian, come, sit here. Yu Luqing invited, still recalling the embarrassing incident from the morning, seemingly hesitant to sit directly across from him. She gracefully stood and guided Lu Tian to the adjacent sofa, positioning herself in the center, flanked by Xiao Chuan and Lu Tian on either side. Feng Lao and President Wei just left not long ago. You must have crossed paths with them, right? They were both certain that Chuan had completed her 5-star transition and came to win her over. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Luqing glanced at Lu Tian. However, Chuan did not provide them with a definitive answer. She confided in me that she wishes to join the same guild as you. Hurricane and Dragon War are both quite impressive. They are undoubtedly among the top contenders in Tianyan City. However, regarding your own 5-star transition, I have kept it confidential within the temple, which is why the two presidents have not sought you out. You don't hold any resentment towards your sister, do you? Yu Luqing remained unaware of why Lu Tian had not appeared on the personal leaderboard of the Dragoness Roar border, speculating that it might be due to his relatively lower prowess or prolonged dungeon clearing times, unlike Xiao Chuan's effortless progress. This lack of attention from others could be a blessing in disguise. In her view, fame was not necessarily a boon. The temple's decision to withhold the transition information of each practitioner was, on one hand, a matter of privacy, and on the other, a means of ensuring the safety of the practitioners, particularly those with exceptional talent who had attained 5-star transitions. After all, a shocking incident had occurred over a decade ago in the Lighthouse Nation, where an extraordinary genius, recently transitioned, was brutally sacrificed by a group of extremist cultists who believed in the descent of the fallen angel, right at the revival point. Since then, all major temples across the Blue Star have adopted a more cautious and low-profile approach. Chapter 32. What is arrogance? This is arrogance. Naturally, Yuluqing shared this concern. Although such cult organizations had never manifested within the borders of Huaxia, it was always prudent to be prepared for the worst. Moreover, for Tianyan City to continue its growth and emerge as a powerhouse in southern Huaxia, the most straightforward and effective method was to achieve commendable results in the 100 Cities League, thereby garnering more resources and rewards to construct larger teleportation arrays within the city. To secure good results, the inclusion of talented newcomers who could grow progressively was indispensable. However, this would inevitably encroach upon the interests of certain individuals. The total amount of societal resources is finite. If one party claims a larger share, another must inevitably receive less, which could lead to retaliatory actions. Whether that retaliation manifests as lethal or merely injurious depends on the stakes involved. Even blood relatives can engage in fierce battles over properties and inheritances. So one can only imagine the lengths to which complete strangers might go. Such is the nature of reality. It sounds surreal and brutal. Yet these events unfold daily around us. In her 10 years leading the Tianyan City Professional Temple, Yuluqing and various powers, including the City Lord's office, the temple, and major guilds, had faced numerous underhanded schemes. The shadow of the masterminds often loomed over some high-ranking officials in southern cities. Lu Tian, if you wish to connect with the two presidents, I can assist you. After speaking, Yuluqing fixed her beautiful gaze upon Lu Tian, patiently awaiting his decision. However, as she stared into those starry eyes, an inexplicable warmth spread across her cheeks, and she found herself lost in thought. No need. Lu Tian was uncertain of the underlying reasons, but responded with firm conviction. Are you choosing to go solo, then? No. I haven't decided to join a guild just yet, and besides, A-grade guilds hold little allure for me. How audacious. The words sprang to Yuluqing's mind, encapsulating her thoughts. What does it mean to be arrogant? This is it. To casually declare that A-grade guilds lack appeal in this modest Tianyan city is a sentiment Lu Tian alone has expressed. Yuluqing had once been youthful and impetuous, casting a condescending glance at the world. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been relegated to this small city in the south. Yet, she had never regretted her choices. At this moment, she felt as though she was witnessing her younger self, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she regarded the young man beside her, as if she were rediscovering him anew. Good brother, well said, Yuluqing exclaimed, before turning her attention back to Xiao Chuan. Chuan, how do you choose now? Will it be one of the two guilds, or wherever a Tian goes, I shall follow. Since he doesn't wish to go, I will accompany him. Xiao Chuan replied nonchalantly. In truth, she had not considered these matters at all. If given a choice, she would even prefer to awaken a lifestyle-oriented profession. A year of rest, completing her university education, and living a carefree life thereafter, nurturing a family. What could be better? Very well, I respect your decision. I will decline on your behalf to phone Lao and President Wei. Though she spoke, a flicker of conflict passed across Yuluqing's face. She had summoned Lu Tian not only for this matter, but also to discuss an important issue regarding the future development of Tianyan City, particularly concerning the 100 Cities League. Lu Tian, if you don't wish to join Hurricane or Dragon War, would you consider selecting another guild within the city? Any guild will do. Rest assured. The temple will certainly not neglect you. Within 3 months, temple members will exhaust every effort to help you grind dungeons and elevate your level to 90. Whenever I have the time, I will personally assist you. Why? Is it related to the 100 Cities League? Yes, that is precisely why I invited you here. Yuluqing nodded, her expression turning solemn. The rewards for this season's 100 Cities League were just announced at noon today. Cities that make it to the top 32 in the southern region will not only receive the usual equipment and item rewards, but will also obtain a complete void crystal. The void crystal, a rare mineral originating from the rifts of time and space, possesses the extraordinary ability to fold space. In today's Blue Star, the teleportation arrays in various cities are primarily constructed using shards of the void crystal as their main material. However, these are mostly fragments, yielding effects that amount to less than 1% of a complete void crystal, thus severely limiting both the distance and efficiency of teleportation. Moreover, insiders have disclosed that Central City has been researching a colossal teleportation array for countless years, and recent developments suggest that progress has finally been made. The cornerstone for this grand teleportation array is none other than a complete void crystal. With a single statement, Yuluqing rose and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the intricate urban landscape of steel and concrete. Her chest heaved violently, and her heartbeat quickened. After a brief pause, she continued, If a colossal teleportation array could be established within Tianyan City, all residents would be able to reach any location on this continent in an incredibly short amount of time. Note, it would be any place. Furthermore, there would be no concern about returning, for the colossal teleportation array would directly open a two-way portal. Do you comprehend what this implies? As Yu Luiying spoke with mounting excitement, she suddenly turned to face the two individuals on the sofa. Without waiting for their response, she continued, "This means that the development of Tianyan City would no longer be constrained by the surrounding environment. Transitioning from a small city to a large metropolis would merely be a matter of time. The levels of dungeons in the vicinity largely dictate the developmental ceiling of a city, with the highest level dungeon within a 100-mile radius of Tianyan City being only level 90. The generally high-level professionals within the city are capped at just over level 100. To continue leveling up, they would have to venture to other cities, which is quite impractical. Life is not a game. In comparison to battling monsters for experience, the mundane concerns of daily life are irreplaceable for the average person. Additionally, traveling from one city to another is not as simple as a mere flash. The time and energy expended along the way equate to significant costs. In truth, Yu Luiying had yet another ambition unspoken. She yearned to transform Tianyan City step by step into a super city that could rival the southern main city. Perhaps even surpass it. This had almost become an obsession for her. But what does this have to do with whether I join a guild? Lu Tian found Yu Luiying's grand vision quite intriguing. The idea of transforming a small city into a super metropolis was exhilarating. However, he also raised his own doubts. She had rambled on quite a bit, yet it seemed to have little bearing on him. Of course it does. Yu Luiying replied with a charming smile as she approached the computer, pulling up a notification document before turning the LCD screen towards Lu Tian and his companion. Here. This is the participation rule for the 100 Cities League. Each professional in the city will participate in selections as a guild, which means one must first join a guild to partake in the 100 Cities League. Ah, so that is how it is. Lu Tian nodded, grasping the rules, and it dawned on him that she was hoping he would participate in this year's 100 Cities League. As expected, hardly had Lu Tian's words faded when Yu Luiying, with her delicate lips, continued, "The guild representing Tianyan City, if it does not bring in fresh blood, is unlikely to break into the top 50. However, this year is different, as two variables have emerged within the city. So, what do you say, Lu Tian? Are you interested in making a grand effort?" Chapter 33, Vicious Curse, Near Death of a Sealed Past. A grand effort? Absolutely. Lu Tian grinned widely, consenting eagerly. The various constructions within Tianyan City had already reached saturation. Thus, further development naturally required expansion into the surrounding areas. Consequently, those undeveloped regions would become a vast blue ocean, teeming with opportunities. Coincidentally, he had over 80 billion Chinese yuan with no place to spend it. Investing it would surely be a long-term strategy. However, since he aimed for a grand endeavor, merely entering the top 32 seemed unambitious. He decided to set a modest goal, securing first place in the Southern Division. Lu Tian shrugged, expressing his perspective. Huh, first place? Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Yu Luiying erupted into laughter, her mirth unrestrained. Lu Tian, your ambition is truly lofty. Such aspirations are commendable, but I must temper your enthusiasm with a dose of reality. In the southern region of China, there are a total of 20 areas. While Tianyan City may vie for the top position within this 10th district, one must realize that the 10th district is merely the least impressive among the 20 in the south. Aside from a few other cities in the 10th district, the rest are nearly at the bottom tier of southern China. The only time Tianyan City broke into the top 50 of the southern division was purely due to luck. They faced a string of weaker mid-tier cities in the draws, which led to the record-breaking feat. Yu Luiying's gaze wandered, her eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. That year was indeed a stroke of luck. While replicating such results should not be overly difficult, advancing further into the top 32 would depend on fate. As for claiming first in the southern division, ha ha ha, Yu Luiying repeated Lu Tian's words in her mind, unable to suppress a laugh. In her view, not to mention first in the south, even breaking into the top 16 would be a fanciful dream for Tianyan City. Although both you and your sister Chern are summoners, possessing the capability to battle above your level through a few powerful summoning skills, overcoming levels is not synonymous with disregarding them. Many cities in the south boast professionals exceeding level 100, and those surpassing level 200 are not exactly rare either. Yu Luiying shook her head and continued. Moreover, the most crucial point is that the 100 Cities League entails battling against other professionals. Professionals are human. They think, strategize, and will not simply stand idly as you summon a horde of familiars. With your lower levels, your attributes correspondingly diminish. Should you encounter a slightly higher level assassin, you may not even have the chance to unleash your summoning skills before being swiftly overwhelmed. Yu Luiying was unaware of Lu Tian's true capabilities. She merely perceived him as a lucky individual with decent talent and a couple of powerful skills. This inference was not entirely unfounded. Perhaps, Lu Tian refrained from offering explanations, instead steering the conversation back to the initial discussion point. If I must join a guild, would it be possible for me to create one myself? The 100 Cities League does not impose restrictions on the guild level, does it? Not at all, Yu Luiying affirmed. But just what? Though she did not elaborate. Lu Tian understood perfectly well. The combat power that a brand new guild could provide is incomparable to that of established large guilds, particularly those classified as A-grade. Like Hurricane or Dragon War. Yu Luiying simply did not anticipate Lu Tian's refusal to join an A-grade guild, opting instead to establish a new one from scratch. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential. She did not oppose it, as the presence of the Divine Temple ensured that Lu Tian and his companion would not lack guidance. Very well. Since you have made your decision, dear brother Lu Tian, I shall respect your wishes. However, for the next 3 months, you and Sister Charon must gather at the Divine Temple every morning. I will arrange for dedicated personnel to assist you both in dungeon runs and leveling up. Every day? That sounds rather cumbersome. Cumbersome. Upon hearing this, Yu Luiying's eyes widened in disbelief, her mind momentarily faltering. The seemingly innocuous proposal was unexpectedly met with refusal. The back and forth was certainly bothersome, and moreover, I have my own methods of leveling up. Thus, there is no immediate need to trouble the temple. To possess one's own means of advancement raises the question, could it be linked to certain influential figures in the outer city? Moonlight Firefly pondered this notion. The peculiar association was not without foundation. After Lu Tian completed his 5-star job transfer quest, Moonlight Firefly had delved into his identity and background, meticulously uncovering various details, including the confidential files regarding Lu Tian's parents. It turned out that Lu Tian's parents were not originally from Tianyin City. 19 years ago, they had fled from the outer city. Yes, they were indeed fugitives. Moonlight Firefly recalled clearly how the records detailed their arrival in Tianyin City, both severely injured, with Lu Tian's father afflicted by an exceedingly rare high-level calamity curse. For over a year, his vitality was continuously drained, reducing his level to a mere 1, almost leading to his demise. At the time of their entry into Tianyin City, he had been over level 90. All of this indicated that Lu Tian's parents had once crossed paths with some formidable individuals. Yet, they ultimately settled in Tianyin City and lived in relative peace for over a decade. This also hinted at a significant truth. They likely possessed exceptional identities, or at the very least, connections to prominent figures, which perhaps deterred those who might have sought to harm them. Additionally, given that there had been no high-level summoning skill books surfacing in Tianyin City for quite some time, Moonlight Firefly had ample reason to suspect that the powerful summoning skills Lu Tian might possess, along with that high-level skill book he gifted to Xiao Charon, originated from certain influential individuals in the outer city. The ability to deduce such extensive information from a few seemingly unrelated clues showcased Moonlight Firefly's remarkable analytical skills. However, despite her extensive calculations, she overlooked a critical point: Lu Tian himself. In her eyes, irrespective of his strength, he was merely an ordinary summoner. Alas, Lu Tian's skill panel was, in truth, ever so slightly different from that of all other summoners. Well then, you may pursue your leveling in your own manner. After much deliberation, Moonlight Firefly ultimately acquiesced. However, she certainly would not let the matter slide. She would periodically monitor their leveling progress. After discussing the main issues, the trio engaged in casual conversation before Lu Tian took Xiao Charon and departed. He had originally come to escort Xiao Charon for lunch, and after such delays, his stomach was already growling with hunger. Upon descending the stairs, he concurrently accepted the 5-star second job transfer quest. Exiting the temple hall, he soon spotted the Jiang Yulua sisters eagerly waiting in the square. The 4 of them then proceeded towards a bustling commercial street surrounding the temple. In the central office of the temple's highest floor, after concluding all matters, Moonlight Firefly removed her high heels, slowly peeled off the black stockings from her legs, and gracefully stepped with her delicate, snow-white feet towards the floor-to-ceiling windows. Coincidentally, she witnessed a curious scene. Lu Tian's younger brother was indeed quite popular with the girls. However, those 2 individuals appeared somewhat familiar. She immediately recognized the Jiang Yulua sisters beside Lu Tian, sensing their silhouettes were reminiscent of a previous encounter. Yet she could not place them at that moment. Chapter 34. The formative stage of a universe-dominating guild. More than half an hour later, in the South City commercial street. Having indulged in a hearty meal, Lu Tian and his companions emerged from a modest Xia County eatery. The sidewalks were lined with numerous snack stalls, showcasing delicacies from various regions of the old world, the air thick with savory spices that tantalized the appetites of passers-by. Lu Tian relished this ambience. The essence of human warmth is the most comforting to the ordinary heart. Burp. Boss, are we really not going to continue grinding dungeons today? After following Lu Tian aimlessly through the commercial street, Jiang Yulua, still savoring her meal, inquired hopefully. Despite having transferred several pieces of 60-level golden tier equipment into his backpack, indirectly affirming their previous discussion, she was unwilling to let go of the idea. We're not grinding today, Lu Tian replied, hands tucked in his pockets, striding ahead without turning back. Then what are you and Charon going to do now? Can we tag along? We're heading to the guild building in the city. Whether you can follow us is up to you. Boss, what business do you have at the guild building? You can't possibly be serious about forming a guild, can you? The guild building in Tianyin City belongs to the Huaxia Guild Alliance, a national organization akin to a vocational temple, responsible for the registration, classification, and promotion of all guilds across Huaxia. Jiang Yulua was somewhat astonished. When she had previously tried to recruit Lu Tian, he had mentioned it in passing. But at the time, she believed it to be merely an excuse. Now, it appeared to be more than she had presumed. Lu Tian shrugged, though he did not respond. The direction he faced was indeed toward the guild building. The guild building was not far from the South City Commercial Street, just across an artificial lake and a few traffic lights. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering the building and stating their purpose at the front desk, Lu Tian and his companions were directed to the dedicated hall for guild registration. The hall was luxuriously decorated and vast, comparable in size to 2 or 3 sports arenas, yet still bustling with activity. The large number of people attending was due to the ongoing graduation season, with many newly awakened individuals flooding into society. While most newcomers chose to join established guilds, there was always a small portion who harbored dreams of becoming guild leaders themselves. Moreover, the cost of establishing a regular guild was minimal. One could register a guild with the lowest potential, an F-tier guild, for just 100 Huaxia coins. Lu Tian took a number and, after a brief wait, it was soon his turn at window 9. Sir, how many stars of potential would you like to register for your guild? The adjacent form displayed the registration requirements for different tiers of potential guilds, and the attendant encouraged him to take a look. The initial potential of a guild was divided into 9-star levels, with 1 star being the lowest and the registration requirements the most lenient, merely a payment of 100 Huaxia coins. However, such guilds had an extremely low growth ceiling, at most able to advance to D tier. The 9-star guild was the strongest, but its registration requirements were the most stringent. It not only required a registration fee of 10 million coins, but also mandated that at least one initial member possess combat power exceeding 10,000. Lu Tian had originally intended to register a 9-star guild, but suddenly recalled that his combat power would not be displayed. Moreover, Xiao Chuan, not yet having reached level 40, had not even unlocked the combat power system. Oh no, I totally forgot about that. He slapped his forehead, suddenly feeling awkward. Boss, are you trying to register a high-star initial guild? Seeing Lu Tian's change in demeanor, Jiang Yulua suddenly spoke up. She recognized the conflict on Lu Tian's face and was aware that his combat power was displayed as 3 question marks. A brief contemplation led her to deduce the situation. Jiang Yulua glanced at Lu Tian at the window, then looked at her sister beside her, and made a bold decision that would impact her future. She swiftly accessed her personal panel, withdrew the funds from the guild warehouse, and without hesitation, transferred the position of Rain Luo Guild President to her sister. Then, with a single click, she exited the guild. Boss, my combat power meets the requirements, and I still have 200,000 Huaxia coins. It should be sufficient to register an initial guild of below 7 stars. If we wish to establish one of 7 stars or above, we will have to wait until the end of the month for the team leaderboard rewards. Sister, what is this? Before Lu Tian could speak, Jiang Yushi suddenly gasped, covering her mouth. Just moments ago, her personal panel had automatically expanded, and a system notification popped up in the guild channel, revealing that she had been designated as the guild leader, while the former leader, her own sister, had withdrawn from the guild. The Yulua Guild was something her sister had poured countless efforts into, nurturing it to its current state. To claim there were no feelings involved would be sheer self-deception. But now, Yushi, don't ask why. Once the seasonal rewards are distributed at the end of the month, you should allocate the rewards to the sisters in the guild, and then withdraw to join Boss's guild. Jiang Yulua gently patted her sister's shoulder, saying no more. She then turned to Lu Tian. Boss, I am now a free agent. Hehe, I am an 80-level 3rd transformation sharpshooter. Am I worthy of your attention? Lu Tian remained silent, instead glancing at the staff member at the window, producing a black gold card emblazoned with a dragon motif. I would like to register an initial guild of 9 stars. This is the black gold card from the Huaxia auction house. The staff member, upon receiving the card from Lu Tian and scrutinizing it, was so astonished that he exclaimed, his voice barely contained by the thick glass of the window, reminiscent of a bank, preventing a commotion in the lobby. Sir, please hold on. I need you to look at this iris scanner to verify your identity, and I will process your request immediately. Oh, by the way, to register a 9-star initial guild, we also need to verify the combat power of an initial member. What do you think? Following the staff's instructions, Lu Tian scanned his identity and then called Jiang Yulua over. After a brief verification, it showed a successful confirmation. The staff member quickly operated the system, and within half a minute, returned the black gold card. Sir, the guild has been successfully registered. You may now check your personal panel. This is your card. The total expenditure is 8 million Huaxia coins. Thank you. You're welcome. It's my duty. Lu Tian stowed the black gold card and opened his personal panel. At that moment, a 4th page had appeared, the guild page. Guild name. Guild level. F. Guild members. 100 Lu Tian leader. Jiang Yulua, ordinary member. Guild tasks. None. Guild bonuses. None. Guild warehouse. None. Notice. Please name the guild immediately. Chapter 35. The Rampant Duo of Powerhouses. As Tian contemplated the pop-up information, he decided on a name, typing in 2 characters. Tian Go. Guild name successfully established. Tian Go. Highest combat power, 20, 319. Total guild power, 20, 319. Guild ranking, Huaxia 17, 923, for 26. Please expand the guild scale swiftly to enhance its level. As the guild develops or levels up, more features will unlock, providing each member with more powerful buffs. Having completed the naming, Tian browsed through the guild page. He found it strikingly similar to the guild pages in most of the MMORPGs he had played in his previous life, with basic functions closely aligned. However, as the guild had just been established, many features were still locked, requiring gradual upgrades to unlock. After glancing around, Tian's gaze settled on the guild members section. The current member cap was only 100, which should increase as the guild leveled up. Besides himself, the guild already had one initial member, Jiang Yulaw, who had undergone the combat power verification, and the system had automatically included her. Churin, would you like to join? Tian turned to Xiao Churin with a smile. Quick, invite me. Xiao Churin exclaimed eagerly. Opening the guild member management page, Tian selected the member column, checked the specific city, and entered Xiao Churin's name, instantly sending her an invitation message. Ding. An invitation to join the guild has been sent to the other party. Ding. The other party has accepted the invitation. Guild announcement. Welcome new member Xiao Churin to Tian Go. Bang. In the prime real estate of central Tianyan City, the headquarters of the Hurricane Guild, within a private villa spanning thousands of square meters. In the core members' conference room on the 2nd floor, the sound of shattering echoed as a white porcelain teacup was violently hurled to the ground, shattering into countless tiny shards. The pale yellow tea stains seeped into the marble tiles, quickly spreading to one person's feet. Damn it! Wind Lao, who had been pacing angrily in the hall, lifted his foot and forcefully shook off the tea stains, plopping down into the central leader's seat. That damned way Lao Air insists on competing with me. It's clear he is doing it to spite me. His white beard quivered with rage, and he exhaled 2 streams of foul air from his nostrils, visibly furious. Surveying the room, suppressing his anger, he spoke, feel free to express your opinions. This time, we must bring that little girl Xiao Churin to Hurricane. Otherwise, that dog Wei Lao Air will surely meddle. Surrounded by Hurricane's core members, who could cause the city to tremble with a mere stomp, they all sat in silence. Heads bowed, afraid to meet his gaze, even holding their breath. Why is no one speaking? President, those fellows from Longzhan must be thinking the same. If Xiao Churin joins them, in time, it could very well upend the power dynamics of Tianyan City. Seeing Wind Lao on the verge of another outburst, Hiyong, the vice president, cautiously spoke up after careful consideration. What do you mean? Wind Lao's tiger-like eyes widened, flames of fury clearly visible within. Xiao Churin, being the only 5-star transmuter to emerge in 2 decades, indicated she was favored by fortune. If she were to be recruited by Longzhan, the balance of power between the 2 great guilds in Tianyan City could indeed be disrupted. Nonsense. Bang. Wind Lao slammed his fist onto the glass coffee table beside him, shattering it into a pile of dust. Though he had not used any skills to enhance his strength, his level of 107, coupled with 5 transformations, meant his physical prowess and capabilities far surpassed those of ordinary young adults. The sheer force of his punch, exceeding 500 kilograms, was enough to create such a terrifying impact. With just Wei Lao Air and the gang from Longzhan, how could they possibly turn this tide? While Wind Lao said this, he was acutely aware that these were merely words of frustration. The reason Hurricane had consistently held the upper hand over Longzhan over the years lay primarily in his formidable personal strength. This undoubtedly underscored one critical point. In the face of overwhelming strength, the fundamental prerequisites that determine the might of a guild, such as tactics, strategies, and scale, must yield. Xiao Churin's successful completion of a 5-star class advancement not only grants her an immense boost in basic attributes, but also endows her with 3 exceptionally powerful special skills, placing her at a significantly higher starting point compared to those who have only achieved 3-star or 4-star advancements. Even though her profession is that of a summoner, often regarded as a lesser class, Feng Lao has a profound understanding of this disparity. Take his own situation, for instance. As a paladin primarily focused on support and functionality, he has managed to secure the position of the foremost guild leader, thanks to the astonishing passive skill Aura Eruption acquired from his 5-star advancement. While others can only release 5 or 6 buff auras simultaneously, he effortlessly unleashes a dozen. This exemplifies the stark difference. No. The Moon Lord said to wait for a response, yet provided no specific time frame. I must inquire further. The more Feng Lao pondered, the more restless he became, ultimately deciding to make a phone call. Just as he retrieved his mobile device and prepared to dial Moon Liuxing's number, his phone rang unexpectedly, displaying the very name of Moon Liuxing. Beep. He answered the call. Moon Lord, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to reach out first. Feng Lao inhaled deeply, suppressing the surge of frustration within him. Oh, what a coincidence. Feng Lao. I presume you wish to inquire about Churn? How fortuitous, as I called to discuss that very matter. On the other end of the line, Moon Liuxing's gentle and knowledgeable voice resonated, calm and devoid of any discernible emotion. Has that little girl made her decision? Did she choose hurricane or dragon battle? Neither. Neither? Feng Lao's voice escalated in pitch, brows furrowing as he seemingly grasped something utterly astonishing. The furrows on his forehead knitted together into a pronounced Chun shape. Moon Lord, what do you mean by that? You're not colluding with Wei Air to deceive me, are you? There are only 2 A-level guilds in the city, and that little girl rejected both. That is indeed the case, Feng Lao. I still need to inform President Wei of this development. Since it is Churin's own choice, let us respect her decision. I shall hang up now. Beep. Although informed directly by Moon Liuxing of this outcome, Feng Lao remained unconvinced. He promptly opened his personal panel, navigated to the guild page, and in the section for adding new members, selected Tianyan City and entered the name Xiao Churin. He then confirmed the invitation. However, the prompt that appeared nearly caused him to spit out blood. The invitee, Xiao Churin, is currently a member of another guild and cannot be invited further. Upon clicking her profile, the guild information displayed 2 bold characters, Tian Pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Battle headquarters, President Wei Tiao, having just concluded a call with Moon Liuxing, was engaged in a similar endeavor. Tian Pavilion, an F-level guild. What in the world is going on? Can someone please tell me what has transpired? Wei Tiao's voice echoed in a furious roar throughout the Dragon Battle headquarters. Investigate. I want everyone to investigate. Get to the bottom of this guild called Tian Pavilion and uncover where it has emerged from. Chapter 36, A Soul's Call Once More. After finalizing various guild-related matters, Lu Tian and his companions exited the guild building one after another. As they gazed at the sun gradually sinking in the west, the Jiang Yulaw sisters bid farewell and departed, needing to attend to some follow-up matters concerning the Yulaw Guild. At this juncture, evening was approaching, with the clock striking 5 o'clock. With no pressing matters at hand, Lu Tian and his companions strolled leisurely along the streets of the city, purchasing some vegetables and fruits before meandering back home. As they walked alongside the city's South Ring Road, a gentle breeze caressed their faces and the sunlight shone perfectly. Gazing out at the boundless fields in the distance, their spirits lifted considerably. Life is akin to this. After a bout of busyness, one must slow down to relax. Remaining tense for too long is hardly beneficial. They ambled along, eventually returning home just before nightfall. Lu Tian's mother had already prepared a delectable feast and was about to call him to invite Xiao Churin for dinner when she spotted the two returning together, each laden with several large bags. Her face instantly brightened, and she hurriedly beckoned them to wash their hands, eager to start the meal. It is often said that timing is everything. In life, some matters are best approached with a sense of ease, without excessive deliberation. The visit of several leaders from the southern main city to their municipality was primarily for a thorough investigation of the 2 recent unidentified energy fluctuations that occurred in the southern part of their city. It is reported that among the entourage were not only representatives from the main city's temple, but also formidable professionals from the 7 SSS-level guilds in the main city, including the young prodigies from each guild. The city lord's office and the professional temple had just issued a joint statement advising citizens to refrain from visiting the southern region, particularly around the Roaring Ruins dungeon, until the truth of the events was clarified. This is reporter Nansheng from the Commercial Street, bringing you the news. As Lu Tian's mother, enjoying a leisurely dinner, placed a slice of pork belly on his plate, she set down her bowl and chopsticks, speaking earnestly. You little rascal. Have you heard? During this time, you and Churin should avoid wandering around. Things are quite chaotic outside. I don't know what has been going on lately, but strange incidents keep occurring. Just today, the city's alarm rang for a while. I heard from Aunt Wang, who sells vegetables, that a world boss appeared. Since this afternoon, I felt rather uneasy. In any case, if you go out, please be cautious. I know, Mom, Lu Tian replied dismissively, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt. The truth is, this entire situation stemmed from him. However, he dared not reveal this to his mother, fearing it might give her a heart attack. As for the sudden appearance of a black gold card with hundreds of billions attached to it, Lu Tian refrained from mentioning it, worried that his mother would struggle to accept such news. Moreover, he had yet to concoct a plausible explanation for the source of this money. He certainly couldn't say it was from defeating hundreds of top-tier professionals and selling their gear, could he? Lu Tian planned to consider the matter further upon his father's return. Oh, by the way, I just video called your dad this afternoon. He said he'll be back tomorrow afternoon. It's strange. He initially said he'd be gone for 2 weeks, yet he's returning in less than 1. As Lu Tian contemplated, his mother continued her gentle admonitions. You little rascal, tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. Please go to the central teleportation area to pick up your dad. Are you free? Mom, I've got nothing on my schedule. I promise to get the job done. Enough with the flattery. Just 1 egg yolk is sufficient. Be cautious of cholesterol. Come, eat a few more pieces of meat to replenish your protein. Churin, you should have some more too. Thank you, Annie. As the lights of countless homes flickered to life and the family gathered around the dining table. At this very moment, thousands of miles away in the extreme northern border of Huaxia, outside the entrance to the dungeon Frosty Abyss, in the biting cold wind. The forward team of Longjiang City, having kept vigil for the better part of the day, finally beheld the arrival of personnel from the long-awaited northern main city. Amidst the swirling, fluffy snowflakes, a violent and pale blue spatial fluctuation erupted. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a formidable sight emerged, 20 figures. Each enveloped in ominous black armor, exuding a terrifying aura, stepped forth from the boundless darkness, their feet sinking into the thick layers of snow. Before the forward team, it was evident that these 20 individuals comprised a meticulously balanced professional assault team, showcasing a perfect ratio of meat tanks, dual-element damage dealers, and support roles. More crucially, every one of them bore the impressive distinction of reaching level 300, adorned in complete sets of epic gear. Esteemed gentlemen, you have finally arrived. The members of the forward team rushed to greet them, the captain at the forefront beaming with enthusiastic flattery. Indeed, you have worked hard, replied the burly man at the forefront, whose voice resonated with the timbre of a middle-aged giant. Has there been any unusual activity within the instance? Has the Frost Lord gone berserk? Reporting to you, my lord, we have remained vigilant at the entrance and detected no anomalies. The Frost Lord has yet to lose control, having remained within the confines of the instance space without emerging. Excellent. You may return now, the middle-aged giant instructed softly, stepping into the instance entrance without awaiting a response, his figure vanishing into the otherworldly realm. The 19 behind him promptly followed suit, entering the instance in silence. Simultaneously, within the heart of the frosty abyss, in the central region, Sophia, curled upon her icy throne, slowly opened her eyes, trembling slightly. She sensed the presence of 20 unfamiliar, yet formidable auras entering her realm. Her first instinct was that the group who had come to raid the instance yesterday had returned. However, she did not rise to confront them immediately. It was not out of reluctance, but rather because she had nearly lost all her resistance. Since Lu Tian's departure the previous day, Sophia had inexplicably felt an intense heat coursing through her body, a condition that had only worsened with the passage of time. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she exhaled softly, releasing a fragrant, murky vapor. She lacked even the strength to move her fingers. In desperation, she resorted to the soul link, calling out to Lu Tian once more. Master, my lord, please save me. Chapter 37, The Indelible Negative Effect. At the entrance of the Frosty Abyss instance, the 20 armored figures made their appearance one after another. The stout man at the helm cracked his neck, clenched his fists, and a series of sharp cracks echoed as his knuckles popped. Then, he reached over his shoulder to grasp the hilt of the enormous sword embedded in his back, slowly drawing forth the 2-meter-long blade. With a resounding clang, the great sword was unsheathed, radiating a chilling, eerie glow. The burly man gazed toward the towering peak of the snow-capped mountain where the instance's central region lay. Amidst the swirling clouds, a grand and majestic castle emerged, partially concealed from view. Action. The battle fervor ignited in the eyes concealed beneath his helmet as he pointed his colossal sword toward the mountain's summit. Issuing his command in a calm tone, he then advanced steadily toward the heart of the instance. The remaining members, either drawing their weapons or activating their domains, followed suit in silence. Only one individual stood in bewilderment, observing the fierce demeanor of his comrades, his heart racing. What are you all doing? This doesn't seem like the approach for negotiation. It clearly looks like we're headed for a brawl. Thus, he called out in confusion, Boss, aren't we supposed to attempt communication with the Frostlord first, as advised multiple times? Shouldn't we wait here and see if we can establish contact? The burly man, having taken only a few steps, abruptly halted, the hard soles of his boots crunching into the snow, producing a distinct sound. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? He retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. No, boss, please don't misunderstand. I'm merely suggesting. However, when we set out, didn't we all pledge to prioritize the greater good? If we provoke the Frostlord, and if we provoke her, what then? The burly man countered dismissively. She might indeed go berserk, but when that happens, the nearby Longjiang City could face calamity. Longjiang City? And what concern is that of ours? He replied nonchalantly, before plunging the massive sword into the snow with a resounding thud. The aura of a top-tier level 300 powerhouse erupted forth, manifesting a protective halo that encircled him. The lower-tier monsters that had gathered, sensing the intrusion, scattered in a panic, fleeing in all directions at the impact of his presence. This is merely a level 299 D-rank abyss. Even if there are A-rank abysses over level 300 on the continent, we have passed through them swiftly. What is there to fear? Since we can charge right in, why bother negotiating with a non-human entity? But boss, this is the directive from above, and there are rumors of exceptionally powerful monsters lurking here. Stop. The burly man's tone grew impatient, cutting him off. Don't keep bringing up above. Our mercenary group is not subordinate to the Lord's estate. Out here, we answer only to me. Even if there are so-called monsters, I shall sever its head. If you wish to abstain from this operation, then be quiet and step aside. With a disdainful snort, he dismissed further discussion and led the others deeper into the instance. Boss I. The man sighed, watching as his comrades gradually disappeared into the blizzard. After a moment of internal struggle, he quickened his pace to catch up with them. The mercenary group functioned as a cohesive unit. Even one person missing would significantly diminish their combat effectiveness. Despite having a smaller number than the 3 SSS-level guilds from the previous day, the mercenary group advanced with remarkable speed, each member's individual prowess nearly matching or even surpassing that of the leaders of those guilds. Facing the colossal frost dragon of level 299, the burly man utilized a powerful sword technique, conjuring a fiery serpent-like blade that extended to 40 meters, cleaving the dragon cleanly in two with a single strike. Not a single foe could withstand their onslaught for more than 5 seconds. Before long, the mercenary group reached the final checkpoint of the instance, atop the snow-capped mountain. Just ahead lay the castle where the Frost Lord resided. Prepare to buff up. I shall cleave through with a single strike. Just as the burly man issued his command with confidence, a series of alarming notification chimes rang out, leaving him agape in astonishment, speechless at the sudden turn of events. A transformation had occurred. His personal interface suddenly expanded automatically, inundating him with a multitude of urgent notifications. Warning! Warning! The Frost Abyss dungeon has undergone changes due to unforeseen circumstances. The difficulty of the dungeon has escalated from D-Class Abyss to SSS Ultimate Abyss. The ultimate boss, the Supreme Being, has descended upon the dungeon. Due to the influence of the ultimate power, all adventurers' maximum stamina has plummeted by 99. All attribute attacks have diminished by 99, and all defenses have been reduced by 99. Affected by the power of the demon god, the familiar alerts that echoed yesterday left the 20 members of the mercenary group in stunned silence. The intelligence they had previously received merely hinted at the presence of an immensely powerful creature within the dungeon, without further elaboration. Powerful is a vague concept. Everyone knew little about this unknown entity. The burly man had initially considered it merely a fraction stronger than the dungeon's boss. Yet now, it was evident that such a naive thought was profoundly misguided. Boss, the dungeon's space is sealed. The teleportation scrolls are unusable. We are trapped here. Panic began to spread among the mercenary team. Having traversed the continent for over a decade, they had encountered countless dungeons and conquered thousands of abyss dungeons. But they had never faced such an odd situation. Stay calm. Stay calm. Do not lose your composure. Holy Knight, can you magnify your vision to dispel these debuffs? Captain, I've just tried. The tier of these negative effects is too high. We cannot even dispel them using the power of the Goddess of Light. Form a formation. The burly man, a seasoned captain of the mercenaries, quickly assessed the situation. With a commanding shout, he instructed everyone to assume a defensive formation. In an instant, magnificent energy shields unfolded in circles, and dazzling buff auras ascended beneath each individual as if they were free of cost. The heavily armored tank, fortified with countless resistances, hoisted a shield several meters thick, standing at the forefront of the formation. The priests and other support classes unleashed their full power to heal and shield, desperately raising the health of their comrades. Meanwhile, within the lordly castle not far away, in the dreamlike, hollow grand hall sculpted from ice crystals, Tian descended gracefully from the air, approaching Sophia, who sat upon the frost throne. He had been preparing to retire for the night when Sophia's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, prompting his immediate arrival. Upon assuming control of the dungeon world, Tian quickly noticed the mercenary group awaiting outside the castle. However, he made no immediate move, for Sophia appeared to be in a rather unusual state. Tian reached out to touch her forehead, discovering it was abnormally hot, as if aflame. Sophia, what is wrong with you? At that moment, she was not clad in armor, but rather wore a form-fitting liquid-like garment. Her face was flushed like a ripe apple, with strands of hair already soaked in sweat. Her chest heaved violently, her breaths uneven. Master, I feel so cold, Sophia murmured, her eyes misty as she gazed at Tian, becoming increasingly dazed. Master, hold me tightly. Chapter 38. Tian's Fury, a glimmer of hope. Master, I feel so unwell. Hold me tightly, she implored, tilting her head slightly to meet Tian's gaze, her expression nearly pleading. Before Tian could react, her weakened body inexplicably surged with strength, leaping into his embrace. Her long, beautiful legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Huff, huff, so warm. Hold me tighter, Sophia gasped, her eyes shut as she whispered softly. Her small head nestled against Tian's chest, pressing closer. Her fever had rendered her somewhat delirious. Fearing she might fall, Tian supported her thighs, his fingers nearly sinking into her flesh. Yet, his mind was devoid of any untoward thoughts at that moment. It was only then that Tian noticed Sophia's life force was plummeting rapidly, dipping below 1 million. What was happening? Just yesterday, she had seemed perfectly fine. Could there have been some unforeseen incident? A wave of anxiety washed over him as he observed Sophia's agonized state, prompting him to retrieve the dungeon logs from the past 2 days. Since he had assumed complete control of the dungeon, accessing the logs was merely a matter of thought. However, after scrutinizing the records, Tian found himself perplexed. There had been no anomalies reported in the last 2 days. Strangely enough, the onset of Sophia's condition coincided precisely with the moment he had departed yesterday. Could it be the negative effects of the soul resonance skill? Yet, the skill's effects did not describe such a situation. Could she truly have caught a chill? Tian suddenly recalled various events from yesterday. He distinctly remembered Sophia tearing her clothing in front of him, and to alleviate the awkwardness, he had jokingly remarked for her to dress warmly to avoid catching a cold. Was this a case of prophetic misfortune? If she had indeed caught a cold, Tian might have suggested drinking hot water, but surely a succubus boss could not simply consume hot water. Moreover, could a succubus like Sophia even fall ill? No, that was simply impossible. Tian had studied numerous texts regarding the various extraordinary races that appeared on Blue Star, and he vividly remembered the sections regarding succubi. They were powerful beings from the demon realm, with physical attributes far surpassing those of humans, impervious to the viruses and bacteria of Blue Star. Yet, the available literature was exceedingly limited, and none had ever mentioned a situation resembling this one. Sophia, do you know what has happened to you? Tian pondered, feeling utterly bewildered, and turned his gaze towards Sophia in his arms, gently inquiring. But this time, there was no response. Sophia? Sophia, do not frighten me. Suddenly, Tian sensed that her breathing was becoming increasingly faint, and within the blink of an eye, her health had plummeted by several thousand. He withdrew a hand to caress her delicate face, a sense of inexplicable pressure building in his chest. His thoughts were in turmoil. Although the boss of the dungeon would respawn after death, this was fundamentally different from the revival of human adventurers. Respawning did not equate to resurrection. It meant creating a similar entity anew. In other words, if Sophia were to perish with her health fully depleted, she would be irrevocably lost. And any future manifestation of the Frost Lord in this dungeon might bear a name akin to Sophia or something similar, but she would no longer be Sophia. Life extinguished like a candle's flame. Even the powers of gods and demons could hardly defy fate. Just then, as Tian held Sophia in his arms, perplexed and desperate, he perceived that the group outside the castle had begun to maintain their formation and slowly advance toward him. Seeking death, they dared to approach him without fear of retribution. Tian's eyes were ablaze with murderous intent. He was filled with an unnamed fury, desperately seeking an outlet, and these unfortunate souls were foolishly courting death. Sophia, wait for me. I will rescue you, he vowed. At that moment, Sophia was clad only in a form-fitting bodysuit, her flawless figure laid bare. Tian was determined to shield her from the prying eyes of others. The castle was eerily empty, making it the perfect refuge. He glanced at Sophia, gently tucking her disheveled hair behind her ear before carefully placing her upon the throne. Then, in a flash, Tian vanished from sight. Outside the castle, the mercenary group, slowly advancing, suddenly felt a tremor in their very souls, involuntarily shuddering. In the next instant, crack! The myriad protective energy barriers surrounding them shattered in an instant, and before them loomed a formidable figure enshrouded in an aura of unending death. Boom! The being radiated an unimaginable wave of power that coalesced into a black beam of light, piercing the heavens and tearing through the very fabric of the world. Tian had deliberately confined his aura to his immediate surroundings. Otherwise, even a mere hint of it would have obliterated these hapless individuals. He relished the thought of instilling fear within them. Pointing at one of the mercenaries, he extended his right hand and grasped at the void. Skill activated. Heart Shatter. Temporary skill stage 1. Crush the heart of any visible enemy from a distance, inflicting true damage that ignores defenses, equivalent to 10-fold of 1's vitality. With a 99 chance of instant death. Puff. At the moment the skill activated, the chosen victim's eyes widened in horror as he clutched his left chest, spewing forth a torrent of blood mixed with flesh, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. His health bar plummeted, instantly reduced to 0. A sudden death. Even the mercenaries, accustomed to the brutalities of life and death, felt a chill run down their spines at this sight. What about the death resistance aura? What of the abnormal rebound? What are the supports doing? Captain, it's futile. Their attacks ignore all defenses. What? The burly leader felt a wave of despair wash over him as he gazed at the malevolent figure hovering in the air, hastily casting an identification spell. Boss name, the Supreme Being. Boss level. Boss health, 10 trillion. What the hell? The burly man planted his massive sword into the ground, surrendering all resistance. The others followed suit, casting their identification spells before collectively resigning, their faces ashen. Tian had no intention of sparing them. Since they dared to invade his domain, they must be prepared to embrace death. However, instead of ending their lives swiftly, he chose to crush them one by one. Blood splattered onto the pale snow, resembling blooming plum blossoms defying the winter chill, evoking a strange beauty, yet horrifying to behold. The mental fortitude of the onlookers began to crumble bit by bit. The burly leader was the last to suffer. In the moment his heart burst, realization dawned upon him. His adversary was merely toying with them. The damage was astronomical. He realized he owed his opponent over 100 trillion health points. Having dealt with the mercenaries, Tian swiftly returned to Sophia's side. As he cradled her in his arms, he suddenly made a startling discovery. The closer he was to Sophia, the slower her health depletion became. With a thought, he made his temporary artifact set vanish. Revealing the undergarments he had worn while sleeping, he preferred to sleep in the nude. Indeed, at that moment, Tian was delighted to observe that Sophia's health was declining at a much slower pace. Yet, this did not resolve the issue. Even a gradual loss would ultimately lead to depletion, and time was an unrelenting enemy. Master, I'm fine. A faint whisper broke through Tian's anxious thoughts. To his surprise, Sophia had somehow awakened from her stupor, her beautiful eyes locking onto him. Why do I feel so sad, Master? Sophia, I'm right here. Please don't speak. I will find a way to save you. Tian gritted his teeth, his jaw clenched in pain as he tightened his embrace, hoping to mitigate her health loss. Master, it's useless. I don't even know what's happening. Master, may I ask a bold question? Can I kiss you? Just as Tian leaned down, gently pressing his lips against hers. In that moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. He realized that Sophia's previously diminishing health limit was now beginning to rise. A character inscribed with the Chinese character for heaven on her abdomen began to glow softly. What is this? Witnessing this scene, Tian finally recalled a passage he had read in a book about the taboos of various races. A female succubus will be devoted to one individual throughout her life. But such love is akin to a curse. When overwhelmed by emotion, the curse will erupt, leading to a gradual loss of vitality. The only way to break this curse is to replenish her energy with the one she cherishes. Chapter 39. The Ascension of the Primordial Blood. Replenishment. The mere thought of those words left Tian parched and breathless. In his previous life, he had played numerous games revolving around succubi, which often alluded, albeit subtly, to the notion of energy replenishment. Such matters were not to be discussed lightly. Yet, Tian found himself with no other recourse. Sophia, you will be fine. I will save you right away. Guided by the map layout that appeared in his mind, Tian swiftly transported himself and Sophia to the royal chamber. He gently placed her upon the center of a pink, girlish bed. Master. Sophia briefly regained consciousness, silently observing Tian's movements, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In her lovely eyes, two pink heart-shaped patterns began to glow. Sophia, I beg your pardon. Time flowed swiftly, and as moments passed, Sophia's chest heaved violently, her awareness gradually sharpening. Master. Rooted in the succubus race's profound instinct, she began to voraciously absorb energy from Tian. Her golden slit pupils gradually brightened. The health limit that had plummeted below 1 million now surged back to its full capacity. Furthermore, there was no sign of cessation. It was rapidly rising. Soon it breached 15 million, then 20 million, and finally reached 100 million. The glowing character on her abdomen shone ever brighter, resembling a star compressed to its utmost limit. At that moment, her dormant bloodline began to stir. The primordial blood reversed, the ascension to divinity commenced, and her levels and attributes began to soar. Midnight approached in Longjiang City. Within the city, at the teleportation point, a ripple of spatial fluctuation swept through as the advanced team dispatched to observe the frosty abyss dungeon finally returned to Longjiang City after a long and arduous journey, compounded by multiple teleports. Captain, do you think those major players from the main city will engage in battle with the dungeon's boss? Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, a gossipy squad member hurried to the captain's side, rubbing his hands together with keen interest. Do you think they might engage in a brawl? Our task was merely to observe, and now that it's accomplished, we ought to return home to our wives and children, basking in the warmth of our hearths, rather than indulging in trifles. But isn't it my curiosity getting the better of me? He scratched his head, glancing at the others nearby. Did we not receive a whisper of gossip? A monster has appeared within the dungeon. If that creature were to ally with the boss, it might very well challenge those formidable figures in the main city. Surely not. The armor those big shots wear seems to be of the highest quality. At the very least, it must be diamond tier, right? Another squad member chimed in, intrigued by the conversation. Diamond tier? Those are individuals of considerable stature from the main city. I suspect they must be at least legendary tier, perhaps even donning a few pieces of epic gear. Another voice joined the discourse. Regardless of the tier of their equipment, those prominent figures should possess ample confidence to handle the two foes in the dungeon. They might have already wrapped things up and be on their way back, one remarked. Not on their way back. They seem to have already returned, another corrected. The group turned toward the source of the voice and beheld, across the street, 20 high-ranking professionals with ashen faces, exuding an aura that demanded distance, striding toward them. Although the individuals were not clad in armor at that moment, the imposing stature of the foremost figure and the familiar aura made it easy to deduce their identities. They were none other than the mercenary group that had previously crossed paths with the advanced team. What is going on? Why have they returned first? And why are they not wearing their ostentatious high-tier armor? Perhaps they didn't just take it off, but rather, it was destroyed. The direction they came from seems to be the city's resurrection point. The teleportation zones and resurrection points in Longjiang City were quite close, merely 2 streets apart. Silence. Do not discuss such matters behind their backs. Come here quickly. The captain, having noticed the situation, lowered his voice and gestured for the squad members to step aside. The mercenary group clearly appeared to have just revived, their faces pale. Discussing matters in their presence might be tantamount to courting death. The squad members promptly understood and swiftly moved to the side of the street, lowering their heads to avoid any eye contact with the 20 approaching figures. However, they were overthinking it. The mercenaries brushed past them, heading straight for the teleportation area, vanishing in a ripple of space without casting even a glance in their direction. It was not that the mercenary group was overly proud or dismissive. Rather, they were lost in existential doubt, their minds fixated solely on the teleportation array. All they could think was to return to the main city and never set foot in this cursed place again. What on earth transpired? Surely, these prominent figures must have. Once the mercenary group had departed, the previously anxious squad let out a collective sigh of relief, their tension finally easing. However, their curiosity was ignited anew. Even the typically composed captain's eyes glimmered with intrigue and uncertainty. What more could transpire? Since they emerged from the resurrection point, it was evident they had suffered a grave defeat, and a complete annihilation at that goodness, if even such figures could not withstand it. What kind of monstrous entities lurk within that dungeon? Regardless of what lay inside, this incident surely would not conclude here. Longjiang City might be on the cusp of turmoil. Meanwhile, within the frosty abyss, Sophia's golden eyes transformed into a pair of obsidian orbs. Her level had astonishingly surged to an incredible 400. Her rapidly escalating health finally stabilized, resting at just over 300 million. More importantly, she had shattered the confines of demigod status and ascended to true godhood. At this moment, Sophia was utterly exhausted, slipping into a deep slumber. And at the precise moment of her ascension to godhood, in a realm countless light years away, the demon realm, amidst the abyss of torment, a realm shrouded in silence and the rules of slaughter, a colossal figure emerged. The third demon king, towering like a mountain, with wings unfurled and crimson skin akin to molten lava, slowly opened his long-closed eyes of death. With a thunderous rumble, the third demon king raised his arm, akin to a mountainous range, resting it on the armrest of his massive throne, and gradually stood up. The throne, composed of countless dragon skeletons, shattered in an instant, sending debris soaring in all directions like an avalanche. At that moment, the earth trembled violently, the barren ground rent asunder, forming an unfathomably deep chasm hundreds of meters wide, as if the land itself had been sliced open. The chasm connected to the heart of the demon realm, where, at its depths, a seething sea of molten rock boiled, threatening to erupt. This cataclysmic upheaval echoed across the dark and boundless skies of the demon realm. Creatures within a radius of tens of thousands of miles clearly sensed the disturbance. Whether high-ranking demons locked in brutal combat or low-tier demons driven by primal instincts to procreate, all ceased their activities, trembling as they knelt in unison, pressing their foreheads into the dust, humbled, terrified, yet reverent. The blood coursing through their veins boiled as they sensed the awakening of their ancestral progenitor. In a dilapidated castle miles away, Lilith, the first succubus and the seventh offspring of the third demon king, licked her crimson lips as she rose from a drained corpse. She sensed the aura of her awakening father. Though he had once forcibly devoured her mother, Lilith's soul stirred, wiping the stains from her thighs and donning a sheer, translucent veil, preparing to seek him out. Yet suddenly, her brow furrowed, and she halted. She discovered that as her bloodline surged, a direct descendant, separated by countless generations, had astonishingly reversed the ancestral bloodline and achieved transformation, ascending to godhood. That essence, it was her. The unmistakable sensation transported Lilith's mind back over a century to a rainy night, when she had intended to consume a demon descendant who had just broken through to demigod status. However, upon arrival, she found her chosen prey had already ignited their soul to open a temporal rift, but rather than fleeing, they faced her alone to buy time after placing their young daughter into the rift. It was rare for non-first-generation demons to ascend to demigod status. Their strength was unquestionable. Yet, the outcome was already determined. Lilith's pupils gradually sharpened as she emerged from her reverie. It is truly fascinating. The first descendant to transcend the divine realm must possess an exquisite essence. Lilith's eyes brimmed with an insatiable hunger for devouring. Her slightly parted, bloodstained maw revealed four sharp, elongated fangs that glimmered with an eerie light, weaving delicate strands of crystal. The original prey had long since transformed into essential sustenance in her ascent towards becoming a demon lord. Yet, it was unexpected that the lowly daughter of such prey not only survived the chaotic void, but today shattered the constraints of her bloodline. Though Lilith yearned to consume her immediately, the inability to sense her location compelled her to temporarily relent. Surely, her father had also perceived this. Perhaps he could provide some insight. Lilith cast her gaze towards the location of the demon king of the third day. Without further contemplation, she propelled herself forward, her bare toes exerting force against the shattered castle floor, transforming her into a projectile that surged ahead. Boom! The already dilapidated castle ruins crumbled instantaneously under such immense force. The fallen walls and remnants collapsed, reducing the hundreds of corpses of various races that lay neatly on the ground to mere pulp. As Lilith raced onward, 6 other formidable figures traversed the vast territory of 1,000,000 miles under the dominion of the third-day Demon King. These were her siblings, the remaining 6 progenitors of evil. Meanwhile, at a destination tens of thousands of miles away, the recently awakened Demon King of the third day clenched his fists tightly, his demonic power radiating throughout his being. The surface of his weathered form shed countless layers of dead skin, grime, and debris comprised of rock and vegetation. Molten lava beneath him seemed to respond to his call, swirling into 2 fiery tornadoes that spiraled upward, enveloping his colossal frame. The aura of the third-day Demon King surged wildly. Simultaneously, his emotionless, deathly eyes fixed upon the void. A gaze, seemingly transcending the eons, reached across an unfathomable distance, settling upon a distant azure planet. The essence of his direct descendant, who had transcended bloodline limitations, resided there. The boundary of the stars. Was it mere coincidence or inevitable fate? A flicker of uncertainty danced in the depths of the third-day Demon King's eyes as he recognized that frail azure sphere. It was indeed the boundary of the starry realm, a battleground untouched by the gods of the astral sea, and the very site of the impending arrival of the celestial crown. The awakening of the third-day Demon King was partly due to his awareness of Sophia, the descendant who had reversed her bloodline, but more significantly, it was driven by the exposure of the boundary to the astral sea. To vie for the celestial crown, those ancient powers that had long concealed themselves beneath the stars would soon emerge, and he would be among them. He harbored a conjecture that perhaps the unknown descendant's ascension was linked to this boundary. On that azure planet existed a certain transcendent and mysterious force. Though unprovable, mere suspicion sufficed. Numerous temporal rifts connected the demon realm directly to the blue planet. Yet these rifts were unstable and could not accommodate the third-day Demon King's true form. He thought of his progeny, who were hastening towards this very direction. Before long, under the dim sky, 7 piercing sounds of breaking air resonated simultaneously. The 7 original demons, including Lilith, transformed into streaks of light, descending before a towering figure. Enthusiastically, they knelt on one knee in unison, exclaiming, "Father." In contrast to the colossal form of the third-day Demon King, which loomed like a mountain, the original demons appeared as diminutive as ants, lacking even the privilege to gaze upward. The boundary has revealed itself to the astral sea, and other ancient entities in the demon realm are already taking action. I need you to scout ahead. Lilith, your ascendant descendant, is currently in that world. Bring her back. Yes, father. As the words left the third-day Demon King's lips, his massive figure became entirely enveloped in searing lava. The contest for the celestial crown had only just commenced, and all the ancient gods lurking behind the scenes would begin their first round of probing. He too would partake. He dispatched his 7 offspring directly. Chapter 41. The frantic surge of attributes. Could it truly transcend the divine realm? Upon receiving the third-day Demon King's command, the 7 hastened towards the temporal rift leading to the blue planet. The 6 original demons, aside from Lilith, recalled the astonishing news they had previously heard, their faces momentarily reflecting shock. They shared no direct blood relation with Sophia, and thus remained oblivious to the revelation. The notion that non-original demons could transcend to the divine realm struck them as utterly unfathomable, intensifying their curiosity regarding this so-called boundary. However, the distance between the 2 locations was exceedingly vast. Even traversing through the temporal rifts would entail an arduous journey. Meanwhile, on the blue planet, within the instance, Tian gently shifted the small, evenly breathing head resting on his chest. He rolled over and stood from the grand bed. Such a mischievous sprite, truly exhausting. Tian gazed at the defenseless, irresistibly alluring S-shaped figure before him, feeling a twinge of exasperation. Fortunately, everything had concluded. Sophia not only returned to her original state, but also ascended to level 400 in one fell swoop. It was time to return. With a soft sigh, Tian's emotions were somewhat complex, yet the fleeting passage of time left no room for idle thoughts. If he did not return soon, the dawn would break, and it would be difficult to explain to his mother why there was no one in the room. However, he pondered how to proceed. Leaving Sophia alone here filled him with unease. He feared that as soon as he departed, certain audacious individuals might recklessly invade the instance. A thought that would haunt him for a lifetime. Moreover, now that such an event had transpired, Tian could not simply walk away. While he did not consider himself a good person, he could not be so heartless. After careful contemplation, Tian resolved to take Sophia with him. She could remain by his side from now on. Her current appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a human, albeit more voluptuous and alluring. With the addition of a succubus tail, with a little embellishment, his mother would likely not notice. Having made up his mind, Tian scooped up the soft, pliable form of Sophia, his figure gradually fading until he vanished from the spot. In the next moment, he found himself in his own bedroom. At that time, the panel of Tian having shed the identity of the ultimate boss, suddenly unfolded automatically, revealing a notification. Supreme Sovereign triggered. Name, Tian, Summoner. Level, LV40. Strength, 490,011. Intelligence, 490,013. Agility, 490,010. Stamina, 30 billion. Magic power, 3 billion. Physical resistance, 100005. Magical resistance, 100,000. Current allocable points, 390. Sophia's attributes had surged. And astonishingly, Tian also received a reciprocal benefit. While the fundamental attributes remained manageable, the most remarkable change was the staggering 30-fold increase in health, combined with the previously acquired artifact ring, yielding a permanent effect equivalent to a 30,000-fold damage boost. Quite terrifying indeed. Moreover, that is not all. Within Tian's backpack, an additional several dozen pieces of level 300 epic equipment had materialized, acquired from the previous intruders of the dungeon. Yet, he found himself with neither the time nor inclination to dwell on these newfound treasures. The small alarm clock perched on his bedside indicated that it was already past 4 in the morning. June mornings arrived early, and in just over an hour, his mother might very well begin urging him to rise for breakfast. For the moment, he would have to manage. Tian felt a slight dizziness beginning to envelop his mind. He gently lifted the peacefully slumbering Sophia, her form as smooth as silk, and stealthily placed her inside his wardrobe. The space was not overly large, yet it was comfortable enough for her to lie on her side. Having completed this task, Tian climbed onto his bed and succumbed to a deep slumber. Time slipped away swiftly. The soft morning light outside roused the roosters perched on the branches, their clarion calls echoing in harmonious succession. It was now 6:30 in the morning. Knock, knock, knock. La la la. Tian, are you up yet? Auntie asked me to call you for breakfast. Xiao Charan hummed a little tune as she approached Tian's bedroom, gently tapping on the door, but receiving no response. The door was not locked. She quietly pushed it open, turned to close it softly behind her, and tiptoed to the bedside. She gazed silently at Tian, who lay deeply asleep on his side. Ah, still in bed, are we? She thought with a mischievous smile, recalling the awkward expression he wore when she had previously stripped him of his clothes, igniting a flutter of excitement within her. She considered employing the same tactic once more. However, as she slowly lifted the thin quilt, her beautiful eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse that rendered her momentarily stunned. Her pupils dilated in shock, and her face flushed crimson in an instant. It turned out that beneath Tian's perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs, there was nothing for her to uncover. In his haste the previous night, he had forgotten to wear his underwear. With her cheeks aflame, Xiao Charan gently laid the quilt back down, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. How exaggerated. At that moment, as if on cue, the groggy Tian turned over onto his back. Ah! Bang! The door was slammed shut. Xiao Charan, covering her mouth in panic, dashed out of the bedroom and straight to the bathroom, splashing cold water on her face in an attempt to calm herself. Her cheeks burned fiercely, her ears were ablaze, and her breath came in quick bursts. At that moment, her mother was preparing to call them for breakfast, and, passing by the bathroom, caught sight of Xiao Charan's flustered state, her eyes wide with surprise. Ruan, what's wrong with you? Your face is so red. Ah! Xiao Charan gasped, her heart racing as she turned her head nervously. And upon confirming it was not Tian, she sighed in relief and replied, Auntie, I'm fine. Fine. Her mother hurried over, placing the back of her hand against Xiao Charan's forehead. You're burning up and you say you're fine? After breakfast, you should take some fever-reducing medicine. Don't tough it out. Look at you. Your lips are all dry. Oh, that rascal still hasn't gotten up. Breakfast is almost ready. Never mind. I'll go call him again. Her mother made to head towards the bedroom, but Xiao Charan swiftly stopped her. Auntie, wait. I just called Tian to get up. He might be changing right now, so it's probably not appropriate for you to go in. I'll check on him instead. Xiao Charan's heart, which had begun to settle, now raced again. Without waiting for her mother's response, she darted back to Tian's bedroom, opened the door, closed it, and locked it in one smooth motion. However, when she turned to look at Tian lying on the bed, she froze in disbelief. She even rubbed her eyes to confirm that her racing heart had not conjured an illusion. Huh, wasn't it just Tian lying there? How does it seem like there is someone else? An illusion? Perhaps, yet perhaps not. No wonder he was still in a deep slumber without any clothes on. Could it be? Xiao Charan seemed to have an inkling, her legs trembling as she leaned back, retreating several steps until her back hit the closed door. Her lovely face was instantly ablaze, and she pressed her hands tightly over her trembling mouth, fearful of making the slightest sound. After a few seconds, confirming that Tian showed no signs of awakening, she quietly opened the door and slipped out, clearing her throat to regain her composure before knocking on the door once more, nonchalantly calling out, Knock, knock, knock. Tian, breakfast is ready. Knock, 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 knock. The sound of her knuckles rapping against the wooden door was quite loud, and her voice echoed even louder, reaching Tian's ears despite his groggy state. Ah, coming. He opened his bleary eyes and instinctively replied, then pushed himself up from bed, putting on his slippers. Suddenly, a chill ran through him, like thunder crashing in his mind, as the events of the previous night flooded back to him. Taking a deep breath, he hurried to the wardrobe, opening it to find Sophia curled up like a small kitten, soundly asleep against the wardrobe's interior. The sight of her gently rising and falling white chest momentarily dazzled Lu Tian's eyes. It seemed she would not be waking anytime soon. "Let us move to the bed," he thought, gently lifting her delicate form, draping a loose coat over her, and covering her with a blanket. After ensuring the door was securely closed, he dressed himself and exited the bedroom. Typically, his mother would not enter his room, so Lu Tian was not overly concerned, and he had taken care to tidy the sheets. Unless one looked closely, nothing would seem amiss. With his mind elsewhere, he washed up and made his way to the living room, where his mother and Xiao Churan had been waiting for quite some time. The dining table was neatly set, and the breakfast, lovingly prepared, still emitted wisps of steam. "That rascal has taken so long to get dressed. He wouldn't be choosing an outfit today to impress your father, would he?" Lu Tian, already quite handsome, now donned a sky-blue short-sleeve shirt and light gray sports pants. At 6 feet 2 inches tall, his figure stood straight, his muscular lines subtly visible, exuding a vibrant, sunny charm. Oh, he was momentarily at a loss. Unsure how to respond to his mother's sudden inquiry, he merely mumbled an acknowledgement and focused on his breakfast. Yet, several times throughout the meal, he caught Xiao Churan's gaze lingering on him, her cheeks flushed with an unmistakable hue. Each time their eyes met, she would promptly avert her gaze. Something was amiss. Having known Xiao Churan for over a decade, he was well acquainted with her temperament. When alone, she could be quite audacious, yet today she exhibited a shy demeanor, indicating something unusual had transpired. Perhaps she had witnessed something. After breakfast, the two exited together. Despite Lu Tian's earlier assurances to his mother that he had a free day ahead and would promptly fetch his father, the reality was that he had numerous matters to attend to. First and foremost, he needed to complete the 5-star second job quest he had undertaken just the day before, which would consume a considerable amount of time as he traveled back and forth, ultimately culminating in a visit to the temple for submission. Surely half the day would be consumed. Additionally, with the establishment of the Tian Pavilion, the urgent need to select a guild residence arose. Lu Tian intended to purchase a standalone villa outright, preferably located in a bustling area of the city, not too far from the teleportation zone and the temple. This arrangement will facilitate future endeavors. However, if one wishes to select a desirable spot, it will require at least several hours. Lastly, there is the matter concerning Sophia. Lu Tian does not regret his actions. After all, they were undertaken to save a life. Yet, reflecting on it now brings him considerable anxiety. On the bus en route to the central teleportation area of the city, Xiao Churan, seated next to Lu Tian in the last row, was engulfed in a tumult of emotions, oscillating between hope and apprehension. After much internal deliberation, she finally mustered the courage to glance at the tall boy beside her and whispered, "What's wrong?" Lu Tian appeared somewhat bewildered. The bus was nearly empty at this early hour, with only the driver and the two of them aboard. Was it necessary to be so secretive? "Well, there is something I'm not sure whether I should say or not. When I entered your room this morning, I saw. With her head bowed, Xiao Churan pressed her slender hands against her thighs, fidgeting nervously with her nails. She trailed off, her face flushing crimson, resembling a ripe apple, even more radiant than the dawn light filtering through the bus window. "You saw that? Actually, I intended to find an appropriate moment to tell you, but I was afraid you wouldn't take it well." Lu Tian was quite aware of Xiao Churan's feelings over the years. Wherever he went, she would invariably follow, even going so far as to leverage her father's connections to transfer into his class. It was hardly a coincidence that they had been classmates from elementary school through high school, often sitting together. "Lu Tian, why would you tell me something like that? You are being ridiculous." Upon hearing Lu Tian's words, Xiao Churan's cheeks reddened further as she covered her face, seemingly stifling a laugh. This left Lu Tian utterly perplexed. "Sister, your reaction is not quite right. Are you all right?" I'm fine." In truth, she was grappling with her thoughts. "Ahem. You don't need to explain. I understand. It's a natural phenomenon for boys during puberty." She recalled a news story about how, in the neighboring cherry blossom country, they distributed dolls to every boy who turned 15 to help them gain experience. Xiao Churan felt immensely embarrassed, but still articulated her thoughts with deliberate clarity. She believed that the shadowy figure she had glimpsed on the bed that morning was merely a lump of silicone Lu Tian had purchased online. While her assumption might seem far-fetched, she was not entirely mistaken. In this era of universal class transitions, population had become an absolute strategic resource. A vast demographic would yield a greater number of high-level professionals, even extraordinarily powerful rare or hidden ones. Thus, enhancing birth rates had become a paramount concern for nations across Blue Star. Many countries within the Huamei Alliance had even begun to assign partners to their single university graduates. Even in populous Huaxia, there was heated discussion about potentially reforming the existing monogamous system. While the law would only restrict law-abiding citizens, the wealthy could easily maintain multiple partners. "Lu Tian, relying on those peculiar items can't be good for your health." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Charan decided to break through the barrier that had separated them for over a decade. You're already an adult. You should consider finding a partner. She recalled how he used to say that during school, one should focus on their studies, but now they had graduated. We're adults now. After laying everything bare, Xiao Charan felt less awkward. She lifted her gaze to meet Lu Tian's eyes and solemnly suggested, "Why don't we date?" Lu Tian was taken aback. The question was too sudden, leaving him unsure of how to respond. It was impossible for him to lack feelings for Xiao Charan, who had grown up by his side. Yet, he had never contemplated a relationship. In his previous life, he had been solitary, devoid of interactions with girls, consumed by gaming, ultimately succumbing to a fatal gaming marathon before being transported to this reality where the game had materialized. In this life, he had devoted nearly all his energy to studying various materials related to dungeon games. Were it not for Xiao Charan's relentless pursuit, he might not have had a single friend. Moreover, having just experienced such an event the night before, entering a relationship with Xiao Charan now seemed utterly inappropriate. We haven't even started college yet. Life is long. He hesitated, pondering the correlation between their current situation and her impulsive proposal. The most precious thing a girl possesses is her youth. Squandering it on a momentary decision would only lead to regret. University life is splendid. You will meet many individuals far more accomplished than I. Who knows? Humph. Xiao Charan interjected forcefully. So what if they're more outstanding? In my eyes, you are one of a kind. Her final proclamation was so loud that it caused the bus driver in front to feel a pang of embarrassment, prompting an inward reflection on the youth of today. All right, we've reached the final stop. You little ones should disembark. The bus will turn around shortly. The driver called out, prompting Lu Tian to hastily grab Xiao Charan's hand as they exited and made their way to the teleportation area. As the space warped around them, the two of them, standing within the magic circle, vanished from sight, transported to the 60-level abyss dungeon, Necromancer's Tomb, several miles away. Within the otherworldly confines of the dungeon, Lu Tian need not worry about his attacks affecting Tianyan City. With a single cast of Frozen World, he annihilated all the monsters on the map. Notice, current experience overflow has reached maximum value. Further experience acquisition is not possible. Dark Knight Phantom, Special Second Transition Quest Progress, 100. Please return to the temple promptly to submit the task. The notifications continued to pop up, indicating the completion of the 5-star Second Transition quest. While the accumulated experience was sufficient to elevate him to level 50. This dungeon was vast, housing tens of thousands of low to mid-tier undead creatures capable of respawning, yielding immense experience that propelled Xiao Charan to an impressive level 40. Lu Tian, the one who shattered the energy shield above the city that day. Couldn't he possibly be you, could it? Previously, there had been rumors that a top-tier mage passing through Tianyan City was responsible. It was astonishing to discover that the mage was standing right beside her, observing Lu Tian, who had transformed the entire tomb into an ice cavern. Xiao Charan covered her mouth in sheer astonishment. The method of attack was indeed reminiscent of the energy wave that had emerged around Tianyan City on the day of awakening. In that moment, all her previous worries dissipated, and her demeanor returned to normal, as if she had cast aside all that had transpired. Xiao Charan understood Lu Tian well. She could sense his thoughts and knew she could afford to wait. I didn't mean to, please don't spread rumors. Lu Tian raised his hands in innocence, but before he could finish, a frown creased his brow. He noticed that after completing the second transition quest, a red exclamation mark had suddenly appeared on his personal panel. Upon opening it, he discovered that the skill, Heavenly Summon, which had been dormant since his upgrade, had finally received its second point enhancement. Heavenly Summon. Active skill, summon a powerful boss and sign a soul contract. The number and range of summons increase with your level. Current summonable boss count, 1, 2. Lu Tian, what's wrong? Xiao Charan, noticing Lu Tian's sudden daze, waved her hand in front of his face. It's nothing. Phew. Lu Tian let out a sigh of relief, contemplating that since he could contract a second boss, he might as well summon it immediately. Being within a dungeon ensured that it wouldn't disturb other areas. After positioning Xiao Charan at a sufficient distance behind him, Lu Tian focused his thoughts and activated his summoning skill. The world reflected in his eyes shrank instantaneously, with countless luminous points representing various formidable bosses gradually materializing. Some even more radiant and larger than the light that had accompanied Sophia's arrival. However, as Lu Tian observed this spectacle, he found himself momentarily taken aback. Gazing down at the map, now reduced to disconnected circles resembling bubbles, he suddenly recalled that he wasn't on Blue Star at that moment, but rather within a dungeon situated in a different dimensional space. What on earth was happening? Lu Tian had perused numerous texts concerning dungeons in alternate dimensions, where the most widely accepted perspective on the nature of such spaces suggested that they were peculiar phenomena resulting from the overlapping of different realms. Just as the Demon Realm and Blue Star overlapped to form subspaces at their borders, the manner in which these two infinitely distant realms achieved such overlap remained a mystery. At this moment, Lu Tian found himself in this alternate dimensional space, and the bosses responding to his summons appeared to differ significantly from those encountered on Blue Star. Nevertheless, he decided to summon one without further ado. At the instant he selected the brightest of the luminous points, a jolt reverberated through his soul, and a remarkable sensation of connection surged throughout his being. In a daze, he seemed to witness a colossal, blood-soaked figure standing defiantly against the heavens, exhaling flames of death that transformed all living beings into vengeful spirits and desiccated bones. The miniature map beneath his feet vanished in an instant, and within the dim grave-like space, a claw, sharper than any blade or spear, pierced the void, creating a vertical tear in space over 100 meters long. In the next moment, a pitch-black dragon, nearly 100 meters tall and as imposing as a 30-story building, descended, shattering the fabric of space itself. A resounding roar echoed through the air as the dragon unfurled its colossal wings, whipping up a terrifying storm of destruction. Its entire form enveloped in an astonishing aura of death. The unparalleled oppressive force shattered the very dungeon space like ice melting under the sun. Boss name, Deathwing Cataclysm. Level, LV 700. Rank, Demon God. Race, Destruction Dragon. Supreme Sovereign triggered. As shards of ice scattered in the air, the dragon landed before Tian with a thunderous impact, creating a maelstrom of chaotic winds akin to a meteor crashing to the ground. It lowered its proud head slightly, scrutinizing the diminutive human before it, its vast vertical pupils glinting with a hint of rebelliousness. A challenge? Tian's expression turned grim. This colossal creature possessed terrifying strength, especially when compared to the other bosses he had encountered. Its rank and level were exceedingly high, yet it appeared to be somewhat deranged, its self-awareness clouded by an insatiable desire for slaughter. It seemed oblivious to its own standing. It was necessary to remind it of its place. With a sudden burst of energy, Tian's aura erupted, overwhelming the Deathwing with a formidable force that dwarfed even its own. In an instant, the dragon found itself ensnared, unable to react, as the terrifying presence enveloped its scaly form, a sensation akin to death itself. The Deathwing's vertical pupils constricted, fixating on the seemingly insignificant figure before it. Paralyzed with fear, it sensed that any attempt to act recklessly would lead to its utter annihilation, reduced to nothingness. This was too terrifying. The human before it was far more fearsome than any adversary it had ever faced. Though the Deathwing was bloodthirsty and insane, it still retained an instinct for survival. It had obliterated an entire world and slaughtered billions of lives, with the undead tomb beneath it being a testament to its destructive legacy. Death was its very essence. Yet this did not mean it was willing to fall. After all, the universe was filled with countless beautiful worlds awaiting its ruin. Ultimately, the Deathwing bowed its proud head, retracting its massive wings and prostrating itself before Tian. This was a sign of submission. It wasn't foolish enough to resist. Henceforth, it would follow him. Tian smiled at the enormous dragon head that had nestled at his feet. The attributes of this newly contracted second boss were simply outrageous, and the enhancements it granted him were nothing short of exaggerated. With a thought, Tian opened his personal panel. Name, Tian Summoner. Level, LV 40. Strength, 1, 490, 011. Intelligence, 1, 490, 013. Agility, 1, 490, 010. Vitality, 90 billion. Magic power, 4 billion. Physical resistance, 900, 005. Magical resistance, 900, 000. Current assignable points, 390. The dragon race, renowned for its tough skin and resilience, was indeed formidable. Disregarding its substantial vitality, the incredible defensive bonuses granted Tian nearly 1 million in dual resistances. Now, even if he stood still, it seemed unlikely anyone could breach his defenses. In addition to the staggering increase in attributes, the newly acquired skills were equally extraordinary. Tian glanced at the 5 new skills added to his skill bar. Death Breath, active skill, LV max, consumes 1,000,000 magic power, cooldown 100s. Summons a spectral dragon to unleash a breath of death, inflicting 10,000 three-dimensional fire damage on targets ahead. Dragon Charge, active skill, LV max, consumes 50,000 magic power. Cooldown 30s, summons a spectral dragon to bite the target ahead, dealing 20,000 physical damage. Dragon Bloodline, passive skill, LV max, reduces all damage taken by 25. Enhances vitality recovery by 100. Cataclysm Descends, active skill, LV max, no cost, no cooldown, unfolds the wings of death and grants the ability to fly, increasing movement speed by 200. And a skeletal warrior of equal level will emerge from the remains of any target killed. Undead Army of Deathwing, active skill, LV max, no cost, no cooldown. Summons 10 undead sorcerers with 50 health each, maximum of 10. Unable to attack, but will summon 10,000 skeletal warriors, archers, mages, bone dragons, and titan corpses at random every 5 seconds. All summoned units gain the Cataclysm effect, and any killed units will generate new skeletal warriors. The first 2 damage-dealing skills were unremarkable, yet the latter 3 were increasingly outrageous. Particularly the last 2, with no cooldown or cost, were indeed astonishing. Tian couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was no wonder this creature had the power to annihilate an entire world. The mere presence of its undead army was enough to instill terror in any heart. If one could not eliminate all the necromancers in the first instance, their rate of spawning was alarmingly rapid, akin to a viral outbreak, reminiscent of an infinite loop of chaos. At this moment, Tian also came to a stark realization. This formidable being was exceedingly dangerous, even more so than the world bosses he had encountered previously. What was even more critical was its insatiable thirst for blood and an overwhelming desire for destruction. Without his watchful eye, it might very well lead to catastrophic consequences. Unlike Sophia, Deathwing was not a dungeon boss, meaning once summoned, it could not be returned to its realm, leaving it to accompany them instead, a rather troublesome predicament. Tian, you actually summoned a dragon. How impressive. Just as Tian was lost in thought, Xiao Charan, who had been shielded behind him from Deathwing's overwhelming aura, came rushing over, marveling at the massive dragon submissively lying on the ground. As a summoner herself, she understood the significance of calling forth such a beast. While this creature was undeniably powerful, its sheer size made it inconvenient to take along. Leaving it behind posed its own challenges. Couldn't it simply be unsummoned to return? She recalled reading that dragons could alter their size at will. Before Xiao Charan could finish her thought, she suddenly felt a chilling gaze sweep over her, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Turning her head, she was met with Deathwing's enormous, vertically slit eyes, fixed upon her with an intensity that suggested it might devour her whole. Bang! Tian frowned and delivered a punch to the dragon's forehead, causing it to wince in pain. The colossal creature, measuring hundreds of meters and weighing over 30,000 tons, skidded backward, crashing into a thick wall that shattered upon impact before finally coming to a halt. This was merely Tian's way of reprimanding it without exerting full force. Why are you staring? Tian admonished. Deathwing, looking somewhat aggrieved, crawled back and obediently laid down before Xiao Charan, appearing as if it were apologizing. Deathwing had always relished its grandiose form, accustomed to looking down upon other beings like insects. However, it was now clear that maintaining such an appearance was no longer feasible. Angering this formidable individual could very well pose a threat to its own existence. Thus, without waiting for Tian to speak, Deathwing began to shrink dramatically amidst a surreal display of light and shadow, quickly transforming into a size akin to that of a sparrow. Its fearsome visage softened, replaced with large, amber eyes that appeared adorably innocent. With a flutter of its wings, it alighted into Xiao Charan's outstretched palm. It understood that it must not only appease the imposing figure of Tian, but also charm this seemingly fragile human girl. Thus, born of blood and fire, and having thrived amidst death and destruction, the once dreaded Deathwing now unexpectedly endeavored to display its cuteness. It twirled in Xiao Charan's hand, clutching its long tail with its small head. Wow, Tian, look! This little fellow can even dance! Xiao Charan exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she watched the endearing little dragon, her feet dancing in delight. Having always loved small animals since childhood, but never permitted to keep any pets, she felt a rush of exhilaration akin to a reclusive gamer finally returning to an internet cafe after being grounded for a month. Deathwing rolled its eyes internally, thinking, you are the little one here. Your whole family is comprised of little ones. My majestic form rivals that of a small mountain. If it weren't for your connection to the master, I would surely singe you to a crisp with a mere breath. Chapter 45. Perhaps this one is just a fool. After Tian and his companion were teleported back to Tianyan City, they made their way toward the Temple of Professions. Deathwing perched on Xiao Charan's shoulder, its dragon eyes half closed in a feigned slumber. In just this brief moment, it had already devised a plan. Though it had been summoned against its will and bound to Tian's soul, it would never relinquish its grand ambition of world annihilation. This creature was not destined to be a mere bystander. It was resolute in its pursuit of destruction, a lifelong endeavor it could not forsake. Moreover, it intended to enlist the assistance of its new master in wreaking havoc upon the beautiful worlds. However, it soon noticed that its master seemed rather aloof and indifferent. Having barely acknowledged it during their earlier encounter, this simply would not do. After a brief observation, Deathwing deduced that the relationship between these two individuals was quite unusual. Thus, it resolved to get closer to the human girl to earn her trust, gradually approaching the master to imbue him with its grand ideals, ultimately leading them to conquer the starry seas together, transforming each brilliant star into a dead world. Ha ha ha. With that thought in mind, Deathwing let out a playful cry, nuzzling its small head against Xiao Charan's shoulder, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Passers-by on the street paused to admire the adorable creature, drawn in by its charming demeanor, which resembled a small shadowy beast. In Blue Star, there were numerous professions, such as beast tamers, who often carried various companions. While young dragons were a rare sight, they were not entirely absent. In Tianyan City, several pet shops offered a variety of beast companions, including dragon eggs of varying ranks. Thus, Lu Tian did not make a concerted effort to hide Deathwing. Before long, they arrived at their destination, standing before the grand plaza of the temple. Just as they were about to enter to submit their quest, they were intercepted by a group of burly men who had emerged from the shadows. Lu Tian recognized their guild insignias. They were identical to those worn by the peculiar individuals he had encountered outside the office of Yu Luiying, members of the Hurricane and Dragon War guilds. Do you have business with us? Lu Tian inquired with a furrowed brow, as the group encircled him in silence, their expressions grim and unfriendly. However, they seemed utterly oblivious to Lu Tian, turning their attention instead toward Xiao Chuan. Miss Xiao, our guild leader requests your presence. This scene nearly caused Deathwing, perched on Xiao Chuan's shoulder, to drop its jaw in astonishment. It tilted its head, confusion evident in its large, bloodthirsty eyes. Was the hierarchy of this world so different from its own? Did the weaker beings possess greater courage? How else could these mere ants, who would turn to dust with a single breath, dare to show such disrespect to its master? It regarded the men with the incredulity reserved for fools, pondering how they could be so brazen. I refuse. Please step aside, Xiao Chuan replied coolly, having recognized the guild affiliation of the men. She understood they were likely attempting to recruit her, and thus dismissed them with a frosty demeanor, refusing to grant them any courtesy for disrespecting Lu Tian. Miss Xiao, do you know who our guild leader is? I said I won't go. I don't care who he is. Tian, let us go. Xiao Chuan grasped Lu Tian's hand firmly as they made their way towards the grand entrance of the temple, casting a fierce glare at the group of onlookers as they passed. These individuals had all received directives from the upper echelons of their respective guilds to surveil the temple exterior and to persuade Xiao Chuan to accompany them back to their guilds. Despite their typically domineering demeanor, they dared not obstruct her path. After all, she was the individual specifically sought after by their guild leader, and offending her could lead to dire consequences. As the pair ventured farther and entered the temple, the burly leader of the onlookers let out a heavy sigh. Subsequently retrieving his phone to relay a message to the higher-ups of his guild, Miss Xiao and an unfamiliar gentleman have been spotted at the professional temple. They declined invitations from 2 guilds, and the man accompanying her is likely the founder of the Heavenly Pavilion, Lu Tian, whom our guild leader has deemed worthy of thorough investigation. Upon receiving this news, the senior members of both the Hurricane and Dragon War guilds felt a sense of urgency and quickly modified the message to forward it to their respective leaders. The previous day, upon learning that Xiao Chuan had allied herself with another guild, both Feng Lao and Wei Diao had erupted in rage. Consequently, the upper management of the 2 guilds had spent the night acquiring detailed information about the Heavenly Pavilion. It was a newly established F-rank guild, boasting only 3 members, with its leader being a level 40 summoner named Lu Tian. Astonishingly, aside from Xiao Chuan, the other member was none other than Jiang Yulaw, the esteemed leader of the Rainfall Guild, who had previously caused quite a stir at the temple. A guild leader who had shattered the team leaderboard record for dungeon runs a staggering 10 times, and yet, he had willingly resigned from his prestigious position to join a nondescript guild. Such a choice was truly perplexing. Meanwhile, within the opulent confines of the Flower Moon Pavilion's grand private room in Tianyan City, Feng Lao and Wei Diao, both adorned with smiles, sat around a circular table. Their phones vibrated almost simultaneously, and upon glancing at the messages, a look of discomfort crossed their faces. This moment did not escape the attention of a young man seated at the head of the table. His name was Mu Hong, a prominent figure among the young elites accompanying the dignitaries from the southern capital to Tianyan City for investigations. That very morning, these influential individuals had entered the southern region alongside the temple and city lord strongholds, while the younger generation, deemed too inexperienced, remained behind. Subsequently, they received invitations from the 2 top guilds in the city under the pretense of a welcoming banquet at the Flower Moon Pavilion. Ah, President Feng, President Wei. Could it be that something significant has transpired? You both seem rather glum at this celebratory feast, Mu Hong remarked, swirling the precious red wine in his glass. The remaining liquid gently rippling against the crystal walls, reflecting the vibrant neon lights from above. With a smirk that suggested mockery, he downed the wine in one gulp, prompting a stunning waitress clad in a jade-green cheongsam and flesh-toned stockings to gracefully refill his glass. A fleeting glimmer of lasciviousness danced in his eyes as they roamed over her alluring S-curve, his mind spiraling into fantasies of lifting her cheongsam and tearing away her stockings. Young Master Mu, esteemed guests, I must apologize for the inadequate reception. An urgent matter has arisen within the guild that requires my immediate attention, so I must take my leave, Feng Lao said, forcing a smile. Rather than indulging the whims of these city elites, he was far more concerned with the possibility of enticing Xiao Chuan to join his guild. After all, their happiness bore little benefit for him. At best, he would gain nothing more than familiarity. Wei Jiao shared this sentiment, prompting him to scratch his head and chime in, I feel the same. Chapter 46. Are you seeking death? Ha ha ha. It seems the 2 guild leaders enjoy jesting. What possible issue could arise in a city as small as Tianyan? Mu Hong raised his glass for a sip, his gaze lingering on their faces, a smug grin plastered on his lips, which he believed to be charming but was, in truth, rather pretentious. Among the 19 young individuals present, 15 males and 4 females, all hailing from the 7 SSS-ranked guilds of the southern capital. Only Mu Hong was male among the top combatants, while the remaining top 4 were all strikingly beautiful women. Faced with such enchanting waitresses, it was no wonder Mu Hong, a man of insatiable desires, could hardly contain his gaze. The 2 guild leaders were momentarily at a loss for words in response to Mu Hong's remarks, which belittled the entire city of Tian. His tone carried an unearned air of superiority, reminiscent of a pampered heir from a prestigious metropolitan family looking down upon impoverished rural communities. Young Master Mu, while this matter may seem trivial to you, it holds significant importance for the future of our modest guild. I hope you can understand. Feng Lao and Wei Jiao internally bristled yet felt powerless. After all, the young man held considerable influence. The most vexing part was that he was someone they had personally invited, initially intending only to extend a cordial invitation. Unaware that the elites from the capital could be so insufferable. It was indeed true what they say. Inviting a deity is easier than sending one away. Is it possible that the matter requiring your attention is of greater consequence than entertaining the other 18 prodigies? Mu Hong continued, reveling in the drama, eager to draw others into the fray. After all, you're not leaving without sharing the details. Hailing from an esteemed family in the capital and blessed with exceptional talent among his peers, Mu Hong had grown accustomed to flattery since childhood, leading him to exhibit a particularly arrogant demeanor. Sighing resignedly, Feng Lao understood that silence was not an option. Young Master Mu, esteemed guests, to be candid, it is not a matter of utmost importance. The guild was in negotiations for a promising newcomer, but another minor guild has successfully poached them. I feel the same. Wei Jiao echoed. This place only houses your 2 A-rank guilds, right? Wait, could the newcomer you mentioned be the same individual? Mu Hong's laughter boomed as he observed the 2 leaders exchange silent glances and nod in unison. The other young attendees erupted in laughter, though a few, including the second-ranking combatant Feng Lin, wore expressions of discontent, as not every individual from the capital carried the same insufferable attitude. Who possesses the audacity to disregard the preferences of both guild leaders? Mu Hong inquired with growing intrigue. Perhaps you are unfamiliar with this year's newly awakened talent in the city. Her name is Xiaocharan. Xiaocharan, that name sounds vaguely familiar, Mu Hong pondered. Isn't she the rumored 5-star transmuter, said to appear once every 20 years? I believe she is also a campus belle, a voice piped up from beside Mu Hong. Campus belle. Mu Hong's eyes widened in surprise, nearly drooling at the thought. Campus belles are delightful, youthful, and vibrant. Having been thwarted from pursuing the other women on his journey here, he was ready to pounce on this new opportunity. He had an uncanny ability to latch onto key phrases. As for the rare 5-star job changers that appear once in decades, he dismissed them outright. Furthermore, the number of newcomers achieving 5-star job changes in the main city each year is countless, rendering it an occurrence of no particular significance. President Feng, President Wei. So this is how things stand. You must hasten over. Cough, cough. I shall accompany both of you to persuade Miss Xiao, Mu Hong said, feigning seriousness. After ensuring the others continued to enjoy their feast, he followed the 2 out of the hotel, boarding a dedicated vehicle that set off directly towards the Temple of Professions. Meanwhile, Lu Tian and his companion entered the temple and proceeded straight to the special room for job change tasks. They were greeted by the same priestess who had attended to them during their previous visit. Under her gaze filled with unwavering admiration, Lu Tian submitted the task with a single click. The instant he successfully changed jobs, notifications flooded his interface. Successfully changed job to Dark Priest. Acquired new title. Conqueror of 2 cities, luck increased by 5. Additional 100 slots in inventory. Level restrictions lifted, current level, LV 50. Acquired special passive skill, Annihilation, which causes a violent explosion upon the death of summoned entities, dealing area damage equal to 300 of their maximum health. This job change rewarded him with a solitary new skill. However, this skill synergized remarkably with the previously acquired Wings of Death's undead army, enabling the little skeletal soldiers to transform into humanoid bombs. Additionally, he gained a new title, enhancing his luck by 5, which would significantly increase the drop rate of rare equipment and items, quite a commendable attribute. After Lu Tian's successful job change, Xiaocharan also accepted her second job change task. She had now reached level 40 and, having been fortunate during her first job change to acquire 3 powerful special skills, she resolutely opted for a 5-star second job change. Once all matters were settled, as the 2 stepped out of the temple, it was already close to noon. It had taken longer than anticipated, and it seemed they needed to hurry. Lu Tian pondered that to arrive at the teleportation area early enough to meet his father, he would need to secure a villa before 3 p.m., otherwise, he would have to find another time. However, there was no need to rush at this moment. It was time to have a meal. Charan, it's mealtime, let us go grab something to eat, he suggested. Sure, I'm all ears. Xiao Charan replied with a bright smile, gently patting the head of the Death Wing, which was dozing on her shoulder. Curiously, she inquired, Where are we going this time? Sha County, Pig Trotter's Rice, or Lanzhou Ramen? But wait, this little guy probably can't eat any of that. No, it shouldn't he need to eat, right? Huh, eat. The Deathwing perked up at the mention of food, stretching its neck and bouncing on the spot. It indeed did not require sustenance. But this was a golden opportunity to earn the trust of this human girl. It obediently squatted, swaying its dragon tail, gazing at Xiao Churin with its big, adorable eyes. Mouth agape like a little dog waiting to be fed. Its expression seemed to convey, I can eat anything. Lu Tian regarded it with a hint of disdain, thinking, you, a dignified demon god, where did that air of superiority go? What has become of your grandeur? He decided to let it be and suggested, let us go to a restaurant. This creature likely craves meat. I'll find a nice place nearby. Ah, I've got it. Huayula. It won't take long to get there by taxi. The two chatted amiably as they strolled toward the street leading out of the square. Just as they were about to reach their designated taxi pickup point, a deafening roar of engines erupted ahead. Two speeding supercars screeched to a halt, drifting several meters before coming to a precise stop directly in front of Lu Tian and his companion. The doors swung open, and several figures emerged from each vehicle. It was none other than Mu Hong and the members of the two major guilds who had rushed over from the hotel. The leading trio, comprising an elder, a middle-aged man, and a youth, all exuded an extraordinary presence. Lu Tian recognized two of them as the imposing Feng and Wei, who had brazenly displayed their aura in the corridor the other day. As for the third individual, Lu Tian's gaze turned icy. He realized that this person was leering at Xiao Churin. Seeking Death. Chapter 47. What is youth without impetuosity? As Mu Hong fantasized about how to charm the enchanting beauty before him, he suddenly shuddered, as if being scrutinized by a malevolent creature. He instinctively drew a breath, feeling an unsettling chill. His gaze shifted, landing on Lu Tian, whose eyes were as frigid as death itself. Despite Lu Tian emanating no discernible aura, the mere intensity of his gaze sent a wave of dread coursing through Mu Hong. What terrifying eyes! Mu Hong's heart quaked, his pupils constricting. Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous prominent figures in the main city and had battled through the abyss alongside his family, witnessing horrors beyond the continent. He had faced extraordinary beings with world-destroying powers more than once, but none had instilled such fear and trepidation within him as the current encounter. It felt as though a sword of doom hung above him, poised to claim his life at any moment. Mu Hong's instincts were acute. Fear had already begun to take root in his heart. Not daring to meet Lu Tian's gaze, he averted his eyes and retreated a step, truly frightened. Just as he racked his brain for an excuse to slip away, the two who had accompanied him, Feng and Wei, spoke up first. Since Lu Tian had not directed his hostility toward them, both felt no immense psychological pressure, and thus remained oblivious to any abnormality. Looking at Lu Tian, the elder spoke with condescension, you must be Lu Tian, the president of the Sky Pavilion. I don't care what methods you employ to deceive Xiao Churin, but you had better release her to become a free individual. Her future is boundless and must not be squandered in your insignificant F-grade guild. Otherwise, the choice of guild membership is mutual. Only the guild management and the individual possess the power to decide. Outsiders cannot interfere. The two understood that Xiao Churin's decisive choice to join the Sky Pavilion was undoubtedly linked to this young man before them, and thus they did not mince words, opting for a direct approach. In truth, Feng and Wei recalled Lu Tian from their earlier encounter in the temple, but they did not dwell on it. In Tianyan City, apart from a select few, they maintained an air of superiority toward everyone, rarely considering who their interlocutor might be or what feelings they might harbor. After all, having held high positions for many years, their habit of being imperious had become deeply ingrained. Once again, the Deathwing, perched on Xiao Churin's shoulder, lazily observed the unfolding scene. Its interest piqued. It then discreetly glanced at Lu Tian, thinking that the humans of this world were indeed quite foolish, far more reckless than itself. I have already made my position clear to the Moon Palace Master yesterday. She should have discussed it with both of you as well. So, presidents, please refrain from further disturbances. No matter what you say, I will not leave the Sky Pavilion. As the party involved, Xiao Churin declared boldly, her expression cold and unyielding. She cast a glance at the crowd before attempting to pull Lu Tian aside to bypass them. Her earlier good mood had been utterly ruined by these individuals, and she had no desire to remain a moment longer. However, at that moment, she felt a sudden warmth in her palm. Lu Tian's large hand, encompassing her delicate fingers, tightened slightly, yet he did not move an inch. A Tian you. Although Xiao Churin felt somewhat perplexed, she remained quietly in place. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Lu Tian, refraining from uttering another word. Lu Tian signaled her not to worry, then casually strolled towards Feng Lao and Wei Diao, hands tucked into his pockets, seamlessly picking up the thread of their previous conversation. Calmly, he spoke, otherwise what? Oh, ha. Wei Diao, a robust man in his middle years, towering over Lu Tian by half a head at nearly 1.9 meters tall, felt a tremor of disdain wash over his face upon hearing this. A glimmer of bloodthirsty cruelty flickered in his eyes. No one in Tianyan City has dared to question me like this. Do you even comprehend who stands before you, you presumptuous brat? With a mere word from me and old foam, we could render you to a state worse than death. His last words were articulated in a low, deliberate tone. The guild members standing nearby, fully understanding the situation, swiftly formed a line to disperse the curious onlookers from the street. They were not keen on having headlines about the strong bullying the weak plastered across the news and social media the following morning. Are you threatening me? I'm the one threatening you. Ha ha ha. Do you think you're someone of consequence, that threats are necessary? Believe it or not, with just a flick of my finger. Wei Jiao leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming with menace as he took a step towards Lu Tian. But suddenly, his expression changed drastically, his words abruptly halted. His mouth opened slightly, yet he could not utter another syllable, as if something unseen had gripped his throat tightly. Wei Jiao realized, in that instant, that Lu Tian seemed to have transformed into a different person, his indifferent and ruthless gaze sending chills down Wei Jiao's spine. Simultaneously, a notification popped up on Wei Jiao's personal interface. Lu Tian has issued a duel challenge to you. Do you accept? Accept, decline. Engaging in combat within Tianyan City would result in a notorious status, leading to a nationwide manhunt by the authorities and countless practitioners. Though Lu Tian felt no fear, there was no need for such drastic measures. The outcome of a duel was nearly identical to that of a violent encounter. The defeated would lose experience and potentially drop equipment. However, duels included a surrender mechanism, allowing one to concede if their health fell below 20. You insolent brat. What do you mean by this? Feng Lao interjected abruptly, his murky eyes fixated on Lu Tian, his wrinkled face betraying an unmistakable fury. Not only Wei Jiao, but even he and Mu Hong had received the duel challenge. Accepted. Without responding to Feng Lao, Lu Tian expressionlessly squeezed out 2 words from his throat, his gaze sweeping over the 3 men with a calm indifference. When he glanced at Mu Hong, who stood behind Feng and Wei, the latter gulped nervously and instinctively took a half-step back. You, arrogant. Feng Lao laughed in exasperation. Very well. Neither Luo Ku nor Yu Luiying has ever disrespected me like this. You, a reckless boy, will learn the consequences of your actions. I will ensure that the price you pay is beyond your capacity to bear. Feng Fan has accepted the duel. Wei Jiao has accepted the duel. Lu Tian disregarded the empty threats. With his hands still in his pockets, he stepped past Feng and Wei, advancing towards Mu Hong. What do you intend to do? Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Mu family from the southern main city. Mu Hong stammered, feeling increasingly cornered as he unconsciously retreated. His bluster was undermined by a flicker of panic in his eyes, just as he attempted to assert his authority over Lu Tian. A sudden thud echoed as his sweat-drenched back collided with the side of a parked sports car, leaving him with nowhere left to retreat. My patience is limited. Lu Tian frowned, his tone growing icy. Damn it. I'll remember you, just wait. Mu Hong seethed inwardly, acutely aware that his cowardice stemmed from the unknown fact that the 2 5-turn masters beside him had also received the duel invitation. Otherwise, he would have been boasting long ago. In truth, the moment he noticed Lu Tian, he had used an identification skill to check Lu Tian's information. A level 50 summoner. This revelation left Mu Hong momentarily breathless. As the top young talent of the southern main city's leading guild, he himself was only at level 41. If all else fails, I could just surrender. I'll eventually come back for retribution, and then I'll make sure to flaunt it in front of you. Mu Hong gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger, his chest heaving as he silently cursed. He then pressed a button on his virtual interface. Mu Hong has accepted the duel. Chapter 48. Can't break the defense. A flash of light enveloped the 4 individuals, including Lu Tian, as they were instantaneously transported to a designated dimensional arena. When practitioners trigger a challenge within the city, they are forcibly brought here to prevent unnecessary destruction. The guild leaders are here. As the 4 landed smoothly and separated into 2 opposing sides, Mu Hong beamed with delight at the sight of Feng and Wei beside him. His joy was short-lived, however, as he turned to glare at Lu Tian in the distance, preparing to taunt him. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, leaving him frozen in shock. Before him, on the expansive arena ground, 10 necromancers cloaked in dark robes, exuding an aura of chilling death, appeared out of thin air. Summoned creatures. Moreover, they were exceedingly rare undead summons. This was not the main issue. The critical detail was that each necromancer was continuously casting spells. An enormous hexagram, vast enough to encompass the entire arena, rapidly took shape, radiating an eerie black light. In the next moment, hundreds of thousands of various undead creatures surged forth from the void beneath the hexagram, charging towards the 3 skeleton warriors wielding swords and shields with glowing green eyes. Agile skeleton archers slipping into the shadows, skeleton mages casting devastating spells without incantations, bone dragons spewing frost and flames, and death knights mounted on skeletal goats wielding long swords. The sheer number was overwhelming, sending a shiver down their spines. What in the world is this? Not only Mu Hong, but even the experienced Feng and Wei couldn't suppress the twitching of their lips. Although these undead creatures were only level 50, their sheer numbers created a visual impact that was absurdly exaggerated. This is terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the arena, spanning over several million square meters, equivalent to 700 football fields, was already overrun by the undead, occupying a full tenth of it. Moreover, there was no sign of this onslaught abating. They continued to pour forth in an unending tide. Does a summoner possess such monstrous skills? Don't ask me. I'm utterly ignorant. I've never even heard of such a thing. Perhaps it's a special skill. If summoners have such outrageous abilities, what is the point of those rare and hidden classes? The two exchanged glances, their astonishment palpable. Then, almost in unison, they turned their gazes towards Tian, who was concealed behind a multitude of necromancers. No wonder he was so audacious. It turns out he had such a trump card. However, despite their astonishment, neither of them was flustered or at a loss for what to do. This was precisely why they had yet to make a move. In their eyes, as long as they could defeat the summoner himself, regardless of the high rank or sheer number of summoned creatures, everything would ultimately collapse on its own. Moreover, all summoned beings were merely at level 50, matching Tian's level, which was significantly inferior to theirs. The vast disparity in levels created an insurmountable chasm in attributes that could not be bridged by any singular skill alone. Of course, this was merely the wishful thinking of Feng and Wei. Had they known the outrageous nature of Tian's attributes, they would have undoubtedly gasped in disbelief and might have immediately launched an offensive. No, they probably wouldn't have even agreed to the battle in the first place and would have spent their lives hiding within the city. Wei, stop dawdling and make your move. We need to end this quickly. As the undead army swiftly occupied a significant portion of the arena in less than half a minute, gradually encroaching upon them, Feng's brows twitched furiously, unable to restrain himself from urging. He was a 107 level 5th transition paladin, with very few damage-dealing skills, all of which were melee and single target. Faced with an endless tide of undead beings, his killing speed would likely pale in comparison to the overwhelming numbers being summoned by the opponent. Wei, on the other hand, was a 101 level 5th transition elementalist, originally an element mage, proficient in various high-level area damage skills, making him exceptionally suited to handle the current situation. Feng, why are you urging me? Quickly cast some healing buffs for me to show you what spell bombardment truly means. Wei was also keen to avoid wasting time since he had someone outside waiting to entice him into a guild. He had already set his sights on Tian, determined to teach him a lesson and make him realize that there are always greater powers beyond one's own, and that one cannot simply act recklessly in Tianyan City due to possessing an extraordinary skill. Arcane Source. Eye of Magic. Arcane Critical. Feng swiftly donned his equipment from his inventory, raising his knight's arcane sword high, chanting continuously as 12 auxiliary auras surged up from the ground beneath the three of them. Fireball of Eruption. With the support in place, Wei shouted, drawing forth his staff to conjure a massive fireball above his head, hurling it with great force towards the encroaching undead army. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, and countless damage numbers, exceeding 10,000, popped up above the heads of the struck undead. Due to the dense clustering of the undead army, this single skill obliterated at least 10,000 of them. Yet, in the next moment, bang! An even louder explosion rang out, reverberating from the same spot, as energy waves, crimson as blood bubbles, violently trembled, seemingly shaking the very void. It was a chain reaction of violent explosions triggered by the recently fallen undead. Holy crap! This sight sent a shiver down Wei's spine. These monsters self-destructed upon death, and their explosive power was no trifling matter. He quickly assessed that if he were at the epicenter of such an explosion, even he would lose a significant portion of his health. What concept was this, for a level 50 monster to inflict such damage on a 101 level professional? It was undeniably outrageous. Be careful, don't get too close to these summoned beings, Wei shouted, increasing the distance while simultaneously unleashing a series of skills to eliminate a sizable portion of the undead at the forefront. However, this merely addressed the symptoms without tackling the root cause. An unceasing tide of undead was relentlessly crawling out from the hexagram, charging towards them fearlessly. Wei's heart tightened at the sight. Initially, he had underestimated these low-level undead beings, but once the battle commenced, he realized that annihilating the fully formed undead army single-handedly was far from realistic. Feng, use levitation to directly go after that kid. We can't keep up with these monsters, Wei bellowed, glancing towards the distant Tian. Without waiting for Feng's response, he immediately cast levitation on himself, bending his legs. He propelled himself with force like an arrow, soaring through the air in a graceful arc, heading straight for Tian. Was this the power of a 5th transition professional? Truly terrifying. Mu Hong, watching from the back, recognized that these professionals from this remote town were not weaker than the elders of his family at the same level, causing his heart to swell with excitement as he fantasized about stepping on Tian beneath his feet. Meanwhile, witnessing Wei's series of maneuvers, Tian slowly furrowed his brows. Was this truly the power of a 5th transition professional? It was, in fact, considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Just then, as Wei deftly evaded the attacks of various undead, he finally reached a position directly above Tian. Without hesitation, he unleashed a high-tier elemental skill. Die. Boom. A violent elemental storm erupted, forming a chaotic sphere within a 20-meter radius around Tian, filled with ice, flames, whirlwinds, lightning, and solid earth. The immense destructive force instantaneously obliterated numerous nearby undead. However, as the storm subsided, revealing the figure within, Tian stood, hands in his pockets, completely unscathed. Untouched by any harm. Above him, a series of damage numbers popped up. 1. The one signified the activation of the minimum damage threshold mechanism. What? Witnessing this scene, Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly popping from their sockets. Monster! Monster! He screamed in terror, turning to flee, only to abruptly discover a pair of enormous dragon wings. Shrouded in a deathly aura, violently unfurling behind Tian. Chapter 49. Crushing you is like crushing an ant crackle. Dark red bolts of destructive lightning flickered. A shadow dashed through the void, swiftly closing in on the retreating Wei, reaching out to seize his neck with an iron grip. What do you want, Wei? Suspended in midair like a chick by its neck, gazed at the formidable Tian before him, trembling with fear. His eyes turned crimson, struggling to gasp for breath. He managed to squeeze out 4 words. Yet, before he could finish, the next moment, crack. With an expressionless face, Tian exerted a slight force, his fingers curling, and a crisp sound of bones shattering echoed. He had directly snapped Wei's neck. In quick succession, a series of massive red damage numbers, all reading 999999, erupted forth. Wei's eyes bulged, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinheads, filled with disbelief, as if he could not fathom that Tian truly dared to kill him. Tian loosened his grip, and Wei's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, rapidly disintegrating into a stream of data before hitting the ground. As long as a professional's experience does not reset to 0, they will respawn at the nearest city revival point upon death. In this very moment, as a radiant pillar of light ascended from a corner of the resurrection point in Tianyan City, Wei Tiao's form was instantaneously and completely restored. He gasped for breath, his pupils gradually sharpening as he struggled to regain his composure. The haunting memory of his neck being brutally snapped lingered vividly. A piercing pain coursing through his spine to his very brain, causing beads of sweat to form upon his brow. Within the arena, Tian swiftly stowed away a recently acquired platinum-grade staff into his backpack before vanishing in a blink, darting towards the remaining 2 adversaries. At this juncture, the overwhelming horde of undead that had previously encircled Mu Hong and his companion had ceased their relentless onslaught. Tian had opted to employ this particular skill not with the expectation of overwhelming the trio through sheer numbers, but rather to merely test its potency. Judging by the outcome he had just demonstrated, he was thoroughly satisfied. This skill proved to be exceptionally effective, whether in one-on-one confrontations or in larger skirmishes. Of course, in this context, one-on-one meant facing the entire undead legion, while group battles referred to the horde collectively overwhelming an opponent. In an instant, Tian closed the distance of several thousand meters, still reeling from the shock of witnessing Wei Tiao's abrupt demise. Feng Fan felt his breath hitch as a haze clouded his vision. Suddenly, Tian, exuding an aura of inexorable death, materialized before him like a wraith. He barely had time to utter a sound before his terrified gaze was met by the looming hand that reached towards him. With a crack, Feng Fan followed in Wei Tiao's footsteps, his form dissipating just as a long sword and a breastplate erupted forth. Tian collected the gear and turned his attention to the paralyzed Mu Hong, who was still in a state of shock. With a swift leap, he landed thunderously before him, the impact jolting Mu Hong from his stupor. As he beheld Tian standing before him, his legs buckled, and he fell to the ground, desperately clawing backward as he cried out in panic, "Don't come any closer. It was those 2 that came for you, not me. I bear you no ill will. If you dare to lay a hand on me, it will end poorly for you. The Mu family of the main city is not someone you can offend. Opponent Mu Hong has initiated a surrender. Do you accept? Accept, reject." As Mu Hong frantically retreated, he wildly selected the option to surrender. Since Tian had deliberately spared him from the undead army's wrath, he remained at full health. When blood levels exceed 20 and a surrender is chosen, it requires the opponent's consent. A simple choice does not result in immediate defeat. However, given Tian's clear intentions, he would never grant the man his freedom. As for Mu Hong's threats about the Mu family, well, the last person who dared to intimidate him had experienced the agony of impending death firsthand. Opponent declines to accept surrender. Opponent declines to accept surrender. As Tian closed in, the panel continued to flash with refusal notifications, and Mu Hong's face contorted into a grotesque mask of fear and despair, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. He cared little for the potential loss of experience or equipment, as his family had resources in abundance. What he feared was death, although he could be resurrected afterward. The torment endured in those moments would be indelibly etched into his memory, a reality he could not escape. Should your gaze wander again, I shall ensure you suffer a fate worse than death, Tian warned, stepping closer to Mu Hong. In a chilling tone, he extended his right hand. enveloping Mu Hong's face and lifting him with a grip that pinched the delicate area where the cheekbone met the forehead. With a deliberate application of pressure, a sickening pop echoed as Mu Hong's eye burst, his skull fracturing under the strain, blood seeping from every orifice. The excruciating, piercing pain compelled him to scream in agony. Lu Tian was precise in his actions. He shattered Mu Hong's eye but withheld the final blow, only delivering a kick as Mu Hong's health plummeted to the threshold of 20, sending him back to the resurrection point. My eyes! My eyes! As the light of the resurrection point enveloped him, Mu Hong was still moaning in torment, until awareness of his surroundings dawned upon him, confirming his escape from the arena. He ceased his cries, gasping for air, only to feel a warm sensation beneath him. Looking down, he realized with horror that he had involuntarily soiled himself. Suppressing his terror, he furtively glanced around, relieved to find no other souls at the resurrection point, and hastily covered his face as he scurried toward the designated lodging of the Divine Hall. The streets were bustling with passers-by, many glancing at his soiled trousers with disdain, pinching their noses and sidestepping him, repulsed by the overpowering stench that lingered. A pungent reminder of his accident. Damn that Lu Tian, and those two, Wei and Foam. I'll not let this go unpunished. Mu Hong seethed internally, directing his wrath not only at Lu Tian but also at the others. In his mind, if they had not mentioned that wretched Xiao Churin, he would not have suffered such ignominy, even deeming them more deserving of punishment than Lu Tian himself. The resurrection point was not far from the Divine Hall, and soon enough, Mu Hong returned to the room prepared for his guild's main city delegation. Fresh from a shower and dressed anew, he stepped out only to encounter the prominent figures of the main city, who had just returned from their morning reconnaissance beyond the city walls. Among them were two high-ranking members of his own guild. Rage ignited within Mu Hong as he jogged eagerly toward them. Chapter 50. A gentle breeze carries news. After emerging from the arena, Lu Tian and Xiao Churin made their way to the designated pickup point, boarding a carriage that whisked them directly to Huala. Members from the two major guilds observed with uncertainty as their guild leader had not accompanied them, hesitating to intervene and instead silently watching the pair depart. Upon arriving at Huala, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. Just as Lu Tian and Xiao Churin stepped through the entrance, they encountered a group of remarkable young individuals pouring out, all of whom were of a similar age yet boasted impressive levels, having completed their second-class advancement. Lu Tian recognized one among them, adorned in the same guild attire as Mu Hong, indicating their affiliation with the main city. The leading figures among them exuded an air of arrogance, their expressions a mirror of Mu Hong's own haughty demeanor. Lu Tian briefly surveyed them before diverting his attention, proceeding alongside Xiao Churin into their reserved private room. Yet, his indifference did not preclude them from noticing him. Hey, did you catch a glimpse of those two who just walked by? Murmured Xiao Hui to her companion Xiao Hong, nudging him with her elbow. The two were clad in identical garments, unmistakably representing the same guild. Nature has certainly taken notice. A pair of exquisite talents, indeed. With such appearances, they could easily debut in the capital. As the saying goes, Jiangnan has always been home to many beauties, and it seems there are plenty of handsome men as well. This small city of Tianyan truly boasts remarkable individuals and a rich heritage. What are you talking about? I mean, have you noticed their levels? Xiao Hui pouted her lips, feigning a complaint. She thought to herself that her dear brother must be foolishly starstruck, associating good-looking men and women with the idea of entering the entertainment industry. Well, not exactly. When they passed by just now, I discreetly used the appraisal technique to check. Do you know what level that young man is? Level 50. That's 9 levels higher than that fellow with the surname Mu. Are the people in this small town really that formidable? But a high level doesn't necessarily mean much. Aren't you just 1 level higher than that Mu? And even then, you're only 5th among us. Xiao Hong remarked, seemingly gritting his teeth when mentioning Mu Hong. And by the way, little sister, why do you always sneakily use the appraisal technique on strangers? What do you need to check them for? It's not illegal, so mind your own business. Fine, I won't argue about this anymore. Didn't the vice president tell us to hurry to the temple? There might be some situation unfolding. Let us go? Xiao Hong urged. But as they stepped onto the street, his mind suddenly recalled Mu Hong when he saw countless young girls in summer attire bustling about. That fellow with the surname Mu hasn't returned for so long. I wonder where he has wandered off to charm some young lady. Damn it. He really ought to be punished. Beautiful girls deserve to shine on stage, and this time, I must report him when I go back. In Huala, due to the presence of Deathwing, Lu Tian ordered an extravagant feast, most of which consisted of raw cuts. After all, being a dragon, a notorious fiend, one would naturally expect it to consume only raw meats. However, Lu Tian was mistaken in his assumptions. Initially, Deathwing intended to merely put on a show for Xiao Churin, but after tasting a bite of grilled fish, its dragon eyes sparkled with delight. Its petite wings fluttered with joy, and its entire being seemed to float in ecstasy. Beef tripe, pig's trotters, tofu puffs, meat sausages, and even snail noodles, all were devoured with reckless abandon. In the end, it even developed a craving. After such a feast, even the affluent Lu Tian felt a pang of regret, as the brief moment of indulgence equated to half a year's living expenses being consumed by a tiny dragon. In its original world, Deathwing rarely feasted. Not from a lack of appetite, but rather due to the unpalatable nature of the things it encountered under the hooves of the undead army. Now, having tasted such delectable food for the first time, it nearly forgot its grand ambition of world destruction. After satisfying their hunger, Tian, accompanied by Xiao Churin and the little dragon, made their way to an upscale real estate office in the heart of the city. After careful selection, they settled on a villa covering over 3,000 square meters, which could perhaps be better described as a manor. The environment was serene, adorned with rockeries, pavilions, and ancient trees surrounding tranquil ponds, ideal for peace and quiet, which greatly pleased Tian. Churin, do you have any plans this afternoon? Are you going to undertake your class change task? Checking the time, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, still early before his father's arrival. Tian glanced apologetically at Xiao Churin, feeling somewhat guilty as she had spent the entire morning accompanying him on his errands. This afternoon, I'll be picking up Uncle. As for tasks, I can look into them later. There's no rush. All right then, let us take our time. It'll take a little while to reach our destination. After meandering through the manor, the two made their way toward the teleportation area. However, just as Tian stepped over the threshold, his previously relaxed brow suddenly twitched. It was unclear whether it was the chill within the garden or the gradually darkening sky, but despite it being a sweltering June afternoon, a hint of coolness brushed against him. An unsettling feeling lingered, as if something significant was about to unfold. Meanwhile, atop Xiao Churin's shoulders, Deathwing, dozing off to digest its meal, seemed to sense something amiss. It yawned, its dragon eyes slightly opening, revealing pupils shimmering with a hint of malice as they gazed far into the horizon. Yet, after a brief glance, it fell back into a sleepy stupor, appearing indifferent. At the same time, within the professional temple, Muhong, who had anticipated receiving assistance from the two prominent figures of the guild to find Tian and vent his frustrations, found himself sulking in a corner of the first-floor hall. After embellishing his tale extensively, he was met with stern warnings not to act recklessly and ordered to remain in the temple without venturing anywhere, while the others proceeded upstairs for a meeting. This infuriated him to no end. Still, Muhong understood the urgency of the situation and tried to reason with himself, knowing that those powerful professionals had far more pressing matters to attend to. During the morning's investigation, it was discovered that a spatial rift had emerged in the southern region of Tianyan City. This was an extremely urgent and serious matter. Past occurrences of spatial rifts had typically only appeared above the ocean beyond the continent, and one could never know when a monster might emerge from within. Chapter 51. Enemies within the spatial rift. The energy fluctuations detected a few days ago in the southern region had begun to take shape. Based on residual energy surveyed in the Howling Ruins dungeon, it was presumed that a powerful magic practitioner proficient in ice-type forbidden spells had made a move. As for the terrifying aura that gripped the entire city, there seemed to be no abnormalities detected within a radius of 100 miles from the city, indicating that it was likely not caused by the emergence of a superboss within a dungeon, but perhaps related to the spatial rift itself. On the highest floor of the temple, in the conference hall facing the office of the temple master, City Lord Luoku, Yu Luiying, the head of the Tianyan City Temple, and several prominent figures from the southern main city gathered to discuss urgent matters. Xiaoying, do you know the exact time of the appearance of this spatial rift? A middle-aged woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Yu Luiying, sat at the head of the table, her voice gentle as she inquired. This woman, named Yu Qing, was the third in command of the main city's professional temple and the leader of the investigation team sent to Tianyan City. Aunt Qing, I don't have any information regarding the appearance of this spatial rift, Yu Luiying responded, shaking her head with an unmistakable look of concern in her eyes. If it weren't for this operation, I might still be oblivious to such a significant change occurring around Tianyan City. That is indeed strange, Yu Qing frowned, clearly not surprised by the answer, yet her aged face, marked by a few scattered wrinkles, bore an undeniable expression of worry. Since the descent of the Divine Stone over a century ago, there has never been a precedent for spatial rifts appearing across the 3 continents. This is not a good omen at all. Should any powerful beings from another realm descend through the rift, it would pose a considerable threat to the entire southern region of Huaxia. The expressions of those present darkened at her words, each falling into a contemplative silence. Could it be related to the sudden appearance of the world boss before? After a brief silence, a high-ranking professional from one of the 7 SSS-level guilds in the main city tentatively spoke, directing his gaze towards Yu Qing at the head of the table. The 7 major guilds dispatched a total of 14 individuals to assist Yu Qing and her companions, with 2 representatives from each guild. Aside from the 5 who remained at the entrance of the space-time rift, the remaining 9 were gathered in the conference hall. There might be some underlying connection, but discussing it now seemed futile. The pressing matter was to determine how to respond to the imminent threat of interdimensional beings. Just as Yu Qing was speaking, her phone unexpectedly vibrated violently in her pocket, an ominous premonition enveloping her heart. Upon answering, it was a member stationed outside the rift calling in a state of urgency. Yu Laoshi, while patrolling the area around the rift, We discovered that the magnetic field within a radius of several hundred meters is becoming increasingly chaotic, and the space itself appears to be unstable. Moreover, there is an incredibly strong energy fluctuation emanating from within the rift. Something seems to be crossing over. Yuqing abruptly hung up, rising sharply to scan the faces of those present, and declared with a grave tone, "There is trouble at the space-time rift. Beings from another realm are crossing over. Whether they are foes or allies remains uncertain, but we must prepare for the worst. Lord Luo, immediately notify the City Lord's residents to activate the city's protective barrier. Xiao Ying, send the findings of this operation along with the rift incident to Central City. The rest of you follow me." With that, Yuqing led the charge out the door, making her way swiftly downstairs towards the central teleportation area of the city. The high-ranking practitioners from the 7 guilds exchanged glances and followed without hesitation. Upon descending the stairs, they encountered Xiao Hong and others returning from Huaihua Tower. "Vice President, you summoned us to the temple. What has happened?" Seeing the anxious expressions on their leaders' faces, Xiao Hong and the others quickly gathered around, including the gloomy Mu Hong in a corner of the first-floor hall. "You arrived just in time. Let us go. There may be interdimensional beings descending in the southern region." Vice President Wei Zhicheng offered little explanation, leading the group to follow Yuqing. Bringing along these younger members was merely a desire to broaden their horizons. As for the danger, Wei Zhicheng felt quite confident in their group, as they hailed from the top guilds of the main city, with an average level exceeding 300. The likes of Yuqing and her companions were also core members of the city's temple, their prowess beyond question. He believed that unless they faced a world boss-level monster, even if the situation became dire, they could still manage to retreat while fighting. Little did he know that the adversary they were about to encounter would not only be extraordinarily powerful, but would also utterly shatter his worldview. Several dozen miles south of Tianyan City lay a vast basin. Space rippled as a pale blue column of light descended from above, revealing more than 30 figures within its luminous embrace. This was none other than Yuqing and her group. Yet, hovering less than 100 meters in front of them was an irregular space-time rift, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in width. It pulsed with an imperceptible frequency, creating a series of afterimages. The edges of the rift, resembling a shattered mirror, curled inward, revealing flickering tiny stars amidst the dark chaos. While this rift was not large enough to allow massive beings to pass through, this was one of the reasons why Wei Zhicheng and the others were not overly concerned. After all, in terms of the various creatures on Blue Star, larger monsters typically possessed greater strength, and vice versa. However, this conclusion was not absolute, and certainly did not apply to the beings of other worlds. For instance, the one about to emerge. With a resounding clang, akin to metal striking metal, a heavy reverberation erupted from within the rift, echoing across the vast expanse of the basin. The surrounding magnetic field became increasingly chaotic. Almost simultaneously, a palpable wave of invisible energy pressure descended, enveloping the area within 1,000 meters of the rift. The void trembled, and the ground shook. The flora and debris on the basin's surface began to sway, as if defying gravity. "Be careful," Yuqing shouted, her gaze fixed on Mu Hong and the other newcomers. They immediately understood her intent and swiftly retreated to a safer location. Meanwhile, she and the others turned their attention to the entrance of the rift. In the next moment, a thunderous crash resonated as if a colossal weight had fallen, stirring up a cloud of dust that obscured their vision. A fierce wind swept through, and as the dust settled, the astonished eyes of the onlookers reflected the figure of a human clad in silver and white armor, wielding a crimson spear. It was indeed a human. However, the blood bar above this individual was unmistakably marked with the words Kanglan Star Hero in bold crimson letters, just like the red name status commonly seen among practitioners from Blue Star. Chapter 52, The True Calamity Army. Enemy name: Kanglan Star Hero. Class: Flame Lance Cavalry. Level: LV 400. Combat power: 813. 000. Faith: Goddess of Hope of Kanglan Star. Unique blessing: Light of Hope. Upon first reaching 0 health, will not die immediately, removes all debuffs and restores to full health, and increases damage by 30. A practitioner. Upon using her identification skill, Yuqing's expression grew grave. This was indeed a practitioner from another world. The level was astonishing, and the combat power was outrageous. What was more concerning was the apparent hostility directed at her group. Prepare to welcome the judgment of the Goddess of Hope in this world tainted by the filth of the evil god. As Yuqing and the others stood in shock, the Kanglan Star Hero declared with an air of dramatic flair, gripping his spear tightly, surrounded by blinding white flames. An invisible wave of energy radiated from his feet. And for everyone present, including Yuqing, a notification popped up on their panels. Final battle state activated. Teleportation is now prohibited. What is this? Someone exclaimed incredulously, realizing with horror that they could no longer use their return scrolls. It was akin to being transported to an arena space for combat, with no means of escape. They had only 2 options: stand and win or kneel and perish. There was no third outcome. The difference was that in a duel, both parties needed to agree. While this final battle state seemed to be unilaterally imposed by the enemy, Yu Qing, after failing to teleport, felt a surge of astonishment. Such a method had never been seen on Blue Star. At least, it had never been mentioned in any accessible historical records. This is troublesome. At this moment, aside from defeating the opponent, there was no other option available to her group. But how could they hope to triumph against an opponent with combat power exceeding 800,000? Yu Qing glanced at the meager number just above 300,000 in her own combat power panel, feeling parched and unable to suppress a gulp. Their only chance lay in hoping to exhaust the enemy through sheer numbers. Everyone, prepare for battle with all your might. Meanwhile, within Tianyan City. Upon his recent arrival at the teleportation zone, Lu Tian gazed southward, sensing an unsettling presence beyond the city limits. Far beneath the expansive sky, an aura of hostility emanated from another realm, a sensation that made him deeply uneasy. Ever since he forged the second boss and experienced a remarkable enhancement in his attributes, Lu Tian had noticed a significant leap in his sensory acuity. His perception of energy fluctuations became extraordinarily acute. At that moment, Deathwing, who had been resting its little head on Xiao Charin's shoulder, suddenly lifted its gaze towards the same direction. In its amber vertical pupils swirled a boundless desire for slaughter and contempt. It had detected a repugnant scent. An inferior hero had descended upon this world from another. Historically, evil dragons and heroes have always been sworn enemies. Throughout the endless tides of time, before the iron hooves of the undead army shattered the world, Deathwing had annihilated and consumed countless heroes, both from its own world and those who had traversed from other realms. This instilled within it an almost frenzied, deeply rooted hatred for such beings. Having restrained itself from wreaking havoc for the better part of a day, the sudden surge of stimulation ignited an insatiable thirst for carnage that was becoming increasingly difficult to contain. Master, it turned its adorable large eyes towards Lu Tian, calling out softly within his soul, do not allow them to threaten Tianyan City. With Lu Tian's approval, Deathwing let out a howl and, to Xiao Charin's astonishment, launched itself skyward. It spun into a streak of light, piercing through the clouds and creating a series of sonic booms as it sped southward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. What just flew past? Many within the city who witnessed the event began to murmur. They could not discern what it was. It seemed like a massive, dark rodent. Does your rodent fly? Deathwing's dramatic display stirred quite a commotion, yet after much speculation, the topic swiftly faded from their minds. Tian, that little one. Do not concern yourself with it. It has been dormant for too long and needs to stretch its wings. Oh, I see. Xiao Charin appeared somewhat disappointed by Deathwing's abrupt departure. Had Deathwing known how effortlessly it had achieved its initial goal, it might have chuckled quietly, though the laughter of an ancient evil dragon would undoubtedly be a fearsome sight. Meanwhile, after several minutes of fierce combat with the hero from Kanglan Star, Yu Qing and her companions were beginning to break a sweat in their grips on their weapons. Initially, they believed that sheer numbers and coordination would eventually wear down their opponent. However, after a tumultuous battle, they realized the folly of such a thought. 30 against 1. Yet they found themselves at a severe disadvantage. Not only was their opponent's defense impenetrable, but their attacks were also exceedingly fierce. The high-level players adorned in epic gear, over level 300, found their health bars plummet alarmingly with just a single hit, proving their strength to be utterly unreasonable. This was no mere player. They were facing a humanoid boss. Had their adversary not been testing their attacks, attempting to understand the combat styles of humans in this world, even if Yu Qing's group had doubled their number of healers, they would have certainly experienced casualties. At that moment, the enemy altered their approach and charged once more. Clang! The long spear struck against the steel shield, sending sparks flying. The impact sent shivers down the spines of the defenders. This foe's attack speed has increased. If this continues, we are doomed. I am aware, but for now, we must hold our ground. There are no alternatives. The ensuing clash was a desperate struggle for survival. But this time, the defenders could not escape unscathed. The Kanglan Star hero, at the cost of enduring dozens of magical assaults, pressed forward with their spear, piercing through the ranks to eliminate a healer. In a swift motion, they executed a sweeping strike that felled two nearby fragile mages. The stalemate that had persisted for so long was shattered in an instant. To make matters worse, the three strong members of the main city who had just perished were not forcibly teleported back to their respawn points. Their figures appeared in an open area not far from Mu Hong and the others, having lost 20 levels. After landing a successful blow, the Kanglan Star hero retreated to a safe distance, promptly employing a healing skill to restore their health. They were exceedingly cautious, maintaining peak condition even against foes significantly weaker than themselves, sparing no opportunity for their adversaries. Why is this happening? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. If death could not free them from this calamity, did that not imply that all would meet their end here? Fear enveloped every heart. No one was without dread of death. What do we do now? Sigh, there are no options left. We can only fight to the bitter end. Yu Qing gritted her teeth, preparing to adopt a desperate strategy, but the words caught in her throat as she suddenly realized the sky had darkened. Looking up, she was horrified to see a massive, shadowy dragon unfurling its wings above them, descending rapidly towards their location. Boom. The colossal dragon crashed to the ground, its enormous, sharp claws tearing the earth apart, leaving a multitude of fissures. The terrifying shockwaves stirred an immense cloud of dust, the resulting winds nearly toppling everyone. As a series of roars echoed through the air, countless green lights flickered within the dust, and swarms of undead creatures emerged in haste. Level 700 skeletal warriors. Level 700 ancient dragons. Level 700 death knights. Gulp, what manner of monstrosity is this? The sight left everyone, including the Kanglan Star hero, trembling uncontrollably. Surrounded by tens of thousands of level 700 undead, the oppressive force rendered them devoid of even the courage to resist. Chapter 53. Who isn't a demon god? This is impossible. This cannot be. From a distance, Muhong watched the eerily familiar yet strange scene unfold, his mind echoing with shock, his face paling dramatically. This was precisely the technique employed by that fellow named Lu during the arena battles. The undead creatures bore an uncanny resemblance, though their levels were worlds apart. Could it be that such a terrifying dragon was somehow connected to a mere human? An utterly shocking and horrifying notion surged uncontrollably within Muhong's mind, causing his legs to weaken as he collapsed to the ground. Mu Xiao, what's wrong with you? A young man from the same guild turned to him, puzzled by his outburst. But in the next instant, whoosh! The piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air erupted as a rain of projectiles descended from the sky, striking Muhong and transforming him into a sieve. Blood, red and white, mixed with fragments of flesh, splattered onto the young man who had just spoken. Beneath the towering 100-meter frame of Deathwing in the distance, a diminutive skeleton archer, clutching a short bow, rhythmically trembled its jawbone. Its hollow eye sockets, suffused with an eerie green light, fixated intently on a group of young individuals, as if mocking their plight. It was this very creature that had felled Muhong with a single skill. Of course, the skeleton acted solely in accordance with the commands relayed by Deathwing, not engaging in indiscriminate slaughter. Almost simultaneously, amidst the undead legions that divided the denizens of the main city from the valiant warriors of Kanglan Star at the heart of the battlefield, a Death Knight transformed into a fleeting shadow, charging towards one of the heroes. Raising its death blade, it swung down without hesitation. The blade sliced through the silvery dragon, sparks flying as it tore open a ghastly wound, a vivid splash of crimson erupting forth. The health bar above the warrior's head plummeted to zero in an instant. Witnessing this from a short distance, Yu Qing and her companions felt their hearts sink to the depths of despair. The seemingly invincible powerhouse, who had battled them for several minutes without yielding, was shockingly dispatched by a mere minion. The sheer visual impact left everyone questioning the very fabric of their existence. Moreover, this minion was but one among at least several 100,000 on the field. No, not just that. The observers could hardly believe their eyes as, in the span of mere seconds, the number of these creatures appeared to multiply exponentially. With a thunderous roar, Deathwing let loose at the instant the Kanglan Star warrior fell, prompting the densely packed undead army to surge toward the rift in time and space. However, as they approached the entrance, an overwhelming surge of pure energy erupted from within, sending all undead beings hurtling backwards. This energy coalesced into a radiant beam of hope, directly infusing the beleaguered warrior with renewed vigor. Boom! The warrior, whose health had been entirely depleted, miraculously regained full strength. His wounds healed in the blink of an eye, and his aura intensified, surpassing even his prior state. Additionally, a majestic, ethereal figure of a goddess, towering over 100 meters, began to materialize above him. Her eyes sparkled with the light of countless stars, unwaveringly gazing at the distant Deathwing, transmitting a profound message of the soul. Filthy abomination, why do you harm my kin? A conflict is imminent. Do you aspire to be the savior of this forsaken land? Though the goddess resided in Kanglan Star, separated by immeasurable distances, the pride and anger of her will conveyed a potent message. Yet, the only response she received was a searing breath of flame that distorted the very fabric of reality. Boom! The infernal fire swept through the air, obliterating the ethereal figure in an instant, along with the recently resurrected warrior, reducing them both to ash. The metallic clang of equipment hitting the ground followed, as the fallen warrior unexpectedly dropped 3 pieces of gear, shimmering with the light of unclaimed treasures. Remarkably rare, hero-grade equipment. Yu Qing and her comrades, witnessing this scene from afar, felt no surge of greed. After all, what value did even the finest gear hold when their lives hung by a thread? They all turned their gazes towards the colossal dragon that had so effortlessly slain the warrior, their eyes filled with despair. Faced with such a being, escape seemed utterly impossible. They were merely awaiting their demise. The previously scattered undead army surged once more toward the rift, with 10 undead sorcerers leaping ahead to be the first to cross. Moments later, the group, once resigned to their fate, was astonished to find that these fearsome creatures had inexplicably refrained from slaughtering them. It appeared as though the undead were entirely ignoring them, fixated solely on the rift. What could this mean? Could it be that the dragon bore a grudge against the Kanglan warrior, emerging solely to hunt him down, with no intent to harm the others? No. Yu Qing and her companions were not blind. They had witnessed the brutal execution of the warrior Mu without mercy. In truth, Deathwing had initially contemplated annihilating everyone present. For while Lu Tian had stipulated that the city of Tianyin must remain unharmed, he had not forbidden the act of murder. However, upon reflection, it ultimately chose to abandon this course of action. It feared that there might be individuals among them connected to its master, and that would complicate matters. Thus, after slaying the warrior, Deathwing redirected its focus to the world beyond the rift. It found little satisfaction in dispatching mere insects. However, the rift, temporarily opened by the power of the stars, was unstable and could collapse at any moment. Fortunately, a number of smaller undead creatures had already slipped through, sufficient to sow chaos in the so-called Kanglan world. A bloodthirsty madness flickered within the depths of Deathwing's colossal vertical eye, judging by the haughty attitude of its adversaries. It had already condemned the Kanglan world to destruction. It would inevitably tear through the barriers of reality. This was not mere fantasy for Deathwing. It had once stood at the pinnacle of a world. As the stars shimmered, the blue star, a nexus of the cosmos, transmitted information across the vast expanse. And Deathwing was keenly aware of such matters. Yet, the time for action had not yet arrived. Chapter 54. The path to guild ascension. With a deafening roar, the expansive, jet-black wings of the dragon unfurled, creating a tempestuous whirlwind as it took flight. Having completed its task, Deathwing had no desire to linger, fearing it might succumb to its insatiable bloodlust and trample the ants at its feet. Yet, before departing, it opened its abyssal maw, drawing in the 3 pieces of hero equipment into its inner space. Then, hovering above the dazed Mu Hong, it unleashed a fiery breath, reducing him to ash. Having accomplished its grim tasks, Deathwing flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing from the bewildered gazes of the onlookers. Is it gone? Do we not have to die? The overwhelming sense of survival washed over the young individuals, many of whom, with fragile mental fortitude, collapsed in tears of joy. Just moments ago, they had brushed perilously close to death. The residual warmth from Deathwing's final breath had nearly scorched them, even from several hundred meters away. Brother, could it be that Mu has a vendetta against the dragon? Why does it always target him? The gentle rays of the setting sun warmed the group, gradually thawing their fear-frozen bodies. Qiu Hui, regaining her composure, turned to Qiu Hong and voiced her confusion. She was not alone in her inquiry. Even the higher-tier professionals among them were equally perplexed. Perhaps it's simply that this fellow appears too loathsome. One could only speculate. At that moment, in the resurrection zone of Tianyin City, a gasp of astonishment echoed, and a flash of light heralded the reconstitution of Mu Hong's form. With the demise of the Kanglan warrior, the dual state he had imposed upon his companions dissipated. After Mu Hong's second death, he was naturally transported to this place. However, as he surveyed the somewhat familiar surroundings, he felt no joy. Instead, a fleeting expression of despair clouded his dazed eyes. To have been executed 3 times in a single day, and in such torturous fashions akin to dismemberment, being pierced by 1,000 arrows, and the cruel punishment of cauldron burning, one could hardly endure such torment. That Mu Hong had not completely lost his sanity was already a remarkable feat yet. He was left feeling a deep, silent sorrow. Why was it that so many people seemed intent on targeting him alone? Could it be that? In this moment, Mu Hong also came to a realization. The colossal dragon was undoubtedly linked to Lu Tian, and their connection was profound. This was disastrous. As the Deathwing soared into the sky, its form rapidly diminished, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its original, endearing appearance. With a powerful flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of light, darting swiftly towards the skies above Tianyin City. Moments later, its nearly imperceptible black silhouette plummeted straight down from the heavens, halting abruptly just before touching the ground, as if frozen in time. Then gently leaping to land gracefully upon Xiao Charan's shoulder. It did so without causing even the slightest disturbance in the air. Tian, the little one is back. Xiao Charan felt a sudden weight on her shoulder and turned to discover, to her delight, that the Deathwing had returned. It nuzzled its small head against her shoulder, flapping its wings and blinking its large eyes as it let out a cry, seemingly in response. Then it turned to Lu Tian, opened its mouth wide, and expelled 3 miniature pieces of equipment. The Deathwing possessed a unique spatial capacity. Items placed within it would adapt and resize according to its form, but upon removal, they returned to their original state. Lu Tian accepted the 3 pieces of equipment, and, upon inspecting them with his panel, his eyes lit up with excitement. Dawn's Radiance. Weapon, heroic grade, restricted to warrior class. When equipped, grants 800 strength, 800 agility, and increases damage dealt to enemy units with health below 50 by 30. Fangs of the Evil Dragon. Helmet, heroic grade. When equipped, grants 10,000 health, 100 physical resistance, 100 magical resistance, and increases damage dealt to all dragon form enemies by 50. Scales of the Evil Dragon. Chest armor, heroic grade. When equipped, grants 50,000 health, 150 physical resistance. 150 magical resistance, increases healing effects by 100, and grants immunity to 50 of damage dealt by all dragon form enemies. To discover 3 pieces of heroic-grade equipment was astonishing. Such gear was exceedingly rare on Blue Star, even scarcer than artifacts. In over a century, fewer than 10 pieces of heroic equipment had been unearthed across the 3 continents, none of which had been obtained from dungeons, but rather fished up from the sea by fishermen. Tian stowed the equipment away and turned to the eagerly stretching Deathwing, whose expression seemed to be pleading for praise. Well done. Upon hearing Tian's words of approval, the Deathwing soared joyfully into the air, a thought bubbling up in its mind. If it were to propose annihilating this world now, surely its master would agree? But as it caught sight of Tian's half-smiling expression, its body shivered, and it promptly extinguished that notion in its mind. The idea of agreement was nothing short of a fantasy. As time trickled by, it soon became 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The teleportation area was bustling with activity. Yet Tian noticed that his father was conspicuously absent. Among the throng, he even spotted several high-ranking professionals and young talents from the main city. Their expressions a blend of panic and relief, rushing toward the temple as they exited the teleportation array, seemingly in great haste. Tian surmised that this was likely related to the peculiar aura he had sensed earlier from another realm. However, he had no knowledge of the specifics and was disinclined to inquire further, for with the Deathwing's intervention, it seemed the trouble had already been resolved. About an hour later, while still awaiting his father's return, Tian received a call from his mother. Upon answering, he learned that his father's matters had yet to be resolved, and his return home would be delayed by a few more days. Does it really take this long to process a job change material? Tian mused, though he did not dwell on it. After purchasing some snacks and fruits from a few large supermarkets in the city center, he boarded a bus with Xiao Churan, embarking on their journey home. As the bus cruised along the ring road, enveloped by the glow of the evening sunset, Tian, who had been busy all day, finally found a moment to relax. Leaning against the window, he gazed at the silhouetted mountains fading into darkness, his thoughts drifting far away. Now that they had secured a guild residence, the next step was to gradually develop and strengthen it, continuously upgrading from F to SSS level. Yet, this was no simple task. Each level advancement required a vast reservoir of resources and contribution points. The former was manageable, as Tian had an abundance of various resources. As for contribution points, they needed to be earned through guild members completing various tasks issued by the temple and the Lord's mansion or by dominating the dungeon leaderboards. As Tian stared into the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly, his resolve forming, in the days to come, alongside grinding levels. He would strive to dominate the leaderboards of all dungeons surrounding Tianyan City. After nearly half an hour of travel, the bus came to a halt across from Tian's home. The two disembarked and walked side by side to the entrance. However, the moment Tian twisted the doorknob, his expression froze in shock. This was it. Seeing Sophia animatedly chatting with his mother in the living room sent a shockwave through his mind. Tian realized he had perhaps taken too much for granted. While his mother typically did not venture into the bedroom, it did not mean that Sophia would not wander out upon waking. "Ah, Mom, we're back." Tian coughed awkwardly, drawing the attention of the two conversing in the living room. "You're back, son. Come here. And you too, Wan, come inside." Mu Xuanchuan's face radiated with joy as she hurried to the door, inviting Tian and Xiao Churan to join Sophia, who was seated comfortably on the sofa. "Oh, Wan, you even brought back a little pet. This little creature is quite charming." Previously, Tian's family had owned a small yellow dog, a common breed, but it had passed away a few years ago due to an unfortunate incident. His mother had formed a deep bond with that dog, even experiencing depression over its loss, which led her to refrain from adopting any pets since then. "Auntie, you think this little one is adorable too? But I didn't buy it. It belongs to Tian." "Oh, is that so? Son, what is this little creature? It wags its tail like a little dog, haha." His mother extended her right hand to playfully tease the Deathwing, patting its little head repeatedly. It was evident that she was exceptionally cheerful today, her smile seemingly unending. "Perhaps it's just a winged dog. You little rascal. Who are you trying to fool? There's no such breed of dog." His mother scoffed playfully, not minding Tian's words, her eyes sparkling with delight as she observed the Deathwing, which was enthusiastically wagging its tail. The Deathwing, in turn, seemed to recognize that this human was an even more absurdly affectionate presence than the little girl it had grown fond of. "Ah, the esteemed mother of my master." In an instant, a spark of eagerness ignited within its heart. If it could cultivate a strong rapport with the master's mother, it would undoubtedly deepen its bond with the master. In that case, persuading the master to join in the conquest of the world would hardly be a daunting task. With this thought, Deathwing flapped its wings and leapt onto the mother's shoulder, tilting its head back and calling out in a manner reminiscent of a hungry chick. "Ha! It seems this little one is famished. You all enjoy the television for a moment. I shall prepare some delectable dishes for you. Oh, how could I forget the main matter at hand? Son, come quickly and see who has arrived." At this moment, the group had already made their way to the center of the living room, where the mother led Tian straight to the sofa. The previously seated Sophia also gradually stood up. Her eyes, resembling the autumn waters, turned towards Lu Tian, and a delicate blush graced her fair cheeks. Master Lu Tian. It has been quite a while. Mother, Sophia, you all. Lu Tian felt a bit bewildered. Why did it seem that the situation was unfolding rather peculiarly? His mother had not unleashed her fury upon him. Could it be that the two had not collided at home? This appeared to deviate somewhat from his expectations. Lu Tian glanced at Sophia and noticed that she was wearing an apron around her waist. Stealing a quick look below, he saw that she was indeed dressed, which prompted a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she was not in the casual outerwear he had draped over her that morning. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a black and white maid outfit. What is this? You little rascal, your classmate has traveled from another city to see you, and here you are, standing dumbly. Hurry and entertain her. And Ruan, come sit with us. I will go prepare dinner now. With that, the mother departed for the kitchen, leaving the three of them in an awkward silence, exchanging glances. The atmosphere grew increasingly uncomfortable. After half a minute, Ruan broke the silence. Tian. Is this our classmate? I have no recollection of her at all. She scrutinized Sophia warily, her gaze lingering on her long, slender legs and her astonishingly ample bosom, which only heightened her unease. The words that tumbled from her lips grew increasingly uncertain. However, Ruan was certain that she had no memory of this person. Her presence here must harbor some ulterior motive. After all, she and Lu Tian had been in the same class since elementary school, and it was implausible that she would have overlooked such a strikingly beautiful classmate. Miss Ruan. I attended the same school as Lu Tian for a brief period when we were quite young, but I later transferred due to my family moving to another city. It is only natural that you do not remember me. Before Lu Tian could respond, Sophia interjected with a smile. Quite young indeed? Then you must not have interacted much. Given that you are now. Lu Tian saved me previously. He has done me a great favor, and I wish to come back to see him. Just to see? For reasons unknown, Ruan felt a surge of unease, her words spilling forth more freely than usual. Her intuition warned her that matters were far from simple. Besides visiting Lu Tian, I also wish to experience life in Tianyan City and may stay for some time. I have already discussed this with Andy. As Sophia spoke, her hands fidgeted awkwardly, and she lowered her gaze, yet her peripheral vision distinctly darted toward Lu Tian, as if silently asking, Master, you hold this against me, will you? Stay for a while longer. Cough, cough. Perhaps we should watch some television for now. Lu Tian sensed the atmosphere becoming increasingly peculiar, and he settled onto the couch, picking up the remote to change the channel to a children's program. The screen displayed Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, which he felt was more fitting for the moment. The two girls, observing him, chose not to pursue the conversation further and sat beside him, one on each side. Yet, their subtle glances upon him rendered him increasingly restless. Ugh! Lu Tian fixated his gaze on the television, his body seemingly frozen in place. In the kitchen, the mother retrieved a plate of marinated chicken drumsticks from the refrigerator. After thawing them with warm water, she picked one up and presented it before Deathwing. However, it misinterpreted her gesture, thinking she sought its assistance in preparation. Consequently, it let out a rumbling growl, opening its mouth wide to unleash a small torrent of flame that enveloped the entire drumstick without allowing any residual heat to reach the mother's fingertips. Deathwing had mastered the art of breathing fire to perfection. The heat was just right, and moments later, as the flames extinguished, the chicken leg emerged golden and crispy, exuding an enticing aroma that filled the air. Wow, this little one can roast chicken legs too. The mother beamed with delight at the sight, lifting the perfectly roasted drumstick to her nose for a sniff. The special spices and the succulent meat, perfectly charred by the fierce flames, released a rich, alluring fragrance that made her mouth water. A small bite revealed a burst of savory juices, flowing like a gentle stream within her mouth. The mother closed her eyes in bliss, her mind conjuring images of a clear mountain spring, nourishing all living things, as verdant flora sprung forth along its banks. Delicious. This must be from a free-range rooster raised for 2.5 years, and it surely must have been quite active. After savoring a small bite, she felt compelled to share, directly handing the remaining chicken leg to Deathwing. Impressive little one, your skills should not be wasted on mere cooking. Earning the recognition of a level 50 chef speaks volumes of your culinary prowess. Deathwing, undeterred by the fact that the chicken leg had already been bitten into, opened its mouth wide and swallowed it whole, bones and all, without a second thought. The exquisite flavor caused its eyes to gleam with delight. Uft! How can you treat food like that? The mother playfully rapped Deathwing on the head, akin to scolding a pet. The more delectable the food, the more it deserves to be savored. One must take their time to relish it. Haste will cause one to miss out on its true essence, much like life itself. Often, a little taste is far better than indulgence. Alas, I doubt you would comprehend. Observing Deathwing's confused yet eager demeanor, reminiscent of Lu Tian in his youth, she couldn't help but ramble on. Shaking her head, she cast aside her thoughts and gently patted its little head. Little one, could you assist me in roasting some meat later? Rest assured, you shall not be neglected. Deathwing nodded excitedly at her words. The mother then coated the remaining chicken leg in breadcrumbs, skewered it with a metal stick, and placed it before Deathwing. She turned to the adjacent freezer, retrieving an entire ham along with a large bowl of diced lamb. Tonight would be a barbecue feast. Thank goodness I lost track of time chatting with that little rascal's classmate. Otherwise, I would have had to whip up something more substantial. The usual fare would surely fall short. Time slips away in an instant. Soon, a sumptuous barbecue feast was laid out on the dining table by my mother. She seemed utterly oblivious to the peculiar atmosphere in the living room, cheerfully urging the three of us to eat more while also attending to the insatiable Deathwing. After dinner, stiffly enduring some television, I managed to hold out until 9 o'clock before hastily retreating to the bathroom for a shower, then returning to my bedroom. Phew, how terrifying. Yet, just as I lay down, a message suddenly popped up in the chat window. Upon opening it, I found it was from Jiang Yulua, who I had not seen all day. Cute little girl. Boss, there are a bunch of troublesome matters left unresolved in the original guild. I've been busy all day and haven't finished, so I probably won't be able to join you for dungeon runs in the next few days. Boo-hoo. Tian, take care of your matters first. Cute little girl. Alright, I will come find you in a few days. Good night, boss. Tian, you should rest early too. I closed the chat window and lay flat on my bed, staring blankly at the pitch-black ceiling. Unbeknownst to me, I soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in the central area of the city, the professional guild hall stood illuminated amidst the towering concrete skyscrapers. Inside the conference room on the highest floor, a throng of figures gathered. Prominent figures of Tianyan City, along with those from the main city, including Yu Qing, congregated here. I had just received a response from the central city, advising us not to be overly anxious about the time-space rift. Yu Luiying held a freshly printed confidential document in her hands, casting a glance over the attendees, her expression revealing a sense of relief. This was, after all, one of the few pieces of good news today. According to the message, the emergence of the time-space rift might not be coincidental. Similar phenomena had appeared on the other two continents of Blue Star in recent days, with hostile beings emerging from them. However, these beings were not particularly formidable and were ultimately eradicated by the joint efforts of various nations' professionals. The courageous individual from the Kanglan realm that appeared outside Tianyan City was likely the strongest among these interdimensional beings. Furthermore, it seemed that the time-space rift was forcibly opened by some unknown force and would not last long, expected to dissipate in a day or two. Yu Luiying's words brought a collective sigh of relief among the crowd. Yet, beside her, Yu Qing's eyes were still clouded with concern. Did the higher-ups mention anything regarding that dragon? Yu Qing could not shake off the terror and shock that Deathwing had instilled in her. Its unparalleled might and the ability to effortlessly summon an army of hundreds of thousands of level 700 undead was truly terrifying. In her view, it was undoubtedly a presence that surpassed the level of a world boss. Yet, what was perplexing was that no one had received any notification of a super boss's descent on their panels, and there had been no signs of energy fluctuations before or after the dragon's appearance. The higher-ups had not provided a definitive conclusion, only stating that if the panels had not issued an emergency alert, it indicated that the entity would not pose a threat to the cities of Huaxiao for the time being, as it was capable of instantly obliterating level 400 heroes, with power at least equivalent to that of a regional big boss. To avoid inciting unnecessary panic, it was requested that these matters be kept confidential, especially from the citizens of Tianyan City. Yu Luiying explained with a smile, then turned her gaze towards Mu Hong in the crowd below, her expression suddenly becoming peculiar. She was already aware of everything that had transpired outside the city earlier that afternoon, and knew well that Mu Hong had been singled out by the dragon on 2 occasions. Rest assured about confidentiality, Xiaoying. Since the higher-ups have given instructions, we shall adhere to them. Let us wait for the time-space rift to vanish before considering the next steps. Chapter 57. The Rise of the Celestial Pavilion. The next morning, after breakfast, Lu Tian and Xiao Charan formed a team and headed directly towards the city center. Sophia stayed at home to assist her mother with household chores and did not accompany the two. Deathwing, of course, remained by Lu Tian's side. The creature was far too dangerous to be left alone at home. After alighting from the bus, the two arrived at the teleportation area. They were swiftly transported to a level 20 dungeon, Tide Valley, on the outskirts of Tianyan City. Although it was still early, a considerable number of newcomers had already gathered in the dungeon for leveling up. Naturally, a small contingent of mid-level professionals from various guilds was also present, primarily aiding newcomers or farming materials. Low-level dungeons had a short reset time, and the monsters were numerous yet weak, making them ideal for grinding and treasure hunting. Moreover, the creatures in this dungeon were harmless seafood, making the experience quite leisurely. Why are there so many people? Upon entering the dungeon, Lu Tian was taken aback by the sheer volume of players. There were thousands within this single dungeon. Despite Tianyan City having a relatively small population and even fewer non-living profession players. Well, the number of people doesn't really concern me. Not dwelling on it further, Lu Tian and Xiao Charan made their way directly to the boss room. He had chosen this dungeon for a reason. The boss, the Tide Giant Crab, possessed a highly useful full-screen damage skill, Earth Spike Assault. By copying this skill with the biomimetic slime, it would greatly benefit their future dungeon runs. After all, Tian had only a handful of non-boss skills suitable for rapid dungeon clearing, namely Earth Dog Legion and biomimetic slime. Before long, the two reached the lair of the Tide Giant Crab. It was a massive blue crab, towering over 2 meters, with pincers as sharp as sickles and a shell as hard as iron, adorned with seaweed and coral. The Tide Giant Crab was currently waving its large pincers, blissfully blowing bubbles, completely unaware of the two approaching intruders. Its vigilance and desire to attack were low, as long as one stayed beyond a 3-meter radius. No action would attract its attention. Tian concentrated, summoning the biomimetic slime. He then issued a command in his mind. The slime, translucent and pale blue, with a pair of large, adorable eyes and a wide mouth, swelled and morphed instantly into an exact replica of the Tide Giant Crab before them. However, its attributes were equivalent to Tian's, making it exponentially stronger than this level 20 boss in the novice zone, and its skill power was incomparably superior. Testing the effects, Tian softly spoke, and the biomimetic slime, in tune with his thoughts, promptly produced a bubble. It raised its pincers and plunged them into the ground. Swiftly executing the Earth Spike Assault skill, a shockwave surged through the dungeon space at an astonishing speed. The ground beneath all monsters, including the Tide Giant Crab, suddenly trembled. And in the next moment, a spire as thick as a human arm shot straight up, impaling and annihilating every monster present. What followed was a barrage of damage notifications, all reading 999999. At that moment, everyone in the dungeon, who had been merrily battling monsters, was left dumbfounded. What the heck? Who just stole my monsters? Who did that? If my eyes aren't deceiving me, I just saw a green spike shoot up from the ground. A spike? Isn't that the Earth Spike skill of the boss title Cancer? It must have been the boss's doing. I've noticed that the damage has skyrocketed. A series of 9s, certainly a direct annihilation. Could it be that the dungeon has encountered a bug? Why would the boss attack the minions? Who the hell knows? Amidst the fervent discussions, Tian and his companion have already exited the dungeon and returned to the teleportation area of Tianyan City, preparing to embark towards their first leaderboard location, the level 40 Crimson Lotus Dungeon. They couldn't be bothered with lower-level dungeons as they yield minimal contribution points. Merely a waste of time. With a flash of light, the figures of the two vanished instantaneously within the teleportation array, reappearing in the depths of the dungeon within the dimensional space. Tian hesitated not for a moment. With a mere thought, he summoned the bionic slime once more, transforming it into the title Cancer. The forms that the slime has previously replicated are retained permanently, so there is no need to reproduce the original body again during the second transformation. Bang! The colossal pincers crashed down, and as the skill emitted shockwaves radiating from the bionic slime, rows of formidable earth spikes swiftly harvested the lives of all monsters within the dungeon. Ding! Team member successfully killed level 40 skeleton warrior, earning 1,000 universal currency. Ding! Team member successfully killed level 40 undead servant, earning 1 primitive steel rock. The Crimson Lotus dungeon has been completely conquered. Team completion record refreshed. 6S, number 1. The dungeon is about to reset. Countdown, 0059. A series of pop-up notifications rang out in the team chat of Tian and Xiaochuan, marking the perfect conclusion of this speed run. However, this was merely the beginning. As the faint blue teleportation glow illuminated, the two figures swiftly returned to Tianyan City and proceeded towards their next leaderboard target. The dungeon reset has a time limit, and during this interval, they could conveniently conquer other dungeons. In truth, it wasn't so much a conquest for Tian. There were only 4 steps to follow: teleport into the dungeon, summon the slime, unleash an earth spike, and return to the city. A straightforward and brutally efficient method that has proven repeatedly successful. Within mere minutes, Tian's Tian Pavilion had claimed the top position on 3 dungeon leaderboards. As time progressed, more and more appearances of Tian Pavilion emerged on the various dungeon leaderboards. Meanwhile, in the hall of the first floor of the Divine Temple, someone finally noticed the anomaly. An obscure guild named Tian Pavilion was rapidly ascending the team completion rankings of various dungeons, just like the recently surging Yulua Guild. Chapter 58. The entire city in shock. The momentum of Tian Pavilion was even more extravagant than that of the Yulua Guild a few days prior. In just a matter of minutes, they had continuously dominated numerous high-level dungeons. The hall of the Divine Temple was bustling with activity, countless adventurers crowding around the massive screen displaying the dungeon completion records. Upon seeing the name Tian Pavilion suddenly appearing on each high-level dungeon, they were both bewildered and astonished. Primarily, the completion records of Tian Pavilion were shockingly remarkable, far less than the seconds recorded for the second-place finishers in each dungeon. What exactly is the origin of Tian Pavilion? In less than an hour, they had managed to occupy the top position in over a dozen dungeon leaderboards. Who knows? Perhaps it was founded by some influential figure who had branched out from a major guild. You must be joking. Even if the leaders of Hurricane and Dragon War personally took the field, could they achieve a speed run through these level 70 or 80 dungeons in 10 seconds? Guys, Tian Pavilion isn't just speed-running level 80 dungeons. Look at the top of the Roaring Ruins leaderboard. The newly refreshed number 1 is also Tian Pavilion. And they did it in a mere 40 seconds. Oh my, this is indeed the most challenging dungeon surrounding Tianyan City. Even if the elite members of Hurricane and Dragon War gathered, achieving such a speed run would be impossible, right? Countless individuals were murmuring among themselves, disbelief evident in their voices. While speed-running lower-level dungeons might be somewhat acceptable, given past precedents, accomplishing the same feat in the highest-level dungeons is simply outrageous. The Roaring Ruins is the only level 90 dungeon surrounding Tianyan City and the first to establish a tiered structure. The entire dungeon space is divided into 4 main stages, and only by clearing the preceding stages can one unlock the teleportation entrance to the next stage. Among these 4 stages, except for the first stage which contains only minions, every subsequent stage is guarded by a boss, totaling 2 major boss and 1 super boss across 3 stages. Compared to the level 80 dungeons, the difficulty of completion escalates by several magnitudes. This is precisely the fundamental distinction between the level 90 dungeons and their lower-level counterparts. As for why this is the case, it is because upon reaching level 90, adventurers undergo their first job awakening, acquiring awakening skills, and their combat power surges to new heights. Consequently, the difficulty of dungeons at level 90 and above inevitably rises as well. Even simply traversing the dungeon, reaching the innermost depths of the Roaring Ruins would take approximately 20 seconds. As the crowd deliberated, a member of the Hurricane strategy team lamented, "This means that to achieve a speed run in 40 seconds, they would need to eliminate all monsters, including 3 boss, within 20 seconds. Absurd." This Tian Pavilion had recently been mentioned by his superior as a target of investigation. It now seemed that their origins might be considerably formidable. The others were left in shock, though they were of lower levels and had not experienced this dungeon firsthand. The words of the prominent figure clad in Hurricane attire spoke volumes. As Tian Pavilion continued to ascend the top positions of the dungeon leaderboards, the excitement extended beyond just the adventurers in the Divine Temple. In Tianyan City, practitioners focused on the trends of dungeon strategies were also taking note online. The leaderboards were not only displayed in the temple hall, but were also continuously updated in a corresponding app. While dominating a single dungeon leaderboard might not signify much, as the top positions of page after page of dungeon records were gradually overtaken by Tian Pavilion, no one could remain composed. On a strategy forum, within the subsection for dungeons in the southern region of Huaxia, a multitude of posts regarding Tianyan City and Tian Pavilion surged to the front page in a short time. Thus, these 2 names ascended to the forum's hot search list. It is worth noting that there are over 200 large and medium-sized cities in southern Huaxia, and countless smaller cities like Tianyan City, which typically wouldn't attract the attention of average adventurers, especially those without any level 100 dungeons. Yet, an extraordinary scene unfolded at this moment. Among the numerous posts, one titled "Shocking: The Rise of Tian Pavilion from Obscurity." The guild leader is actually this man garnered immense traction, reaching over 100,000 clicks within mere minutes. Even adventurers from other cities flocked to the post, drawn primarily by the captivating image of a handsome man with a melancholic yet indifferent expression that served as the cover photo. Indeed, within just an hour or two, all publicly accessible information regarding Tian Pavilion had been thoroughly excavated by certain netizens. Among the myriad details, personal information about the guild leader, Lu Tian, is included. Even a candid photograph of him taken before graduation, which has been prominently featured as the cover image. It is no wonder, given his strikingly handsome appearance. The post is currently abuzz with countless participants engaging in fervent discussion, and the comment count is escalating rapidly. The Heaven Pavilion is indeed formidable. It seems that a veritable prodigy has emerged from Tianyan City. Alas, as a resident of District 10, I cannot help but feel that this year's 100 Cities League will undoubtedly be a brutal contest, mercilessly dominated by those from Tianyan City. It's likely that only the girl named Jiang Yulua is exceptionally talented, as she possesses a higher level and serves as the main DPS ranger. With the right skills and equipment, she might indeed be capable of clearing dungeons swiftly. But surely, they only have 3 members? Apart from the ranger, who primarily deals physical damage, they only have 2 summoners, lacking both a healer and a tank. The configuration seems undeniably flawed. With such a setup, I doubt they could even expedite a dungeon suitable for those around level 60. Yet, one could argue that with the summoner's pets, they might just manage to form a competent assault team. Some individuals are deeply analyzing the reasons behind the Heaven Pavilion's rapid ascension in the rankings, while others dismiss it as utterly impractical fantasy. Incredible. An F-tier guild with merely 3 members and a guild leader in his 50s manages to expedite a level 90 dungeon? Unbelievable. If this isn't cheating, I might as well wash my hair upside down. Cheating indeed. This post reeks of fabrication, and the sensational title only serves to attract attention. Were it not for the striking cover image, I wouldn't have bothered clicking on it. To the person above, are you blind? How can you call it fake? Don't you see the system leaderboard? That data cannot be falsified. Everyone, please calm down. Perhaps they simply possess extraordinary skills. Recently, there have been numerous practitioners who can only be described as cheat-like. Just the other day, in the neighboring Curry Kingdom, a unique class known as the Tauren Defiler was awakened. Truly outrageous. Chapter 59. The big shot turns out to be right beside me. As various posts continued to gain traction and fervor, after a short while, the names of the Heaven Pavilion and Lu Tian, along with the other two members, had gained a modest reputation among practitioners in the southern cities of Huaxia, particularly within Tianyan City. The prominence of the Heaven Pavilion was rapidly approaching that of the top-tier guilds, Hurricane and Dragon Battle. Many newcomers who had yet to join any guild set their sights on the Heaven Pavilion as their primary goal, while even some high-ranking practitioners from older guilds began contemplating a change in allegiance. After all, who joins a guild if not for better opportunities and access to resources and benefits? Much like the workers of the old world entering society, they seek out the most lucrative options available. Though the Heaven Pavilion is currently merely an F-tier guild, its demonstrated drive has created an unstoppable momentum, making an ascent to A-tier merely a matter of time. The possibility of achieving S-tier, a rank never before seen in Tianyan City, is not without merit. At this moment, having completed the swift clearance of the last dungeon within 100 miles of Tianyan City, Lu Tian was preparing to teleport back when a notification popped up in his interface, revealing 99 requests for guild membership. Since a few hours prior, he had inexplicably received over 1,000 requests to join the guild, many of which were sent by his so-called classmates from Tianyan First High. Due to his reincarnation and his obsessive dedication to studying various texts, Lu Tian had virtually no friends during his student years. Throughout high school, he could scarcely name a handful of classmates with whom he had exchanged more than 10 sentences. As a result, he glanced at the incoming requests without a second thought, summarily rejecting them all. He had no desire to waste time escorting a gaggle of newcomers through low-level dungeons. As for the few high-level practitioners who applied, he dismissed them as well. He had no intentions of recruiting anyone just yet. After topping the leaderboard for the final dungeon, Lu Tian chose not to continue grinding. After all, the guild contribution points awarded by the leaderboard only referenced the highest recorded achievement. One record sufficed, and further attempts were entirely pointless. Tian, I'll be off to complete my job change quest this afternoon. My experience has already overflowed past level 10, said Xiao Churen, walking alongside Lu Tian in the streets of Tianyan City. It was nearly 12:30 noon, and they were heading towards a bustling food street in the city center. Do take care of yourself. If the quest proves too difficult, don't hesitate to choose a simpler one. I know, Xiao Churen replied with a smile, then discreetly glanced at Lu Tian. Taking a deep breath, she feigned nonchalance and asked, Tian, your relationship with Sister Sophia must be quite special, right? When she spoke of you last night, her tone shifted to one of remarkable tenderness. Due to the lack of spare rooms at Lu Tian's home, Sophia had shared a bed with Xiao Churen the previous night. Given their curvaceous figures and the narrowness of a single bed, it was inevitable that some physical contact occurred. Moreover, it seems Sophia had chosen to sleep without a bra, and the softness pressed against Xiao Churen's back left her both startled and embarrassed. Amidst the awkwardness, they engaged in light conversation, eventually leading to discussions about Lu Tian. However, Sophia's demeanor when mentioning Lu Tian was far from that of a long-lost classmate. Her words brimmed with uncontainable admiration and affection, along with a hint of something more profound. As a girl, Xiao Churen could easily sense this. At that moment, she could no longer contain her curiosity and blurted out her inquiry. Is it something special? You've saved her, Haven to you? Huh. So you really did save Sister Sophia. I thought she was joking when she mentioned you last night, Lu Tian began. But his words were interrupted by Xiao Churen's laughter. Yet after her laughter subsided, she found herself at a loss for words, her lips moving but producing no sound. And a forced smile crept across her face. I don't care about your relationship, but when do you think you'll tell me? I might consider listening. But for now, let us grab something to eat. Look, the little one is about to faint from hunger. Meanwhile, in the office of the guild hall, two figures sat before a computer, perusing various posts on the screen, occasionally gasping in astonishment or sharing a quiet chuckle. It was Yu Luiying and Yu Qing. Heaven Pavilion. Lu Tian, Little Ing. Is this young man named Lu Tian truly a newcomer in Tianyan City? Yu Qing inquired, having browsed through several posts praising the Heaven Pavilion. Her interest piqued by the guild leader who had suddenly risen to prominence. A newly established guild by a newcomer accomplishing such feats in a mere span of time is indeed astonishing. Yes, replied Yu Luiying, her eyes shimmering with amusement. Aunt Qing. To be honest, he is the first 5-star class changer to appear in the city this year, and both his first and second class changes are 5-star. Oh, such remarkable talent. If that is the case, he is certainly worth nurturing to the fullest. Given time, he will undoubtedly shine in the 100 Cities League. And Tianyan City standing among the southern cities, will surely rise. With the wager from back then, Little Ing, once you achieve sufficient merit, you will be able to return to the main city and rejoin the family. Rejoin the family, Yu Luiying silently repeated these words in her mind, her expression suddenly becoming somewhat perplexed as her gaze seemed to lose focus. However, she quickly regained her composure, her gaze resolutely fixed on Yu Qing as she shook her head. I shall not return. I wish to remain here. Yu Luiying had toiled for a decade in Tianyan City, dedicating far more time and energy than she had in the main city. She had developed an emotional bond with this place and had no desire to leave. What could a remote little town possibly offer worth longing for? You are still young. The main city is far more suited for long-term development, and the temple there will soon select the next successor. Yu Qing was perplexed. This place harbors my tribulations and cherished memories. It is my home for the future. Is it not a rather splendid ambition to cultivate a small town into something even more prosperous than the main city? You are ever so unique, unyielding to convention and rather rebellious. Yu Qing seemed to anticipate the outcome of this discussion. While she did not agree, it did not mean she would oppose her. After all, if it were not for this determination, it would not be you. Aunt Qing respects your decision. Perhaps in a few days, I shall return to the main city. During this time, may I meet a few of the young ones from the Sky Pavilion? Particularly that prodigy named Lu Tian. I find myself quite intrigued. Rest assured, I will handle this matter, said Yu Luiying, as she retrieved her phone to send a message to Lu Tian. She then turned her attention to the enlarged photographs of the Sky Pavilion members displayed on the computer screen. There they were, Lu Tian, Xiao Chuan, and Jiang Yulua. Memories flooded back of the two familiar figures she had seen by the floor-to-ceiling window a few days prior. Upon reflection, one of them had indeed been Jiang Yulua. No wonder she had felt a sense of familiarity at that moment. Jiang Yuluang. Suddenly, the name sparked a revelation within Yu Luiying. An absurd notion, entirely unfounded, flashed through her mind. The hidden powerhouse who had assisted the Yulua Guild a few days ago. Could it possibly be Lu Tian? Chapter 60. Leveling up 5 levels in half a day? A human-shaped dungeon machine, perhaps. Yu Luiying suddenly recalled that sunny afternoon. The spirited youth who had casually shrugged and uttered, "It's rather uninteresting to merely enter the top 32. Let us set a modest goal first. Yes. Let us aim for first in the Southern Division." At that time, Yu Luiying had dismissed it as a joke, not taking it seriously at all. Yet now, as those words resurfaced in her mind, her heart began to surge with excitement. She vividly remembered Lu Tian's nonchalant demeanor. What if, just what if? Lu Tian was not merely jesting. Taking a deep breath, Yu Luiying rose and paced before the floor-to-ceiling window, her expression one of eager anticipation as she gazed out at the plaza below, attempting to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. After she had sent the message to Lu Tian, he had clearly indicated his acceptance of the invitation and would be arriving shortly. "Xiaoying, what troubles you?" Yu Qing was astonished to witness her so impatient. "Aunt Qing, did you not wish to meet Lu Tian? He should be arriving shortly." Lu Tian had no pressing matters that afternoon and did not plan to continue grinding dungeons. So after enjoying a leisurely stroll through the food street and bidding farewell to Xiao Chuan, he made his way toward the temple with the Death Wing at his side. Before long, the pair arrived at the grand plaza before the temple. He suddenly sensed a faint yet keen gaze upon him, fixated on his form. Raising his head, he noticed a figure standing by the highest floor's floor-to-ceiling window, waving enthusiastically. Due to the angle and the reflective surface, Lu Tian could only make out the general outline of the person. Nonetheless, he recognized her instantly. There were only 3 individuals he had seen with such an enviable figure. Reminiscent of an animated character. Who else could it be but Yu Luiying? "Have you been waiting for me?" Perhaps it pertains to the Sky Pavilion. Withdrawing his gaze, he did not dwell on the thought and proceeded toward the temple's grand entrance. However, as he stepped into the hall on the first floor, a chorus of gasps erupted. His arrival was akin to a stone plummeting into a tranquil lake, sending ripples throughout the crowded hall. Numerous individuals jostled excitedly toward him, akin to fervent fans encountering their idol. "Lu Tian, it's really you." "Lu Tian, I'm also from number 1 high. Does your guild still accept new members?" "I'm a level 21 rogue, a 4-star first transition. My future potential is immense." Some in the crowd expressed their exhilaration. A mere level 21 novice thinks they can join the Sky Pavilion? Move aside. Ahem, President Lu, what do you think of this, sister? I'm a level 64 healer, and my healing capabilities will surely satisfy you. Wow, he is even more handsome in person than in the photos. Some were already lost in admiration for Lu Tian's striking visage, although the current era revered strength above all, and relying on one's looks had become a relic of the past. Possessing both prowess and charm was, for the naive young girls, an irresistible allure. Lu Tian's reputation amongst the practitioners of Tianyan City was soaring, especially in the eyes of the newly awakened novices, who regarded him as even more renowned than the leaders of the 2 top guilds in the city. Nonetheless, he paid little mind to the throngs, offering a faint smile before ascending the stairs, leaving behind waves of excited cheers. Many, in their enthusiasm, shared the captivating sight of his departure on various forums. Soon, news of the Sky Pavilion President Lu Tian's appearance at the professional temple began to spread like wildfire online, drawing countless practitioners from Tianyan City, as well as many from surrounding towns, eager to catch a glimpse of him. Unaware of this frenzy, Lu Tian had already arrived outside the office of the temple head and pushed the door open. There, he was greeted by the gentle visage of Yu Luiying, her silvery hair cascading casually over her shoulders, her eyes alight with warmth. "Lu Tian, you've arrived. Upon seeing him in the temple plaza, Yu Luing had hurried to the door, eagerly awaiting his arrival. With the door now open, she excitedly beckoned him over to the sofa. It was then that she noticed the Deathwing perched upon his shoulder. "You're not a beast tamer. Why are you keeping this little creature?" "I came across it by chance. It's far too mischievous to leave behind." "Did you seek me for something specific?" Accepting the cup of water Yu Luing offered, Lu Tian's gaze drifted past her, settling on another figure in the office, a middle-aged woman who bore a striking resemblance to Yu Luing. Likely in her 50s but appearing remarkably youthful, suggesting she took excellent care of herself. "Must one have a purpose to visit? Can't a sister simply wish to see you?" Giggling, Yu Luing covered her mouth and replied, "I shan't tease you further. The truth is someone wishes to meet you. Allow me to introduce, this is Aunt Qing, a representative from the professional temple of the main city." Yu Luing gestured toward Yu Qing, who nodded slightly at Lu Tian. Indeed, true heroes emerge from youth. To reach level 55 in less than a week after awakening your profession is quite remarkable, young man. Your future is limitless. At first glance, Yu Qing had indeed noticed Deathwing. Though its small head rested motionless on Lu Tian's shoulder, presenting an innocuous facade. Yet, it instilled within her a profound sense of danger, as if she had encountered it before. However, she dismissed this inexplicable feeling, attributing it to the overwhelming stress of recent days. After a cursory glance, she shifted her gaze, approvingly observing Lu Tian, much like a guardian surveying their charge. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation, as though witnessing the ascent of an extraordinary star. The reason she perceived it as an ascent rather than a culmination lay in her view of Lu Tian, which was merely that of an exceptionally gifted novice. Yet, this world was not lacking in talented newcomers. What it truly lacked were formidable individuals who could navigate the treacherous path to the pinnacle. The exaggerated achievements of the Tian Pavilion, she believed, could hardly be attributed to a summoner of merely level 50-something, but rather to the level 80 ranger, Jiang Yulaw, within the guild. This sentiment resonated with the majority of practitioners online who were aware of the Tian Pavilion's exploits. "Lu Tian, dear brother, have you truly reached level 55 so swiftly?" Yu Luing was taken aback by Yu Qing's words, having previously overlooked Lu Tian's level. Upon a closer inspection, her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Was 55 notably high? She mused. "I have spent the entire morning grinding, and I have only managed to level up 5 times. Only 5. Yu Luing placed a hand to her forehead, realizing that if other practitioners heard such a statement, it would likely incite envy. Once a player reached level 40, it was considered commendable to gain 1 or 2 levels in a week, and achieving such efficiency required being part of a team, particularly one led by seasoned veterans. Lu Tian's nonchalant demeanor and his casual remark about grinding for merely a morning led Yu Luing to a definitive conclusion. The swift completions of dungeons earlier that day were predominantly accomplished by Lu Tian himself, entirely unrelated to the speculated Jiang Yulaw. Chapter 61. A small town, an old man, and the dragon rankings at 98. Yu Luing refrained from sharing her suspicions with Yu Qing. Despite their unusually close relationship, she was acutely aware that her counterpart was affiliated with the main city's temple. And as Tianyan City might evolve into a competitive adversary in the future, she chose to prepare for any eventualities. Moreover, human nature has always been fraught with betrayal for the sake of personal gain, so exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. Fortunately, Yu Qing did not linger for long. After a brief conversation with Lu Tian, she hurriedly departed upon receiving news regarding anomalies at the temporal rift's entrance. The room fell silent, leaving only Lu Tian and Yu Luing. With the atmosphere turning tranquil, Lu Tian, having no pressing engagements in the afternoon, reclined on the sofa, relishing the cool air from the air conditioner, digesting the meal he had consumed at noon. Deathwing, nestled on his shoulder, was sound asleep, emitting barely audible breaths. After a while, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the crisp sound of footsteps. Yu Luing adjusted her fitted skirt, her hands resting on the sofa as she gradually rose, gracefully making her way to the floor-to-ceiling window. Standing tall, she squinted slightly, gazing out towards the defensive barrier of Tianyan City in the distance. "Lu Tian, dear brother, what are your chances of making it into the top 32 of the City League?" 10 out of 10, Lu Tian replied with an air of ease. Merely stating a fact. Yu Luing fell into a moment of silence, his response falling within the realm of her expectations. Yet, hearing it from his own lips stirred an inexplicable excitement within her. However, after the thrill subsided, a tinge of worry crept into her heart. She turned to face him, her legs together as she leaned against the window, tilting her head as she shifted the conversation. "Lu Tian, dear brother, you may be acting a bit recklessly. The commotion stirred up by the Tian Pavilion this morning might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Other cities, particularly those in competition with Tianyan City, may seek to exploit your success. Target me? You ponder why the main city remains indifferent, or why those individuals seem unafraid of Chinese law, do you not? The law asserts its authority only under the sun. In the shadowy corners of society, even the most stringent laws are rendered impotent. Furthermore, it is not merely the vested interests at play." Yu Luing paused, a flicker of apprehension crossing her eyes, her tone growing grave. In addition, there are cultists and the descendants scattered across the nations of Blue Star, who may also strike in the shadows, a threat that is difficult to anticipate. Descendants? What faction is that? Tian was somewhat familiar with the cultists, recalling a notorious incident in Lighthouse Country that was connected to them. In recent years, the influence of cult factions within the Huameng had surged, particularly in the desert regions of Central Continent, which were nearly permeated through and through the northwest of the continent. Inhabited by the white nations, while part of the Huameng, had seemingly grown increasingly discontent with the leadership of the Huameng, led by China. Nationalist sentiments had been on the rise, and anti-China waves, though suppressed, provided fertile ground for the cult factions to thrive. The descendants are tied to a confidential past. It is not surprising that you are unaware of them, dear brother Tian. Luiying's thoughts drifted back to her early days. Recalling the moment she first encountered the secret scrolls upon entering the core circles of the southern main city over a decade ago. Indeed, after the void demons descended upon Blue Star, one or possibly several enigmatic beings from alternate realms emerged from the temporal rifts. However, this incident was shrouded in secrecy, known to but a few. It transpired over 90 years ago in Lighthouse Country, which at that time was not the dominant power of the merged continent until a president named Laxi Zong ascended to power. He instituted draconian measures, enforcing a policy of unlimited reproduction and allowing for polygamous relationships, while simultaneously lowering the legal age for marriage and childbirth to 13. He also took in refugees from various nations without limit, permitting citizens to engage in public displays of revelry, resulting in a dramatic population explosion and the birth of countless practitioners. Though these actions contradicted conventional moral standards, they were ultimately domestic matters, and outsiders were reluctant to voice objections. For Lighthouse Country, Laxi Zong's actions were even viewed as beneficial. However, his favorable image did not endure for long. During an event, he was witnessed forcibly subduing a minor, extending his elongated tongue to lick the girl's face. Subsequently, it was revealed that Laxi Zong was not human but a reptilian shapeshifter, having devoured the real Laxi Zong and infiltrated the upper echelons of Lighthouse Country, nearly leading to the nation's downfall. Even upon discovering the truth, he retained a considerable following in Lighthouse Country, comprised of the earliest descendants, whose minds seemed somewhat unhinged, yearning for the arrival of powerful races from beyond Blue Star to enslave humanity. Upon concluding her narrative, Luiying, feeling somewhat parched, reached for a glass of water to soothe her throat before continuing. The greatest adversary humanity has faced, from the beginning, has never been the myriad of monsters lurking beyond the city walls. Even the wild beasts that threaten the city hold a negligible threat. The portrayal of the monsters outside is merely a means to instill a sense of vigilance in everyone. The greatest threat to humanity is, or rather should be, humanity itself. However, recent occurrences suggest that this may now include countless unknown entities emerging from temporal rifts. After conversing with Luiying, Tian exited the Divine Temple and boarded a bus, embarking on his journey home. The essence of the other party's words implied a desire for him to adopt a more discreet demeanor. While there is merit to this suggestion, it is ultimately unnecessary. Tian adheres solely to his innermost convictions and does not squander time on matters that are superfluous or contrary to his principles. Leaning against the bus window, he gazed out at the passing scenery, relishing a rare moment of leisure. The small town in the afternoon was tranquil, with the bus navigating the circumferential highway, the only sound being the intermittent rumble of the engine as it jolted gently from side to side. The sultry air induced a sense of drowsiness. The wing of death, languidly resting its head on Tian's shoulder, remained immobile in this position for over an hour. Everything seemed to be enveloped in a serene calm. However, behind this tranquility, there are always those who bear the burden of advancement. Meanwhile, in a small town in northern Huaxia, Wancheng, amidst a peach orchard outside a suburban farm, a delightful little girl, approximately 4 or 5 years of age, clutched an old satellite phone in her hands and scampered towards an elderly man with grizzled hair, who was diligently chopping wood with an axe. As she ran, she called out in a high-pitched, childlike voice, "Great-grandfather, great-grandfather, your phone." Upon hearing her, the old man paused his work, setting down the heavy steel axe, and with a warm smile, he approached the girl, lifting her into his muscular arms. "Great-grandfather, your phone. What a good little one, ha ha ha." After a playful exchange, he took the phone from her hands. Beep. The call connected, and a respectful and humble voice emerged from the other end. "Greetings, Elder Qin. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your rest during this time. I am Zhao Xingwen, the head of the northern main city." His voice was urgent, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the old man. "Cut to the chase. Don't delay me from chopping wood." Yes indeed. The situation is this. There has been a mutation in a dungeon near Longjiang City, giving rise to an unimaginable creature I had dispatched. Is this related to Huaxia?" The elder interrupted again, seemingly indifferent to the title of the main city leader. "It pertains to Huaxia. Otherwise, I wouldn't have contacted you, Elder Qin." Beep. The elder hung up the phone, lowering the satellite phone, his gaze which had previously stared into the void, instantly sharpened, and an invisible pressure erupted forth. Crack! Boom! A brilliant arc of white lightning leapt from beneath his feet into the mountains and woods, a searing wave of heat radiating outward in all directions, rustling the endless peach leaves that fell like rain. Chapter 62. Eternal night and darkness shall descend henceforth. In the northern main city of Huaxia, within the towering and magnificent Great Temple, on the 125th floor of the archives, which housed numerous confidential files of the top-tier strongmen of Huaxia over the past century, Zhao Xingwen, the head of the northern main city, listened to the beep from the phone with a mixture of resignation and a wry smile. Old Zhao, your expression suggests that Elder Qin has refused? In the empty archive, aside from Zhao Xingwen, the temple lord of the northern main city, Bian Shan, lounged in a nearby wooden chair, perusing a top-secret document detailing the life, professional rank, and contact information of Elder Qin. The number Zhao Xingwen had just dialed was sourced from this very document. No, Elder Qin neither accepted nor declined. He simply hung up. Zhao Xingwen shook his head with a sigh, muttering softly, the old man's temper is indeed peculiar. Is he coming or not? According to the records in the document, it seemed that Elder Qin had tacitly agreed, for he had not outright refused, and silence often signifies the best outcome. Bian Shan flipped through the document further. Based on the information presented, he believed that Elder Qin's actions were entirely a matter of character. Though taciturn, he was a man of his word. Unless something was explicitly declined, he would ultimately take action. And once Elder Qin intervened, the unexpected situation in Longjiang City would surely be resolved. Even if current intelligence indicated that the creature, named the Supreme Being, emerging from the Frosty Abyss dungeon, possessed terrifying power on par with a world boss, so what? Elder Qin Xinzheng was a veteran of the God-slaying war, having personally exiled the void demons from Blue Star. Furthermore, he was ranked 98th on the continent's strongest leaderboard. The Dragon List, as a level 6 49 Fire and Thunder Mage, nicknamed the Fire Thunder God, mastering both fire and thunder elements at the forbidden spell level, one man could rival an army, wielding unfathomable power. Moreover, Elder Qin was a member of the enigmatic God-slaying group, an organization comprising the top-tier professionals from various nations within the Alliance. This organization transcended both the Alliance and the entire continent, wielding unimaginable strength. Of the top 100 on the Dragon List, nearly 70% were members of the God-slaying group, underscoring the group's formidable nature. Bian Shan trembled slightly as he regarded the document in his hands, fully confident in Qin Zheng's capabilities, with absolute certainty. If Elder Qin agreed to assist, the matter would be manageable. However, it was unexpected that a single dungeon could unravel so many complications. The previously fragmented cult forces across the continent now dared to extend their reach into Huaxia. Zhao Xingwen rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the waves of dizziness and fatigue that assailed his mind. In recent days, he had scarcely rested while investigating a series of incidents occurring at the Frosty Abyss dungeon on the Huaxia border, his eyes bloodshot. In fact, prior to making the aforementioned call, Zhao Xingwen had already pieced together the events leading up to the situation. Information from the advance team and mercenary groups, combined with satellite imagery and assistance from high-ranking officials in Russia, India, and Japan, allowed for a comprehensive understanding of the unfolding events. The three SSS-tier guilds from these three Alliance member nations were incited by the cult forces behind the scenes to instigate trouble at the Huaxia border. As for why they targeted the Frosty Abyss dungeon outside Longjiang City, the captured Indian informant had revealed that it might relate to a prophecy circulating within the cult. Eternal night and darkness shall descend from the frost. Initially, Zhao Xingwen had scoffed at such astrological prophecies. However, when the mercenary group returned to the main city with alarming news regarding the Supreme Being, his perspective shifted. At that very moment, thousands of miles away in Tian City, when Yu Qing and a cadre of high-ranking professionals from the southern main city arrived at the entrance of the temporal rift, they found that the previously chaotic magnetic field surrounding the rift had stabilized. It appeared as though some form of violent explosion was occurring within the rift, and the erratic spatial turbulence that had intermittently emerged was now absent, with the entire rift collapsing inward at a visibly rapid pace. Moments later, the entrance of the rift had shrunk to an almost imperceptible point, immediately followed by a brilliant beam of light piercing through the void, tracing a pale trajectory reminiscent of a falling meteor. The space-time rift that had troubled everyone for 2 days finally dissipated without a trace. With a sigh of relief, Yu Qing felt the tension within her ease. The others present shared the same sentiment, acknowledging that, as previously indicated, the transient rift was indeed unstable and would soon collapse and vanish on its own. With the issue of the space-time rift resolved, Yu Qing and her companions naturally chose not to linger any longer. A soft blue teleportation aura flickered to life, and their figures gradually faded, disappearing from the spot. Yet, in the very moment of their departure, a deep explosion echoed through the void where the rift had been, accompanied by a hoarse roar. Is this the end? It is merely the beginning. At the summit of hope on Kanglan Star, within the goddess palace that stood like a celestial city beneath the stars, The goddess of hope sensed the completely dissipated aura of the boundary and the collapsed space-time rift. An endless fury began to rise upon her pure and flawless visage. Her hair, which had floated like drifting snow, instantly transformed into a blazing inferno, and her emerald gown, adorned with morning stars, dulled under her rage, turning into a striking and heated crimson. The rift, randomly activated by the celestial power, had the potential to allow Kanglan Star to seize the initiative at the boundary. Yet it was thwarted by a repugnant evil dragon, squandering their opportunity. Damn it. The goddess of hope's chest heaved violently, her hatred towards the wings of death surging. Simultaneously, a pang of regret flickered within her. Why had she not chosen a stronger hero to confront the challenge? Fortunately, the interval before the next space-time rift would not be too long. Though consumed with rage, she had not lost her reason. This defeat, while disheartening, was not the end. There would be another chance for resurgence. As the boundary increasingly exposed itself to the starry sea, the space-time rifts connecting various worlds would open more frequently, until eventually, all worlds would be irrevocably linked. After a brief moment, the goddess of hope took a deep breath, gradually calming the fire raging within her and restoring her composure. Her gaze turned toward the colossal statue of the goddess in the center of the palace. The void quivered as a thought was conveyed. Meanwhile, on Kanglan Star, within the 6 splendid empires that dominated the vast territories, the statues of the goddess began to resonate with boundless, majestic sounds. Evil and corruption have tainted the boundary. I require more powerful and devout followers to embark upon an expedition across the starry sea. Chapter 63, The Sudden Change in the Mu Family. La la la. La la la. On a scorching afternoon in June, even the gentle breeze carried a hint of heat. Tian hurried across the searing asphalt road, raising a wave of heat as he knocked on the door of his home. He had left in a rush that morning and forgotten his keys. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Sophia, humming cheerfully as she dragged a mop across the floor. She cast a glance at the wings of death perched on Tian's shoulder, which, sensing the moment, took flight and flitted into the kitchen, disappearing into the refrigerator. Once the wings of death had departed, Sophia bit her lip and turned to survey the room, confirming that her mother was still in the bedroom on the phone. A rush of crimson crept onto her cheeks as she gazed at Tian with a flirtatious glint in her eye, her lips parting to say, "Welcome back." Then, lowering her head, she softly added, "Master." Sophia was still wearing the apron from yesterday, but her attire beneath it had changed. A delicate white blouse paired with a black miniskirt and knee-high black stockings created a bewitching ensemble. Moreover, with her pupils altered and her demon tail concealed, Sophia appeared indistinguishable from a human girl. Noticing Tian's gaze upon her, she did not remain shy for long. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she set aside the mop and pulled Tian into the house, eagerly untying her apron. She spun slowly before him. Whether to showcase her figure or her outfit was uncertain. "Master, what do you think?" "It was a gift from my mother." Naturally, Tian's mother was also Sophia's mother. Sophia seemed to anticipate Tian's reaction and spoke swiftly, cutting off the words that had just formed on his lips. A moment passed in silence. "Sophia, I apologize for what happened the night before last." "Why would you think that, master? You saved me, and I was so happy." "Are you not happy?" Sophia responded, her shyness tinged with confusion. As a succubus, she did not comprehend human perspectives on the balance of yin and yang. Having been separated from her mother at a young age, the only family she had been advised before parting, though bonding can strengthen the succubus race. "I hope you only engage with those you truly care for." Sophia, having distanced herself from the demon realm since childhood and never having experienced such an encounter, did not grasp the meaning behind those words. However, after spending an entire night in profound conversation with Tian and fully transforming into his likeness, she had resolutely chosen him in her heart. Indeed, bonding had made her stronger, and the extent of her growth was astonishing. Yet, the true essence lay in the unparalleled surge of pure energy that erupted within her, seemingly awakening her inherent succubus nature. For the past 2 days, Sophia had been reliving that night, and when she met Tian again last night, her legs felt weak, causing her to hesitate for a while on the sofa before managing to stand. However, Tian's words now left her perplexed. "It is not a matter of happiness. Your consciousness was muddled at the time, so I was essentially taking advantage of you, wasn't I? Is that what you think, master?" Sophia's cheeks flushed, her heart racing with guilt. She had not been unconscious that night. In truth, the moment they had made intimate contact, she had become acutely aware, fully alert. Otherwise, how could she have cooperated later? An unconscious person would be in a relaxed state. How could one twist and curve their body in such a manner? Nevertheless, Sophia would never admit to this. She vividly recalled how she had bitten her red lips, desperately suppressing her voice. Even as her hair transformed into an alluring crimson hue from overwhelming pleasure, refusing to utter a single word. The more she reminisced, the more mortified she became. Her exceptional memory, coupled with a vivid imagination that could conjure intricate fantasies in her mind, brought forth some unspeakable details from that night, which now replayed vividly in her thoughts. Consequently, her gaze towards Tian became clouded with a mist of emotion. The fabric of her snug white blouse clung tightly, rising and falling in an exaggerated rhythm. Master. Sophia exhaled softly, the scent of jasmine wafting from her lips. However, Tian's brow furrowed at that moment. His gaze drifted past her towards the hallway leading to his parents' bedroom. He could hear his mother's choked voice, tinged with the sound of quiet sobs. Tian had not intended to eavesdrop on his mother's phone call. It was just that the sound was too pronounced, at least to him. Sophia suddenly noticed this too. Following Tian's line of sight, the enchanting images in her mind evaporated in an instant. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt as though she could intimately sense the sorrow concealed within that desperately masked voice. Master, dear mother. Sophia's breath hitched, longing to investigate, yet was halted by Tian's gentle restraint. He merely shook his head, opting for silence. The fact that his mother chose to make the call from her bedroom indicated her intention to evade others. This was her private matter, and until the call concluded, Tian refrained from intruding. Nonetheless, he was not as carefree as he appeared. Discovering that his mother was secretly shedding tears in her room was distressing for anyone. And he was no exception. He was indeed perplexed, considering his mother had always been a beacon of cheerfulness, and in the 18 years of his life, he had never witnessed her in such despair. If anyone has wronged you, I shall not hesitate to take action, Tian mused inwardly, a flicker of anger brewing in his calm eyes. Moments later, the door creaked as his mother, unsteadily, emerged from the bedroom. It seemed she had made a conscious effort to erase the traces of her tears, yet her reddened eyes unmistakably revealed her emotional turmoil. Oh, my son has returned, she exclaimed upon seeing Tian, instinctively turning her face away. Her voice was congested, laden with emotion as she stammered, I'll just go to the restroom first, and then I'll prepare lunch for you. By the way, didn't Ranran come back with you? The forced smile on her face tugged at Tian's heart. Mom, you just... Oh, I was watching a drama, and the plot was so moving that I accidentally cried. Look, my eyes are all red, she replied, attempting to dismiss his concern. Mom, I'm an adult now. Is there something you can share with your son? Has something happened to Dad? It's not your father. It's you. It's your grandmother. Chapter 64. Cherishing those before us, your grandmother. She is not long for this world. Mu Xuanxuan's voice quivered as those words slipped from her lips, and instantly, 2 streams of tears cascaded down her swollen cheeks. It was as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, and she faltered, nearly collapsing to the side. Fortunately, both Tian and Sophia were quick to react, rushing forward to steady her. Mom, please don't be too upset, Tian said softly, accepting the tissues from Sophia and gently wiping the tears from his mother's face, clearing her nose as he offered soothing words. The scene before him tightened his chest, leaving him at a loss for words. The suddenness of this revelation, the existence of an unfamiliar relative, felt overwhelming. The term grandmother felt foreign to him. For the entirety of his 18 years, he had never heard his parents mention any other relatives in this world. He had always believed their family was a simple, warm trio, yet now, it appeared that reality was far more complex. Mu Xianxian looked exceedingly haggard, as if she had aged a decade in an instant. Her bloodshot eyes lacked their former luster, and her gaze seemed lost in a pale reverie. In the throes of her anguish, the struggle only intensified her suffering. Son, I'm all right, she insisted, attempting to mask her pain with a feeble smile, but as her lips parted, she was overtaken by a fit of sobs. The next moment, a wave of emotion struck her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Her cries crescendoed into a heart-wrenching wail, the word mother escaping her lips in a mixture of despair and sorrow that would move anyone to tears. Humans are emotional beings, and when feelings find an outlet, they are not easily contained, particularly for those with more delicate sensibilities. Mu Xianxian crouched down, unable to stem the tide of her overwhelming grief, her voice growing hoarse as she wept, until the moisture on her cheeks dried and only the taste of salt and bitterness lingered in her mouth. Sophia, clutching one of her arms, fought to suppress her own tears, her reddened eyes glistening. She empathized deeply, not only because the woman before her was Tian's mother, but also because the scene evoked memories of her own childhood farewell with her mother. Mom, where's grandmother now? I can take you to her, Tian said after a moment of silence, wiping the tears from Mu Xuanxuan's face, his own eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, his hand trembled slightly as he held the tissue. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of hope ignited in Mu Xianxian's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished as she shook her head in silence. Tian's heart raced as he perceived the weight of her unspoken burdens. He understood that, deep down, his mother yearned to see her mother. Her expression hinted at some unarticulated sorrow. Perhaps there were secrets she could not voice, or maybe the journey felt insurmountable. Yet, to Tian, these concerns were inconsequential. He believed that no matter the destination, whether to some distant place on Blue Star, or even to the heavens, he would find a way. As for any hidden troubles, if his mother was willing, he would strive to resolve them, whatever the cost. Mom, is there something troubling you? Please tell your son, all right? I've grown up. I'm capable of supporting this family. You must believe in me. Look, this is the money I earned from selling equipment. Over 100 billion. Seeing his mother's expression grow increasingly forlorn, He no longer feared that revealing his fortune would shock her. Instead, he produced the black gold card emblazoned with Huaxiao Auction House's insignia. Over the past few days, he had auctioned off a significant portion of the equipment he had sent, and the total amount on the card had reached over 110 billion. What is this? Mu Xianxian exclaimed, her previously vacant eyes now shining with astonishment. It was as if a drowning person had grasped a lifeline. She recognized the black gold card from her youth within the family, and upon seeing Lu Tian's name inscribed on it, her belief solidified that this was indeed a genuine auction house black gold card, unmistakably authentic. However, she found herself puzzled as to how her seemingly oblivious son, who had only ever focused on his studies, could possess such a valuable item. But she chose not to dwell on it. Instead, she gazed at Lu Tian with genuine gratitude, saying, "Son, your grandmother is in the main city." Moments later, Sophia was in the bedroom, helping Mu Xianxian pack a change of clothes. With the existence of backpack compartments, traveling far no longer necessitated lugging around a suitcase. Death's wing had emerged from the refrigerator, flapping its wings and perching on the table's edge, exuding an aura of latent strength, a stark contrast to its previous lifeless demeanor. Its narrow dragon eyes peered through the slightly ajar door at Mu Xuanxuan's figure, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, Lu Tian dialed Xiao Chuan's number. Beep. Hello. Is this Machi? Yes, it's Tian, came the playful, slightly mischievous voice of the girl on the other end. Xiao Chuan sounded elated as she hummed, her tone teasing. Tian, are you secretly following me? Why is it that just after I completed my second transfer task, your call came through? Chuan. Lu Tian could vividly imagine the playful and adorable visage of the other party at that moment, yet he refrained from responding. Instead, he uttered a name he had called countless times over the past decade in a deep, somber voice. Those two brief syllables encapsulated an overwhelming depth of emotion. Tian, what is wrong? Has something happened? Wait for me. I will come right away. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chuan felt a lurch in her heart. She was acutely aware of Lu Tian's temperament. The suppressed sorrow and anguish in his voice stirred an inexplicable ache within her. Surely, something significant had transpired. Chuan, you need not come. I must head to the main city shortly to accompany my mother for one last farewell to my grandmother. Tian, you. Hearing these words, Xiao Chuan, who had just teleported back to the city and was hurrying to the station, abruptly halted, stunned in place. She doubted whether she had misheard or misunderstood. Was the implication that he did not wish for her to accompany him? However, Lu Tian's next words dispelled her concerns. Chuan, would you like to accompany me? Huh. At this moment, Xiao Chuan was even more perplexed. Tian, didn't you just say, if you wish to go, just wait for us at the teleportation area. I will bring along your change of clothes, so you need not make an extra trip. I would love to. Chapter 65, The City of Starry Nights, The Inner World. After the call ended, Xiao Chuan, with a tumultuous heart, arrived beneath a cherry blossom tree at the periphery of the teleportation area. She stood obediently in the shade, eagerly awaiting. Her heart was a mixture of sorrow and joy. The sorrow stemmed from the imminent passing of Lu Tian's relative, a feeling with which Xiao Chuan was intimately familiar, an empty, hollow sensation that was profoundly painful. Seeing Lu Tian in distress caused her heart to ache. As for the reason for her joy, inviting someone who was neither kin nor acquaintance to visit a dying elder at home spoke volumes. Xiao Chuan understood that Lu Tian had already accepted her in his heart. She was uncertain whether to laugh or to grieve, staring blankly at the bustling crowd outside the teleportation area, her mind in disarray. Not long after, the distant sounds of animated discussions jolted her back to reality. Xiao Chuan focused her gaze, discovering that at the far end of the broad teleportation square, a throng of senior figures from the Lord's Manor and the vocational temple was approaching. Numerous reporters from television stations, cameras and microphones in hand, accompanied them. Xiao Chuan shifted her position, not wishing for her appearance to grace the news. The central figures in this gathering were none other than the high-ranking professionals and promising young talents from the southern main city. With the series of events in Tianyan City resolved, Yu Qing and the others deemed it unnecessary to linger. And now they were set to embark on their return journey through the teleportation array. Among the crowd was Mu Hong, who had encountered Xiao Chuan once before. He was in high spirits, having finally endured the anxious days of disaster, and was eager to escape this wretched place. Mu Hong did not believe he would run into Lu Tian, the bane of his existence, in the main city again. For the past 2 days, he had scarcely slept, fearing sudden retribution that could cost him his life. This time, I've been thoroughly vexed. Damn it, I must find a few enchanting girls to revel with when I return. To vent this pent-up frustration, Mu Hong thought fiercely, envisioning scenarios of several women bound and pleading for mercy under his fervent pursuit. The more he imagined, the more excited he became, his mouth growing dry. However, Mu Hong had not considered utilizing his family's resources to trouble Lu Tian, setting aside the question of whether he could win. Whether the Mu family would dispatch a few formidable individuals of level 2 or 300 for his personal vendetta was another matter entirely. After all, the vast Mu family was not solely comprised of Mu Hong. There were many others who were more talented than he. As the crowd proceeded to enter the teleportation array, Mu Hong, who had been docilely playing the fool, suddenly regained his bravado, lifting his chin and adopting that ostentatious expression of superiority. His lecherous eyes scanned the few female professionals beside him before shifting to the square. In that instant, he was captivated by an extraordinarily alluring figure. However, when he recognized the visage, his neck instinctively recoiled, nearly causing him to faint. The figure was none other than Xiao Chuan. Damn it! Mu Hong hastily averted his gaze, fixating on the intricately patterned floor of the teleportation array, too afraid to look around. Internally, he silently urged the array to activate swiftly. He wished never to encounter anyone associated with Lu Tian again in his lifetime. The psychological trauma was too profound. The young lady operating the teleportation array seemed to have heard his thoughts. After confirming the teleportation coordinates multiple times, her slender finger pressed firmly on the switch. In the next moment, as the patterns on the array suddenly illuminated, a beam of light descended from the heavens, enveloping the crowd in a violent spatial fluctuation, causing the group from the main city to vanish from sight. Over half an hour later, Lu Tian and his companions finally arrived at their destination. Upon seeing them, Xiao Chuan immediately rushed forward. Noticing Lu Tian's mother appeared unwell, she gently supported her arms alongside Sophia, offering soft words of comfort. Together, they boarded the teleportation array, disappearing amidst the rippling waves of space. Tianyan City lay in the southernmost part of Huaxia, separated from the southern main city by a considerable distance, over 10,000 miles in a straight line. Moreover, the teleportation array within the city was among the lower-tier ones, constructed long ago and capable of limited travel, covering a maximum distance of approximately 200 miles. To reach their destination, they would need to undergo multiple transfers. While the three young individuals could endure the continuous jolts of teleportation, Mu Xianxian could not. Now fatigued and frail, even a single lengthy teleportation felt like a harrowing roller coaster ride, leaving her pale and overwhelmed. Lu Tian, concerned for his mother's health, naturally chose to wait for her to recover before agreeing to the next teleportation. This approach, while time-consuming, prioritized safety. Besides, that unfamiliar grandmother had yet to reach her final moment. She could likely hold on for a few more days. Lu Tian selfishly thought that he did not want his mother to suffer long-term consequences for a relative with whom he had no connection, even if that person was a blood relation. By the time evening approached, it was nearly 8 o'clock. After 9 teleportations, Lu Tian and his companions finally arrived at a large city, the city of Jingjue, their intended stop for the night. Although the teleportation arrays in every city operated around the clock, people were not machines. Neglecting rest was akin to courting slow death, especially considering Mu Xuanxuan's mental state. The silver disk of the moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. Bathed in moonlight, Lu Tian and his companions descended the ancient-looking teleportation platform, stepping down from the hundreds of stone steps. The surroundings were desolate, with only the occasional passerby teleporting in, adding a semblance of life to the cold, ancient city. Yes, this was an ancient city. Jingjue City was not a man-made construct. It had stood in this place since mysterious forces descended upon Blue Star, altering the landscape as if it had appeared out of thin air. Although the various edifices within the city are constructed from an enigmatic ore, their architectural styles, complexity, and artistic value far surpass that of contemporary structures. There exists an indescribable exotic charm, or perhaps a peculiar aesthetic appeal. For instance, there are humanoid stone towers reaching heights of 100 meters, inverted pyramids adorned with bizarre carvings of heads, and colossal stone staircases in the form of a Mobius strip, among other marvels. Throughout the city, apart from the teleportation array and the upscale tavern not far from it, there are no other human constructions. Thus, despite being a large metropolis, the city harbors a rather sparse, permanent population. How beautiful! Although it may seem somewhat inappropriate to utter such words at this moment, both Xiao Chuan and Sophia could not help but exclaim in genuine admiration as they gazed upon the breathtaking scenery. The sights here are indeed stunning. The sky is a vast expanse, devoid of clouds, revealing an uninterrupted view of the infinite stars, complemented by a full moon that is rounder than that of the 15th day of the 8th month, captivating those who adore the night sky for an entire evening. The city lacks the flickering of neon lights. Under the veil of night, only the dreamlike, ethereal starlight outlines the blurred silhouettes of the buildings. The heartache of Mu Xianxian, who was being supported by the two, eased somewhat upon witnessing this scene. The adage that beautiful things can temporarily alleviate one's suffering holds some truth. Let us hasten to the hotel and rest. The night breeze is rather chilly. However, Lu Tian was disinterested in the scenery. He felt an unsettling peculiarity in everything around him. On the expansive thoroughfares, not a single soul could be seen, and the shadowy buildings seemed to sway in the wind. Even though it was June, the gentle breeze that approached made one shiver involuntarily. This, of course, could be attributed to the fact that the city of Jingjue is situated in a desert. China is vast, and following the cataclysmic changes of Blue Star, the climatic disparities across different geographic locations are immense, yet it seems implausible that it could be to such an extreme. separated by thousands of miles from Tian City. It feels as if they inhabit entirely different worlds. It is simply absurd. Chapter 66. The slowly rising crimson moon. Xiao Charan and Sophia had no objections to Lu Tian's words. The two carefully assisted Mu Xianxian, following Lu Tian as they ambled towards the hotel entrance. However, what went unnoticed by them was that, at the very moment the giant pendulum atop the hotel's building pointed precisely at 8 o'clock, a minuscule and nearly imperceptible fluctuation in time and space abruptly manifested, enveloping the entirety of Jingzhou City. The desert lizards, basking in the moonlight beneath the city walls, appeared to be ruthlessly cleaved by an invisible, transparent canopy, silently losing half their bodies and vitality. Strangely, these desert lizards did not seem to be sliced cleanly in two as if by a sharp blade. Rather, half of their bodies remained in place, while the other half simply evaporated into thin air. Some were left with only their necks, their heads having vanished without a trace, while others were symmetrically severed from the center, leaving one half missing and two of their four legs amputated, yet they stood defiantly in place, their insides exposed without any sign of blood splattering. This only added to the eerie atmosphere. The stars above seemed to shift positions at this very moment. If one were to connect two relatively close stars, they would discover that the 66 increasingly bright stars directly above Jingzhou City formed a grotesque visage with fangs and horns. The silvery, moon-like orb situated precisely at the left eye of this ghastly face was eerily complemented by an empty void at the right eye. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of crimson seeping from the edges of that silvery moon, suggesting the silent presence of a blood moon lurking behind it. At this juncture, Lu Tian and the others had arrived at the hotel's lobby on the first floor, where they finalized their reservation for the last two suites after conversing with the front desk. The hotel, which accommodates numerous travelers each night, boasts over 100 floors with a plethora of rooms. However, it typically reaches full capacity by 8 o'clock in the evening. Lu Tian's luck was relatively favorable, as there were indeed 2 vacant rooms remaining. However, a new predicament arose. With 4 individuals and merely 2 rooms, each containing only 2 beds, the hotel had designed the interiors to be exceedingly cramped, akin to that of a youth hostel, with no sofas to be found. What was even more perplexing was when Mu Xianxian lightly patted Lu Tian's shoulder and expressed her desire to rest early. She promptly headed towards the room with a single bed, clutching her wings of death. As the door creaked shut behind her, the remaining 3 were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. Ahem, Lu Tian, it's getting late. Perhaps we should also retire to our rooms? After a brief moment of contemplation, Xiao Charan suddenly came to her senses and softly suggested, her head bowed in modesty, her bashful gaze resting upon her own delicate, high-heeled feet. Her cheeks flushed like ripe apples. What my sister Charan says is indeed right, Sophia chimed in, as if they had conspired together. Her pearly teeth anxiously bit her lower lip, her breath quickening as her gaze fixated on Lu Tian, her pupils sparkling with 2 alluring heart-shaped patterns, exuding an air of seduction. Ah, dear mother, you are pushing your son into the flames. The naive Lu Tian, still fresh from the blood serum, could hardly withstand such provocation and instinctively took a step back. He feared that sharing a bed might lead to unforeseen events overnight. Perhaps I should rationality urged Lu Tian to concoct an excuse to decline. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, he suddenly felt 2 soft forms pressing against his arms, one on either side. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt, the warm sensation emanating through the thin fabric reached his brain's core, sending shivers down his spine. One was a 36D, the other a 36E. Their shapes varied slightly, but the astonishing firmness of their softness was remarkably consistent. Additionally, 2 distinctly different floral fragrances invaded his nostrils, igniting his senses, subtle gardenia mingling with distant jasmine, drawing him unknowingly into the room amidst their embrace. Bang! Xiao Charan kicked the door shut behind her, the sudden noise jolting Lu Tian from his daze. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had been unwittingly ushered into the room. Before him lay the sole entertainment facility, or rather, the resting place, of the room, a bed adorned with vibrant red sheets. This was no longer a single bed, yet it was still not spacious enough for 3 people to fit without squeezing together. Lu Tian, I'm going to take a shower first. Xiao Charan's sultry whisper wafted into his ears, sending a wave of fragrant warmth through him. The sound was crystal clear, akin to listening to ASMR through headphones. Master, do lie down obediently. Sophia's equally tantalizing murmur followed suit from the other side. Lu Tian felt as though 2 ants were scuttling about in his ears, creating a delightful itch. His heart raced even faster, as his eyes glazed over. Time appeared to slip away quietly through his fingers, until whoosh. The shower head in the bathroom was abruptly turned on, and warm misty water cascaded down, flowing over the playful laughter of the 2 women, resonating within the depths of Lu Tian's soul. Unconsciously, he fixed his gaze upon them. Through the gradually fogging translucent glass wall of the bathroom, the dim light outlined 2 dangerously alluring silhouettes. At the entrance of the bathroom, on a stool, lay their discarded garments, even their intimate apparel prominently displayed. On another stool nearby were the clean clothes prepared for their change. Not the few pieces Tian had brought from home, but rather the exquisite black and white sets Xiaokoren had long prepared, yet never had the chance to wear for him. Calm. Tian took a deep breath, diverting his gaze from those indescribable garments, only to be drawn inexplicably back to the enticing silhouettes behind the glass. His breathing began to quicken. Wait. Suddenly, he recalled a crucial detail. The women's clothes were outside the bathroom, which implied that while he had been lost in thought, they had been right behind him, completely defenseless, shedding their delicate undergarments. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Their changing clothes were also outside. Did this mean they would soon change in front of him? The thought made Tian's heart race wildly, as if it might leap from his chest. His mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, torn between the desire to flee this place and the unwillingness to depart. The phone call he had made to Xiaokoren earlier had already conveyed his feelings, and she had readily agreed. He had contemplated the morality of the situation, considering that in his previous life, everyone adhered to the one-man, one-woman principle. But he had ultimately come to realize that this was not Earth. Since he possessed the means to provide everything his beloved desired, what reason was there to hesitate? The splendid traditions of the Huaxia civilization over 5 millennia should not be forsaken. Tian was merely surprised. Why were Xiaokoren and Sophia exhibiting such harmony today, when they had scarcely interacted before? Could it be the result of their shared bed the previous night? Or was there another reason? Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to abandon the thought. He lay back on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling. The bright incandescent light fixture emitted a glare far more dazzling than moonlight, attracting various moths fluttering in the darkness outside. With a soft thud, the moths beat their wings against the glass, yearning to enter. Perhaps this was akin to the ancient saying about moths flying into the flame. For the sake of their desires, they would risk disintegration, pressing ever forward. Tian felt a profound resonance. From this moment onward, the people around him would be everything, the very essence he would strive to protect with all his might. Upon seeing his mother that afternoon, he suddenly grasped the weight of cherishing those before him, for one could never know which would arrive first, tomorrow or the unexpected. The moths continued their relentless assault on the window. At that moment, Tian even discerned a faint sound of rushing water. Water? Huh, what was happening? He incredulously peered outside, squinting as he focused on a particular moth. It struck him suddenly that the frequency of the moth's wing beats did not align with the sound he had heard. He stepped slowly to the window, opened it, and leaned out to the side, instantly comprehending the situation. The sounds he had been hearing emanated from a couple exercising on a windowsill several meters away. Tian shook his head in exasperation, slamming the window shut with a resounding thud, drawing the curtains closed. Sitting at the edge of the bed, he felt overwhelmed with frustration. He had indulged in sentimental musings, only to realize it was all a product of his own assumptions. With the curtains now blocking the light, the moths ceased their frantic attempts at the window, yet the sounds from outside grew only louder, accompanied by hurried breaths. This rekindled the restlessness in Tian's heart, which had begun to settle. Just then, the bathroom door, which had been closed for an indeterminate time, was gently pushed open by delicate hands. The next moment, 2 enchanting figures, exuding warmth and fragrant allure, emerged gracefully, one stepping forward and the other trailing behind. Tian, why are you staring at me? Hurry and wash up, said Xiaokoren playfully. Master, does Sophia have something dirty on her? Neither woman was attired, though they were wrapped in large bath towels, their bodies concealed beneath the fabric. Upon seeing this, Tian felt his blood pressure surge, only to have it drop again. The reality was somewhat different from his imagination, restoring a modicum of his composure. Ahem, then I will go wash up. He averted his gaze and hurried into the bathroom. Just as he was about to close the door, he heard Xiaokoren's delicate voice call out, Tian, take off your clothes outside. The steam inside is too much. It will dampen your clothes. All right. Tian, momentarily dazed, didn't think much of it. Then you two turn around first. Why? Both women exclaimed in unison. Men and women should maintain their distance. Tian retorted playfully. Humph, you change your clothes, and I'll look. I'm not hindering you, am I? You can't restrict my freedom, can you? Sister Charon is right. Sophia chimed in. You too. Tian's voice faltered, gazing at the 2 women, who seemed to have concocted a scheme. He thought to himself that he might as well go all out, but before that, he needed to make them flustered. He took the clean clothes from his backpack and placed them aside. Then, like Colonel Sanders from KFC, he seized the collar of his shirt and with a swift motion, tore it open, revealing his sculpted physique and glistening 8-pack abs. Tian's physique was impressive. He had the kind of body that appeared slim in clothes, yet muscular when undressed. His bold display of masculinity elicited a startled gasp from both women, their chests heaving with excitement. Now you see how it feels, huh? Tian thought to himself, satisfied with their reaction, convinced they would soon be too shocked to continue staring. However, to his bewilderment, Xiaokoren and Sophia showed no signs of averting their gaze. Instead, they appeared even more enthralled. Swallowing discreetly, what on earth was happening? Tian, keep going, Sophia urged. You girls are something else, he muttered under his breath. Eventually, Tian entered the bathroom clad only in his underwear. But as he turned on the shower and felt the comforting warm water cascade over him, a jolt of realization struck him. With his clothes placed in the backpack's compartment, how could they possibly get wet? It dawned on him that he had been ensnared in their playful scheme all along. So this was a setup. Tian finally understood that Zyakurin and Sophia's actions were entirely intentional. Master must have figured it out now. Sister Churin, can you tell me more about you and the Master? Sophia teased from the edge of the bed, draped in a loose-fitting nightgown paired with over-the-knee black stockings. Sophia leaned close to Xiao Churin's ear and whispered softly. She had divulged every detail of her relationship with Tian to Xiao Churin. Just moments ago, she had made quite the spectacle of herself, chuckling at the memory. Where did we leave off last time? Yes, on the day of middle school graduation, when you visited the Master's home. Oh, yes, Xiao Churin replied, her finely sculpted chin lifting slightly, her eyes reflecting a wistful reminiscence as she seemed to drift into memories of the past. With her petite feet swathed in white stockings gently swaying at the edge of the bed, she mused, he is such a blockhead. I spent an entire afternoon in the bedroom with him, yet he was engrossed in researching the dungeon strategies. Truly, the Master lacks a romantic spirit. Indeed, sister speaks wisely. But what happened next? Did the Master continue to lead a solitary life at home, or did he occasionally venture out? When I grew weary in the dungeons, I often longed to explore this world, yet it seems the beings here harbor an aversion to me. Churin, do share more. I wish to leave no trace of our Master's 18 years behind, and to relive those moments with him in my dreams. Certainly, but first, I want to hear about you and Tian. Didn't I already tell you everything? You only recounted the events, though? Xiao Churin's cheeks flushed as she protested. You haven't shared the feelings involved. What was it like? Sophia seemed to recall something, covering her face in embarrassment, her ears flushed crimson. Shush, keep your voice down. We mustn't let Tian overhear. It felt dizzying, akin to a tickle that only deepens the desire to continue, as if my body were completely beyond my control. You would understand if you experienced it yourself. However, given the Master's exalted status, your delicate constitution might find it overwhelming. At this, Xiao Churin felt a wave of shyness and burrowed into the covers. Her imagination rivaled that of Sophia's. With just a single keyword, she could conjure an entire scene in her mind that would be deemed forbidden. When she learned of Sophia and Tian's relationship, a pang of disappointment had briefly crossed her heart, but she quickly found solace, or perhaps clarity. In this world, strength reigns supreme, and the exceptional are never devoid of admirers. Though laws govern such matters, they are but instruments crafted by the powerful to restrain the weak. As long as one possesses strength, nothing is truly off limits. Moreover, having known Tian for many years, she understood his character well. Feelings may arise, but propriety must prevail. As night deepened, Xiao Churin and Sophia whispered under the covers, exchanging tales of Tian, while he himself was in the bathroom, washing away the sweat from his body. Outside the hotel, the enormous defensive barrier began to unfurl, its timing deliberate. This was not a mere overreaction, despite its desolate surroundings devoid of wild beasts. Strange phenomena occur nightly in the city of Jingjue. Buildings resembling stone towers would seemingly come to life. Structures with human faces would open their gaping mouths to emit piercing laughter, and countless headless corpses would emerge from inverted pyramids, among other inexplicable occurrences. Though years had passed without incident, necessary precautions remained indispensable. At the very moment the barrier fully expanded, unnoticed high above, the blood-red moon hidden beneath the silvery orb of its counterpart swiftly approached the right eye of a face crafted from stars. Meanwhile, the endless sands beneath Jingjue City began to shift at a speed unfathomable to the naked eye, as if a force of time itself swept through. All that had been shaped by time was being unraveled, reversed. Grains of sand transformed into earth and stone, which then formed plains, endless vapors. Released from the annals of history, fell from the void, coalescing into droplets that gathered into rivers, which in turn formed lakes. Beneath Jingjue City, a mirror-like lake reflected another Jingjue City beneath the radiant glow of the stars and moon. The power of time twisted, and the two ancient cities seemed, in that instant, to exchange their positions. At the juncture of these two dislocated dimensions, a figure clad in a resplendent scarlet robe, adorned with a multicolored phoenix crown, cradling a blood-red mirror, slowly opened its eyes, rising from a coffin as dark as the abyss. Chapter 68. The Mirror Demon Kingdom of a Million Square Miles. In the north, there resides a beauty, transcendent and solitary. One glance can topple a city, another glance can topple a nation. A timeless ballad, echoing from the ages, stirred ripples across the mirror-like lake, spreading outwards in widening circles. The figure, cradling the blood jade, walked to the rhythm of a song, gradually dissipating with each step taken. The vibrant crimson of the robe blending with the moonlight beneath the mirror, until the form faded into the forgotten epics of history. Yet, just before vanishing into oblivion, the figure's scarlet lips curved slightly, and the last glimmer of its gaze fixed upon the hotel, which stood in stark contrast to its surroundings. Bang! Inside the room, Tian abruptly flung open the bathroom door, emerging wrapped in a towel. His brow furrowed as he glanced at the two women on the bed. His voice low and authoritative. "Stay put and don't wander off. I'll be stepping out for a moment." In saying this, he paid no heed to the women's focused gazes, hastily shedding the towel to don his clothes. Xiao Charan and Sophia, previously engaged in hushed conversation beneath the covers, turned crimson at Tian's sudden appearance. They cautiously pulled the covers up to conceal everything below their noses, leaving only their beautiful eyes peeking out, filled with both anticipation and trepidation as they gazed at his perfectly proportioned silhouette. However, upon hearing Tian's next words, they exchanged surprised glances, suddenly feeling a tinge of disappointment. "Master, where are you going? Didn't Mother instruct us to rest early?" Sophia's voice was soft, laced with a hint of reproach. "Didn't you notice?" Tian, now dressed, turned to face them. "Notice what?" "The gravitational pull has shifted." "Pardon? We might not be on Blue Star any longer. It's possible we were transported to an unknown world along with Jingjua City." Tian's gaze roamed over the two lovely faces, his assertion unwavering. He had sensed a faint magnetic field shift earlier, but his focus, distracted by the two women, had kept him from fully grasping it. It was only upon realizing something was amiss that he understood the situation had already unfolded. "Really? My phone has no signal," Xiao Charan exclaimed, quickly retrieving her phone from her bag. The glaring words out of service area confirmed their predicament. With this revelation, both women grasped the gravity of their situation. To be whisked away to another world without a trace of awareness, what extraordinary power was at play? "Tian, do be careful," Xiao Charan said, concern flickering in her eyes as she swiftly rose from the bed, her feet clad in slippers. She stood on tiptoe, her fingers smoothing the wrinkles of his collar. "If you encounter danger, please don't be reckless, all right? This is not Blue Star." Given Jingjua City's peculiar nature, there were no resurrection points available within the city, and being in a foreign realm raised questions about whether resurrection was even feasible. Moreover, such occurrences had no precedent in the history of Blue Star. Exercising caution was undoubtedly prudent. "I understand," Tian responded softly. Just as he was about to depart, Sophia, who had been reclining on the bed, hurriedly leapt down and rushed over. "Master, wait a moment, take this with you." With a wave of her hand, a striking piece of armor, forged from an unknown material, materialized out of thin air. Indeed, it was the very set of armor she had donned during her first appearance. "This was given to me by my mother before we parted ways. The item you mentioned last time must refer to this." Sophia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she recalled the moment when Tian had insisted on acquiring the armor, compelling her to tear away the last layer of her clothing. "How mortifying." "Thank you, Sophia, but I truly cannot accept such a precious item, especially since I was unaware of its significance at the time," Tian replied, though he admired the armor's design. Upon learning it was a cherished heirloom from Sophia's mother, he instinctively declined. If it were a unique piece of equipment belonging to a formidable boss, he would have had no hesitation in claiming it. However, when it came to items of significant sentimental value, even if they were artifacts, he had no desire to take something so dear from another. "No, master. You are the most invaluable presence in my life. When my mother entrusted this to me, she said it must be given to someone I truly care for," Sophia insisted. "This armor originally belonged to my father. My mother always spoke of how magnificent he looked in it, yet I have never seen it myself. Master, could you fulfill this wish of mine?" Given Sophia's heartfelt plea, Tian found himself without justification to refuse. He sensed the sincerity in her words, each one resonating from the depths of her heart. "Then I shall accept it." As he took the armor from her, his personal interface automatically unfolded, revealing the identification results. The sword-bearer of the Burning Legion, special equipment. When worn, all allied units within a 100-mile radius, including the wearer, experience a 50 increase in movement speed. The appearance will change according to the wearer's gender, bestowed upon the pioneers who venture into the abyss and the star sea, the seventh demon king Lucifer. Special equipment. Tian mused, intrigued. To be precise, it should be considered a form of adornment. Such equipment possesses a notable characteristic. It offers special enhancement effects and alters appearances without occupying an equipment slot. Highly practical, it can be concealed at will. He dragged the armor into the corresponding slot on his interface, and with a thought, he donned it. "I am leaving now. Stay here and call for me if anything arises." With a mental command, he concealed the armor and turned to the two women, gently admonishing them. Given the presence of this soul resonance skill, he could return at any moment. "And you too, make sure to dress properly. Be mindful not to catch a chill." Their figures were too alluring, and the loose nightgowns could hardly conceal their prominent features. It was all too obvious whether they were wearing undergarments. With a resounding thud, the door was firmly shut behind him as Tian exited, leaving the two women blushing in embarrassment. Once their secret was exposed, both found themselves at a loss for words. "Sophia, why did you take off all your clothes?" "Isn't it to make things easier for our master?" Sophia replied. "And you, Charan, aren't you the same?" Tian did not wake his mother, With the Deathwing by his side, he felt no apprehension. He sensed a potent energy barrier enveloping the hotel from the outside. Staying put, he was assured of his safety. As he made his way down to the first-floor hall, he discovered a considerable gathering of people, including several staff members operating the teleportation array outside the hotel. The crimson moonlight filtered through the transparent sensor door, casting an eerie scarlet hue over the entire hall. The wall clock ticked ominously, with its second hand moving counterclockwise. Why can't we teleport? I don't want to stay in this cursed place for another second. I must leave immediately. I sincerely apologize, ma'am. There has been a minor malfunction with the teleportation array, and we cannot pinpoint the coordinates accurately at this time. Activating it recklessly may result in an unpredictable destination. If you can't locate it, just fix it. This is not my concern. If you refuse to let me teleport, you're infringing upon my personal freedom. Do you dare to believe I want to post a video on Douyin? I have hundreds of thousands of followers. Please, ma'am, don't make this harder for us. We are truly powerless in this situation. The hall was filled with the sounds of raucous arguments. It seemed that some guests had noticed something amiss while enjoying the night view and, upon deciding to leave, found the teleportation array rendered ineffective. It wasn't so much that it had malfunctioned. They were no longer on Blue Star, nor were they in the subspace, making it entirely normal that the teleportation coordinates could not be located. Tian paid them no mind. After a cursory glance, he strode purposefully toward the exit. Hey, buddy. There's a thick fog outside. We don't know what is going on. It might be best if you stay inside. As he noticed someone still attempting to exit the hotel, a front desk attendant, who was trying to console the agitated patrons, called out, "Brother, don't be impulsive. Listen to me. It's safer to remain in the hotel tonight. The barrier here ensures at least some safety. Venturing out could lead to danger." Seeing Tian approach the sensor door, the man, seemingly resolute in his decision to leave, disregarded the others, rushing over to block Tian's path. "Brother, there's no need to rush. Perhaps tomorrow someone from the main city will come to repair it. If something is bothering you, why not share it with me? Time flies. This is likely another world. People from the main city cannot come here," Tian replied coolly, his figure flashing past the man as he reached the sensor door. He sensed the man's intentions were not malicious, hence he casually responded. With a beep, the door swung open. Tian wasted no time. He activated Calamity Descends, unfurled his inky black wings, and leaped into the sky beyond the hotel. Brother, what did you just say? Wait. The man was momentarily stunned upon hearing the words another world, and as he turned to inquire further, he discovered Tian had vanished before his eyes. He quickly looked outside, where, beneath the blood moon and enveloped in thick fog, a figure soared into the night sky, creating 2 gusts of wind as it ascended into the heavens. This spectacle left him utterly speechless, involuntarily exclaiming a string of astonished curses. It wasn't just him. The guests in the hall, who had previously been grumbling or crying out, were now frozen in place, their attention captivated. They all witnessed Tian's wings, as dark as ink, and found themselves spellbound. The once noisy hall fell eerily silent, with only the distinct ticking of the clock echoing in the stillness. After a moment, various voices began to emerge. Did I just see that correctly? That person flew away? And it wasn't even using levitation magic. He sprouted a pair of wings. Is there really such a skill in this world? A few adventurers, clearly companions, exchanged astonished glances, their minds racing with disbelief, as though they had just stumbled upon a new continent. Let us not dwell on this point any longer. That brother claimed we have traversed into another world. Yet I cannot shake the feeling that it might be true. Where in Blue Star have we ever witnessed a crimson moon? This is unbearable. My skin is crawling. I wondered why my phone had no signal. Could it be that we have genuinely crossed over? Does anyone have any signal? The sister who was clamoring to shoot a short video in frustration now feels nothing but an eerie chill. Her enthusiasm for throwing a tantrum evaporated. It seems I am out of the service area. Me too. As everyone present confirmed the truth of the matter, the temperature in the hall plummeted. An icy dread creeping up our spines, prompting involuntary shivers from each individual. Suddenly, someone noticed something amiss. Look at the clock on the wall. It's running backward. Shortly after Tian's departure, a local broadcast echoed through the hotel, summoning all level 90 professionals to gather in the hall. To prevent panic, the announcement made no mention of the fact that everyone had crossed into another realm. Those who witnessed Tian's solitary exit felt uneasy, thinking that having an extra pair of hands would be better than venturing into the unknown alone. The requirement of being at least level 90 was significant. Only after reaching this level could one undergo their first awakening, a pivotal transformation for professionals, greatly enhancing their strength. In this precarious situation, it seemed that those who had not yet awakened would be of little use. Unbeknownst to Tian, he had already ascended to an altitude of 10,000 meters. With his enhanced vision, he surveyed the terrain, gazing around the vicinity of the city of Jingjue. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This was undeniably not Blue Star. The night sky was draped in somber hues, exuding an ominous aura. 2 moons loomed above, casting their light upon a landscape where the once swirling sands had vanished without a trace, replaced by ancient structures reaching for the heavens, their lights flickering like stars in the night. It appeared to form a realm, a kingdom inhabited by unknown beings. Jingjue City lay ensconced within it, shrouded by a thick, blood-red mist spanning 10 miles. As Tian ascended, he discerned peculiar and colossal creatures writhing within the fog. The sensation was faint, as if these entities were not truly alive, their strength comparable to that of mere level 300 humans. Tian paid little heed to this. His primary concern was how to escape this infernal place. This was neither a dungeon nor did it offer any hints of a quest. It seemed he could only explore this realm step by step. Just as Tian pondered his next move, an overwhelming tremor resonated across the sky. The source was not from a single being, but from an immense throng. The rhythmic pounding of countless footsteps caused the ground to vibrate violently. Tian noticed that all structures, including Jingjue City, seemed to undulate in response to the distant roar. An innumerable host of creatures was advancing toward him. From the ancient buildings, a multitude of figures emerged, resembling humans, each wielding axes, halberds, spears, swords, and other weapons, seemingly bracing for combat. Tian felt a sense of bewilderment. Was a conflict about to erupt between two factions? The magnitude of this gathering was astounding, surely. Each side must have at least 1 billion participants. Could it be that aiding one side in achieving victory would render him a means to escape this place? Although he was unsure why this thought emerged, he decided to take a chance. He descended outside the hotel, his armor manifesting instantly upon him. With a flick of his mind, 100 formidable hounds materialized, alongside 10 necromancers who began chanting incantations in unison. Additionally, the Deathwing was summoned, having just been dozing by Mu Xuanxuan's bedside, producing soothing sounds to lull her to sleep. Now, awakening to find itself in midair. It cast a bewildered glance at Tian. What are you staring at? Get to work. Aren't you always yearning for destruction? With a fierce crackle, black lightning, symbolic of death and slaughter, intertwined around the Deathwing. Its form swelled in the wind, almost instantly regaining a height surpassing 100 meters, rivaling even the towering tavern veiled in mist nearby. With a resounding crash as it landed, its dragon eyes ignited with bloodlust and madness. 2 beams of suppressed destructive light burst forth from its amber vertical pupils, piercing through the scarlet-tinged mist. With a thunderous roar, the restored Deathwing raised its neck to the sky, its resounding dragon cry even overpowering the rumbling sounds reverberating through the heavens and earth. As it howled, 10 necromancers were summoned beneath it. Subsequently, a countless legion of dread-inducing undead began to crawl forth from the summoned hexagram. Each creature conjured by the Deathwing boasted a level of 700, their combat prowess far exceeding that of the level 55 minions summoned by Tian. Engaging in a protracted skirmish with such a formidable army was perfectly suited for this scenario. Tian commanded them to flank and eliminate the approaching foes. With the directive given, he soared into the sky. The various skeletal minions, now crowded in the open space of Jingjue City, seemed to share a collective consciousness. Instantly comprehending the battle plan, they climbed onto the backs of the massive hounds, or bone dragons, their eye sockets glowing with excitement as they brandished their weapons. Pushing toward the front line, the imposing undead army instilled a sense of dread among the professionals gathered in the hotel lobby. Due to the dense fog, they could only vaguely perceive the massive, indistinct shapes, unaware of what they truly were or whether they posed a threat to the hotel. Yet the overwhelming aura of menace was unmistakably palpable. Are we really going out now? The group, initially intent on venturing into the mist to assess the situation, halted in unison, hesitating. There are monsters in there. The ground is shaking. Going out now would be akin to delivering ourselves as prey. Yet we can't just sit here and wait. Didn't someone already go out? We should help him. Help with what? With what means? He might already be lost. Going out now could very well serve as a midnight snack for those monsters. What should we do then? Before they could continue their debate, an extraordinarily powerful whirlwind abruptly materialized. Violent gusts stirred a multitude of blood-red tornadoes, sweeping through Jingjue City and dispersing the fog that enveloped the hotel. All eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Beneath the ghastly red moon, countless colossal dragons blotted out the sky, flocking toward the city's outskirts. The cyclone that had cleared the mist was created by the last dragon in the formation, an enormous, ebony behemoth, flapping its wings. A tremor resonated through the crowd. A level 770 creature. Everyone stood frozen in shock, trembling, and no one dared to mention the prospect of remaining indoors. It was ludicrous, at this juncture. Stepping outside would be equivalent to signing one's own death warrant. The monstrous beings appear to be retreating from this place. Is it not preferable to remain alive? Meanwhile, some other guests, like the popular influencer from Douyin, inexplicably took out their smartphones while hiding at the back of the hall. This spectacle is simply magnificent. I must record it quickly and post it online later. It is bound to go viral. In fact, not only the individuals in the hall, but also those in various rooms of the hotel, upon hearing the commotion, bore witness to this spine-chilling scene. Tian, flying at the forefront, discovered that the entities he had sensed in the mist were merely colossal stone towers or various edifices. This aligns with the rumors of the bizarre occurrences that sometimes transpire in the midnight of Jingjua City. Tian was also somewhat intrigued. It seemed as if the buildings had come to life, exhibiting an absurd form of advanced technology. However, these entities exhibited no hostile intent, merely wandering mechanically within the city. Akin to a patrol, so Tian refrained from exterminating them. Continuing towards the horizon, he seemed to hear the thunderous sounds of battle. A dense, metallic scent of blood began to waft through the air, mingling with faint scarlet particles, making it difficult to discern whether it was moonlight or a blood mist. The equipment Tian donned provided a 50 boost to his movement speed, allowing the undead army to march swiftly, and before long, they exited Jingjua City. Along the way, he noticed figures emerging from nearly every building, gazing toward the distant horizon. However, these figures possessed feeble strength, comparable to human practitioners around level 70 or 80. It seemed the true powerhouses of this vast realm had already rushed to the front lines. Yet, one peculiar detail struck him. These individuals exhibited no reaction to the overwhelming undead army, not even glancing upward at the passing horde of dust dogs. How strange. Tian focused his gaze on the beings below, which bore no difference in form from humans. From the myriad subtle expressions of apprehension on their faces, he was certain they were highly intelligent primates. Yet, their disregard for his presence did not seem feigned. It was as if they were utterly oblivious to his group. Tian felt an odd sensation, as though he and all the beings in this world existed on different planes of reality, witnessing an event that had already transpired from the perspective of an observer. It sounded absurd, yet this feeling was remarkably intense. Oh well, let things unfold naturally. Tian shook his head, dismissing those ethereal thoughts, no longer entangled in them. His gaze shifted toward the direction from whence the fierce bursts of energy emanated. A battle had already commenced over there. After trekking for another 10 minutes, Tian and his companions finally arrived at the front lines where the slaughter was taking place. Witnessing the endless swarm of creatures shaking the ground beneath them, demons with horns and wings, gargoyles as formidable as small mountains, alluring yet bloodthirsty succubi, and dark elves entwined with the essence of death, all were part of the overwhelming demon army, surging like a tide. Is this the demon realm? Tian recognized the formidable monsters attacking from the opposite side. They were strikingly similar to the beings he had perused in various tomes about the demon realm. Although the demon army frequently launched expeditions to various worlds, it was unlikely they would deploy their entire force, given the scale of this assault. It was highly probable that this was indeed the demon realm. Chapter 71. The war is about to erupt. At this moment, the flames of battle had ignited. At the forefront of the conflict, numerous powerful waves of energy surged. The most formidable among them carved out a battlefield of their own. To Tian's astonishment, amidst the overwhelming momentum, he sensed a familiar presence. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a magnificent figure amidst a bloody battlefield, single-handedly engaging over 20 powerful adversaries. The fierce and ruthless attacks periodically stirred terrifying shockwaves, tearing through the void, shattering the earth, and unleashing unparalleled might, cascading toward the center of battle for a kilometer, triggering successive explosions and claiming countless lives. Is it her? Even from a distance of over 10,000 meters, despite her transformation from a golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl into a cold, elegant warrior brimming with murderous intent, Tian recognized her at a glance. It was the demon god Tina. The aura she now exuded was worlds apart from their previous encounter in the demon ruins dungeon. Every strike was lethal, and her methods were merciless. Moreover, the demon army was accompanied by two other entities of terrifying presence. Boss name, Tina, ruler of the demon realm. Level, LV 999. Rank, demon god. Boss name, Agar's second demon king. Level, LV 999. Rank, demon god. Boss name, Lucifer, 7th demon king. Level, LV 999. Rank, demon god. These three most powerful figures were all level 999 demon gods, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Particularly Tina, with whom Tian had previously battled in the dungeon, had left him with an impression of being merely a high-tier boss with exaggerated health, posing little threat. She was nothing like the overwhelming pressure that now radiated from her. Taking a deep breath, Tian steadied himself in the air, his narrowed eyes igniting with fierce battle intent. These three individuals were the strongest adversaries he had encountered thus far. In terms of level, they surpassed even the Deathwing beside him by several tiers. It was utterly absurd. However, Tian felt no fear. He was eager to gauge the extent of his own strength and see if he could contend with such formidable foes. Moreover, with so many high-level demon creatures present, they were bound to yield a plethora of valuable items. You handle the others. Before making his move, Tian glanced at the Deathwing, issuing his battle command. Although the dragon race possessed remarkable innate talents, with tough skin and resilience, the significant level disparity meant that its involvement could lead to being thoroughly beaten. Whoosh! Without waiting for the Deathwing's response, Tian's figure flickered, charging directly toward the central battlefield where dozens of figures clashed. Roar! The Deathwing understood Lu Tian's intention, roaring fiercely as it led the swelling legion of over 10 million undead, along with 100 dogs, into the most densely packed area of the battlefield. Bang! In an instant, Lu Tian traversed the 10,000-meter distance. He descended unexpectedly from the sky, aiming for the seventh demon king, Lucifer, delivering a single blow that sent him flying over 10,000 meters, with a portion of his health bar visibly diminishing. However, the opponent's recovery rate was astonishing. In mere moments, the lost health rapidly replenished to visible levels. Truly, he was a top-tier powerhouse of the demon realm, significantly stronger than the world boss Lu Tian had previously faced. Lu Tian felt a surge of astonishment. His current attributes were considerably higher than during his encounter with the world boss. Although he had yet to activate any skills, the corrupted ring of the Crimson Sovereign he wore, combined with his remarkable health pool, already provided a substantial damage boost. Even a mere ordinary attack could overwhelm most bosses. However, his recent full-force strike only managed to strip away a mere layer of health from his opponent. Indeed, even among the demon gods, those hailing from disparate realms exhibit a significant disparity in true combat prowess. In that very moment when Lu Tian launched his assault, every onlooker, who had previously regarded him with indifference, turned their gaze in unison towards him. The combatants, Tina and Agareth, who were engrossed in their own skirmish, suddenly focused intently on Lu Tian, their eyes reflecting a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Simultaneously, Lu Tian experienced an odd sensation, as if, in that fleeting instant, he had finally become one with this world. Meanwhile, the Deathwing had arrived on the battlefield. It unleashed a lethal breath of flames, soaring above the dense ranks of the Demon Lord's army, wreaking havoc upon all living beings it encountered, sparing neither the demon army nor the opposing faction. The formidable hounds, despite lacking specialized skills, relied on attributes comparable to demon gods, trampling through the battlefield and carving out numerous deep trenches. The undead army, summoned by the Deathwing, was equally relentless, pushing forward with overwhelming force, akin to a field being harvested. Although the undead creatures summoned from Lu Tian were of lower levels and less impressive in attributes, one must not forget their ability to self-destruct. A single or even a couple of explosions may seem inconsequential, yet when their numbers swell into the thousands or even millions, the most formidable of archdemons would have to reconsider. The most insidious aspect was the Deathwing's catastrophe trait. In this chaotic melee where lives were treated as mere fodder, it functioned almost like a game-breaking mechanic. Every being it felled would rise from their remains as a level 700 skeletal warrior. In mere moments, the number of undead creatures on the battlefield surged several-fold, nearing the staggering figure of 100 million, rapidly closing in on the other two factions. The horror of it all, coupled with the explosive summoning speed of the 20 necromancers, the undead army became akin to a drop of intensely concentrated ink plummeting into a pristine snowy expanse, swiftly darkening the entire landscape. To call it a plague would not be an exaggeration. The arrival of the Deathwing fundamentally disrupted the previously stagnant melee, tipping the scales of victory decidedly in favor of the city of exquisite elegance. The battlefield transformed into a veritable meat grinder. Yet, peculiarly, as the forces of the city of exquisite elegance lost their targets, their pupils glazed over with a crimson hue, and in the next moment, they pointed their weapons at their own hearts, plunging them in without hesitation. The Demon Lord's army suffered rapid attrition, but the city of exquisite elegance was not far behind. Unnoticed by anyone, the blood that gushed from the fallen did not succumb to gravity and seep into the ground. Instead, it transformed into a mist that ascended towards the heavens. It coalesced at the very center of the ghostly visage constructed among the stars, where the blood moon intertwined with the silver moon, ultimately forming a mirror-like disk high above. Chapter 72, The Stellar Nuclear Explosion. Who are you? At the epicenter of the battlefield, Tina's eyes shimmered with resplendent golden light, her entire being exuding an overwhelming aura, her waist-length golden hair billowing without wind. She fixed her gaze upon Lu Tian, who had inexplicably appeared to cleave the battlefield in two, and for the first time, a flicker of trepidation welled up within her. There was an unsettling familiarity about him, as if she had encountered him before. As this thought crossed her mind, a long-buried memory stirred within the depths of her consciousness, causing her to clutch her head in pain. In a daze, fragments of countless memories flickered across Tina's vision. She glimpsed a moment within a desolate and silent castle, where a human had severed the hem of her gown with a sword. Who was that person, and who was she? Was that me? The pain in Tina's mind gradually subsided, and she found herself bewildered, realizing that the figure appeared to be herself. Yet, she was utterly convinced that she had never left the demon realm since her birth, so why had she been in that place, transformed into a little girl? Lu Tian had felt a peculiar sensation during his journey, but he could not articulate it until he beheld Tina's expression. It dawned on him that all beings present here, save for Tina, whether from the Demon Lord's army or the forces of the city of exquisite elegance, seemed to be like marionettes, knowing only how to kill, never uttering a word. It was profoundly eerie. Furthermore, the armor he wore originated from the seventh Demon Lord, Lucifer, yet he felt utterly unacquainted with it. Something was amiss. Just as Tian pondered these thoughts, the recovering Tina instantaneously teleported to his side, her fingers coalescing into a golden lightning spear spanning several meters in length. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a devastating blow upon his back. Bang! Caught off guard, Tian was sent hurtling nearly 100 meters away, his wings unfurling just in time to halt his momentum. His health bar plummeted, evaporating 10 billion in an instant. His body became enveloped in a network of fine lightning, continuously inflicting paralysis, shock, and weakness. However, these negative effects bore no consequence for him. The health he had lost was restored in a heartbeat. Thanks to the protection of the demon god Tina, artifact, and the dragon lineage's complete restoration bonus, unless he was killed outright, even with a sliver of health remaining, he could recover fully within moments. For now, he set aside those thoughts and focused on dispatching these adversaries. After being struck away, Tian executed a swift turn in midair, unleashing a skill fueled by rage. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a streak of light, rocketing back towards Tina. Seizing the opportunity, he drew his massive sword and, with a flicker of movement, appeared behind Tina, reversing his grip on the sword's hilt to deliver an upward slash that sent her soaring thousands of meters into the air. Without missing a beat, he seamlessly shifted into a colossal bow, drawing the string for a star-piercing strike that shot forth with precision and explosive force. In the blink of an eye, from the moment Tian was struck to his counterattack that landed 2 blows on Tina, less than 2 seconds had elapsed. Both of their speeds were so remarkable that they transcended the limits of human perception. This marked Tian's first execution of a combo, showcasing immense strength and power. Most importantly, it looked incredibly stylish. Yet, it bore little effect. As Tina emerged from a half-second stun, her entire body trembled, her joints cracking as her wounds healed almost instantaneously. The health she had just lost visibly restored itself at an astonishing rate. "You are formidable," she declared, pausing in midair, as if the sudden memories had faded from her mind. With a calm gaze, she looked down upon Tian, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of colors. Her lips moved to speak. "But it is not enough. I shall eradicate this wretched specter, and none shall impede me." With a fierce cry, Tina tilted her head defiantly, raising both hands as she began to channel a grand spell. A powerful vacuum surged forth, shaking the very earth beneath them. From the war-torn ground, countless cracked stones and soil fragments were drawn upwards. In an instant, they coalesced above Tina's head into a solid rock sphere of immense density, exceeding 10,000 meters in diameter. The moonlit sky was shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, in the next moment, a boundless, brilliant white flame ignited atop a boulder, transforming into a miniature sun that radiated unparalleled light and heat. Even those hundreds of miles away in the city of Jingjue could not ignore this fiery orb. Its overwhelming presence was impossible to overlook. Bang, bang, bang. At the very instant the fireball took shape, Tina unhesitatingly lifted it high and hurled it towards Tian. The unparalleled velocity of its descent created sonic booms as it tore through the air. A terrifying wave of heat scorched the earth to cinders from thousands of meters away. Boom! As the fireball struck the ground, it erupted with a brightness akin to daylight, and amidst the deafening roar, the land fractured catastrophically. A bottomless pit was carved at the epicenter, resembling a small asteroid colliding violently with the cosmos, unleashing a colossal mushroom cloud. The surrounding area transformed into a molten inferno. And except for Tian, Lucifer, and Agareth, every living being was vaporized in an instant. Even the Death Wing, which had penetrated deep into the enemy's rear, was swept away by this cataclysmic blow, sent flying thousands of meters. Fortunately, its tough exterior and sufficient distance from the epicenter spared it from harm. At that moment, deep within the molten rock, Tian's legs slightly bent as a tremendous force erupted from beneath him, fracturing the ground into a web of cracks that spanned thousands of meters. Whoosh! With a resounding bang, he shot upwards like a meteor, the searing magma clinging to his armor trailing a fiery tail behind him. Tian's speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to the same altitude as Tina. They faced each other, separated by mere kilometers. Tian, having activated his rage skill, was immune to all damage for 30 minutes, thus remained unscathed. Nevertheless, he was taken aback by the sheer audacity of this attack. Summoning a star to strike was indeed outrageous. Yet, a more preposterous scene unfolded next. Upon seeing Tian emerge unscathed, Tina suddenly grasped at the shattered earth beneath her, and with a mere thought, conjured 2 even larger stars. One star crackled with the thunder of destruction, while the other was encrusted in bone-chilling ice. These elemental skills rivaled a nuclear explosion. Seemingly without cooldown, Tina showed no hesitation, directing the 2 stars to plummet toward Tian. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A slender line of blood inexplicably descended from the heavens, piercing Tina's forehead. She had no time to react before feeling her strength being siphoned away, her form rapidly transforming from a mature woman into a petite girl. Just before losing consciousness, she darted towards the direction of Jingjua City. Without her control, the two stars, brimming with overwhelming energy, fell uncontrollably to the ground, resulting in two more thunderous explosions and mushroom clouds. By this time, the forces of the Demon King had already suffered devastating losses, and the warriors of Jingjua City had all sacrificed themselves. The air was thick with a rich blood mist, and the blood gemstone in the sky had fully formed. Ha! As the echoes of the explosion faded, a chilling laughter reverberated through the air. Tian, who had initially intended to pursue Tina, abruptly looked up at the sky, only to behold a translucent figure clad in red robes, cradling the blood gemstone, gradually solidifying. Chapter 73. I rise, one strike to annihilate. I have waited for 3,000 years, and you have finally arrived, the chosen one. The blood of all beings who perished in this battle was absorbed by that figure, and her form swiftly materialized from a mere shadow. The incomprehensible words that escaped her lips seemed to transcend spatial distance, resonating directly in Tian's ears. A sense of dread washed over him. Beneath the two full moons, that figure appeared devoid of life. Some underground dungeon instances in Blue Star featured ghostly creatures, but they lacked the ability to instill a fear of the soul. This entity resembled the ghostly deities described in numerous folklore tales from Tian's previous life, particularly with her eerie red attire, which exuded an unsettling aura. He had previously been so focused on the battlefield that he had failed to notice any abnormalities. However, upon hearing her insinuating words and recalling the peculiarities encountered along the way, Tian suddenly realized that Jingjua City as crossing into this realm might very well be a scheme directed against him. Aside from Tina, who had shrunk in size, the only remaining figures from the two factions, Lucifer and Agareth, flickered and vanished into thin air. The land, ravaged by the aftermath of battle, began to restore itself under the influence of an unseen force, as if time were reversing. Apart from the vanishing blood mist of all living beings, everything soon returned to its original state. The events that had just transpired felt like a mere illusion. Tian fixed his gaze upon this surreal scene, becoming increasingly convinced of his suspicions. Yet, what sort of conspiracy could be meticulously orchestrated over thousands of years, accurately predicting his arrival here? Unable to grasp the full extent of the plot, he chose to dismiss the thoughts, as fragments of information regarding the entity now appeared on his interface. Boss name, Queen Jingjua. Level, LV999. Rank, unknown. Above the Queen Jingjua loomed a health bar more exaggerated than that of the fully powered Tina. To be honest, her appearance did send a shiver down Tian's spine. However, upon comprehending her general information, he regarded her with a sense of indifference. As long as she dared to reveal her health bar, even a deity would not escape his wrath. I have sacrificed countless beings of Jingjua, severing 3,000 years of time, all in anticipation of this moment. As Tian scrutinized Queen Jingjua, she spoke once more, slowly descending from the heavens to stand mere meters before him. Chosen one, do you wish to willingly offer your essence to me? Tian harbored no illusions that her intentions were benevolent. As expected, her words concealed the desire for his very life. Yet, he was also curious. If she had the foresight to predict events unfolding now, could she not ascertain his strength? Why did she appear so certain of her victory? Upon learning of Queen Jingjua's level, Tian firmly believed he would not be defeated. Even if she surpassed Tina and the other gods, her strength had to be limited. He had managed to hold his own against Tina without amplification. Facing Queen Jingjua should pose no significant challenge. If you refuse, then I shall take it by force. Seeing Tian remain unmoved, Queen Jingjua spoke again, her tone languid. Become my blood slave. As she spoke, she rotated the blood gemstone in her arms, which was formed from the essence of billions of beings, directing it toward Tian. A beam of eerie crimson light erupted from the mirror-like surface, reflecting Tian's likeness. Within the thick sea of blood, a shadow emerged, breaking free from the gemstone's grasp. Tian's eyes narrowed, for that shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, even down to the very essence. If it were not for the fact that the opponent was a being formed of blood and exuded a crimson hue, Tian might have doubted whether he was gazing into a mirror. He finally comprehended the audacity of the Queen of the Abyss. By directly replicating her foe, the odds of victory were at least 50-50. This method bore some resemblance to the mechanisms of a bionic slime. However, the slime inherited the attributes of its summoner, proving effective against weaker adversaries. In contrast, the Queen's technique was nothing short of a divine combat skill, truly deserving of her title as the Fated One. A mere shadow of blood had consumed half of her blood pool, yet the Queen remained utterly composed, continuing her monologue. Tian, however, found no interest in her ramblings. With a thought, he summoned the Wing of Death to his side. Initially bewildered, the Wing of Death grasped Tian's intent in an instant. Attempting to call out to him mentally, received a support request from the Wing of Death. Do you wish to respond? Respond, ignore. Almost simultaneously, a prompt appeared on Tian's interface. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to respond. Due to their proximity, when triggering the soul resonance skill, Tian did not initiate a teleportation, but instead transformed into his ultimate form right where he stood. The armor that enveloped him receded, replaced by an entire set of divine, supreme armor. His entire being was shrouded in an overwhelming light of death. The once crimson sky, now cloaked in darkness, transformed into a realm of ultimate demise. Master, grant her a taste of death's shock. The bloodthirsty gaze of the wing of death sparkled with a hint of cruelty. Sensing the unimaginable power emanating from Tian, the very essence of her soul trembled in fear. You are not the fated one. Who are you? The Queen of the Abyss stood in stunned disbelief. Her prior confidence dissolved into confusion and terror, her voice trembling. The Tian replicated by her skills possessed all attributes and abilities of his original form, yet could not transform. The fated one prophesied to lead her race back to the starry seas had manifested today. Why? Why was this happening? The Queen of the Abyss appeared almost deranged, muttering to herself. At the moment Tian transformed into an exalted being, she recognized the inevitable outcome, her heart sinking into despair. Fight! What a futile endeavor. Resistance held no meaning. Moreover, this realm was sealed, making escape an impossibility. It seemed my skills were of too high a tier to be replicated. Witnessing this scene, Tian understood. He ceased to ponder further. Extending his right hand toward the Queen of the Abyss, he grasped the air. In an instant, he unleashed Heart Shatter. With a soft sound, this strike bore no grandiose spectacle, almost imperceptible, yet its power was undeniably catastrophic. A faint shattering noise echoed as the exaggerated health bar above the Queen's head, more exaggerated than any barcode, instantly dropped to zero. Concurrently, within the City of the Abyss, a clock on the wall of the hotel lobby, which had been moving counterclockwise, suddenly halted momentarily. Then, it reversed direction, beginning to move clockwise. Look! The blood-red moon in the sky seems to be dissipating. The clock on the wall has returned to normal. Amidst the crowd in the lobby, already terrified by the commotion outside, some began to notice the anomalies and shouted. Outside the City of the Abyss, time began to accelerate rapidly. Buildings rose from the ground only to scatter with the wind. Oceans turned into arid land. Plains vanished. The earth cracked, ultimately transforming into endless sands. Chapter 74, Hidden Task. We will meet again. The Queen of the Abyss gazed vacantly at Tian, a flicker of black flame igniting between her brows, swiftly spreading throughout her form. With a whoosh, the flames surged in the wind. Under the scorching black flames, her entire being turned to ashes in an instant, dissipating into the void, leaving behind a cold, emotionless thought that reached Tian's mind. As the Queen of the Abyss perished, even the blood shadow that had barely emerged from the blood jade shattered like a bubble, transforming into a pool of blood that vanished with the breeze. The once radiant, blood-red moon in the sky gradually flickered until it completely disappeared. A crack echoed, akin to the shattering of glass, resonating deep within the souls of everyone in the abyss. Tian reverted from his transformed state, his gaze fixed upon the City of the Abyss, hundreds of miles away. He could distinctly sense the world undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. More precisely, it was collapsing. It appeared that this was not a demon realm, but rather a standalone, illusory world. Tian mused, somewhat incredulous. To create such an immense illusion, and to have stealthily drawn an entire city into it. The power of the Queen of the Abyss and the forces lurking behind her was undoubtedly far beyond what she had previously demonstrated. In fact, at the moment the Queen's thought reached Tian, he fleetingly glimpsed within the void a coffin as profound as an abyss. Within it lay a figure, identical to the Queen of the Abyss he had just slain, or rather, that was the true Queen of the Abyss. The Queen appearing in this mirrored world was merely a projection of her original self. On the shattered land that resembled a hellish realm lay thousands of graves of similar stature. It was a world utterly ravaged, a solitary fragment adrift in the boundless void. A sepulchre for countless souls. Aside from the countless unmarked gravestones standing in silence, no other signs of life existed. Most astonishing to Tian was the absence of any stars in that void. It was a realm beyond the sea of stars. The vision before Tian did not last long. As the cool moonlight cascaded down, desert lizards scuttled across the endless sands, producing faint sounds. At that moment, the entire world began to invert. An invisible celestial canopy seemed to envelop the City of the Abyss. Tian sensed the gravitational pull fluctuating violently, a sensation akin to being transported from one world to another. With a thought, he dispersed the undying army and the canine legion, which had been proliferating infinitely in the skies, and with the now diminutive wing of death, he charged toward the City of the Abyss like a streak of light. Moments later, he returned to the city. Hovering above, he soon spotted Tina, who had previously fled into the city. She was now unconscious, curled up atop a stone tower. Her health bar alarmingly low, barely 1% remaining. Once everything returned to normal, the previously erratic buildings within the City of the Abyss ceased their movements, falling silent. Tian descended from the sky to stand before Tina, his eyes glinting with menace. The wing of death perched on his shoulder mirrored his intent, its dragon-like gaze brimming with murderous intent. It still harbored resentment from the chaos caused by Tina's earlier use of a star to strike the ground. Tian's desire to act was not merely due to her previous assault with the stars. He merely harbored a simple desire to obtain some exceptional equipment. Previously, upon vanquishing the Queen of the Abyss, he did not acquire any gear. Instead, he was bestowed with a unique material, a gem of enhancement that could be embedded into equipment. Will of the Queen of the Abyss, gem, divine, when embedded, enhances the special effects provided by the equipment by 100. All pieces of equipment are capable of being socketed with gems, the number of which depends on the quality of the item. The Deathwing team had previously vanquished countless demon lords, yet due to the ephemeral nature of their illusions, not a single item had dropped, leaving Tian feeling somewhat disheartened. After a battle, he realized that the true adversaries were merely the Queen of the Abyss and Tina. One of these foes had already been dispatched by Tian, and naturally, the other could not be spared. However, just as he raised his right hand, poised to deliver a fatal blow, a chime echoed from his interface. And a quest notification unexpectedly appeared. Ding! You have triggered a special hidden quest, the Forgotten Ruler of Time. Quest background: 3 millennia past. The Queen of the Abyss opened a dimensional portal, leading an otherworldly army to invade the demon realm. The demon realm's ruler, Tina, along with Agarius and Lucifer, engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately paying an extremely heavy price for victory. In the aftermath, the Queen of the Abyss, grievously wounded, fled, and the invaders were annihilated. Agarius and Lucifer vanished into a temporal rift, while Tina, her power diminished, could no longer maintain her demonic form and reverted to that of a young girl. Seizing this opportunity, the remaining demon lords of the realm launched a surprise attack, resulting in the complete destruction of her territory and the near-total loss of her followers. Following this defeat, she fled into the temporal rift, wandering the void for 2,900 years before inadvertently stumbling upon Blue Star, where she was ensnared by a mysterious force within the Blue Star instance. Quest Objective 1: The Exiled Comrade. Seek out Agarius and Lucifer. Tina will provide guidance at a special time. Quest Objective 2: The Demon Lord's Return. Assist Tina in seizing the source of the 3 realms to restore her power. Tina will provide guidance at a special time. Quest Objective 3: The Ruler of the Demon Realm. Ensure the demon realm withstands 3 waves of invasion amidst the cosmic conflict. Quest Rewards: Sword of the Stone King. Universal for all classes, adaptive level, matches the wielder's level. Quest Rewards: Heart of the Demon God, special enhancement material. Quest Rewards: Divine Body transformed into sword, universal for all classes, adaptive level, matches the wielder's level. A hidden quest. After perusing the details of the quest, Tian was taken aback. He discovered that he had inadvertently triggered a lengthy, intricate quest, following the game's descent into reality. It turned out that Blue Star was populated with NPCs linked to hidden quests, much like the thief Tian had encountered in Demon Ruins. He had also read about other related cases in various tomes. For instance, there was a tale of a certain practitioner from the land of cherry blossoms who, having become separated from his team, became lost in an underground dungeon, only to trigger a hidden quest involving female goblins, where he was compelled to assist dozens of them in procreation day and night, an utterly lamentable fate. This was the first time Tian realized that hidden quests could also be triggered by a boss. Moreover, the difficulty of the quest appeared to be quite formidable. However, none of that mattered. The rewards were simply too enticing, adaptive level equipment that had yet to manifest across the entirety of the continent.